Chapter 1. In the end, I said I'm embarrassing you. Your father is a hidden professional holy sword warrior, the strongest man in the empire. I once led the imperial army to resist the invasion of alien races on the Abyss battlefield and won the king in one battle. Your brother is a rare professional dragon war knight and was admitted to the Beijing Academy. What about you? You have the worst talent rating. You failed to transfer at the transfer ceremony and don't even have the qualifications to participate in the college assessment. A bastard. You have lost all my Gu family's face. In the depressed hall, Gu Chen listened to the anger in his ears, and a stream of memory suddenly poured into his mind. He traveled through time. This is a world invaded by the Abyss, and humans can become professionals after they become adults. And he, as the eldest son of the royal family in the north, would be for him to obtain all the resources owned by the 7 cities in the north. In the future, he will become a god-level profession, live in the northern border, and inherit the king's title is just around the corner. But who knows how many endless bitterness is hidden behind this prominent identity. Since he can remember, he has lived in a small border town called Linghung. In order to support him in school, the farmers who adopted him became ill due to overwork and died one after another. However, before his death, the farmer gave him all his savings and told him to be admitted to Linghung No. 1 high school and become a professional. Because in this world, people from the bottom of the country only have one way to go if they want to change their destiny. It is to become a professional. At the age of 15, Gu Chen was admitted to Linghung No. 1 high school with excellent grades and began to learn the basics of professionals. However, the high school life he longed for was far less beautiful than he imagined. Because he was born in poverty and had no support, he was always excluded and bullied by other classmates. The harder he worked, the more miserable his life was. Under this oppression, his mentality changed and he gradually had no expectations for the world. But just last month, a couple found him. Only then did Gu Chen realize his life experience. The man in front of me is his father, Gu Qingfeng. And this noble woman is his stepmother, Qin Yun. As for his biological mother, she died not long after he was born. He did not complain about the injustice he had suffered in the past 18 years. He only knew that from then on, he was no longer an orphan, he had family. Next, he learned that after his biological mother died, the alien race invaded the Shangxia Empire. At that time, Gu Qingfeng had military orders, so he could only leave him as young as a farmer in Linghung and sent someone to protect him secretly. I thought I could return from the front line in 3 to 5 years, but I didn't expect that this delay would be 18 years. Therefore, this is the first time Gu Chen has seen his father since he remembers. After hearing these explanations, he felt mixed feelings. But there is nothing to say, after all, his father is an imperial warrior. He understands this truth when the Abyss invades and foreign races rage. Only with a country can one have a family. But then he learned that his father and stepmother had another son. And that younger brother has been with his parents since he was a child and has now become the highly anticipated pride of heaven. At this moment, Gu Chen suddenly felt that the forcedness that his father said sounded like a joke. In order to protect him, he left the young him in a strange city. Because he is concerned about the war, he has never asked him a question about the cold things in the past 18 years. Over the years, he has suffered from poverty and bullying, but his biological father knows it all. But unmoved? The eldest son was left to the farmer in the suburbs, and he was bullied by others for 18 years, as humble as a dog. However, the second son was with him, devoted countless efforts and resources, and changed his job and became a rare profession. He was also admitted to the top school in the empire in the imperial court. Oh, this kid is really a pitiful person. No wonder I came here through time. Gu Chen sighed. After reading this memory, he also felt a little empathetic. The family affection and care that the original body expects throughout his life is a complete joke. Although he recognized his father, he never felt a trace of care from his father, and replaced it with unconcealed cold eyes and disgust. There was a bang. While Gu Chen was still familiar with the memory of his original body, Gu Qingfeng slapped the table in front of him with a palm. For a moment, everyone present was so scared that their bodies trembled, and several servants even lowered their heads and were silent. "Don't you kneel down yet?" With an angry shout, a terrifying aura blew over. Gu Chen felt a strong wind blowing on his face and looked up at the majestic figure. "I, Gu Qingfeng, have been fighting for half a lifetime, guarding the Abyss battlefield for 18 years, killing countless alien races, and being named King of Northern War. Where are you? You can't even wake up from trouble in school? What kind of face does it have to be my son? Look at you, you are full of hooligan habits, how can you look like me at all? I have lost all my face." Gu Chen frowned, his face completely gloomy. Perhaps because he digested the original memory, facing Gu Qingfeng's scolding, a strong anger suddenly surged in his heart. Just as he wanted to refute, a series of messages suddenly appeared in his sight. "The transfer system is loading and you will enter the selection interface soon. Different choices can bring completely different careers to the host, please choose carefully. Is the system here?" Gu Chen was slightly surprised and quickly suppressed the anger in his heart. Just this morning, he had already failed at the transfer ceremony of his senior year. Can he still change his job? Didn't it mean that each person only had one chance to change jobs? Please choose your professional career. Choose 1. The prodigal son returns and does not change his goal, apologize to his father, and gain his understanding, and work hard to become a new person from now on. Transfer, hidden profession, Red Dust Sword Immortal. Can you really change your job? Gu Chen's eyes lit up, but don't choose. Being abandoned for 18 years, will you still apologize to him in the end? I'm afraid this is not a serious illness. Choose 2, tolerate calm for a while, continue to be scolded by your father, silently endure the cold eyes and dislikes you suffered. Register, rare career Mutant Ninja Turtles. All this is okay? Gu Chen twitched his mouth, what a god ninja turtle. Is it rare to change one person to a turtle? Isn't that the Turtle Man? I have traveled through time and the system has arrived. It is a standard configuration for the male protagonist of the cool story, and it can still be put here. My son is angry with abuse? Don't choose, don't choose. Choose 3, only today do you know that I am me. If the sky suppresses me, splits the sky, if the earth restrains me, and breaks the earth. Since you regard me ashamed, then cut off the relationship and never owe each other from now on. Register, randomly transfer to a normal profession and obtain god-level talent. Looking at the 3 choices in sight, Gu Chen had already made a decision in his heart. A real man is born between heaven and earth, how can he live in depression for a long time? I have not received any benefit from your Gu family in the past 18 years. I am lonely and helpless and bullied by others. It would be great if I could survive at the bottom. In the end, he said, I'm embarrassing you? Okay. It's better not to admit such a father. The eldest son of the King of Northern War, I don't care about this identity. Whoever loves it will be. From now on, I will not serve you anymore. I'll choose 3. Successful selection. Currently, you can randomly transfer to a normal profession. After changing jobs, you can obtain god-level talent. God-level talent? Gu Chen felt a little hope in his heart. Although it is just an ordinary profession, with the blessing of god-level talent, I believe that my future achievements will not be bad. Just as he was about to check, Gu Qingfeng's angry voice came from his ears again. Damn it, do you think I can't cure you if I don't speak? You are punished to kneel in the yard for a day and a night. You are not allowed to get up without my permission. Chapter 2. He is not in the genealogy at all. Hearing this voice, Gu Chen raised his eyes to look at the figure, with a little coldness in his eyes. Punish me to kneel for a day and a night? Are you worthy? Gu Chen said coldly, for me, you have never fulfilled your responsibility to be a father for a day, so don't put on the airs of your parents in front of me. What else is it necessary to do? I will take my second son with me to train him carefully, and serve him with rich clothes and food. The eldest son will be free from the stock, and he will not care about it for 18 years. Is this for me? For my own good? Bastard! You! Gu Qingfeng looked angry, but speechless. He didn't expect that this child would dare to disobey him. He even became jealous of his half-brother. He was short-sighted and petty. Gu Qingfeng stood up all his life, how could he have such an incompetent son? Gu Qingfeng was furious in his heart, bastard! Even so, this is not a reason for you to fall into depravity. Look at you, you are not motivated in school, and you are hanging out with those scumbags all day long. Until now, you are not even a professional. You are still embarrassed to post books every day, Group 65,0/502*33.8 compared with your brother? Which one do you compare to him? Gu Chen smiled coldly, yes, he is so precious, that's your son. Since I was a child, I had no worries about food and clothing, and I went to and from the guards to accompany me. I changed to a rare career and was admitted to the Shanghai Academy of Sciences. Since your son is so good, why are you here to do? Just as you see, I am a farmer, covered in mud, and I am willing to fall into depravity. I only know how to spend my days with my friends. Since you have already formed a new home, why are you here to do? Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng breathed rapidly, his face full of anger, and his heart was filled with anger. Seeing the father and son becoming more and more fierce, Qin Yun spoke slowly. Gu Chen, how could you speak to your father like this? Do you know how great he expected you? Kneel down and apologize to your father. After saying that, she stared at Gu Chen, and a faint joke flashed in her eyes. The eldest son of the royal family, who has a family that cannot be returned for 18 years, has suffered from poverty and bullied in a small rural town and has become a hooligan. Everything is given by this stepmother. After all, the Gu family is a royal family in the northern border. As long as the eldest son exists for one day, her son will never have a chance to make a comeback. So she had to destroy Gu Chen and make this eldest son of the royal family a low-key boy in the eyes of the nobles. He grew up in the countryside since he was a child, hang out with some people who were not tutoring, did not understand etiquette, and was infected with bad habits. She was blowing the wind beside Gu Qingfeng, saying that she would hone the character of the eldest son in such a difficult environment, and fortunately she would inherit the throne in the future. The key is that Gu Qingfeng is busy with war all day long and has no idea what kind of life Gu Chen is living, so he actually believes such nonsense. Over the years, under Qin Yun's clever words and despicable words, Gu Qingfeng gave all his care to his youngest son, not only with him to cultivate it carefully, but also to obtain all resources. Every day, there are dedicated people to serve food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The best equipment and props come with you. Even the upgrade of monsters is accompanied by the royal commander, and no matter where you go, you will be praised in the sky. Now, not only has he changed his job early to a rare profession, but he has also been admitted to the Imperial top-level Shanghai Academy. The eldest son and the second son are simply two extremes in heaven and earth. Have high expectations for me? Haha, I think the one who really has high expectations is your youngest son. Gu Chen smiled coldly, his face full of disdain. What's your attitude? Gu Qingfeng stared at his eyes and shouted angrily, disobeying parents and being disrespectful to elders. What's the difference between you and those hooligans? The talent is extremely poor. For more novels, 174,572, join https://discord.gg/szxtcashq right parenthesis. Do you have any face to compare with your younger brother if you fail to change your job? Where can you compare him? Yes, he is the pride of heaven. How can I compare to him? Gu Chen said mercilessly, from the first time I saw me, you have looked down on me. Apart from accusations and insults, you have never cared about me, and you will not ask whether I live well. In your eyes, your son should be like him, a highly anticipated genius, not a fool who is a fool. I am just a villain who grew up in the countryside and is not worthy of your noble status as the king of Northern War. From now on, you will pretend that you don't have my son, right? As soon as these words came out, the entire hall fell into silence, and Gu Qingfeng's tiger eyes were filled with anger. A trace of satisfaction flashed in Qin Yun's eyes, and she scolded him with a stern voice, Gu Chen, who allowed you to talk to your father like this? Kneel down and apologize to your father immediately. Looking at the joke in Qin Yun's eyes, Gu Chen looked indifferent. Kneel down? This is to take advantage of the situation to suppress him to consolidate Qin Yun's position as the mistress. Once he kneels, it means that he, the eldest son, is afraid of his stepmother. From now on, even servants will shy his face. Ha. Let me kneel down? Who are you? Even if I can't get on the table, I am the eldest son of the Northern royal family. If you marry another side house, what qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? As soon as these words were said, Qin Yun's face suddenly turned gloomy. The word slanted room was always a thorn in her heart. Over the years, no one dared to call her like this. At this moment, she was ridiculed by Gu Chen in public, and her princess's majesty suddenly disappeared. Qin Yun's eyes widened, and a strong murderous intent appeared in her beautiful eyes, but with Gu Qingfeng beside her, she could only endure her murderous intent and anger. Chen, no matter what, I am your stepmother, how can you? Enough! Don't pretend to be hypocritical here. Gu Chen interrupted Qin Yun's words with a cold look on his face, you haven't seen me in person since the beginning, and now you are posing for caring for me again? Who will you show the show? Bastard! Gu Qingfeng shouted angrily, about to reprimand. You're a bastard! Gu Chen faced each other with tit for tit, without any cowardice. If you can't stand me, you can kill me directly. Anyway, I'm a bad life. But remember, for the past 18 years, you have not given me any kind of raising me. Even if I don't have the ability to be a good match, you are not qualified to scold me. Since you think I have lost all your face, from today on, I will break up with your Gu family and have no connection from now on. Don't interact with each other. Hearing this, a sudden surprise burst out in Qin Yun's eyes, followed by ecstasy. Immediately afterwards, her expression changed slightly, as if she had made some decisions in her heart. Chen, no. Qin Yun took a step forward and knelt down with a plop. Chen, Auntie kneel down for you. You are the eldest son of the Gu family. The royal family in the north will have you inherited in the future. How can you break off relations with the Gu family? He kneels down on his son and is ruthless, which is to trap him in justice. If this matter spreads, his reputation will be completely terrible. Gu Chen looked at this scene coldly and remembered the rumors he heard when he came to the Gu family on the first day. Who doesn't say that Xiao Qin is a top stepmother in the entire Gubei city? By this kneeling, the royal family in the northern border will have no other place. With this kneeling, the position of crown prince will change hands. By this kneeling, he became a lonely man. The python swallows the dragon. This is the python swallowing the dragon. The stepmother is the python, and the K is the genius younger brother. Gu Qingfeng's anger surged when he saw this scene. Reverse. Reverse. It's simply a traitor. A bastard. I am your father, can't scold you. Shame stepmother in public? Severe ties with my Gu family? You don't know what kind of virtue you are? Without my protection, what are you? Haha, your protection. Gu Chen sneered, don't worry, you have a prominent status in the Northern War King. I dare not tarnish your reputation outside. With a sneer, Gu Chen turned around and left without looking back. Get out. Let him get out. From now on, I will pretend that I have never given birth to this son. After Gu Chen left, Qin Yun slowly stood up, and a look of pride flashed in her eyes. Today, Gu Chen is forced to leave. From now on, her son can naturally take up the position of Crown Prince of the Northern Royal Family. Gu Qingfeng's anger enveloped the entire Gu family's residence, and all the servants were silent and trembling. The King of War in the northern frontier is famous for his fierce reputation. Even if the aliens in the abyss hear it, they will retreat. After venting his anger, Gu Qingfeng finally calmed down. At the same time, his eyes became complicated. How could the eldest son Gu Chen become like this today? He just took care of his second son more, so what happened? Just because his brother is better than him, he want to disobey your father? Humiliation of stepmother? Betrayal from the monk? Humph, this rebellious son is ignorant and does not know how to be grateful to his parents. I shouldn't have recognized him at the beginning. Gu Qingfeng looked angry and looked at a servant in the hall. Housekeeper. My lord, please give me instructions. From today, Gu Chen will be removed from the genealogy. Hearing this, the butler's expression changed slightly, and his face turned a little embarrassed. What? Do you still want to plead for that rebellious son? The butler's body trembled and he shook his head repeatedly. No, the king, just what? It's just that young Master Gu Chen's name is not in the genealogy at all. Chapter 3, What to say to repay the kindness. How come Gu Chen's name is not in the genealogy? Gu Qingfeng was slightly stunned, his face became complicated. He has been busy with wars over the years and has forgotten to write his son's name into the family tree. Forget it, don't worry. Let's talk about the genealogy matters after a few days. The rebellious son admits his mistake and apologizes. But Gu Qingfeng didn't know that Gu Chen had already boarded the train leaving Gubei City at this time. He is going back to Linkheng because he is a senior high school student at Linkheng No. 1 Middle School. The Empire's transfer ceremony will end within today. Starting from 7 a.m. tomorrow, the novices' dungeons in each city will be opened uniformly. People from the bottom of the class want to change their own destiny. Becoming a professional is only the first step. The assessment of higher education institutions is the turning point of fate. If you can be admitted to the top Shanghai Jing Academy institution in the Empire, your future achievements will be absolutely limitless. If you want to achieve good results in the assessment of higher education institutions, you must enter the novice copy, gain experience by killing strange beasts, and then improve your level. The novice dungeon is only open for 10 days, and even if you miss a day, it will be an irreparable loss for Gu Chen. So, the most important thing now is to return to Linkheng No. 1 Middle School before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gubei City, where the Gu family is located, is the center of the 7 cities in the northern border. From Gubei City to Linkheng on the border, the distance is tens of thousands of kilometers. In the previous life, even if the high-speed rail is driving at full speed, it will take 2 or 3 days to arrive. Fortunately, the trains in this world are driven by high concentration of energy crystals. If nothing unexpected happens, I can return to Linkheng in the second half of the night. In the empty carriage, Gu Chen looked out the window. The sunset was as bright as blood, almost dyeing half of the sky red. In this world, strange beasts are raging and wars are constantly occurring. Most of the land where humans live is in chaos. Only the strongest can control their own destiny. Transferring a job is the only way to become the strongest. System, I want to change my job. Gu Chen said silently in his mind. Among the options given by the system, he chose the third one and randomly transferred to an ordinary profession. At this moment, we can finally start our career. Replacement for you. You have changed your job to the summoner profession. Why did you change your job and become a summoner? Gu Chen frowned slightly. As we all know, summoner is the most expensive profession, no doubt about it. If Gu Chen did not break up with the Gu family, as Gu Qingfeng's northern battle king, he would definitely be able to use a large amount of resources to train him to become a top summoner. Even if it is invincible at the same level, it is not impossible. After all, the biggest reliance of the summoner is to summon beasts. Only by obtaining the top summoned beast or the top summoning skill book can the combat power of this profession be maximized. And both of these cost a huge price. For civilians, becoming a summoner profession is a dead end. Take the most ordinary summoning skill book for example. After learning, you can summon ordinary summoning beasts, and the market price usually starts at 20,000 yuan. The qualifications of summoned beasts can be divided into 6 categories: ordinary, excellent, excellent, rare, epic, and legend. The higher the qualification, the rarer the summoned beasts will be and the stronger the potential will be. Although the cheapest summoning skill book starts at only 20,000 yuan, civilians can buy it by gritting their teeth. But how much combat power can an ordinary summoned beast exert? Even if you can't beat the novice dungeon, what's the future? Gu Chen's heart was half cold. The reason why he was only half cold is because he also has a god-level talent. Activate the god-level talent Dark Subordinate First Blood. Dark Original Blood, get a dark bloodline for each level, which can convert ordinary creatures into dark creatures. So far, the highest talent is SSS level, and only one is known. He is Xiao Nanfan, the Commander-in-Chief of Zhenyuan Army and the number 1 in the Shengxia Army, known as the Shura God of War. Only when this level goes down are SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. As for the God level, it is unprecedented. Dark Origins First Blood, get a dark bloodline at the first level. I would have tried it if there was a summoning beast. Dark bloodline can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures. Although he has changed his position to become a summoner, if he has not learned the summoning skills, it is unsummoned. It seems that after arriving in Lingheng, I have to find a way to buy a summoning skill book, but I only have more than 200 yuan left. It costs more than 200 yuan, and I can't even afford the cheapest summoning skill book. Gu Chen leaned on the chair and frowned. It was already late at night when he arrived in Lingheng. He went directly to Lingheng No. 1 Middle School and slipped into the teacher's apartment. After knocking on the door, a middle-aged man with a gentle face opened the door and was Gu Chen's class teacher. Gu Chen, is it you? Where have you been this month? Zhang Songhua had not yet fallen asleep, and his expression showed surprise and confusion. Teacher, I've changed to a summoner. I'm going to participate in the novice dungeon. Gu Chen said straight to the point. Summoner. Zhang Songhua was a little surprised at first, then looked melancholy. Why did you choose a summoner? Generally speaking, students will have 2 or 3 occupations to choose from when performing a transfer ceremony. Gu Chen failed to awaken when he was in Gubei City, which was really not a single profession. This is also one of the reasons why Gu Qingfeng was furious. Although a powerful summoner is comparable to a combat team, that kind of powerful combat power is built up with money and resources. I don't have money or resources, so I can only bring the lowest level summoned beasts, and I can't even beat the novice dungeon. I have said these knowledge many times in the school, but have you not heard a single word? Zhang Songhua's tone showed a little disappointment. The resources required for the growth of the summoner is simply a bottomless pit. Except for some major forces, ordinary people will not choose this profession at all. I have only one choice. Gu Chen said without any slander or fire. Okay. Zhang Songhua ticked his tongue with regret. I will report the job transfer. The novice copy will start at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just don't be late. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen nodded and turned around and left. Wait a moment. Zhang Songhua stopped him and took out a skill book from his portable space to deliver it to Gu Chen. This is a sophisticated summoning book. It has been too poor to sell it. Now it's just cheaper. Too bad quality. Can't sell it yet? Gu Chen took a look and disagreed. A sophisticated summoning book, which can be started at least 50,000 yuan on the market, can it not be sold? Gu Chen's eyes trembled slightly and he looked at Zhang Songhua with gratitude. 50,000 yuan, just give it to yourself? The teacher must have taken care of his self-esteem to say so. Gu Chen sighed in his heart. He thought that after he changed his job to summoner, the teacher had already given up on him in his heart, but he didn't expect. Teacher, I will definitely repay you for this kindness in the future. What do you say about repaying me? If you are lucky enough to be admitted to a higher education in the future, just listen carefully in class. Zhang Songhua curled his lips. I said in class before that the people who change jobs are basically nobles. In the eyes of the nobles, the excellent summoning beasts cannot be produced at all, so this summoning book cannot be sold in the market. I didn't lie to you, really. Zhang Songhua emphasized his tone in the last two words. Chapter 4 Dark Bloodline, Dracula. It was already past midnight when I returned to the dormitory. Since tomorrow is the day when the novice's copy is opened, many students have already gone home after changing jobs. Therefore, there were almost no students in the dormitory building tonight except for the dormitory manager. Gu Chen was the only one left in the dormitory, but it was still quiet. His eyes fell on the summoning skill book in his hand, full of anticipation. Skill book, Bloodthirsty Bat Summoning. Level 1. Qualification, Excellent. Effect, sign a contract with the Bloodthirsty Bat. Generally speaking, the first summoned beast is very important, and noble summoners generally choose rare or higher summoned beasts. But judging from Gu Chen's own situation, this excellent Bloodthirsty Bat is the best choice at present. Even if he is not favored by most summoners, he can finally take the first step. Gu Chen's face turned right, study. A white light burst out from the skill book, and then, Gu Chen felt a mysterious space connected to his spirit, the summoning beast space. A bat, which was all black and ugly, appeared in the summoning beast space. You have successfully signed a contract with the Bloodthirsty Bat. Summoning Beast, Bloodthirsty Bat. Qualification, Excellent. Level 1. Happiness, 150. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 4, Physical 4, Spirit 5. Talent, Blood-Sucking. Skill, Sound Attack LV.1. Summoned Beasts can wearable equipment. After the summoned beast dies, the equipment has a chance to drop. If the summoned beast is killed, it will not be able to summon again within 1 day. After glanced at the attribute bar, the health of level 1 Bloodthirsty Bat was lower than that of level 1 Mage, and its attack power was sloppy. No wonder the excellent summoned beasts cannot catch the eyes of the nobles. Zhang Songhua is right. With such a summoning beast, I'm afraid even the novice dungeon can't beat it. If you cannot contract the advanced summoning beast, the profession of summoner is really a dead end. With this in mind, Gu Chen opened the talent interface in his mind. God level talent, Dark Seed First Blood, activated. The next second, the dark light bloomed in front of your eyes, and scarlet lights and shadows intertwined like veins, appearing in front of Gu Chen. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. Dark Bloodline First Generation, incomparable pure dark bloodline, which can transform ordinary creatures into first-generation dark creatures, allowing them to gain unparalleled talents and abilities. The first generation of bloodline? It's a bit meaningful to post every day. Gu Chen looked at the summoning space and directly integrated this dark bloodline into the bloodthirsty bat's body. The scarlet light suddenly surged, bright and dazzling. Dark bloodline full fusion of the first generation. Summoning beast advanced. Bloodthirsty bat, exquisite, rightward arrow Dracula, epic. Dracula? The first generation of vampire? Still epic. This is okay. Gu Chen's face was full of shock. A dark bloodline directly allowed the exquisite bloodthirsty bat to cross 3 levels and became an epic Dracula. Is this a god-level talent? The effect is simply amazing. With 1 level of dark bloodline, that noble is nothing. Even a civilian summoner can be directly awarded the gods. This is just an excellent summoned beast. If the legendary summoned beast is transformed with the dark bloodline, how can it evolve? Are there any higher level of dark bloodlines above the first generation? Gu Chen had a burst of excitement in his eyes and he quickly looked at the summoning beast space. I saw a figure wearing a dark red dress, tall and elegant. This is a young man with thin cheeks, high nose bridge, deep and sharp eyes, and a wicked scarlet glow. His arms were naturally drooping, and he held a heavy black and bright silver pistol on his left and right hands. The structure of the 2 guns is exactly the same, both are super large caliber pistols, and the bullets used are more powerful than those of ordinary pistols. Is this Dracula? Gu Chen looked from top to bottom and nodded slightly. This image was similar to the vampire he remembered. Then he opened the summoning beast panel. Summoned beast, Dracula. Qualification, epic. Level, LV.1. Happiness, 1800. Attributes, Strength 28, Agility 32, Physical 30, Spirit 29. Talent, Vampire Instinct, epic. Skill I, Deadly Shooting LV.10, epic. Skill 2, Scarlet Feast LV.10, epic. Epic Talent. Full level epic skills. It's worthy of being an epic summoned beast, it's really terrifying. The qualification of summoned beasts has been improved from excellent to epic, and the attributes are obtained to feedback, and the summoner has all attributes plus 10. When the qualifications of the summoned beast are improved, the summoner will also receive a certain degree of attribute improvement. However, there are very few opportunities like this. Because the evolution of summoned beasts consumes too much money and resources, it is better to buy a summoned beast with higher qualifications directly. Therefore, this phenomenon is rare in reality. After obtaining all attributes plus 10, Gu Chen felt comfortable and unspeakable. Open the character panel. Name, Gu Chen. Profession, Summoner. Level, LV.1, 0/100. Strength, 17. Agility, 16. Physical Constitution, 18. Spirit, 19. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV.1, Epic. Gu Chen's face showed excitement and a faint feeling. You should know that the average value of 4-dimensional attributes for all level 1 professionals who have just changed their jobs will not exceed 10. And he is a level 1 summoner, and the average value of 4-dimensional attributes is close to 20. If this is spread, it will definitely make other professions feel ashamed. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the summoner will hardly take action directly, and in most cases, they will command the summoned beasts to fight. Isn't it just like playing with an epic summoned beast into the novice copy? Tomorrow, I'm really looking forward to it. The next morning, Gu Chen arrived at the novice dungeon area of Linkhung No. 1 Middle School on time. In such artificial dungeons, basically there is one for each key high school in the Shengxia Empire, which is only open for 10 days a year, and only for students who are transferred within level 10. Although it is an artificial dungeon, there is no difference between the strange beasts inside and the ones in the abyss. Killing the strange beasts will gain experience, and there is also a chance of losing equipment and props. The most important point is that if you are killed by a strange beast in the novice copy, you will really die. But the novice's copy is for learning student trials, so the school will issue a teleportation scroll to each transfer student. If you are in danger of your life, you can leave the copy immediately. At this moment, at the entrance of the copy, there are densely packed students who have transferred their jobs gathered here. Although this is a copy of the novice of Linkhung No. 1 Middle School, due to the shortage of resources, several transfer students from non-key high schools around them will also be arranged. Please form a team, Level 1 Warrior, bring a full set of novices' equipment. I bought too many teleportation reels, and I bought them at a low price, so I want them. A archer or gunman, if you have equipment and skills, you will be given priority. Without using blocking props, professions can see levels and professions among each other. Gu Chen looked around and found that there were some more conventional professions around him, and basically they were looking for teammates to form a team here, which is also the most recommended way to pass the level. After all, no matter how strong a person's combat power is, it is limited. In the later stage, almost all dungeons will have to be completed in teams. Very few professions break through the dungeon alone. At this time, Gu Chen's existence attracted the attention of several people. Look, summoner! Ah! Really? It must be a noble child. Nonsense, who would change to a summoner without tens of millions of dollars? Great God, please team up and lead. Chapter 5, Isn't this how to use the dragon and phoenix chick? In the concept of everyone, the people who change jobs are generally aristocratic and have strong strength. Therefore, as soon as Gu Chen appeared, almost everyone looked at him with a hot look. However, soon, several students from Linkhung No. 1 Middle School recognized him. Isn't this Gu Chen? Why did he change to a summoner? A civilian dares to change his job as a summoner? It must be the garbage summoning beast he brought. Tisk, what summoner do civilians play with? It's so bad luck, it's so futile. After saying a few words, the heat in everyone's eyes turned into contempt and contempt. When Gu Chen's identity as a civilian was exposed, no one wanted to find him to form a team. Civilian summoners have almost no output ability and need to divide some experience. Isn't this going to drag yourself to death? There is no such thing as poverty alleviation. In fact, Gu Chen didn't plan to form a team, and was about to walk towards the entrance of the dungeon when a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Gu Chen. Hearing someone calling his name, Gu Chen turned his head and saw a tall boy walking to him. Lin Yuan walked up and patted Gu Chen's shoulder with surprise. Hey, it's really you. Where have you been this month? Gu Chen has no friends at school, and Lin Yuan is the one in front of him. It's nothing, I've dealt with some private matters. Gu Chen casually gave a reason. Lin Yuan looked at Gu Chen from top to bottom, and said with a puzzled look, I said, how did you change to a summoner? You can't even raise yourself, and you still want to raise a summoning beast. Lin Yuan changed his job as a swordsman. He relied on equipment and focused on single-body attacks and outbreaks, which is a better profession among civilians. Gu Chen smiled, you can only choose the summoner. Lin Yuan sighed, saying nothing, but there was an unconcealed look of worry on his face. Gu Chen immediately asked, why don't you get a copy? It's not difficult for you to form a team in your profession, right? Lin Yuan spread his hands, it's not difficult to form a team, but it's a pity that there is no good equipment. You know, Li Wenhui, the squad leader of the key class, he actually wore a complete set of rare level night suits to put the dungeons. Oh my god, if he put the dungeons, he wouldn't have to kill them. The quality of equipment and props is the same as the qualifications of summoned beasts. Rare level is already considered a medium to high quality. There are 7 new gloves for the knight profession, namely knight's sword, knight's shield, knight's armor, knight's shoulder pads, knight trousers, knight's shoes, and knight's gloves. Don't underestimate these 7-piece sets. Ordinary families can't afford to eat or drink for the rest of their lives. Lin Yuan took out a high-level heavy sword and wiped it carefully. This is the weapon I just exchanged for with the teleportation scroll. Whether to enter the school or the factory in the future depends entirely on it. Without the teleportation talisman, this means that there is no way out after entering the dungeon. It's totally a fight for life. But this is also impossible. If you come from the bottom of the family, if you don't work hard, you really have no chance to turn things around. Lin Yuan carried the heavy sword on his back and asked, "Why, I'll take you." Gu Chen looked at Lin Yuan with strange eyes. With his combat power, he still needs someone to take the novice dungeon? But then again, the limit for the number of people in the novice's dungeon is 5. The more people, the more difficult it will be, and accordingly, the experience will increase accordingly. In order to quickly upgrade, he originally planned to make a single shot. But in this comparison, it seems that the experience gained from teaming up to get a higher number of dungeons. "Do you still have a team?" Gu Chen asked unexpectedly. "Well, Li Wenhui is the captain. I paid him 50,000 yuan, and agreed to voluntarily hand over the deputy. He agreed to take me with the props and equipment obtained in this article. Wait a minute, I'll let Li Wenhui pull you into the team." "Let him pull me. Don't worry, I'll tell him now that if he doesn't pull you today, I'll just withdraw from the team." Lin Yuan sent a message to Li Wenhui, asking the other party to pull Gu Chen into the team as well. Soon, he received a reply from the message. "Li Wenhui rejected your request and moved you out of the team. Cao. He kicked me. Isn't it just a person? Fuck." Lin Yuan's face collapsed instantly. Gu Chen sighed, expecting it. One is a swordsman with only one heavy sword, and the other is a civilian summoner. It is already the limit for ordinary teams to take in one. If any team is willing to take them in, the captain must be a great generation. "We recruit people ourselves." Gu Chen immediately said, "Just say that the summoner leads 4 teammates to impact the SS level evaluation." Lin Yuan's face was stunned. "Are you teasing me? SS level evaluation can be added to the university assessment. Don't underestimate this extra point. The academic college assessment can be achieved by crossing a single plank bridge with thousands of troops, and 1 point can get rid of tens of thousands of people. If a team of transfer students can get the SS level evaluation, the success rate of members of this team's admission to higher education institutions will definitely increase sharply in the future. There is even a chance to be admitted to a higher education institution. Just in time, there is a place to be admitted to Beijing Academy at Linkheng No. 1 Middle School." Faced with Lin Yuan's doubts, Gu Chen smiled faintly, "Just say believe it or not." Lin Yuan's face was a little confused, and finally chose to believe Gu Chen. Then he shouted to the surroundings, "The summoner god brought 4 teammates to the SS level evaluation. If you want to go, come quickly." As the words came to an end, the crowd suddenly made a fuss. "Summoner god? Who? Impact SS level evaluation? When will Linkheng have such a genius? Zunda fake. I found out that I was a transfer student from Linkheng No. 1 Middle School, a civilian summoner, and I was so laughed to death. Puff. This even impacts the SS level evaluation. If he can pass the exam, I will get diarrhea on the back. I'm afraid this person has some serious illness, right? Does he have the ability to attack SS level combat? It's probably too bad. No one teamed up with him to attract people's attention in this way. That's it. I'll just form a team with him when my mind gets in my mind." There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, but no one came to form a team. Especially after finding out about Gu Chen and Lin Yuan's background, everyone was not optimistic about them. What's more, some people jokingly call them the two of them the Phoenix. If the ordinary team gets one, they won't graduate successfully. If there are 2 of them to help, there is no need to wait for the college to evaluate and just go to the factory. Grass. This is a bit too much. Lin Yuan was angry as he heard the ridicule in his ears. Before today, the word walking dragon and phoenix chicken was not used in this way. Lin Yuan glared at the surroundings with anger. Forget it, I won't waste time with these stupid dogs. Professional things must be left to professionals. Professional. Gu Chen looked puzzled. Chapter 6, Professionals are really easy to make money. I can only spend money to find a sparring partner. I hope the other party won't ask for too high prices. Lin Yuan said, operating on his mobile phone. Spend money to find a sparring training? Gu Chen was directly silent by this sentence. Is the money of professionals so easy to make? He is going to lead people to upgrade, and he has to pay for others? It's simply outrageous. He glanced around and all the students separated the two of them for a distance. Yes, they were isolated. In this situation, it seems that there is no other way out except spending money to find a sparring training. Lin Yuan was very quick. Not long after he posted the message on the forum, a group of people chatted with him about the situation and prices. However, when the trainees learned that the captain was a civilian summoner, there was no further information. However, an actor talked about Gu Chen privately. That's right, it's the actor. Actors who just chat and fuck all the way, without entering a combat state from beginning to end, and can withdraw from the dungeon at any time when the situation is not good. To put it bluntly, it is just that it is not strong enough and spends money to gain experience. After a copy, the captain's experience was big, and the actor only took a small part, but this was also more profitable than the solo purchase. Therefore, finding a sparring training costs money, and finding an actor costs money. How much does it cost to find actors for ordinary novice dungeons? Gu Chen asked Lin Yuan. The newbie dungeon actor. I don't know. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, and thought for a moment, it's 4,000 or 5,000 yuan per person. Gu Chen nodded and quoted the other party 8,000, waiting to counter the offer. Unexpectedly, the other side agreed directly, but the other party said there were 2 people and they had to bring them with them. Of course Gu Chen agreed that one person had 8,000 yuan and 2 people had 10,000 yuan, which was more than his annual living expenses. Well, it's really easy to make money for professionals. After the negotiations were made, Gu Chen brought actor Lin Qingqing into the team, is a female warrior. Then, Lin Qingqing pulled another female assassin named Saran. The profession of warrior is very unfriendly to civilians. If you don't have good equipment, it will be very painful to upgrade in the early stage. Moreover, when the official dungeon is released, only if someone wants to fighters 2 levels higher than other professions. As for another assassin profession, it is even more unfriendly to civilians. The defense itself is not high and is relatively fragile. The early output is not as good as that of a mage or a shooter, and the upgrade is slower than that of a warrior. No wonder they would rather spend money than join Gu Chen's team. It is no exaggeration to say that just these 4 people in the team are picked up one of them and stood in the dungeon square for a day, they will not receive an invitation to form a team. Unless you pay for money. For Lin Qingqing and Saran, although 8,000 yuan per person is a bit expensive, it is at least a chance to pass the novice dungeon. But Saran was still a little worried. Qingqing, are you really planning to join this team? I just heard that this captain is actually a civilian summoner. Just dare to say that it will impact the SS level evaluation? Don't lose a teleportation scroll at that time. Lin Qingqing was not sure, but she really had no choice. I don't have money, and the other teams start at 15,000 yuan, and this team is the cheapest. And the captain has already said that he would impact the SS level evaluation. It must be something. Try it, otherwise there will be no chance. They have issued dozens of team-building applications, but they are all sank to the sea without exception. No one is willing to team up with them unless they find a sparring training, but she can't afford it at the market price. Saran said helplessly, "Okay, then let's take a gamble. Even if you lose the bet, there will be a teleportation scroll to save your life." Although it is a novice dungeon, the mortality rate is not low, because professionals must leave the dungeon before they can leave the dungeon. The way to get out of battle is to distance yourself from the strange beast for a long distance, or kill the strange beast. If you make a mistake, you will be entangled by a strange beast and will be exhausted. Because the actors don't have to join the battle throughout the whole process, they can withdraw directly when they see the situation is not good. With this convenience, the next copy of 8,000 yuan is worth it. After Lin Qingqing and Saran, another acquaintance joined the team. A tall and handsome boy is wearing an excellent fighter suit. "Squad leader, are you going to join our team?" Lin Yuan looked stunned. Gu Chen looked at the familiar face in front of him and was also surprised. The tall and handsome fighter in front of him is Wu Ziyi, their squad leader. Wu Ziyi is a little arrogant on weekdays. Although he is from a civilian, he looks down on civilians in his bones. His family is not bad, but it still doesn't meet the standards of aristocrats. Although she was wearing an excellent fighting suit, the equipment was covered with mottled battle traces, which were obviously bought from the second-hand market. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, he said indifferently, "Yes, I'll be an actor in your team, but I'll first say that if you can't handle it, I will take action. Then I will take 2/3 of the team's experience." Hearing this, Gu Chen smiled a smile on his lips. No wonder Wu Ziyi is such a noble person. Why did he suddenly join his team as an actor? His feelings are for finding a bargain. Although Wu Ziyi's suit is eye-catching, it is not enough to support him to lead the team alone to enjoy exclusive experience in the dungeon. So he set his sight on Gu Chen. "The reason why I joined was entirely because I bet Gu Chen was not able to lead the team to pass the dungeon." See through and don't say it out loud. Gu Chen agreed to Wu Ziyi's conditions, and after discussing the price, he quickly pulled him into the team. Now, the team members finally got together. A warrior, a swordsman, a fighter, an assassin, a summoner, and all are level 1. There are no output professions like shooters or mages, nor auxiliary professions like priests or paladins. In short, the configuration of this team looks a bit brain-burning. Wu Ziyi also understood this, but he didn't care at all. He was just betting that Gu Chen, a civilian summoner, had no strength to lead the team. When Gu Chen couldn't hold on in the dungeon, he could enjoy 2/3 of the team's experience as long as he took a slight move. Isn't this more interesting than going to the 5-man team outside to share the experience? Moreover, even if he made a mistake in his prediction, Gu Chen really led the team alone to pass the novice copy. The worst result was that he lost 8,000 yuan. No, it's not about losing 8,000 yuan, but about buying a single copy for 8,000 yuan. It's not a loss. Check the status and then all the staff will enter the dungeon after they are ready. Gu Chen said in the team channel. Lin Yuan, Swordsman LV.1 get ready. Lin Qingqing, Soldier LV.1 get ready. Saran, Assassin LV.1 get ready. Wu Ziyi, Fighter LV.11. Gu Chen stood in front of the space vortex at the entrance of the copy, opened the options panel, and selected hardware mode. Immediately, a bright blue light burst out from the vortex of space, illuminating the 5 people, and their figures disappeared. Seeing Gu Chen and others disappear, the crowd around him suddenly became lively. "I'll go. That civilian summoner actually brought people to the dungeon. Isn't this cheating? He seems to have chosen the difficult mode, and it must be a little bit of luck now. Improving the SS level evaluation? Haha, let's consider how to survive first. Look at it, he will definitely not last for 2 hours. I hope he will not be a pile of minced meat when he comes out. I have seen so many people who are so stupid, and it is the first time I'm looking for death. It's really harmful to others and yourself. Chapter 7 I thought you were in Pua. You have entered the novice copy, temple ruins. The gravels at feet were covered with moss and vines, surrounded by broken walls and towering stone pillars, and the air was filled with an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Standing in the ruins, Gu Chen subconsciously remembered some information about the temple in his mind. According to historical records, the temple is the origin of professionals' exploration of the mystery of job transfer, and it is believed that there is a higher-level professional path hidden here. However, the place where the temple is located has been eroded by the abyss, and foreign races are raging, leaving only broken ruins. This novice copy restores the real scene. Is this the legendary temple? It's exactly the same as in history books. Lin Yuan took the heavy sword off his back, held it in both hands, and looked around curiously. Behind him stood a female warrior and female assassin. If you just look at your face, Lin Qingqing is a pure and cute girl. But hers is a girl with a strong tendon and a height of nearly 1.9 meters. She is well deserved as a tower-like girl. Saran was light and soft, following Lin Qingqing with a bird-like attitude, and the figures of the two formed a strong contrast. Gu Chen signaled Lin Yuan to take back the heavy sword, then looked at the four people around him and said, "Next, I will be responsible for killing monsters. You should follow me and don't walk around, don't steal items, and don't steal monsters. These are all actors' self-cultivation, so shouldn't it be a problem?" "No problem." Saran asked, "It's just that you, a summoner, are you actually going to hit the SS level evaluation? Are you serious?" Gu Chen smiled faintly and raised his hand, and the contract magic array automatically emerged. A tall figure shrouded under the dark red robe appeared in everyone's sight, and the cold and evil aura suddenly scattered. Dracula bowed slightly to Gu Chen, performed a standard aristocratic etiquette, and then glanced at others with a gloomy gaze, nodded faintly after eliminating the threat. Lin Yuan looked surprised. "Damn, is this a summoning beast? Human-shaped?" Lin Qingqing and Saran were stared at by the gloomy eyes and subconsciously took a half-step back. Only Wu Ziyi noticed the key point and said in horror, "Epic level. Is it an epic summoned beast?" He looked at his average attributes, and the equipment bonus had just passed 15 points. Dracula's average attribute is almost 30 points, almost twice his. Doesn't this mean that this summoned beast can torture him? Lin Yuan then realized, looked at the data of the summoned beast, and silently carried the heavy sword on his back, with the expression on his face extremely complicated. Epic summoned beast. In a small place like Linghung, it can already be regarded as a ceiling. Lin Yuan exclaimed, "No, do you really want to impact the SS level evaluation?" Gu Chen turned his head and said, "What do you think?" Lin Yuan smiled embarrassedly, "I thought you were Pua me." Lin Qingqing, "So much me." Saran, "So too." Gu Chen. At this moment, behind the dilapidated gate, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded. Among the ruins, some corpses wearing broken armor came out of the ruins. Alien, the Desolate Guard. Level 1. Health 500. Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 7, Physical 9, Spirit 7. Skill, Strike. For more novels, 127,233, join, https://discord.gg/szxdcashq. These are the warriors who guarded the temple before the Abyss invasion. After death, they were polluted by the Abyss and became what they are now. Although these are just the first wave of monsters, their attributes are very low, their number cannot be underestimated. 7 or 8 of them appeared at once, directly blocking their way. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and others took a few steps back consciously, distanced themselves from Gu Chen, and entered the viewing mode. Gu Chen's face calmed down and he said calmly, "Kill." Dracula's double guns were loaded quickly, and the super-large black muzzle aimed at the front fang, pulled the trigger without hesitation. Deadly shooting. Dracula's double guns are equipped with large-caliber high-explosive bullets, causing critical damage when hitting the target's key. Bang! The high-explosive bullet flashing with silver light instantly hit a guard in front. Bang! The head of the sinking guard was like a broken watermelon, bursting directly, and thick black blood spilled all over the floor. Kill the desolate guard. LV.1, experience +8. Worry. Seeing this scene, Wu Ziyi, who has always claimed to be aloof, swears directly. Although this desolate guard is just a level 1 monster, it is not something new players can kill in seconds. He is worthy of being an epic summoner, and the damage is simply explosive. Lin Qingqing and Saran's faces were full of surprise, and they looked at each other and smiled knowingly. This time I really met a great god. A talented person costs 8,000 yuan, making a lot of money. The summoned beast can kill the sinking guard in seconds with just one blow. Maybe this dungeon can really get an S level evaluation. Only by getting this level evaluation of the difficult copy can you be eligible to open the hell copy. Only after you pass the hell copy, will you have the chance to get the SS level evaluation. It's awesome. You can't kill me. Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves excitedly. In their opinion, Dracula caused such terrifying damage just by firing a random shot. In fact, it is because of the skill damage of deadly shooting that the sinking guardian can be killed in one blow. For ordinary professionals, it's not that outrageous. The Desolation Guard is an undead creature itself and is highly immune to physical attacks. Coupled with 500 health and a piece of armor, it is not a character that newcomers can kill in seconds. There are 13 guards in the first wave of sinking. The strategy suggests that you use kite-flying tactics. Each time you pull 1 or 2 monsters over and fight back, one wave will take about 40 minutes. But now, in just 1 minute, Dracula had fired 3 shots, and shot the head, killing 3 destructive guards in seconds. If it weren't for the cooling of the skill, the first wave of monsters had been cleaned up. This damage is too high. Is this still a summoner? How could it be so powerful? Lin Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim, feeling that his views were completely subverted. Wu Ziyi curled his lips and said indifferently, normal, mainly because the epic summoned beast is powerful. If I were given an epic suit, I could kill the dungeon alone. What he meant was that Gu Chen could do this entirely by summoning beasts. Lin Yuan came up with a slutty smile, then the question is, where is your epic suit? Wu Ziyi's expression stopped talking. If he had an epic suit, would he still stand here? He looked at Gu Chen's back, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. An epic summoned beast is priceless. Not to mention him, even Li Wenhui, the squad leader of the key class, couldn't afford it. How did Gu Chen, a civilian, do it? On the other side, Dracula's figure rushed forward like a ghost. The talent vampire instinct not only brings him super physical and recovery ability, but also gives him keen senses. In its eyes, these guards were as slow as turtle's speed. Even if it was surrounded, no guard could touch the corner of its clothes. And at such a close distance, Dracula's shot can accurately hit the key point, and the guns can hit critically. Every time the gunfire sounds, a guard is beaten to the head. Kill the Desolate Guard. LV.1, experience +9. Kill the Desolate Guard. LV.1, experience +7. Kill the Desolate Guard. LV.1, experience +8. Before several guards came closer, they were blown up by high-explosion bullets. The last gunshot sounded, the ground was covered with sticky black blood, and the entrance to the ruins was filled with guard corpses. Level improvement. Level, LV.2, 6/200. Strength, 27. Agility, 26. Physical Constitution, 28. Spirit, 29. Summoned Beast, Dracula. LV.2, Epic. Upgraded. A prompt appeared in front of you, and Gu Chen was immediately delighted. Talent: you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. Chapter 8 Bloodline Awakening, Kill Reset. This is what I'm waiting for. Gu Chen immediately activated his talent, and a familiar black light burst into his eyes, and then scarlet light and shadow intertwined like veins, appearing in his sight. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendants. Dark Bloodline Descendants, it can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures, and it can also allow the first generation of dark creatures to obtain a bloodline awakening. Blood Awakening. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Although the bloodline of this descendant was not as good as the bloodline of the first generation, it still did not disappoint. Immediately, he integrated the bloodline of this descendant into Dracula's body. Bloodline Awakening Success. Summoned Beast, Dracula, Epic. Level, LV.2, follow the Summoner level. Happiness, 3200. Attributes, Strength 38, Agility 42, Physical 40, Spirit 39. Talent, Vampire Instinct, Epic, Wrath of Blood Shadow, Epic. Skill I, Deadly Shooting LV.10, Epic. Skill 2, Scarlet Feast LV.10, Epic. With a Bloodline Awakening, Dracula's health almost doubled, with all attributes plus 10, and a new talent was added. Blood Shadow Wrath. Whenever Dracula uses his skill to kill a target, the cooldown time of the skill can be reset. Good guy. Kill Reset. Just use the skill to kill the target and you can reset the cooldown. It's simply a magical skill. If used to fight against low-level destruction guards, wouldn't it be possible to have infinite firepower? It's a long story, but it's just a few breaths. Under Gu Chen's instruction, Dracula continued to open the way forward, while Lin Yuan and others followed closely behind. The ruins of the temple are not particularly large, but the roads inside are complicated. If you don't pay attention, you will waste time by going to a dead end. After walking through several seriously damaged sculptures, everyone came to a relatively open square. The square was broken, the flower beds were shattered and there was no shape, the black soil was covered with messy dry grass, and the fountain located in the center was also dry. Further down, there is a human sculpture without a head, with a dark color and cracks on the surface. Wu Ziyi looked at the surrounding environment and spoke at the right time. It was mentioned in the strategy that there is a level 4 guard hidden behind this sculpture. It is best not to go to war with it, otherwise it will attract more guards. Lin Yuan nodded. Although he couldn't stand Wu Ziyi's self-righteous attitude, he had also read some dungeon strategies before entering the novice dungeon. The wisest choice now is not to alarm the level 4 guard, otherwise the difficulty of passing the level will increase sharply. If you are a regular professional, you will definitely follow the strategy. But Gu Chen is not an ordinary professional, especially when he heard that it would attract more guards, his eyes were obviously shining. Dracula just obtained the talent for killing Reset, how could he miss this good opportunity? Dracula kicked the human sculpture, and the force of nearly 40 instantly broke the sculpture. A dull roar suddenly sounded after the gravel, and then a huge black shadow walked out of the stone pestle. Alien, the Desolate Guard. Level, LV.4. Happiness, 2400. Attributes, Strength 38, Agility 20, Physical 40, Spirit 30. Skill I, Sword of Oath. Skill 2, Ultimate Verdict. Dong. Dong. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, the level 4 sinking guard appeared in everyone's sight. This is a huge corpse covered under the dark armor, with a pair of muddy pupils exposed under the shadow of the helmet, and the eyes were silent. It walked to the statue and pulled out the long sword from its waist. The black blade pointed straight into the sky. A black halo spread out from the tip of the sword like a ripples and spread around. Sword of Oath, call nearby desolate guards to attack the invaders. At the same time, abnormal movements came from all directions, and more than a dozen guards walked out of the surrounding stone walls and corners. Lin Qingqing looked around and looked ugly. why did so many guards suddenly appear? Suran quickly exclaimed, no, that level 4 guard is activating his skills. Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously held the heavy sword on his back, as if this would make him feel safe enough. Wu Ziyi quickly retreated to the open space behind and stayed away from the battlefield as soon as possible. Such a scene was completely beyond what he, a level 1 fighter, could deal with. Even if he is wearing an excellent fighting suit, it won't work. It's already so difficult for a novice dungeon. What will the abyss look like? While speaking, Lin Yuan and others also retreated. No wonder no one was willing to team up with us before. Now I know that even 10 of them came in, I'm afraid I couldn't beat the level 4 sinking guard. Health 2400, Strength 38, skills can shake people. Can this be handled by level 1 professionals? Lin Yuan looked at the level 4 guard covered with cold armor, and could not even raise the idea of resisting. Too scary. Even if he exploded with the highest damage, he could only go up and scrape. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement, if I had known that the level 4 guard was so terrifying, I would never have joined your team. Lin Yuan smiled and said, yes, if it weren't for Lao Gu, we would probably have fallen here today. When Lin Qingqing heard this, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and she felt a sense of gratitude in her heart. Suran didn't say anything, and his beautiful eyes were shining with brilliance. Although the level 4 fallen guard is powerful, compared with Dracula it's slightly inferior. I saw the dark red figure shuttled through the dozen guards like a ghost, and the heavy black and bright silver pistols spit out their flames. Every time the gunshot sounded, a guard was killed by bullets. With the kill reset brought by Wrath of Blood Shadow, there is no need to wait for the skill to cool down. In just a few breaths, a large number of low-level guards died. It's a good thing we have a summoner. If it were an ordinary level 1 professional team, we would probably be able to be destroyed by the level 4 sinking guard team. Lin Qingqing said, looking at the attributes of the level 4 guard. That won't be. Gu Chen's voice sounded beside her, as long as there are warriors and paladins in the team, plus a priest, it's still more than enough to fight the level 4 fallen guard, but it's just taking some more time. Lin Qingqing didn't care about Gu Chen's explanation and asked with a strange expression, why are you here too? Gu Chen smiled, the battle over there is too chaotic and it is easy to be injured by accident. Suran, who was standing beside him, asked, aren't you responsible for killing monsters? Gu Chen pointed to Dracula who was fighting a group of fallen guards, he's killing. Lin Qingqing and Suran looked at each other, and the expression on their faces became more and more strange. They are just actors, and it is normal to stay away from the combat area. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen, who is in charge of leading the team, also came here. Suran showed a clear and ignorant look, so, are you just commanding to summon beasts and kill monsters, and don't participate in the battle? Gu Chen shrugged, aren't the summoners all like this? Well, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Suran nodded, but felt a little at a loss. A copy of hard mode? This is too easy. Gu Chen sat casually on the edge of the flower bed, watching the battle in the square, and his experience increased rapidly. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.1, experience plus 8. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.1, experience plus 9. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.1, experience plus 9. After the upgrade, the damage of deadly shooting has been significantly increased. Even if it does not hit the head, it can explode the body of the guard with one shot and kill directly. Coupled with the effect of skill reset, all the dozen guards summoned were killed in just a few dozen seconds. Looking at the guards' bodies all over the ground, the level 4 fallen guard finally took action. It shouted softly, and the dark sword in its hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling black light. Skill Ultimate Verdict, activated. A huge black sword blade fell from the sky like a black lightning, slashing towards Dracula's head. Chapter 9, 1 Epic Star, Talent Improvement. Whoosh! Dracula flashed and disappeared in an instant, avoiding the black sword blade falling from the sky. The next second, it appeared in front of the level 4 guard like a ghost. Raise your arm, and the cold muzzle faces the face of the level 4 guard, pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot exploded, and the bullet hit the guard's head. Although it failed to explode the guard's head, it also directly destroyed nearly a third of its health. There is no kill, the skill reset cannot be triggered, deadly shooting has entered cooldown time. However, due to the high damage, the hit guard's head was hit, and the direct contact caused a dizziness effect. The level 4 guard leaned on the ground with a black sword, his eyes were dull and he completely lost his ability to resist. How could Dracula miss this good opportunity? A scarlet light burst out from its body, and blood-colored energy burst out from its body, sweeping towards the level 4 guard in a spiral shape. Scarlet Feast, detonate the blood in the target's body and cause high explosion damage to it. If the target's health is less than 50%, add Dracula's maximum health of 30% damage. Boom! The body of the level 4 guard trembled, and a rich blood mist erupted from it. Its body staggered, and the bloodline fell directly to a quarter. Immediately afterwards, another scarlet light burst out on it. If the target health is less than 50%, add Dracula's maximum health 30% damage. Additional judgment takes effect. Damage bursts. Bang! The level 4 guard exploded directly on the spot, and black flesh and blood spilled all over the floor. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.4, experience plus 75. Level, LV.2, 193/200. The experience has skyrocketed, and you can upgrade with another level 1 guard. Gu Chen was very happy at this moment. He had expected that the early upgrade would be very fast after entering the dungeon, but he didn't expect it would be so fast. From this point of view, when the dungeon passes the level, you should be able to successfully upgrade to level 5, and then you can contract the second summoned beast. 2 skills kill level 4 guards. It's just explode. Lin Qingqing's eyes widened, as if she was dreaming. This is the epic summoned beast, it's so perverted. Lin Yuan, who was sitting next to the flower bed, slapped his thigh and stood up directly. The 2 skills caused Xiao Sanqian damage. What, is it not a pervert? Even Li Wenhui from the key class can't do such a terrifying injury. Wu Ziyi said with a complicated expression. Be confident, remove the bar. Didn't you see that Lao Gu's last skill has already overflowed? Lin Yuan looked proud. Li Wenhui is a punishment knight, focusing on explosion and continuous output. Not to mention level 2, even if he is upgraded to level 4, it is impossible for 2 skills to deal 3000 damage. Lin Qingqing shook his head and said. Gu Chen did not agree with the discussions between these people. Just in terms of damage, the skill Deadly Shooting combined with Scarlet Feast can only kill 3/4 of the health of the level 4 guards. There is still a little difference when you want to kill the level 4 guard directly. The reason why he can kill directly is that after several evolutions, Gu Chen's summoned beast has reached 3200 in health, which can almost be said to be sweeping across the same level. Now Dracula's maximum health value is almost nearly 1000, which is enough to cause high additional damage. Therefore, the level 4 guard was directly killed. If it is replaced by an ordinary summoned beast of the same level, it will have a maximum health of about 700. Even if it is additional damage, it can only beat the level 4 guard into a big ruin, and it is impossible to directly kill it. Therefore, the feat just now mainly relies on epic summoned beasts. After checking the battlefield and confirming that no equipment and props were exposed, Gu Chen led everyone to the depths of the ruins of the temple. Walking through the square, everyone came to the inner courtyard. Dracula walked in front, raised his hand and shot him, and killed a guard wandering in the inner courtyard like lightning. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.1, experience plus 8. Level improvement. Level, LV.3, 1/386. Strength, 37. Agility, 36. Physical Constitution, 38. Spirit, 39. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV.3 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. Seeing this prompt, a hint of excitement burst out in Gu Chen's eyes. Now it happened to be between the square and the inner courtyard, and there was no critical situation. He directly activated his talent, and the familiar scarlet light and shadow appeared in his sight. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. Dark Bloodline First Generation, it can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures, and it can also allow the first generation of dark creatures to merge with bloodlines and perform a star upgrade. Summoning beasts to ascend to the stars is equivalent to a small evolution. Gu Chen did not hesitate and directly merged. Bloodline fusion successfully. Summoning beasts upscaling. Dracula Epic Rightward Arrow Dracula Epic. Level, LV.3, follow the summoner level. Happiness, 4200. Attributes, Strength 58, Agility 62, Physical 60, Spirit 59. Talent, Vampire Instinct Epic, Blood Shadow Wrath Epic. Skill I, Deadly Shooting LV.10 Epic. Skill 2, Scarlet Feast LV.10 Epic. Talent Vampire Instinct Enhanced. Vampire Instinct, blood can bring more powerful physical and recovery abilities to the vampire. Dracula can get 10 permanent health points every time he kills a target. Epic 1 star, all attributes plus 20, health value exceeds the 4000 mark. The most important thing is that after the star promotion, the talent Vampire Instinct was strengthened. You can get 10 permanent health points in one kill, just look at the literal meaning every carat day. We'll know how powerful it is. A hint of excitement burst out in Gu Chen's eyes. He is only level 3 now. When he reaches level 10, how terrifying is Dracula's blood volume? Where is level 30? Where is level 50? Moreover, the additional damage of Scarlet Feast is related to Dracula's maximum health. In other words, the higher the amount of Dracula's health, the higher the additional damage of this skill will be. Linked. It's terrible. It can be imagined that this skill will continue to strengthen as Dracula grows, and there is no upper limit. When the health volume grows to a certain level, it is not impossible to kill boss in seconds. After the stir-up, Dracula's power is increased, and ordinary attacks can directly kill level 1 guards in seconds. If you use deadly shooting, the level 2 guard can also be removed in seconds. If you encounter a level 3 guard, it will be Mozambique's turn to shoot, and you will shoot the head in the chest with 2 shots, and the gods shook their heads when they see it. As for the level 4 guard, except for the one who was killed in the square just now, he did not encounter anything else. Pushing all the way in the inner courtyard, killing monsters is ridiculously fast. Killing level 1 guards has 8 experience, level 2 guards has 16 experience, level 3 guards has 35 experience, and level 4 guards has 72 experience. This is just an average value, and the specific experience gained will float up and down this value, which is very different. It took about an hour to break from the inner courtyard to the end of the corridor. The main reason is that the running map is quite cumbersome, and you can stop and stop along the way. In addition, the guards need time to refresh, so it took so long. If these factors are not available, it would probably be done in half an hour. At this moment, everyone was already standing at the door of the main hall. I'm finally going to play boss. Gu Chen looked serious and pushed open the 2 heavy doors and walked into the hall. Chapter 10. Can I take me with me next time? The main hall is the core area of the temple, with the most exquisite architectural style and decoration, but unfortunately it has now become a ruin. The statues and statues worshipped inside have long been destroyed, and they cannot see clearly and are indestructible. As Gu Chen and others walked into the hall, a layer of black mist loomingly rose from all around, and then heavy footsteps sounded from behind the main hall. Bang! Bang! The light became dim, the ground trembled slightly, and an unprecedented powerful aura was slowly approaching. Lin Yuan subconsciously climbed up a half-body sculpture, stood on a broken half-shoulder, and took the initiative to leave the battlefield. Seeing this, others also climbed to the high places. Although the area of the main hall is large, it is impossible to guarantee that guards will be released anywhere. The first thing a qualified actor does is to stay away from fighting. Gu Chen was not idle either. His attributes have increased greatly and he easily climbed to the top of a pillar. Looking down from this position, you can just look down at the overall situation. Behind the main hall, a tall figure nearly 3 meters rushed out first. Alien, the Desolate Guard. Level, LV.5. Happiness, 2900. Attributes, Strength 48, Agility 29, Physical 48, Spirit 37. Skill I, Sword of Oath. Skill 2, Ultimate Verdict. Level 5 Guard, nearly 3000 health. The huge body, holding a black sword, rushed towards Dracula. Dracula did not hesitate and raised his gun and fired it. The bullets fired by ordinary attacks should not be underestimated, and they hit the guards one after another. Bang! 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 Dracula's agility has reached 60, which is higher than the attributes of a level 5 assassin. With one breath, 2 magazines were cleared and 1/5 of the guard's health was directly knocked out. Skill connection. Deadly shooting. The high explosive bullets shot out, roared out from the muzzle, like a bright silver lightning bolt, instantly sank into the guard's eyebrows. There was no headshot, but the guard's health dropped directly to 1/2 position. As before, high damage hits the head, triggering the stun effect. The guard stopped and stopped. Dracula did not hesitate and directly launched the Scarlet Feast. Blood-colored energy rose from its body surface and hit the guard's chest in a spiral shape. A damage bursts out, followed by a second additional damage. Bang! The guard's body trembled violently, his blood volume was cleared, and he exploded into black flesh and blood on the ground. Kill the Desolate Guard. LV.5, Experience plus 113. Awesome! Lin Yuan stood on the shoulders of a statue, his face full of amazement. This level 5 guard has also been introduced in the strategy. The only way is to pull and fight. After all, the health is nearly 3000 and the power is close to 50. Once entangled, the entire team will end up being destroyed. However, he was easily taken away by Dracula's set of general attack and skills, and he didn't even have a chance to release a skill. At this moment, what extreme movements and pulling tactics are not worth mentioning in the face of absolute power? Lin Yuan sighed in his heart that the epic summoned beast was indeed so terrifying. Not to mention Li Wenhui from the Qi class, even the best genius profession in Lingheng may not be able to do this level. At this time, the level 5 guard has been killed, and the low-level guard who should have been refreshed with the level 5 guard finally appeared. In all directions, all kinds of unexpected corners, corpses covered under the cold armor came out. Bang! The first guard who appeared was shot at the head as soon as he took a step. Bang! 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 Dracula was holding a double gun, standing among dozens of guards and shooting continuously. No guard could get close to him in 3 meters. As soon as he got closer, he was shot in the head. The killing speed is outrageously fast, and this is a complete bloody feast. When all the guards were killed, an upgrade prompt appeared in front of Gu Chen. Level Improvement. Level, LV.4, 1/680. Strength, 47. Agility, 46. Physical Constitution, 48. Spirit, 49. Summoned Beast, Dracula. LV.4, Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. Gu Chen's face showed excitement. The first wave of monsters was just emptied. There was no need to hesitate at all, and he activated his talent directly. You have obtained Dark Blood King Blood. Dark Blood King Blood, it can convert ordinary creatures into dark creatures, or it can also perform bloodline advancement for the first generation of dark creatures. It can advance the bloodline of the first generation, it's a good thing. From this point of view, the bloodline of the king is corresponding to the legendary level, the bloodline of the first generation corresponds to the epic level, and the bloodline of the descendants corresponds to the rare level. Gu Chen was planning to promote Dracula to a legendary summoned beast, but then he thought about it and it seemed a bit inappropriate to do so. Upgrade to another level, he will contract the second summoned beast. If you use this king's bloodline now, if you get the descendant bloodline at level 5, the qualifications of the second summoned beast will be greatly reduced. On the contrary, keep the king bloodline first. Even if there are really only descendants bloodlines at level 5, you can still give the king bloodline to the second summoning beast. At that time, the first summoned beast will be epic and the second summoned beast will be legendary, and its combat power will soar. As for the descendants bloodline, it can also be used to awaken the summoned beast's bloodline, which is equivalent to a strengthening, and its combat power will be stronger. So, to be on the safe side, Gu Chen decided not to use this Wang Xuexue for the time being. Even so, this upgrade has also brought considerable improvements to Dracula. Dracula, Epic. Level, LV.4, follow the Summoner level. Health, 5620. Attributes, Strength 70, Agility 74, Physical 72, Spirit 71. After level 3, Dracula killed a total of 12 level 1 guards, 7 level 2 guards, 2 level 3 guards and 1 level 5 guard. Therefore, among the 5620 health points 220 are the health points obtained by killing. Although it is small, it can accumulate little and become more. In addition to the increase in health, this upgrade also received 12 full attributes. After the attributes are improved, the general attack, skills, attack speed, etc. are all improved. Now Dracula can kill the level 2 guard with one shot, deadly shooting directly kill the level 3 guard in seconds. Mozambique shooting technique has been used on the level 4 guards. The two skills are connected, and one breath can kill the level 5 guard. In the current dungeon, Dracula has become a well-deserved combat power ceiling, terrifyingly strong. A sense of fighting flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He was about to continue to advance, but he found that Dracula had stopped. The main hall was empty and the first wave of monsters had been killed. At the same time, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and others also jumped off the damaged sculpture. Wu Ziyi stepped forward and said, "The first wave is over. Wait for another 15 minutes. The second wave of guards will appear with boss. As long as you kill boss, you can pass the level." Although Wu Ziyi is a bit stinky, I have to say that he has really put in the strategy. Lin Yuan asked carelessly, "So, now you just need to wait in place." Wu Ziyi ignored Lin Yuan, but looked at Gu Chen and asked, "When the dungeon is passed this time, you can unlock the difficulty level. You should directly choose the hell level, right? There are 4 difficulty levels for beginner dungeons, namely normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. These 4 difficulties correspond to A, S, S, and SSS. According to regulations, only after obtaining this level evaluation can you choose S level and SS level." Gu Chen nodded, "Well, I'm too lazy to make trouble. I'll choose the hell level dungeon and get the SS level evaluation." Wu Ziyi nodded and asked carefully, "Then, can I still take me with me?" Gu Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. "No." Wu Ziyi was a little disappointed. "It's hard to say." Gu Chen said lightly. Chapter 11 I am the most revengeful person. Not easy to say? What does this mean every day? Rejected politely? Wu Ziyi said with confusion, "What's there to say?" Before Gu Chen could speak, Lin Yuan's voice sounded next to him. "What else can it be? That's a hell-level dungeon, it's extremely difficult. No professional team has successfully passed the level so far. Even if you are not careful, everyone will die in it. I'm not afraid. Wu Ziyi hurriedly expressed his opinion. This is not a question of whether to be afraid or not. What is that? You have to add more money. Wu Ziyi thought about it and said that it was understandable to increase the money at this time. After all, he and Gu Chen have no friendship. Although they have been classmates for 3 years, they have hardly said a few words in the past 3 years. To be honest, before today, even if he had a meeting on the road, he would not take the initiative to say hello to Gu Chen. In this team, Lin Yuan is the only one who has a friendship with Gu Chen. It is certain that after this dungeon passes the level, Gu Chen's score will definitely refresh the pass record of the novices dungeon. By then, there will definitely be as many people who want to form a team with Gu Chen. Gu Chen will definitely continue. Su took Lin Yuan into the hell level dungeon, but would he bring him? This is a question mark. So, from another perspective, adding money at this time is an opportunity to make an early choice. If you wait until the copy is released, you will probably have no chance to add money. How much? Lin Qingqing, who was standing beside him, asked directly. The hell level novices dungeon, one person costs 100,000 yuan. Gu Chen gave a quotation. From 8,000 to 100,000, Wu Ziyi's eyelids twitched, almost suspected that he had heard it wrong. Not expensive. Lin Qingqing thought for a while and immediately stated, take Suran and I, after I release the copy, I will go and borrow money. Oh my god, 100,000 yuan? Isn't this expensive? Suran gently covered his red lips, his beautiful eyes full of shock. 100,000 yuan is indeed not a small amount, but think about it, is it still expensive for the SS level evaluation of the novice copy, plus the hell level first pass reward? Suran said oh and said in a low voice, but, we have no money. Borrow it. Lin Qingqing thought for a while and said, there are so many loan platforms now. You just need to borrow money, and they are rushing to lend you. If you get the SS level evaluation, you can get extra points in the college assessment. In addition, you will get the first pass reward of the hell level in the novices dungeon. It is basically safe to get into a higher education institution. It can be said that people like them who can't form a team in the dungeon square for a day can now be admitted to higher education institutions in 10 days. This is simply a good thing about pie falling from the sky. Wu Ziyi also made a decision, take me one, and I'll transfer the money to you after I'll release the copy later. Lin Qingqing and Suran couldn't even afford a professional suit, but they agreed without hesitation. Wu Ziyi's family conditions were much better than theirs, and there was no reason not to agree. Gu Chen nodded, even if he had made up his mind. Lin Qingqing seemed to be worried and reminded him again, I have agreed that you can't regret it after you release the copy. Gu Chen shook his head and said, don't worry, even if the people outside offer a price of 1 million, I won't take them. Suran said with an unexpected look, why? Gu Chen said without hesitation, I was teaming up in the square at that time. They laughed at me, mocked me, and even joined forces to isolate me. I want them to regret it, and let them know that despising me was the biggest mistake they made. Since they don't like me, I'm sorry to post every day. I don't want to play with them either. The SS level evaluation of the novice dungeon has flew, and the reward of the first pass of the hell has also flew. I never thought of revenging those who have malicious intentions towards me. I am the most vengeful person. I am the most vengeful person. Just look at the literal meaning every carat day. Send it. Make people feel that this person is narrow-minded and cannot become a great person. However, Gu Chen said this sentence directly, adding a sense of frivolity and freedom. After hearing this, Suran and Lin Qingqing nodded vigorously, feeling a little empathetic. They agreed with Gu Chen's point of view just now. While chatting and laughing, 15 minutes passed quickly. In the main hall, a low roar suddenly erupted from the altar above, and then a heavy footsteps came from the front. Boss appeared, and with it, a wave of sinking guards. Interracial, Black Robe Deacon Bo SS. Level, LV.7. Happiness, 9100. Attributes, Strength 86, Agility 79, Physical 86, Spirit 81. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, The Dark Invasion. Skill 3, Damage Transfer. On the altar, a tall figure wearing a black robe and unable to see his face stood up. Behind it, there are 2 level 5 guards, 3 level 4 guards, 4 level 3 guards, and 18 level 1 guards. The black-robed deacon has a tall and slender figure. Although it is human-like, it is completely different from normal proportions. Its body was covered in a black robe, and it was completely unable to see its true appearance. Buzz! The black-robed deacon raised his hand, and his wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. As his movements, grey mist appeared in the air. Silently, the entire main hall space was filled with grey fog, and the eyes were full of lifeless grey. Although Gu Chen and others stood on a high place, they could not escape the cover of grey fog. For a moment, everyone's vision was disturbed, their brains were in a state of difficulty, and their limbs were as heavy as if they were injected with lead. Grey Mist Curse. This boss just appeared and couldn't wait to activate his skills. Gu Chen bit the tip of his tongue without hesitation, and the piercing pain made him wake up a little instantly. Although this black-robed deacon is only at level 7, with the blessing of the boss characteristics, the 4-dimensional attribute is almost 90, and the health value has exceeded 9,000. This attribute is even stronger than Dracula, who is 1-star in Epic, and it is simply outrageous. Try boss first, don't use skills. Gu Chen immediately issued an order. At Dracula's speed, the guards could not even touch the corners of their clothes, so he temporarily ignored the group of low-level guards and asked Dracula to test the boss with a general attack. Bang! 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 Also in the fog, Dracula was the weakest affected. Almost the moment the command was issued, the cold muzzle fire spurted, and a series of bullets shot towards the black-robed figure. Suddenly, a crystal white light burst out from the black-robed deacon. A series of bullets hit it. No harm. The blood stripes remained motionless, and the attack just now did not cause any damage to it. At the same time, a level 5 guard next to him suddenly received an inexplicable attack, and his blood bar instantly dropped by 1/5. Boss skill, Damage Transfer. As long as there are sunken guards around, the black-robed deacon can transfer the damage he suffers to the guards. Chapter 12 Killing the Black-Robed Deacon. It's not only Wu Ziyi who has studied the strategy, but Gu Chen has also read the strategy carefully. The black-robed deacon's skills can transfer damage to the guard, and the guard who bears the damage will not really die. If the guard's health is cleared, it will be resurrected in 1 minute. And this minute is the cooldown time of damage transfer. It is precisely because of this that the difficulty of the novice copy has increased sharply. With the black-robed deacon of 9,000 plus health, the novice profession can only avoid the guard's pursuit while pulling and consuming it. Even for some teams of novice who are better equipped, it takes 3 or 4 hours to kill the black-robed deacon, which is already fast. There are many people who spend 2 or 3 days to pass the novice dungeon. Bang bang bang! Dracula changed his position and another series of ordinary attacks shot at the black-robed deacon. Damage transfer. No harm. The blood stripes remained motionless. However, the blood bar of the level 5 guard next to him fell rapidly and was emptied in a blink of an eye. The level 5 guard fell to the ground and entered a state of fake death. The crystal white light representing the damage transfer on the black-robed deacon disappeared and the skill entered the cooling. Roar! The black-robed deacon let out an angry growl, swung his big sleeves, and pointed his skinny off-white arms at Dracula. The guards around seemed to be instructed and rushed towards Dracula. Bang! 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 A series of general attacks and skills were killed one after another as soon as the guards approached. Faced with the siege of the guards, Dracula's eyes were as cold as steel, moving, aiming, and shooting. It is like a killing machine without emotion, wandering flexibly in battle. Every time you make a move, a guard will be shot in the head. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.3, experience plus 31. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.4, experience plus 75. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.1, experience plus 8. Is this Dracula summoning beast or a professional? He is no less than a gunman when he kills monsters. This is much more perverted than the gunman. I'll ask you, can the level 4 gunman explode the level 2 sinking guard with one shot? Not only, changing magazines with one hand, predicting shooting, moving shooting, and switching shooting with multiple targets. Is its gun mastery already full level? It's simply outrageous. Let Dracula sell lessons to gunmen. If you cut a wave of leaks, you will definitely make a profit without losing money. During the chat, Dracula's figure flashed and appeared behind a level 3 guard. Deadly shooting. Bang! The head of the level 3 guard exploded instantly and killed instantly. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.3, experience plus 29. It shot without hesitation and launched a series of normal attacks. Bang! 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 The bloodline of the black-robed deacon fell rapidly, and 1/5 of it fell in a blink of an eye. The black-robed deacon was furious and roared. His slender 5 fingers made a light move in the void, and a crescent-shaped black light and shadow suddenly appeared. Buzz! A low tremor came from the air. Skill, Dark Invasion. I saw a crescent-shaped black shadow hidden into the void, flashing away, and coming to Dracula without warning. Can't escape. It wasn't going to hide either. In the blink of an eye, the black crescent moon passed through his body, and Dracula's body trembled, and more than 1,600 health points were directly lost. Fortunately, Dracula has been strengthening several times and her health has approached the 6,000 mark. Although it is a bit painful for him to take this skill, he can still bear it. Meanwhile, Dracula's attack was ready to go. It needs to be replaced. Deadly shooting. Launch. Almost at the same time, 2 gunfires sounded, and 2 bright silver bullets roared out, piercing through the black fog, and in a blink of an eye, hit the head of a level 5 guard. Kill Desperate Guard LV.5, experience plus 1/1. When not selected by damage transfer, the guard can be killed directly. Now that a level 5 guard is solved, it is equivalent to knocking down a blood bag of the black-robed deacon. Skill kill, cooldown reset. Dracula did not hesitate and continued to activate his skills. Deadly shooting. 2 more bullets roared out, and almost at the same time, they fell into the forehead of a level 4 guard. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.4, experience plus 75. In just a few dozen seconds, all level 4 guards were killed, and only 1 level 5 guard was left. It is the one who was selected by damage transfer before, and then his health was cleared and entered a fake death state. The fake death state is immune to attack, so Dracula flashed and appeared directly next to the black-robed deacon. At the same time, a scarlet light burst out from its eyes. Scarlet Feast. The blood-colored energy rose from Dracula's body and swept towards the black-robed deacon in a spiral shape. Boom! A loud bang. The black-robed deacon staggered suddenly, and his health dropped significantly, but he was not beaten into half a blood, and the determination of additional damage could not take effect. Dracula flashed, changed his position again, and launched deadly shooting at the same time. Be clean and neat. Just as 2 bright silver bullets cut through the black fog, the level 5 guard who entered a fake death state suddenly opened his eyes, and a dark red light burst out from his body, resurrected with blood. The black-robed deacon let out a sharp roar and activated his skills. Damage transfer. The next second, the crystal white light appeared on it again. The damage of deadly shooting followed, hitting the black-robed deacon without causing any damage to it. And the level 5 guard next to him was terrible. As soon as he opened his eyes and was resurrected with blood, he was instantly knocked out 2/3 of his health. Level 5 guard? Deadly shooting enters cooling, Scarlet Feast is also in cooling. Dracula changed into magazines neatly and shot a series of ordinary people at the black-robed deacon. Bang! 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 One breath, 2 magazines poured out. All damage was transferred, and the black-robed deacon lost no health. Not only that, it launched dark erosion again. A black crescent moon appeared faintly above his head. Dracula kicked a level 1 guard around her, and after loading the bullet, she continued to shoot a series of normal attacks at the black-robed deacon. The next second, the black crescent moon appeared in front of it. Dracula is not a shame at all. Vampire instinct gives it super recovery ability. The more than 1,600 health points that were knocked out by Dark Invasion have now recovered nearly half of them. Even if you take another skill, you can still tolerate it. In an instant, the black crescent moon penetrated through his body, and Dracula's attack poured out like raindrops, all falling on the black-robed deacon. There was only a slight crisp sound, and the crystal white light on the black-robed deacon's body instantly shattered. The level 5 guard was killed again, this time, it was real death. Just after the effect of damage transfer was broken, Dracula changed his body again, locked his guns, and 2 bright silver bullets roared out. Deadly shooting accurately hit the black-robed deacon's eyebrows, causing high damage without any accident. At the same time, the black-robed deacon fell into a dizzy state due to hitting the head. Dracula turned into a black shadow and rushed forward, with rich blood-colored energy surrounding her body. Scarlet Feast launch. The spiral blood-colored energy hit the black-robed deacon, causing his health to drop a lot in an instant, and the bloodline had already reached half of his blood. Immediately afterwards, additional damage exploded, and a rich scarlet light bloomed on the black-robed deacon. A bang! The body of the black-robed deacon exploded and broke into black flesh and blood. Chapter 13, Breaking the Historical Record. Dracula's first wave of attack only knocked out 1/5 of the black-robed deacon's health. Then there were regular attacks and Scarlet Feast outputs one after another. Since there was no additional damage trigger, the black-robed deacon's blood volume was only pulled above the half-blood line. After the cooling is restored, normal attack, deadly shooting, Scarlet Feast, and additional damage. A set of continuous output caused almost 6,000 damage, killing the black-robed deacon. At this moment, a strange silence fell into the main hall. Lin Yuan and others had very rich expressions on their faces. Although they knew that Dracula was an epic summoned beast, they were so shocked by their performance just now that they could not speak. Nearly 6,000 damage. Is this really something that a level 4 summoner can beat? Even the Dragon War Knights who use the power of the dragon cannot do it. Lin Yuan and others felt a strong sense of unreality in their hearts. Such terrifying damage, even if it is placed in the hell-level dungeon, I'm afraid it can still be push everything. Thinking of this, everyone's faces showed a knowing smile again. It seems that the SS level evaluation of the novice dungeon has been stable, and the first reward of the hell level dungeon has also been stable. This time, I met a real master. Kill the black-robed deacon Bo SS, experience plus 555. Get the loot, Black Deacon emblem *1. Get the loot, Black Deacon's robe *1. Level improvement. Level, LV.5. 505/1080. Strength, 5-7. Agility, 5-6. Physical Constitution, 5-8. Spirit, 5-9. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV.5, Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. You have passed the temple ruins, difficulty level, and you will receive a reward, dungeon treasure chest *1, difficulty level, professional experience plus 500. Successfully cleared, the dungeon will leave after 60 seconds, 59, 58, 57. This has passed the level. Lin Qingqing's eyes were still a little confused, which was too fast. It has only been more than 2 hours since I entered the copy. They talked and laughed along the way, but did not feel any pressure or difficulty throughout the whole process. Lin Yuan put his hands on his hips and laughed. Difficult level dungeon? Trash. I want to challenge the hell level. Lin Qingqing looked over and looked speechless. There were not many people like Lin Yuan who had not been beaten by the dungeon. Gu Chen looked at the time, then looked at Lin Qingqing and the other two and said, after going out, you can hurry up and do your own business. At 2 p.m., gather at the entrance of the copy. Okay. Lin Qingqing, Saran and Wu Ziyi nodded. Normally, professionals should always maintain a high concentration in their dungeons, which consumes a lot of physical strength and spirit. After a copy, I ran and fought again, and was half exhausted. Therefore, after the dungeon is over, we usually take a day off to ensure sufficient energy to make the next dungeon. But Gu Chen is different. He commands the summoned beasts to fight throughout the whole process, and his own consumption is pitifully small. If you really want to consume, you can only feel dizzy and weak limbs when you are in the curse of grey fog. Even this insignificant consumption disappeared after the black-robed deacon was killed. Therefore, this dungeon did not consume any consumption for Gu Chen at all. He can play 10 more copies like this. As for why he didn't enter the hell level dungeon immediately, one was to give Lin Qingqing and the others some time to borrow money, and the other was that he also needed time to choose his second summoned beast. After all, after killing the black-robed deacon just now, he has been promoted to level 5. Soon, the countdown of 1 minute ended, and Gu Chen and 5 others were teleported to the dungeon square. It's just past 11 o'clock now, and there are still crowds of people in the dungeon square, even more people than in the morning, and most of them are waiting to form a team here. Look, a team has been teleported out, why is it so fast? The novice dungeon has only been opened for more than 2 hours. In such a short time, it is impossible for anyone to pass the level. Well, according to previous year's records, it will take more than 8 hours at the fastest. It's only been more than 2 hours? Then didn't you even have to enter the temple gate? Yes, I definitely can't beat it, I sent it with a teleportation scroll. Look, isn't that Gu Chen? Ha ha ha, I said, it turned out to be him, that civilian summoner. No wonder I came out in more than 2 hours. It seems that civilians are really dead end to elect a summoner. What if they pass the level? First of all, he is a civilian summoner, and secondly, he released a dungeon in less than 3 hours. How could he pass the level in this situation? It has become a consensus among all professions that civilians choose summoners. Just when everyone laughed at Gu Chen, thinking that he could not beat the dungeon and was forced to teleport out. An announcement from the Novice Copy Management Office made the entire square quiet. Congratulations to the team of novice professionals for breaking the ruins of the temple, difficulty level, historical clearance record. This clearance time, 2 hours, 35 minutes and 13 seconds. Captain, Gu Chen, Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, Swordsman, Lin Qingqing, Soldier, Saran, Assassin, Wu Ziyi, Fighter. Rewards, Professional Experience plus 500, Personal Achievement plus 1, Historical Record Gift Box *1. Silent. The huge dungeon square fell into a dead silence. Since Gu Chen's grades broke the historical record, this announcement will appear in front of every novice profession. It is actually not uncommon for the record of the novice copy to be broken. After all, the development of the professional system is getting better and better, and the ability and combat power of new professionals are also improving year by year. Basically, every time a rare combat profession appears, the dungeon record will be refreshed. However, the completion time this time is simply outrageous, and it is more than 5 hours faster than the fastest record. Pass the novice copy in 2.5 hours. Even if all novice professionals relax their imagination, no one dares to think about this level. In particular, this professional team has a very poor configuration. The captain is a civilian summoner, and the 4 team members are swordsmen, warriors, assassins, and fighters. Such a professional configuration cannot provide any cooperation. Speaking of cooperation, some people then remembered that Gu Chen could not find his teammate before, so he brought the actor to the dungeon. In other words, this dungeon is equivalent to a onion brush for him. Simply brush it. Thinking of this, the expressions on everyone's faces became richer. It's hard to swipe dungeons alone, even some genius professions can't do this level, right? For a moment, everyone's eyes became hot when they looked at Gu Chen. Among them, the first one to express their opinions were students from Linkhung No. 1 Middle School. Brother Chen, you're breaking the record alone, congratulations! Brother Chen, you are my idol. Can you take me with me? Brother Chen, this card has 100,000 yuan, just make a friend. Brother Chen, thank you for your hard work in this dungeon. I'll treat you to a meal at noon. Gu Chen, I like you, can you be your girlfriend? Chapter 14 The Second Summoned Beast in Succession. Gu Chen turned a blind eye to the flattery that came around and walked straight out of the square. Didn't you take me to play before? By chance, I won't take you guys now. Although Gu Chen is not narrow-minded, he is definitely not a generous person. Repay grievance with kindness? Then how can we repay kindness? At this time, a young man in a mage robe rushed up and blocked Gu Chen's way. Brother Yu, do you still remember me? I have changed my job as a mage. How about I bring us a copy together? Master? It's nothing. Gu Chen said disdainfully. No, I am a mage. The main battle profession. Do you dare to look down on me? The mage is afraid of Wu Jun. I have a rare level staff, and 3 fireball techniques can kill a level 1 guard. Look at me, I'm not going to be able to do it. Don't look. Gu Chen looked at him disdainfully. The other party was stunned for a moment, and the feeling of being ignored made him angry. Gu Chen, why are you arrogant? You just passed the difficult level dungeon. Do you really think you are very strong? I am a mage. How many professionals are rushing to form a team with me? How dare you refuse my invitation? You are useless, you will definitely not be able to beat a more advanced dungeon in the future, and you will definitely regret it when the time comes. Is this a terrible sight? Gu Chen looked disdainful and walked out of the square without looking back. Lin Yuan followed behind, looking angry. No, that person is sick, right? Isn't it just that he doesn't team up with him? Is this a flip? Normal. Gu Chen said with a smile, in his opinion, it is my honor to team up with him. I have achieved some results and I am ungrateful. Including those who came up to have relationships with me before, even though they didn't react on the surface after being ignored by me, they didn't respond much on the surface, but in fact they couldn't stand me well from the bottom of my heart. The better I am, the more uncomfortable they will be, but no matter how uncomfortable they are, they won't show it because they don't want people to know that they regret it. Lin Yuan looked at the crowd around him who pointed at Gu Chen and thoughtfully said, to put it bluntly, I just can't afford to play. Is it that difficult to admit that others' excellence? Gu Chen said indifferently, it's just some jumping clowns. I am not as good as them, they will step on me, and I surpass them, they will be jealous of me, so when faced with these people, they don't have to pay attention to them. Only when I take you to get the SS level evaluation, these people will truly realize what they have missed, especially the mage just now. He thinks it is my honor to invite me to form a team, haha. Next time we walk out of the hell level dungeon, his regret will be infinitely amplified. He will definitely blame himself for not being polite to me just now, and why he didn't team up with me as soon as possible. But if you miss it, you miss it. If he could remain as tough as before, I would look up to him at the top of him. However, I look down on him from the bottom of my heart when I am a person who is flattered and angry after being ignored. That's it. Lin Yuan glanced at the figure behind him. It's natural that he didn't take us. If we didn't take him, it's just ungrateful, Tui, what? Leaving the dungeon square, Gu Chen first returned to the school dormitory, while Lin Yuan went straight to a cooking restaurant near the school to make meals for the two of them. Within a few minutes after Wu Ziyi came out, he transferred 100,000 yuan into Gu Chen's account, then took a car and left. Lin Qingqing and Saran went out to borrow money as soon as possible, and now there are less than 3 hours left before 2 p.m. 200,000, it is quite a lot of pressure for them. After returning to the dormitory, Gu Chen first received the experience reward issued after breaking the record in the dungeon experience plus 500. Level improvement. Level, LV.6, 53/1880. Strength, 6-7. Agility, 6-6. Physical constitution, 6-8. Spirit, 6-9. Summoned Beast, Dracula LV.6, Epic. Talent. Currently you can obtain 2 dark bloodlines. After reaching level 5, the second summoning position has been activated, which means that he can now summon the second summoned beast. Moreover, I didn't expect that after breaking the copy record, I gained an additional 500 points of experience. In addition to the previous experience of killing the black-robed deacon and the second wave of guards in the dungeon, he just upgraded. So, now he can obtain 2 dark bloodlines through his talent. However, Gu Chen was not in a hurry to activate his talent. After all, the matter of summoning book has not yet been settled. This time he passed the difficult level dungeon, he obtained a difficult level dungeon treasure chest and a history gift box respectively. The treasure chest is usually randomly opened with equipment or props, while the gift box is different, and it is very likely that the items corresponding to the profession are opened. If you can publish a summoning book, it will save you a lot of trouble. After all, Gu Chen is only more than 120,000 yuan in his body now. Even if Lin Qingqing and Saran borrow money, his total assets are only more than 300,000 yuan, and he can only buy some relatively low-level summoning books. If you can get good equipment, you may go to the exchange to exchange for a summoning book. So, Gu Chen opened his carry-on space. Dual chest, difficulty level. After opening it, you can get 1 piece of equipment or props below the level of excellence. History record gift box, after opening it, you can get 1 piece of equipment or props corresponding to the current profession. Gu Chen glanced and opened all the 2 rewards. Open the dungeon chest, difficulty level, and obtain equipment Hurricane Warhammer *1, excellent level. Open the history gift box and get the summon book *1, excellent level. Oops! The summoning book actually came out. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and he really came to whatever he wanted. Skill book, Dream Demon Summoning. Level, 5. Qualification, excellent. Effect, sign a contract with Dream Demon. If Gu Chen sacrificed all his responsibilities, he should be able to exchange for an excellent summoning book on the exchange. But if you think about it carefully, the summoned beast's qualifications are a little less problematic to him. Even the excellent summoned beast can become epic after it is fused with the dark bloodline, and can even feed him a lot of attributes. Moreover, Dream Demon has no entity and is extremely immune to physical attacks. It is a rare energy body summoning beast. If the dark bloodline is fused, it will definitely become very powerful. I'll choose you. Gu Chen picked up the summoning book and studied directly. A brilliant light lit up on the summoning book to form a formation, and then a veined shadow appeared in the summoning space. You have successfully signed a contract with Menmo. Summoning Beast, Dream Demon. Qualification, Excellent. Level, 6, follow the Summoner level. Happiness, 2980. Attributes, Strength 46, Agility 56, Physical 43, Spirit 58. Talent, Dreaming. Skill, Spiritual Bonding LV.1. Summoned Beasts can wearable equipment. After the summoned beast dies, the equipment has a chance to drop. If the summoned beast is killed, it will not be able to summon again within 1 day. Dream Demon is an energy body. Among the four-dimensional attributes, the power is low and the spirit is the highest. Apart from being born with super high immunity to physical attacks, there are almost no highlights. The level 6 Dream Demon is not even as good as the level 3 Dracula. After all, it is excellent and cannot be too demanding. So Gu Chen opened the talent interface, activated his ability, and directly obtained 2 dark bloodlines. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendants. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. Add to the Dark Bloodline Wang Blood obtained at level 4, and now he has accumulated 3 Dark Bloodlines. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to use the first generation of blood to improve the qualification of Menmo to epic level, and then use the Descendant Bloodline to awaken him. As for the King's Bloodline, it is used on Dracula to advance it to a legendary summoned beast. Chapter 15 The Master of the Blood Clan, the Lord of Nightmare. Dark Bloodline Full Fusion of the First Generation. Summoning Beast Advanced. Dream Demon Exquisite Rightward Arrow Nightmare Lord Epic. As Gu Chen expected, the first bloodline can advance the summoned beast to epic level. The original Dream Demon turned into a strange black shadow like a ghost, like smoke and fog, floating indefinitely. In the dark shadow, a pair of cold eyes suddenly appeared in cold light, and their eyes penetrated the soul and reached the heart. Summoning Beast, Nightmare Lord. Qualification, Epic. Level, LV.6. Health, 4560. Attributes, Strength 68, Agility 76, Physical 62, Spirit 78. Talent, Unnamed Epic. Skill I, Disillusionment Instant Kill LV.10 Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare LV.10 Epic. Epic Talent, with full level epic skills. Gu Chen was so happy that he began to awaken his blood without saying a word. Dark Bloodline Descendants Fusion successfully. Summoning Beast Bloodline Awakening. Level, LV.6. Happiness, 6580. Attributes, Strength 79, Agility 86, Physical 85, Spirit 90. Talent, Unnamed Epic. Skill I, Disillusionment Instant Kill LV.10 Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare LV.10 Epic. Skill 3, Deep Dream LV.10 Epic. After the Bloodline Awakening, the health of the Nightmare Lord increased to 6,580, which was about 3,000 more than the level 6 Sinking Guard. The Spirit is the most prominent among the four-dimensional attributes, and combined with its talents and skills, it is simply a natural magic thorn. Unknown, the Nightmare Lord's body is erratic, and he can travel through dreams and reality at will, and has a very high risk of injury to physical attacks. Disappointed Instant Kill, use the dream to approach the target unit and launch an attack to cause high damage to it. Nightmare Plague, every 10 points of spirit, a Nightmare Servant can be summoned, and the target attached to the Nightmare Servant will suffer multiple damage. Deep Dream, build deep dreams in an area, causing high continuous damage to the target units trapped in it. Skill 1 is a single burst, and Skill 2 is double the damage. The target unit mentioned in Skill 3 is not an indiscriminate attack between the enemy and us. Only the enemy targeted by the Nightmare Lord is called the target unit. Gu Chen took a look and said that the Nightmare Lord can currently summon 9 Nightmare Servants. If all 9 Nightmare Servants are attached to one unit, then this unit will suffer 9 times the damage when attacked by the Nightmare Lord. Converting to damage value, Nightmare Master only needs to match 2 skills together to directly kill the black-robed deacon. That's a level 7 boss monster. The Nightmare Lord's explosion damage is terrifyingly powerful. At this moment, another prompt jumped out. The qualification of summoned beasts has been improved from excellent to epic, and the attributes are obtained to feedback, and the summoner has all attributes plus 10. Gu Chen felt happy, and felt a sense of comfort in his body and a comfortable body. The attributes of summoned beasts are feeding back, and the improvement of their attributes is equivalent to upgrading them to a higher level. This kind of experience should not be too pleasant. But it's not over yet. Gu Chen summoned Wang Shui and integrated it into Dracula's body. In the summoning beast space, scarlet blood burst out from Dracula's body, and a bright golden light was also reflected in the rich blood. Dark Bloodline. The King Blood fusion successfully. Summoning Beast advanced. Dracula Epic Rightward Arrow Vampire Maharaja Legend. Summoning Beast, the Master of Blood Clan. Level, LV.6. Happiness, 8600. Attributes, Strength 114, Agility 118, Physical 116, Spirit 115. The qualification of summoned beasts is upgraded from Epic to Legend, obtain attribute feeding, and the summoner has all attributes plus 100. Talent, Vampire Instinct Epic, Blood Shadow Wrath Epic, Crazy Blood Legend. Skill I, Deadly Shooting LV.10 Epic. Skill 2, Scarlet Feast LV.10 Epic. Skill 3, Vampire Inheritance LV.10 Legend. New Talent, Crazy Blood Legend. New Skills, Vampire Inheritance LV.10 Legend. Mad Blood. When the health of the Blood Clan King is less than 30%, it can stimulate the anger bonus, and the full attributes are doubled for 1 minute. Blood Clan Inheritance. The Blood Clan King can consume his own health and convert dead units into Blood Clan descendants. Awesome! Looking at the attribute panel of the summoned beast, Gu Chen felt a secret feeling. Is this a level 6 summoned beast? Unbelievable! All 4-dimensional attributes are over 100, which is much higher than the level 7 black-robed deacon. As for health, although it is several hundred lower than the black-robed deacon, it is mainly because the black-robed deacon is a boss and has a health bonus. But it doesn't matter, the Blood Clan King has just reached level 6 now. Once you reach level 7, you will definitely be able to crush level 7 boss in all directions. From excellent to epic, you can get 10 attribute feedback, and from epic to legend, you can get 100 attribute feedback. Level, LV.6, 53/1880. Strength, 177. Agility, 176. Physical Constitution, 178. Spirit, 179. Summoning Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.6 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.6 Epic. The 4-dimensional attribute has reached about 178. Gu Chen's face was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he could suppress the black-robed deacon by relying solely on his own attributes. If he is given a set of equipment, he can even make a hard-level novice's copy alone. Speaking of equipment, Gu Chen opened up his portable space again. After killing the black-robed deacon, he obtained the black-robed deacon's emblem and the black-robed deacon's robe, plus the Hurricane Warhammer that had just been drawn from the dungeon chest, 2 pieces of equipment and 1 prop. Black Deacon Emblem. Quality, excellent. Effect, block the outside world's peeps, and others cannot obtain the wearer's character information. Note, when the level gap is too large, the shielding will fail. Black Deacon's Robe. Quality, excellent. Attributes, Spirit +5, Physical Constitution +5. Effect, the robe provides the user with a magic shield, the shield value is the user's spirit *10. It's all good things. The heraldry can prevent others from spying on it, and the robe adds a shield that can resist 1790 damage. The key is that the shield value of the robe can increase as I improve, which is quite impressive. Gu Chen changed into the black deacon robe, pinned the emblem on the collar, then opened the professional trading platform on his mobile phone, and hung the Hurricane Warhammer on it. This weapon has good attributes. In addition to the basic attribute bonus, it also comes with a defense skill, suitable for professions such as warriors, paladins, monks, etc. As for the price, it is an excellent weapon after all. Although it cannot be sold at a high price, it should not be expensive if you spend 100,000 yuan. Not long after the operation, the dormitory door was pushed open from outside, and Lin Yuan walked in with a stack of packed boxes in his hand. "Old Gu, come on, let's have 8 dishes and 1 soup at noon, come and help." Afternoon. At 1:45, Gu Chen and Lin Yuan came to the square of the novice dungeon. There were still many students in the square, and most of them did not find good teammates waiting to form a team. "Does there any big guy get a copy? My monk brings excellent equipment to ensure obedience. Add archers or gunners, equipment and skills are preferred. Look, summoner. Hey, it's Gu Chen. He just passed the difficulty level dungeon in the morning, why is he here again? Ah! He's the master who brings 4 actors to play alone." As Gu Chen walked over, countless people were attracted by their eyes. The crowd standing in front of him subconsciously retreated to both sides and gave way. "Summoner, take me with you. I have the full set of warrior equipment." "God Gu Chen, didn't you look for teammates before? Can you bring me one?" "Brother Chen, our old classmates, let's form a team to take me with you." Gu Chen looked calm and ignored the good news around him, and slowly walked to the entrance of the copy. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. "Gu Chen, I originally looked down on you, but since you can prove yourself with a difficult copy, it is of some use. Since that's the case, my team still lacks a place. You can prepare it immediately and set up a copy with us." Chapter 16. Coincidentally, I also want to go to the Hell level dungeon. A voice full of pride and disdain sounded among the crowd. Everyone's faces were stunned, and then they turned their heads to look. "Who is it? How dare you talk to Gu Chen like this?" At the same time, a handsome boy wearing a rare level night suit walked up to Gu Chen. Li Wenhui, the squad leader of the Key Squad of Linkhung No. 1 Middle School, with a superior family background, was a rare professional punishment knight. Whether it is career, background, or money, they all crush Gu Chen in all aspects. He came to Gu Chen with a proud look on his face, and indeed had the capital of arrogance. "Although I allow you to join my team, don't be happy too early. If you do not perform well and delay our progress in leveling, I'm sorry to post every day. I will block you directly." Li Wenhui looked arrogant and his words were filled with unconcealed sense of superiority. It is said that it is an invitation to form a team, but it is actually more like a kind of gift, as if it is given a great favor. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows, not only not getting angry, but a strange smile appeared on his face. "Is this outstanding show even more about my own face? It really looks down upon." Li Wenhui, the Li family in Linkhung, is from a big family. What does this mean? Reg. The fat sheep delivered to the door. A glimmer flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. If he didn't take the opportunity to kill him, he would be sorry for his arrogance. "Why are you still standing there? Come with me." Li Wenhui turned his head and signaled Gu Chen to follow. Gu Chen looked disdainful. "No, buddy, I just made a difficult copy alone in the morning. Now I'm going to help you? Are you crazy or am I crazy?" Li Wenhui snorted coldly. "What is the difficulty level? I am going to lead the team to the Hell level dungeon now." "Hell level? Do you understand? Hell level?" Hearing these 3 words, the noisy crowd suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes at Li Wenhui changed suddenly. So far, Linchen's hell-level novices dungeon has not passed the pass. With Li Wenhui's profession and background, since he dares to say this, he is probably sure to win this time. For a moment, countless gazes looked at Gu Chen, full of jealousy and envy. That's a hell-level dungeon. Although Gu Chen scored the difficult level alone, compared with the hell level, it was simply a pediatric department. Now that I can follow Li Wenhui to download dungeons, I will definitely get a huge advantage. However, Gu Chen looked careless. So what? So? Humph. There are only a handful of teams in Lingheng that have the strength to go to hell-level dungeons. If you don't join my team, it will be your loss. Do you understand? It's a coincidence. Gu Chen sneered, I just happened to go to the hell-level dungeon. Just you. Li Wenhui didn't believe it at all and said in a contemptuous tone. Why, don't you believe it? Gu Chenman said indifferently, since everyone is a hell-level dungeon, why not just take a gamble? How to bet? Whoever has a higher clearance evaluation will win. Li Wenhui seemed to have heard a joke, ha ha ha, are you sure? I'm afraid you will lose a lot. At this time, a follower beside Li Wenhui whispered, young Master Li, Gu Chen must have some support for his dare to say this. It is best not to bet with him. Will I be afraid of him? Li Wenhui glared at his eyes, a civilian in an ordinary class, who is lucky enough to just brush a copy one by one. Do you really treat yourself as a great god? Gu Chen looked impatient, stop talking, if you don't dare to gamble, just say it. Who is Li Wenhui? He has a superior family background, a noble personality, and a rare career to change jobs. He is even known as a genius. Can he stand this anger? I dare not. A joke. Li Wenhui shouted coldly, I'm afraid you can't even afford to pay the bet. Gu Chen looked calm and composed, I bet 500,000 with you, is it enough? What? 500,000? Li Wenhui frowned slightly, revealing suspicious expression, how come you, a student in the ordinary class, have so much money? He was a little caught off guard. Although his rare level night suit is worth millions, it is a resource for his family after all. He did save hundreds of thousands of dollars, but he was prepared to strengthen equipment after upgrading and buy skill books. If you lose. Joke. He is a rare professional punishment knight and a rare level night suit. How could he lose? Thinking of this, Li Wenhui's eyes showed unconcealed contempt, okay, I bet with you, but I must go to the trading platform. Gambling is not prohibited among professionals. On the contrary, in order to promote this method, the trading platform has also specially developed a gambling system to prevent losers from cheating. Li Wenhui proposed to go to the trading platform because he was worried that Gu Chen would not be able to afford to lose. Gu Chen did not talk nonsense, took out his mobile phone to log into the trading platform, and created a bet. He first transferred 500,000 yuan in, then set up the gambling methods and judgment standards, and sent them to Li Wenhui. Yes, yes. Li Wenhui confirmed it, nodded with satisfaction, and transferred 500,000 to the platform. The bet is received and the bet will take effect immediately. Regret this time is useless. Gu Chen, you can't regret it now. An arrogant smile appeared on Li Wenhui's face. I didn't expect that I could earn 500,000 yuan by betting against a civilian, which was a surprise. I'll go. These two people actually made a bet. How dare he bet against the punishment knight? Woohoo, I guess Gu Chen is going to lose. Don't forget that Li Wenhui's teammates are all top students in various high schools. Where is Gu Chen's teammate? I've never seen him. I heard he is an actor. Ha? Actor. There was a slander in the crowd, but Gu Chen showed an unconcealed smile on his face. His mood at this moment was exactly the same as that of Li Wenhui. He could not have thought that he could earn 500,000 in a bet. accident? It was simply too unexpected. At this moment, 3 figures appeared outside the dungeon square, and they were Lin Qingqing, Saran and Wu Ziyi. Although Lin Qingqing's pretty face was beautiful, she forced a way out in the crowd with her burly and domineering body, and Saran and Wu Ziyi followed closely behind. Before she could get closer, she saw Li Wenhui standing with Gu Chen at a glance. Not good. Lin Qingqing's face suddenly changed. How could Gu Chen stand with Li Wenhui? Are they going to form a team? Hearing this, Saran, who was following behind, suddenly showed a look of panic. They have worked hard to borrow 200,000 and have transferred gave it to Gu Chen. Is Gu Chen going to join Li Wenhui's team? What should I do with money? That's 200,000. Wu Ziyi also saw the situation ahead and frowned slightly. Although the 100,000 yuan is expensive, what he cares more about is following Gu Chen into the hell-level dungeon. If you miss this great god, the loss will be much worse than 100,000 yuan. Hurry up, hurry up! Wu Ziyi looked solemn, and the 3 of them immediately accelerated. Chapter 17 I Have to Fight to Know. On the square, at the entrance to the copy. After the gambling battle took effect, Li Wenhui looked proud. Gu Chen, at the beginning I knew you were a summoner, but I looked down on you from the bottom of my heart. After all, civilians are dead end to choosing a summoner. But you proved yourself with your strength, so I plan to take you to the hell-level dungeon, which can be regarded as giving you a long experience. After all, there is a record of a hell-level dungeon. Even if you can't get into a higher education in the future, you can still develop in the direction of training. This is much better than entering a factory, right? I am kind enough to take you, but you are ungrateful. Li Wenhui's earnest preaching showed a strong sense of contempt and arrogance in his tone. As soon as Lin Qingqing and the other 2 squeezed in, they were amused by Li Wenhui's words. The solemnity on their original faces disappeared in an instant. Woohoo! A false alarm! I'm so laughing. Li Wenhui wants to take Gu Chen to copy it. Is it against Tian Gang? He thinks that the copy he has with Gu Chen is to give Gu Chen a long experience. Who is ungrateful? Ha ha ha, I feel relieved that Li Wenhui said this. With Gu Chen's temper, he will definitely not team up with him. The 3 of them were talking and laughing, and breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Now their future is completely bound to Gu Chen. As long as Gu Chen doesn't leave, they will have a promising future. Ha ha ha, Lao Gu, did you hear it? Li Wenhui is for your own good. If you can't get into a higher education institution, you can still be a coach. Lin Yuan stood beside Gu Chen, listening to those fatherly preaching, and laughed out loud. Huh? Did I allow you to laugh? Li Wenhui's face suddenly became cold. Although you didn't allow me to laugh, I really couldn't help it, ha ha ha. Lin Yuan's face was filled with a smile. With Gu Chen here, he didn't take Li Wenhui, the genius in the key class, seriously at all. So what about a rare profession? As long as Gu Chen releases the summoned beast, he can kill it in seconds. Silly dog, how proud! Lin Yuan put his hands on his hips and was full of energy. Who dares to mess with us? As long as Gu Chen is there are one of these people in the dungeon square, and Lin Yuan's eyes are full of garbage. Humph, it's so funny. When I pass the hell-level dungeon, you will cry. Li Wenhui left a sentence and left with a gloomy face. His team was still 1 position away. He had to find a suitable professional as soon as possible. At this time, Lin Qingqing and the other 2 also came to Gu Chen. God, Saran and I have transferred 200,000 to you. Lin Qingqing stepped forward and said. Lin Qingqing, Saran and Wu Ziyi paid a total of 300,000 yuan to Gu Chen. At noon, after Gu Chen hung the Hurricane Warhammer on the trading platform, he also hung the teleportation scroll, and the 2 items sold for a total of 200,000 yuan. Together, it is the 500,000 that were fought for the gambling battle. Gu Chen brought the 4 of them to the entrance of the dungeon, and in the dungeon interface, he chose the hell difficulty of the temple ruins. Warning: the current choice is hell difficulty. The challenger will enter the temple history, which is extremely difficult and has a very high mortality rate. Is it a choice? Yes. The current average team level is too low, it is recommended to regroup. No. Entering the hell level copy of the temple ruins, please wait. A dark red light burst out from the space vortex at the entrance of the copy, and then the figures of Gu Chen and others disappeared on the spot. The people around were stunned. The crowd was quiet at first, and then they exploded. I'll go. Gu Chen actually entered the hell level dungeon. Are you crazy? There's no such thing as looking for death. Just past the level of difficulty, I turned around and entered the level of hell. This span is too big, right? Gu Chen is confused. He dares to beat the hell level alone. Who gives him the courage? Gu Chen is dead, and Jesus can't even save him, I said. If he can come out alive, I will live streaming the upside down and diarrhea. Didn't you just say that last time? On the other hand, Li Wenhui also learned that Gu Chen had entered the hell level dungeon. But he was not worried at all. Isn't this funny if a civilian summoner takes 4 actors to swipe the hell level dungeon? Brother Hui, I've recruited someone. The other party is a thunder mage. He is a rare profession like you and is coming. Okay, give him 3 minutes to prepare. After 3 minutes, everyone will go to the hell level dungeon with me. Li Wenhui curled a sneer at the corner of his mouth. There were 2 rare professions in his team, and Gu Chen had 4 actors in his team. How to compare? Not at all use comparison. Gu Chen is dead. Hey, why is it foggy? Grey fog. Dirty, weak all over. The grey fog contains the power of curses. As soon as it lands, it is a weak state. Is this a hell level dungeon? Standing at the gate of the ruins of the hell level temple, the air was filled with grey fog. Lin Yuan and others looked pale, and their bodies were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. The hell level dungeon is similar to a real historical record, which means that the environment in which everyone is now in is the real ruins of the temple. As for the previous difficulty level copy, it can only be considered a weakened version at best. These grey fogs are very similar to the skills of the black-robed deacon in the main hall. They must be related to the Abyss alien race. This temple is likely to be invaded by the Abyss. Lin Qingqing looked at the temple gate. Not very likely, this temple has been invaded by the Abyss aliens. Wu Ziyi took over the topic and said, combining history books and strategies, all the people in the temple have been polluted by the power of the Abyss. The boss black-robed deacon we encountered before in the difficult level is one of them. Although it's a hell level dungeon, I still have to re-enter the temple and walk the previous plot again. After entering the main hall, not only do you have to kill the black-robed deacon, but you also have to find a sealed heart. Then you go to the sanctuary and you will encounter the red-clothed priest, which is the final boss of the nightmare level dungeon. Kill the red-clothed priest and then find the sealed blood, which will be considered as completing the nightmare level dungeon. After passing the sanctuary, you have to go to the altar. As for what will happen to the altar and which boss will be in the end, it's not clear. Wu Ziyi briefly talked about the next few nodes, which were all information he obtained through paid channels. He is worthy of being the class monitor. Although he is here to be an actor, he has done relevant homework in advance. Lin Yuan had a headache and rubbed his temples and said, it sounds not easy to do. In the final stage, there is not even a guide. Wu Ziyi nodded, after all, no newcomer will choose a hell level dungeon. Even if he chooses, no one will pass the level. Suran's face was very bad, and he subconsciously looked at Gu Chen. God, are you sure? That's going to be known after you've beaten. Gu Chen looked calm and activated his summoning skill. A tall figure in a dark red dress appeared out of thin air. For a moment, the Blood Clan King emitted a strong sense of oppression, and the evil aura poured out to the surroundings, making people tremble and creepy. Chapter 18 Kill the Elite Guard of 10,000 Bloods. The Master of the Blood Clan. Lao Gu, has your summoned beast advanced? Lin Yuan looked at the dark red dress with a look of surprise. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing and others looked at each other. Just after they had just released a difficult level dungeon, did the summoned beast advance? Who would believe such an exaggerated growth rate? Everyone looked carefully and saw that the familiar Dracula was no longer in front of them. Their posture was even more tall and domineering, and there was a fainting and coldness that was oozing all over them. Just looking at each other, a strong sense of fear came like a tide, making people feel irresistible. Wu Ziyi narrowed his eyes slightly, and he wanted to check the attributes of the Blood Clan King at the first time, but he only saw rows of question marks. Because Gu Chen has set up the summoned beast information and will not be published to the public, if outsiders want to view it, they can only see the name, level, and blood bars, and they cannot even see the specific health value. After all, the attribute information of legendary summoned beasts is too amazing. Only level 6, the 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 100, and the health volume is nearly 9,000. This is not a summoned beast. It is a boss when it is put into the novice dung. Facing the puzzled eyes of several people, Gu Chen was too lazy to explain, so he directly issued instructions to the Blood Clan Master and walked towards the temple gate. At the same time, the first wave of fallen guards also walked out from behind the gate. The legendary Blood Clan monarch has a stronger Blood Clan instinct. Almost as he takes a step, it has aimed at a figure deep in the grey fog and raised his hand and shot it. Bang! Kill with one blow. The damage exceeded 3,000. The sinking guard in the grey mist just showed up and was shot. Kill the desolate guard LV.5, experience plus 113. Damn! That's a level 5 guard. Was he killed instantly? Lin Yuan was so shocked that his chin almost fell to the ground. Just when Lin Yuan was shocked, a tall guard wearing heavy black armor and holding a golden sword in his hand walked out. The guard is more than 3 meters tall, like a hill, and the golden giant sword in his hand exudes a sharp power, following a group of level 5 guards beside it. Alien, Descendant Guards and Elites. Level, LV.6. Health point. Attributes, 80, Agility 73, Physique 92, Spirit 75. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, Steel Guardian. Skill 3, Sword of Oath. Skill 4, Ultimate Verdict. Are you wrong, Elite Guard? Lin Qingqing's face was shocked. Oh my god, tens of thousands of blood, is this really just a guard? Suran covered his red lips slightly, shocked. Wu Ziyi spoke at the right time. The Hell-level dungeon restores the real historical scene, so this elite guard with a blood volume of over 10,000 is just a gatekeeper. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched. Even the elite monsters were just guarding the door. So wouldn't the difficulty be at the end of the future be? At this time, the elite guard roared, waved the golden sword in his hand, and rushed towards the Blood Clan King like a small hill. The Blood Clan King's eyes condensed, and his murderous intent surged. He raised his hand and shot him. Bang! The bright silver bullet was blocked by the dark heavy armor, and the elite guards suffered pitifully little damage, and only lost 300 health points, which is 2% of the damage. Steel Guardian, heavy armor can resist 90% of damage to the sinking guards and elites, and the total amount of damage cannot exceed 50% of their own maximum health. What a skill! Unfortunately, I met the Blood Clan King. The maximum health of the elite guard is 5,750. This amount of blood is like a blood bowl for other challenger teams. Even if the elite guards stand there and don't fight back, they may not be able to break this skill. If an ordinary challenger wants to kill the elite guard, he can only rely on positioning to consume the duration of this skill and wait for it to enter the cooling. But for the Vampire King, this heavy armor can be knocked out with just 2 shots. Without any hesitation, the second bullet roared and hit the elite guards with a bang. The elite guard's body shook, and cracks were everywhere on the heavy armor in an instant, which were broken. After breaking through the heavy armor, the elite guard let out an angry roar. The golden sword in its hand pointed straight into the sky, and a dazzling golden light burst out from the sword's edge. Skill Ultimate Judgment, launch! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the golden sword blade fell from the sky and slashed towards the Blood Clan King with a destructive force. After all, the Blood Clan King is a legendary summoning beast. His keen senses have already captured the attack falling from the sky. When the golden sword blade was about to fall over its head, its figure retreated more than 10 meters like a ghost, easily avoiding this skill. Boom! The huge golden sword blade slashed down, and sand and stones flew on the ground, and a large amount of gravel and soil burst into the surroundings. At the same time, the attack of the Blood Clan King came again. Bang! After the heavy armor was broken, this shot directly killed more than 3,000 of the elite guard's health. Immediately afterwards, another bullet roared and hit the elite guard's eyebrows accurately. Bang! High damage hits the head, causing dizziness. The elite guards stood there and lost their ability to resist for a moment. The opportunity was rare. The Blood Clan King pulled the trigger frantically, and dense bullets poured out like raindrops, hitting the elite guards. It's not between the eyebrows, nor is it a vital point, but with the current power of the Blood Clan King, even the general attack damage is terrifyingly high. Bang! 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 The bloodline of the elite guard fell rapidly. After a few shots, the tall body as big as a hill collapsed and the blood volume was completely cleared. The elite monster with only 3 or 5 breaths in front and tens of thousands of blood was killed. The biggest threat has been lifted, and the Blood Clan King flashed and rushed directly into the encirclement of the group of level 5 guards. It raised its hands, 2 heavy pistols, one black and one white, were firing wildly, with gunfire as dense as raindrops, and surrounded by blasted guard corpses. In the midst of breathing, the first wave of guards was killed without a single one. Kill the Desolate Guard Elite LV.6, experience plus 468. Get the loot, Steel Heavy Armor *1. Get the loot, Healing Potion *3. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.5, experience plus 111. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.5, experience plus 118. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.5, experience plus 115. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.5, experience plus 109. A blue light fell from the corpse of the elite guard, and Gu Chen's eyes lit up. It's not easy, the first wave of monsters will drop the equipment. Pick up the Steel Heavy Armor and took a look. Steel Heavy Armor. Quality, excellent. Limited level, 6. Attributes, Physical Constitution plus 30, Strength plus 5. Effect, Steel Heavy Armor can reduce damage to the wearer by 15%. A piece of level 6 equipment, excellent level, plus 30, physical points 5, strength points, and can resist 15% damage, which is also good. Heavy armor is usually worn by warriors or knights. After you go out, you can hang it on the trading platform and you should be able to sell it at a good price. Chapter 19, Dreams Come True, Dream Space. The money for professionals is really easy to make. This idea came to Gu Chen's mind again. In his memory, I have always suffered from poverty, and even when I went to the Gu family later, I still felt very jealous. During this month in Gubei City, although he lived in the Gu family's residence, his glory and wealth had nothing to do with him. The only thing that made him feel relaxed was that he didn't have to worry about 3 meals a day. Thinking of the Gu family, a coldness flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Yesterday, Gu Qingfeng believed that he failed to change his position, and in front of Qin Yun and the servants of the Gu family, he demoted him to worthlessness and even regarded him as a shame. Today, he has become a summoner with god-level talents, and his future is limitless. The King of Northern War, the Holy Sword Bell Warrior, the strongest man in the Empire? He. In the face of god-level talents, it is not worth mentioning at all. One day, he will become an existence that Gu Qingfeng can only look up to. And that day won't be too far. Putting the steel heavy armor into the portable space, Gu Chen looked at another spoil. Healing Potion. Quality, excellent. Effect, after absorption, it can resist the Grey Fog Curse, lasting 10 minutes. The four-dimensional attributes of the Blood Clan King have exceeded 100, and the Grey Fog Curse has little effect on it. Gu Chen's four-dimensional attributes are far superior to those of his class and will only be affected slightly, not to mention that he does not participate in the battle. Therefore, the healing potion was of no use in his hands. But this is just for him, and for other professions, healing potions are definitely rare treasures. With just one dose, you can ignore the Grey Fog Curse within 10 minutes and completely dispel the weakness on your body. Carrying it is equivalent to carrying a purification technique. This is crucial if you are playing boss. So, Gu Chen is sure that if this thing is on the trading platform, it will definitely be sold at a good price. The 3 healing potions were put into the portable space, and at the same time, the Vampire Maharaja also cleaned up all the guards at the entrance of the temple. Level Improvement. Level, LV.7, 32/2680. Strength, 187. Agility, 186. Physical Constitution, 188. Spirit, 189. Summoning Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.7 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.7 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. Level 7. If this upgrade speed is transmitted, I don't know how many people will envy you. Due to the bonus of attribute feeding back, Gu Chen's total attributes have approached 200 points, more than twice that of professionals of the same level. This is a bit awesome. If he goes out to fight 1v1 in the arena, he can still sweep his level even if he doesn't rely on the summoning beast. Next, Gu Chen activated his talent to obtain dark bloodlines, and the dark red light burst out in front of his eyes. I hope there is a king's blood. If there is another king bloodline, his 2 summoned beasts will become legendary, and this time the hell level dungeon is definitely sure to win. You have obtained dark bloodline descendants. Alright. Thinking too much. It seems that the king's blood is not that easy to obtain. After all, it can advance the epic summoned beast to legendary bloodline. Even in the entire Shangxia Empire, there are only a dozen known legendary summoned beasts. Rare is one reason, and there is another reason that there are not many professionals who have changed jobs and summoners. Dark bloodline descendants, it can awaken bloodlines for the first generation of dark creatures, or it can enhance attributes for the king blood dark creatures. No need to think about it, attribute enhancement is not very meaningful to the Blood Clan King, but bloodline awakening can allow the Nightmare Lord to obtain new talents or skills. Gu Chen directly integrated the bloodline of the descendants into the body of the Nightmare Lord. Dark bloodline descendants fusion successfully. Summoning Beast Bloodline Awakening. Level, LV.7. Happiness, 7950. Attributes, Strength 99, Agility 106, Physical 105, Spirit 110. New Talent, Dreams Come True Epic. Dreams Come True, Nightmare Master's skill cooling is reduced by 50%, skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 80%. This talent is really a dream come true. I won't mention the cooling reduction by half. All consumption and negative effects are directly reduced by 80%. The legendary summoned beasts do not have such an exaggerated effect. In other words, the Nightmare Lord is an energy body, and if it were replaced by other summoned beasts, there would definitely be no such good thing. Next, the Blood Clan king walked into the temple, and Gu Chen and others followed closely behind. As soon as I stepped into the temple square, a thicker grey fog hit me directly. Everyone's faces changed, and they felt that the effect of the grey fog curse was stronger, and the weakness applied to their bodies was doubled. Gu Chen frowned. His four-dimensional attributes had exceeded 100, and his resistance was far higher than his peers. However, under the influence of the grey mist curse, his total attributes were also reduced by 25%. As for Lin Yuan and others, their faces were pale and they followed them weakly, as if they had lost half of their lives. At this moment, Suran, who was walking beside Lin Qingqing, showed pain on his face, as if he could no longer bear the grey fog curse. His eyes rolled up, and his slender body fell down so straight. Suran! Lin Qingqing hurried forward and helped Suran up, but found that the latter was in a coma. Gu Chen also walked up and checked Suran's condition. Too weak constitution. He knew that the assassin was weak, but he didn't expect that Suran's physique was so weak. Because I couldn't bear the sudden surge of grey fog curse, I fainted. At this moment, the difficulty of the hell-level dungeon was presented to everyone without reservation. This ubiquitous curse of grey mist is simply terrible. If the challenger fails to achieve physical fitness, he will not need to take action from a foreign race. If he walks a few more steps, he will automatically be bored. No wonder no newcomer has passed the hell-level novice dungeon in so many years. Is this something new pros can bear? What to do? If she is placed in another team, in the case of Suran, she can only use the teleportation scroll to send her out. After all, she has lost the ability to move. If the intensity of the fog curse continues to increase, she will definitely die here. God Gu Chen, can I carry Suran on my back? Can I let her continue to follow us? Lin Qingqing begged in a tone. In order to follow Gu Chen into the hell-level dungeon, she and Suran borrowed 100,000 yuan from outside. 100,000 yuan. For ordinary children who have just graduated from high school, it is completely astronomical. If you withdraw from the middle, Suran's only way out is to enter the factory. It is estimated that it will take several years of screws to pay off the huge sum. Oh, it's really troublesome. Gu Chen sighed. Seeing Gu Chen's attitude, Lin Qingqing's face turned dim. However, the next second, Gu Chen raised his hand and summoned a ghost-like black mist figure. Nightmare Lord! The Nightmare Lord grabbed Suran and flashed. The space in front of him was like a mirror shattered, and Suran was pulled into the other side of the crack of the space. Dream! The Nightmare Lord can travel through the dreams at will. Pull Suran into the dream, you will naturally not be cursed by the grey fog. Chapter 20 Use of Healing Drugs. Dreams are a special space completely independent of the real world, completely isolated from reality, and nothing happens in the dreams will not affect the real world. So, when Suran entered the dream space, he quickly recovered from his weakness. Where am I? Suran looked around blankly. In a dream, he could clearly see the scene in the copy, but everyone in the real world could not see her. Where is Suran? Lin Qingqing also looked confused. Hearing Lin Qingqing's voice, Suran responded and walked over subconsciously. However, after taking a few steps, I returned to my previous position. Now, a hint of panic appeared on Suran's face. Without hesitation, she immediately launched the assassin's ghost step and accelerated toward Lin Qingqing. However, the more she ran, the further the distance between her and Lin Qingqing was. Through his connection with the Nightmare Lord, Gu Chen sensed the situation in the dream. Forget it, you can go in too. He waved his hand. In the dream, you will not be affected by the grey fog curse. I will release you when the grey fog disappears. As soon as he finished speaking, the void in front of him suddenly shattered, and the dark cracks almost extended to Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Wu Ziyi's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a hideous hand condensed by black mist stretched out from the shattering, and his arms were divided into three, pulling the three of them into the dream. Everything in the dream is no different from the dungeon scene. The only difference is that the four of them cannot interact with Gu Chen. After all, they are two dimensions. Has the weakness really disappeared? Lin Qingqing saw Saran as soon as he came in, both excited and surprised. Gu Chen said, "This is a dream? How did we come in?" Lin Yuan looked at the ghostly black shadow in disbelief. "The Nightmare Lord is a summoned beast. I didn't expect that Gu Chen would contract the second summoned beast so quickly, not only an energy body, but also a rare space system." Wu Ziyi subconsciously wanted to check the attributes of the summoned beast, but only saw a bunch of question marks. "So, dreams are the skills of Nightmare Lord? Are we in the skills? What skills can last for so long?" Although the Nightmare Lord can travel through dreams and reality at will, keeping the dream open for a long time like this consumes a lot of energy. Before, the Nightmare Lord could never do it. However, after the bloodline awakens, its talent dream comes true can reduce its own consumption by 80%, which greatly improves the battery life of the skill. After Lin Yuan and the other four were placed, the Blood Clan King continued to open the way, and Gu Chen and the Nightmare Master followed behind. As they continued to deepen, the weak effect brought by the grey mist curse became stronger and stronger. When they walked to the square, Gu Chen felt that his total attributes had dropped by 30%. What is this concept? Originally, his four-dimensional attributes were nearly 100, but now they have dropped to 7. In his early teens, his movements have slowed down significantly. The same is true for the Vampire King. The weak state has a very serious impact on combat power. The level 5 guard who could kill with one bullet in seconds now needs to be fired twice. As Gu Chen entered the square, a large number of sinking guards were refreshed from all directions, and almost every few steps he took would refresh. Moreover, every few refreshes these guards will have an elite guard, but the levels are different. For example, the entrance of the temple was a level 7 elite guard. Just now, the Vampire Majesty killed another level 8 elite guard. And now, right in front of Gu Chen, a level 9 elite guard was walking towards him. Alien, Descendant Guards and Elites. Level, LV.9. Health point. Attributes, 80, Agility 87, Physique 122, Spirit 95. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, Steel Guardian. Skill 3, Giant Axe Slash. Skill 4, Rotating Blood Blade. This level 9 elite guard is like a little giant, with a dark heavy armor full of majesty. His own blood volume is as high as 16,000, and all the four-dimensional attributes exceed 100. It can be said that this is the most powerful alien that Gu Chen has encountered so far since he entered the dungeon. As the level 9 elite guard walked up, the grey fog around him became increasingly dense, and even the facial features of the elite guard became blurred. It was holding a blood-colored axe in its hand. The end of the axe handle was connected by a pitch-black iron chain, and the remaining iron chain was wrapped around the extremely thick arm. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded in the grey fog. Giant Axe Slash! The blood-colored giant axe was thrown out without warning. The sharp axe blade slashed through the air, like a thick blood-colored lightning attacking the Blood Clan Master at a rapid speed. The grey fog curse released by the level 9 elite guard reduced the entire attributes of the Vampire Magister by 40%. For a moment, the Blood Clan King's speed lost its normal level, and before he could dodge, he was chopped on his body by the sharp axe blade. Laugh! A ferocious wound appeared on the body of the Blood Clan King, and blood splashed, almost cutting it in half. Fortunately, this elite guard is good at physical fitness, and his attack power is not very high, but even so, it suddenly destroyed more than 4,000 of the Blood Clan King's health. After reaching level 7, the the health of the vampire Magister has exceeded 10,000. It can be said that one skill of the elite guard directly destroyed nearly half of the health of the Blood Clan King. Roar! The Blood Clan King's face looked ferocious and he let out a painful roar. This is the level 9 elite guard, it's so terrifying. Wu Ziyi looked at the Blood Clan's nearly half-empty blood strips, his eyes full of horror. This is the first time that the summoned beast has suffered such heavy damage. The hell-level dungeon is indeed terrifying. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. The elite guard is so strong, otherwise, let the Nightmare Lord go up too. Lin Yuan subconsciously looked at the ghost Black Shadow. In the dream space, the four of them looked at the battle situation and their hearts almost all reached their throats. However, in the square, Gu Chen stood there, with a calm expression and extremely calmness. Although under the influence of the Grey Mist Curse, the attributes of the Vampire Majesty have decreased and they have failed to avoid the elite guard's skills in time. But it is a blood clan. For the vampire, as long as it is not a fatal injury, any other injury can be recovered quickly. This is not a skill, but an instinct. The Blood Clan King groaned and took off the giant axe embedded in the flesh and blood. The next moment, the blood from the wound had stopped flowing out, and the ferocious wound began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, the seemingly terrifying wound had recovered as before. If it weren't for the dark red blood remaining on its dress, it would be hard to imagine that it would have been cut off by the blood-colored giant axe a few seconds ago. Although the wound has recovered, the blood bar is still close to the half-blood line. However, under the talent of vampire instinct, its health is also rapidly increasing. Seeing this, Gu Chen didn't want to waste his time anymore and took out a tube of healing potion from his portable space. Healing potion, it can withstand the fog curse after absorption, lasting 10 minutes. The Blood Clan King took the potion without hesitation and swallowed it into his mouth with a glass tube. The next second, a layer of white energy bloomed on his body, and his weak state disappeared instantly. Roar! The Blood Clan King let out an angry roar, sweeping away the previous sluggishness. Under the effect of the healing potion, its four-dimensional attributes and bloodlines quickly rebounded, and it returned to its peak state in a blink of an eye. Chapter 21 The Dead Grammar Ball, The Blood Clan's Inheritance. Bang! Bang! Deadly shooting. Two bright silver bullets cut through the grey fog and hit the head of the elite guard almost at the same time. The elite guard staggered and was knocked out of Little Kikin's health. The blood bar instantly dropped to the half-blood line. Bang! Bang! 2 shots in succession, and it was deadly shooting. Generally speaking, the skill has a cooling mechanism and cannot be activated twice in a row, but after being promoted to the legend level, deadly shooting is enhanced. Before, I used the silver-white pistol to shoot a bullet with skill effect, but now there are 6, which is a whole magazine. A bullet has more than 3,000 damage. After 5 shots, the elite guards have only a trace of blood. They can take it away with just 1 more shot. However, when he was dying, the dark heavy armor on the elite guards suddenly burst into dark light. Skill activation, Steel Guardian. Suddenly, the dying elite guards obtained super damage reduction with the help of their skills. Activate the skill, Rotation Blood Blade. After getting the injury exemption, the elite guard dragged the iron chain, swung the giant axe, and tried to launch the strongest attack. However, the Blood Clan King is already in his peak state at this time, how could he sit and wait for death? Bang! 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 The black pistol fired 3 or 2 normal attacks, instantly breaking the damage reduction of Steel Guardian. Then, its figure flashed and appeared behind the elite guards like a ghost. Just as the blood-colored giant axe flew out, a bright silver bullet hit the back of the elite guard accurately. Bang! Kill the dead guards and elites LV.9, experience plus 795. Get the loot, the Dead Grammar Ball *1. Dead Grammar Ball. Quality, rare. Effect: each kill or assist can save one level Whisper of the Dead, and each level Whisper of the Dead provides 5% full attribute bonus. Note: the effect of the Dead syntax ball needs to be actively cast. After casting, the number of layers will be cleared, and the total attribute bonus effect will last for 1 minute. Note: if the wearer dies, the number of layers will be cleared. Rare level magic ball equipment. Each kill or assist can accumulate 5% of all attribute bonuses. Unlike regular magic balls, the effect of the Dead magic ball needs to be actively cast. In other words, even if you accumulate 20 layers and the full attribute bonus reaches 100%, if you do not cast actively, you will not get the bonus effect. Moreover, after casting, the number of layers is zeroed, and the bonus effect can only last for 1 minute. Gu Chen thought for a while and decided to let the Nightmare Master equip the Dead Grammar Ball. First, the Nightmare Lord can travel through dreams and reality at will, with stronger survivability and less likely to die, which will help accumulate higher levels. Secondly, the Deep Dream of Nightmare Lord can cause range-based continuous damage, and within 1 minute of the Magic Ball effect, the damage can be maximized. After the equipment was ready, the Blood Clan King continued to open the way. After passing by the courtyard and killing a group of guards, Gu Chen came to the gate of the main hall. Pushing open the 2 heavy doors, a tall figure shrouded under the black robe appeared in the middle of the main hall next to the huge collapsed sculpture. Interracial, Black Robe Deacon Elite. Level, LV.13. Health Point. Attributes: Strength 125, Agility 127, Physical 132, Spirit 135. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, The Dark Invasion. Skill 3, Damage Transfer. He is still a black-robed deacon, but his level has been improved. At level 13, the average 4-dimensional attribute is 130, and the health volume has even reached 35,000. Although the skill has not changed, its body size is taller and darker, and the grey fog curse in the main hall has become stronger. Gu Chen could feel that his weak state had suppressed all his attributes by 40%. If he fought in this state, his combat power would be reduced directly by half. Fortunately, the Blood Clan King has used Healing Potion and can be immune to the Grey Fog Curse within 10 minutes. Otherwise, he will have no chance of winning if he takes his weak state to kill monsters. At the same time, in the empty main hall, one by one, the sinking guards were refreshed from the surrounding corners. In a blink of an eye, more than 50 tall figures in armor appeared beside Gu Chen. In the dream, Lin Yuan and others saw countless guards from all directions, and their scalps were numb. So many? This is not the case in the main hall last time. Lin Qingqing said with a frown. It's so scary. Suran said. I'm really in big trouble now. Wu Ziyi looked solemn. What should I do? There are so many weird things, even if I add the Nightmare Lord, it's not enough. Lin Yuan said crazy. In the difficult level dungeon, there are only more than 20 guards around the black-robed deacon, and the highest level is just 2 level 5 guards. But now, the number of guards has doubled, and the lowest is level 5 guards, including some level 7 and level 8 guards. You know, the black-robed deacon has the ability to transfer damage. These more than 50 guards are not just thugs, but more than 50 blood bags. The health of the level 5 guard is 2,900, and the health of the level 6 guard is 3,500. Level 7 guard is 4,200, and level 8 guard is 5,000. Just calculate the average health of each guard is 4,000. The total health of these guards is about 200,000. Now. In other words, the black-robed deacon himself has a blood volume of 35,000 yuan, and it also comes with a blood bag of 200,000 yuan. It's simply a blood bowl. No, the blood cow is not so exaggerated, it should be a blood bank. What should I do? The blood volume of more than 200,000 yuan is enough to blow the gun. Lin Yuan said with a worried look on his face. That won't be. A voice sounded in my ears. Lin Yuan turned his head and saw that Gu Chen actually appeared in the dream. Lao Gu, why are you in? Lin Yuan showed doubts on his face. The next battle is quite chaotic, I'm afraid of being hurt by accident. Gu Chen said lightly. The battle is more chaotic? After hearing Gu Chen's words, the four of them turned their heads and looked. The Blood Clan King held his 5 fingers with his fingers, and 5 scarlet blood lights flew out of his palms and instantly sank into the guard corpse outside the main hall. The next second, the guard's corpse opened his eyes, burst out with evil blood, and slowly stood up from the ground. Blood Clan Inheritance. The Blood Clan King can consume his own health and convert dead units into Blood Clan descendants. The Blood Clan King consumed 5,000 health points and turned 5 corpses into Blood Clan guards. The blood strip suddenly dropped above the half-blood line. The level of the Blood Clan guard is the same as before, with 3 levels 7 and 2 levels 8. The Blood Clan guards came behind the Blood Clan King, staring at the fallen guards in all directions with scarlet pupils, showing their bloodthirsty and cruel appearance. Kill! The Blood Clan King spit out a word gently, and the Blood Clan guards held a long sword or heavy axe and rushed to the group of guards ahead. Strong physique and recovery ability are the instincts of the vampire. If it is a normal confrontation, the vampire guards should have the upper hand. However, under the influence of the Grey Mist Curse, the Blood Clan guards at level 7 and 8 can only kill the lowest level 5 guards first. The Vampire Master was not idle either, and his eyes were fixed on a level 8 guard who was trying to attack the Vampire Guard. Bang! 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 A series of silver bullets roared like lightning, instantly hitting the 8th level guard. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.8, experience plus 616. The 5 Blood Clan guards had one enemy and the battle was fierce. Soon, one of them fell to the ground. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.5, experience plus 113. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.5, experience plus 113. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.6, experience plus 234. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.6, experience plus 234. Chapter 22 Stir Up, Skill Enhancement. Damn! I've upgraded! In the dream, Lin Yuan, who was in the viewing mode, was suddenly shocked and then looked happy. Gu Chen looked over and found that not only Lin Yuan, but Lin Qingqing, Siran and Wu Ziyi also upgraded, all of which were level 5. And he himself is almost level 8. Lin Qingqing and Siran were ecstatic. You know, they didn't even reach half of the dungeon. They rushed to level 5 without doing anything along the way. In the past, this was something they didn't dare to think about. I wonder how Li Wenhui is doing. Lin Qingqing suddenly remembered Gu Chen's gambling. It must be over. Lin Yuan said, Li Wenhui passed the difficult level dungeon in the morning. He is only level 4, and he brings a rare level night suit. Is he thinking about the hell level dungeon? It's hard to say. Wu Ziyi analyzed from the side, Li Wenhui not only has a rare suit, he is also a talented owner of Alavel. Moreover, his team members are much better at professional matching than us. He actually has Alavel talent? Why don't I know? Lin Yuan looked surprised. Normal, for civilians, many information channels are closed. Wu Ziyi's head was slightly raised. Then how did you know? Aren't you a civilian too? Me? Humph. There are different people. Just as the few people were chatting, Gu Chen used a life recovery potion to completely restore the health of the Blood Clan King. Immediately, Vampire Inheritance was cast again, and 5 more corpses were transformed into descendants of the vampire, 1 level 6 guard, 2 level 7 guards, and 2 level 8 guards. Why not transform more descendants of the Blood Clan at once? Because the Blood Clan King also has to fight with the black-robed deacon at level 13 to maintain more than 50% of his health to deal with the emergencies. As for the transformed Blood Clan guards, they not only retain the basic attributes of the fallen guards, but also possess the instinct of the Blood Clan, so they have greatly improved their combat power. With super strong senses and speed, coupled with super strong recovery ability, almost every Blood Clan guard can face 1 or 2 sinking guards head-on, which is still suppressed by the Grey Fog curse. As the battle continued, the number of guards of the Blood Clan gradually increased, and the sinking guards began to fall into a disadvantage, leaving only a dozen guards struggling to hold on. At the same time, the attack of the Blood Clan King became more and more fierce. After a few rounds, the black-robed deacon's health dropped to under half of the bloodline. There are only 6 fallen guards left in the main hall. 25 Blood Clan guards killed 6 fallen guards, and the situation was very good. The long sword and giant axe continued to slash, and the blood volume of the sinking guard continued to drop. Soon, a sinking guard fell to the ground. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.9, experience plus 521. Level improvement. Level, LV.8, 13/4850. Strength, 197. Agility, 196. Physical Constitution, 198. Spirit, 199. Summoning Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.8 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.8 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. It's so cool. A hint of joy burst out in Gu Chen's eyes. After the upgrade, the health of the Vampire King is fully restored. Vampire Inheritance launched again, the blood volume of the Blood Clan King dropped sharply, and the 5 guards stood up from the ground, and a bloodthirsty red light burst out in their eyes. 35 vs 5, the number of vampire guards has increased again. Gu Chen activated his talent to obtain Dark Bloodline. You have obtained Dark Bloodline First Generation. Dark Bloodline First Generation, it can upgrade the first generation of dark creatures, or it can awaken the bloodline for the King Blood dark creatures. Star Promotion. After considering it, Gu Chen integrated this dark bloodline into the body of the Nightmare Lord. Summoning Beasts successfully upgrade to the star. Nightmare Lord Epic Rightward Arrow Nightmare Lord Epic. Level, LV.8. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 119, Agility 126, Physical 125, Spirit 130. Talent, Unknown, Dreams Come True. Skill I, Disillusionment Instant Kill Epic. Skill 2, Nightmare Epic. Skill 3, Deep Dreams Epic. Skill Nightmare Haunted Get Enhanced. Nightmare Plague, every 10 points of spirit, you can summon a Nightmare Servant. The Nightmare Servant can wrap the target in place in a short time. The target entangled by multiple Nightmare Servants will suffer multiple damage. After the skill is enhanced, Nightmare Entangle has more control effects, which can wrap the target in place in a short period of time. Moreover, if you are entangled by 2 Nightmare Servants, the target will suffer twice the damage. 5 is 5 times, and 10 is 10 times. However, the source of damage must be the Nightmare Lord to generate multiple damage, otherwise it will be invalid. It's a bit amazing. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Previously, this skill only allowed the Nightmare Servant to attach to the target, and had no control effect. Now that the target can be entangled in place, it would be a big difference. Gu Chen thought. Black fog rose beside the Nightmare Lord, and 3 black shadows flashed away, entangled on the only 3 remaining destructive guards. The control effect was immediately activated, and the 3 fallen guards were entangled by Nightmare Servants, lost their displacement ability, and were hacked to death by the Blood Clan guards around them. Immediately, 3 black shadows flew out from the guard's corpse and returned to the Nightmare Lord. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.8, experience plus 235. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.9, experience plus 518. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.8, experience plus 230. Kill/assist judgment takes effect, you have accumulated 3 levels of Whispers of the Dead. It's cool. This is the effect you want. The consumption of summoning nightmare servants is not worth mentioning, but it can allow the Nightmare Lord to accumulate layers for the dead grammar ball while opening the dream. This is a killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Damn it! It's awesome. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It was not that he sighed that Gu Chen had accumulated 3 levels of deceased whispered by a small operation, but that he was deeply shocked by the guards in the main hall. This is a blood bag of 200,000. Just got scrapped. In this way, the black-robed deacon is a piece of cake. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he found that he seemed to be a little drifting. That's a level 13 elite monster. The average attribute is 130, and the health volume is as high as 35,000. If he was asked to go, he would not be able to kill even if he had a heavy sword for a day. How could it be a piece of cake? I didn't drink before entering the dungeon. How could I get so drunk? At this time, all the fallen guards were killed, and the black-robed deacon could no longer transfer the damage through the soldiers. On the side of the Vampire Majesty, the healing potion has long been ineffective. It is under the influence of its weak state and is fighting an anxious battle with the black-robed deacon. At this moment, the Blood Clan King suddenly gave up the battle and retreated quickly. However, the Blood Clan guards in the field rushed towards the black-robed deacon as if they were crazy. The first person to come to the black-robed deacon was a level 9 Blood Clan guard. Without saying a word, he exploded directly. That's right, it's self-destruction. With a bang, the black-robed deacon directly exploded 2,000 blood. Immediately afterwards, the second Blood Clan guard also came, then the third, the fourth. Bang! 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 The explosion sounded like a thunderous explosion, causing the main hall to tremble. The bloodline of the black-robed deacon fell all the way, falling sharply, and it was completely cleared in a few breaths. Under the blood-stained black robe, a tall body fell heavily to the ground, completely silent. Chapter 23 Nightmare Lord's First Show. Kill the black-robed deacon elite LV.13, experience plus 1573. Get the loot, summoner skill book *1. Get the loot, substitute puppet *1. Get the loot, healing potion *3. Get the loot, life recovery potion *2. Summoner skill book. What a lot of luck! Gu Chen's face was happy and quickly opened the space he took. Skill book, comprehensive link. Profession, summoner. Level, 5. Quality, rare. Effect, comprehensively link your own status with the summoning unit, share the gain effect, and share the debuff effect. This skill is really good. One part of consumption and summoned beasts share the burden, only Onet herd is left, and one part of the gain and summoned beasts share the burden, and it becomes 3 parts. Although no equipment was released this time, it is rare to publish a professional skill book, which is valuable. Learn skills. A purple light burst out from the summoning book and disappeared immediately. You have learned new skills comprehensive link. I finally have a skill. Gu Chen complained in his heart. The skills of the summoner are really scarce. There are no corresponding skills and books in the border towns like Linghung, so in addition to the basic summoning skills, this is his first professional skill. Then, Gu Chen looked at another spoil. Standard doll. Quality, rare. Effect, after activation, the user can bear 3000 damage. This value is equivalent to 3 to 4 times the maximum health value of an ordinary level 8 profession, but for Gu Chen, it is just a little more than 2 times. It's a little bit rare, but it's pretty good to treat it as a shield. Gu Chen immediately activates Standard Doll, hangs it on his body, and then adds the remaining spoils to his portable space. At this time, the Blood Clan King seemed to have discovered something and handed a glass bottle covered with stains to Gu Chen. What? Gu Chen looked over curiously and found that there was a heart in the bottle, and it was beating slowly. Mission items, sealed heart. Looking at the turbid grey-black dirty water in the bottle, Gu Chen felt a little physically uncomfortable for a moment. Sealed heart. Type, quest item. Note, the heart cut off from the witch was originally planned to be sacrificed to the gods in exchange for the power to resist the abyss, but who knew? Task items, put them away for the time being. Gu Chen put the sealed heart into his portable space. After the black-robed deacon was killed, the grey fog curse suddenly became much thinner, and the weakness effect also decreased significantly. Gu Chen found a clean place in the main hall, let Lin Yuan and others out of their dreams, and took a break. In fact, it is mainly to restore the Blood Clan King's health and transform more Blood Clan descendants. After all, in order to quickly kill the black-robed deacon, he suddenly exploded 8 descendants of the Blood Clan. After more than an hour, the Blood Clan King's condition has completely recovered. Behind it are 30 figures wrapped in rich blood energy, which is the limit of the Blood Clan Master's current transformation. A level 13 vampire deacon, 29 vampire guards, including 4 level 9, 6 level 8, 9 level 7, and 10 level 6. Convert units below level 10 into descendants of the vampire, consume 1000 health points, and self-destruct damage is 2000. Units below level 20 consume 2000 health points and self-destruct damage is 3000. As for those below level 30, it is not clear yet. After getting ready, Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Lord, and Lin Yuan and the other 2 entered the dream again. With the descendants of the Blood Clan clearing the way ahead, Gu Chen quickly arrived at the end of the main hall and came under 2 heavy iron gates. Push open this door and you will step into the sanctuary, which is the last level of the nightmare copy. Just kill the boss inside and find a bottle of sealed blood and you can successfully pass the level. But now it is a hell level dungeon after all, and the sanctuary can only be regarded as an appetizer, and the altar behind it is the main meal. A level 6 Blood Clan guard pushed open the door, and Gu Chen stepped into the sanctuary under the protection of a group of Blood Clans. As soon as he stepped in, the concentration of grey fog increased again, and the influence of the weak state suddenly broke out, and Gu Chen's full attributes dropped by 35%. Such a terrifying grey fog curse, no wonder no new professional has ever passed the hell level dungeon. Gu Chen's face turned pale a little bit. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and the others are already in a dream, otherwise they would have to lose half their lives. In the center of the sanctuary, there was a skinny and hunched figure shrouded under the dark red clothes. According to the guide, this should be the boss of the sanctuary, the priest in red. Under the cloak, the red-clothed priest's face was blocked by the shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes that were flashing with passion and cruel eyes. Its skin is pale as paper, covered with black patterns, like an evil spell spreading on its skin. As the Blood Clans walked into the center of the sanctuary, a deep purple light suddenly burst out from the crystal ball in the hands of the red-clothed priest. Roar! The rich purple energy was like smoke and mist, forming skeleton phantoms around the red-clothed priest, struggling and roaring in the void. Interracial, red priests and elites. Level, LV.15. Health point. Attributes, Strength 140, Agility 147, Physical 162, Spirit 150. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse. Skill 2, Grievance Impact. Skill 3, Life Sacrifice. Skill 4, Death Echo. I'm really coming to hell now. The average attribute is 150, plus the health of 72,000, and the weak effect of the Grey Mist Curse. I guess ordinary professionals will feel their scalp numb when they look at it. With such a thick amount of blood, the current state of the Blood Clan Lord will definitely not work. With this in mind, Gu Chen took out a healing potion from his portable space and used it on himself. the cure agent takes effect and the weak state disappears immediately. At the same time, Gu Chen activated his skills. Comprehensively link your own status with the summoning unit, share the gain effect, and share the debuff effect. The next second, the Blood Clan Lord and the Blood Clan guards who were originally weak were revived and their state quickly recovered. Then, Gu Chen looked at the ghostly figure beside him. Go, it's your turn to show up. The Nightmare Lord also returned to his peak state, and directly turned into a black fog and introduced into the void, heading towards the red-clothed priest. In the center of the sanctuary, the red-clothed priest shook his sleeves, and 3 resentful skeletons soared into the sky, directly offsetting the bullets shot by the Blood Clan King. The Blood Clan guards who rushed in front had already arrived in front of the priest in red, and the long sword and heavy axe in their hands slashed down without any mercy. However, the next second, a vengeful skeleton lingering around the priest in red rushed forward and directly turned the Blood Clan guards who rushed in front into a dry bone. Immediately afterwards, several more vengeful skeletons flew out and rushed towards the remaining Blood Clan guards. At this moment, a large piece of shattered suddenly appeared in the void, and the dark and deep cracks instantly swallowed the resentful skeletons. The Nightmare Lord showed his body, and his nightmare servants were surrounded by black fog. The next second, the nightmare servant turned into black shadows and flew towards the priest in red. Nightmare trespassing. Every 10 points of spirit, a nightmare servant can entangle the target in place in a short time. The target entangled by multiple nightmare servants will suffer multiple damage. 1, 2, 3. In one breath, 10 black shadows were wrapped around the body of the priest in red, and the damage rate reached its limit. The Nightmare Lord had a huge black fog all over his body, and suddenly he hid into the dream. The next second, a ghostly figure appeared behind the priest in red. Disappointed instant kill, use the dream to approach the target unit and launch an attack to cause high damage to it. Skill activation. Disappointment instant kill hit the target and burst out with high damage in an instant. Immediately afterwards, 10 black shadows wrapped around the priest in red trembled violently, and the 10 times the damage of Nightmare Haunted exploded. Boom! Under the red robe, the hunched body stiffened and fell directly to the ground as if struck by lightning. 28,000. The 2 skills of Nightmare Lord were superimposed and directly exploded with 28,000 damage. The red-clothed priest's blood bar instantly emptied nearly half of it, and more than 40% of his blood was knocked out. Chapter 24 The Red Priest Who Burns, Sacrifices Life. Damn it! 28,000 damage! Lin Yuan exclaimed in surprise. How is that possible? Isn't the Nightmare Lord a summoned beast that Gu Chengang contracted? Why is it more fierce than the Blood Clan King? Looking at the red-clothed priest's half-empty blood strips, he couldn't hold it anymore. As long as this damage is not targeted at boss, anyone will be killed instantly. Lin Qingqing also looked surprised. The priest in red has 70,000 health points, which seems not enough to be the Nightmare Lord. Wu Ziyi also found it incredible. The 4 people in the dream all looked incredible, and their expressions were like seeing a ghost. A summoner who has just changed his job used the summoning beast to deal 28,000 damage. If it weren't for seeing it with your own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was such an outrageous thing. Roar! The priest in red suffered heavy damage and a terrifying power burst out all over his body. There were more than a dozen skeletons and resentful spirits lingering around it, screaming like ghosts and wolves, flying towards the Nightmare Lord. At this moment, the Blood Clan King suddenly attacked, and a series of bullets roared, hitting the head of the red-clothed priest. Bang! 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 A large amount of damage erupted in the middle of the eyebrows, instantly knocking the priest in red out of a state of dizziness. The skeleton spirits who rushed towards the Nightmare Lord suddenly stopped and lost control. Then they flew around like headless flies, hitting the surrounding walls and sculptures. For elite monsters like the Red Priest, the stun time is only 1 second. But for the current battle, it is enough. Deep Dream. The Nightmare Lord did not hesitate and directly activated the strongest skill, centering the red-clothed priest, building an area into a deep dream. The red-clothed priest in the deep dream roared in pain, and his body was like plasticine, stretching, flattening, twisting, and dismantling. Every minute and every second, it suffers the high damage caused to it by deep dreams. The blood volume began to fall. Although it did not drop more than 40% in an instant like before, it was stable and continuous, and it continued to decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! The priest in red woke up from his dizziness and fled wildly, trying to leave his deep dream. But how could the Blood Clan King miss this opportunity? Although they are in a deep dream, the Blood Clan King was not affected at all. It flashed and appeared in an excellent shooting position. Deadly shooting, launch! A series of silver bullets roared like lightning, and the red-clothed priest's blood dropped wildly, instantly reducing his health by 24,000. Lin Yuan and others' eyelids jumped suddenly and they were fucked silently. Not only silence, but also the worldview has been subverted. The Nightmare Lord dealt 28,000 damage, and the Vampire Lord dealt 24,000 damage. What's going on? Is the damage of summoned beasts now measured by the unit of 10,000? Isn't it said that civilians are dead end to elect summoners? Why is Gu Chen so perverted? Could it be that civilians choose summoners as the strongest profession? This world deceives us? The four of them looked at each other, their faces in a complicated way. Is this a level 8 profession? Which level 8 profession can deal 20,000 damage? It's not 20,000, but 24,000. The fraction you ignore can make you die 10 times. If you go to the school institution to take the school assessment, it would be a big deal to go to Beijing school institution. Uncertain. Wu Ziyi suddenly spoke, not very much agreeing with this sentence. The dungeons all have hatred mechanisms, so they will stare at the summoned beasts and keep attacking, but how should they fight against the summoner under normal circumstances? Kill the summoner first. Lin Qingqing said. Yes, when fighting with the summoner, kill the summoner first. If it is put in the real assessment, as long as the attack target is placed on Gu Chen, the battle can be easily solved. After all, he is just a level 8 newcomer. Lin Yuan let out a snorted hum and smiled disdainfully. So, what makes you think that you can get rid of the two summoned beasts, the Blood Clan Majesty and the Nightmare Lord, appear next to Gu Chen and kill him? Just find a tank teammate to lure the summoned beast. Then the question is, what kind of tank can withstand the damage of 24,000 per second? Can you bear it with an epic meat outfit? Wu Ziyi turned his face and stopped talking. Lin Yuan smiled and said nothing. Some people always think that it's okay for him to get involved. This is a disease and needs to be cured. In the center of the sanctuary, the Blood Clan King spit out his tongue with his two guns, and the damage was shot out one after another. The red-clothed priest fell into a deep dream, and his blood volume dropped rapidly. Soon, the battle was coming to an end, and the red-clothed priest had only about 10% of his health. Just as the Blood Clan King was about to order the Blood Clan guards to go up and explode, a terrifying energy fluctuation swept around, forcing the Blood Clan King to retreat repeatedly. Roar! A strong evil aura erupted around the priest in red. The red dress on its body suddenly had no wind and its color became as bright as blood. In an instant, its aura surged sharply, and it actually broke through the shackles of the deep dream. The priest in red rose into the air, stretched out his 5 fingers to the Blood Clan King, and held them in the air. In an instant, countless dark purple resentful spirits surrounded the Blood Clan King and madly eroded its body. Ah! The Blood Clan King showed a look of pain on his face, and his whole body was corroded by a strong light, and his body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its blood bar instantly dropped a lot, and it lost more than 3,000 health points at once. Gu Chen's eyes condensed, and immediately asked the Blood Clan King to withdraw from the battle center, while the Blood Clan guard rushed up to attract hate. You know, the Blood Clan King is only more than 10,000 yuan now. The red-clothed priest raised his hand and instantly lost more than 3,000 health points. If the priest in red lifts his hands twice, wouldn't he just take the Blood Clan King away? More than a dozen Blood Clan guards rushed forward, but they could not reach the side of the red-clothed priest, and were controlled by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, the priest in red let out a shrill roar, and the red clothes on its body flew, burning like flames. The controlled Blood Clan guards around them also burned, turning into powder in a dazzling light. And the lights seemed to be summoned and flew towards the priest in red and were sucked into the body. Swallow. Bathed in the dazzling light, the priest in red was like a god, reborn as a fire. The originally hunched and thin body became tall and straight, and the skinny limbs became strong and powerful. Just now, only 10% of the health value was left, but it instantly soared to 60%. It is reborn and stronger. This is the skill of the priest in red, sacrifice of life. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, and he ordered the remaining blood guards to retreat immediately. When the health of the red-clothed priest is less than 10%, it will sacrifice itself and everything around it, obtain state recovery, and its damage will be increased exponentially. In this state, the priest in red will continue to activate the Death Echo, a skill similar to the domain. As long as it is within the range of Death Echo, it will suffer extremely high critical damage, and the health of the enemy units will drop sharply. The priest in red let out a roar, and flashed directly into the group of retreating Blood Clan guards. Immediately afterwards, countless resentful spirits attacked the surrounding Blood Clan guards with it as the center. Boom! 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 The Blood Clan guards hit by the resentful spirits almost didn't even scream, and they were instantly corroded into dead bones. In a blink of an eye, all the remaining 20 Blood Clan guards were killed. All descendants of the Blood Clan are destroyed. Chapter 25, Dead Grammar Ball, Doubled Attributes. The first time the Blood Clan King retreated, Gu Chen gave it a bottle of life recovery potion. After the sacrifice, the priest in red was so terrifying that as soon as more than 20 Blood Clan guards entered the range of Death Echo, they were completely destroyed. Even the Blood Clan King would probably not be able to withstand this damage. You must not enter its skill range. The most important thing now is to buy time for the Nightmare Lord. The cooling of the skill is linked to energy. As long as you can restore more energy, you can trap the red-clothed priest into a deep dream. Roar! The red-clothed priest let out a shrill howl, and then figures suddenly appeared in the sanctuary, and the temple guards were refreshed again. Moreover, this time there are not a dozen or 20, but a group of them, a large group, densely packed, and they can't count them. All the guards were dispatched. The groups of temple guards rushed towards the direction where Gu Chen was as if they were crazy, and a shrill roar echoed from all directions. Get back first! Gu Chen turned around and ran away without thinking. In this case, you can only pull and fight, otherwise the temple guards will block the road and be approached by the red-clothed priests, and they will not be able to run away at that time. The priest in red has already set his sights on the Blood Clan King. It is extremely fast and has already caught up in a blink of an eye. The Nightmare Lord turned around, and a black shadow flew out of it and quickly landed on the red-clothed priest, wrapping it around. The Nightmare Servant has no health value, and is essentially just a skill form, so there is no such thing as being killed. He can only use skills such as purification to disperse it. While the red-clothed priest was trapped in place, the Nightmare Servant and the Blood Clan King killed the surrounding guards and quickly retreated back with Gu Chen. To be honest, Gu Chen had already sweated a lot on his back. Because there were too many guards summoned by the Red Priest, and they were densely packed, almost encircling the entire sanctuary. The Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master were killed all the way, and the ground was covered with guard corpses, but they could not stop such a terrifying number. Two summoned beast generals Gu Chen protected in the middle, retreating while attacking the guards blocking the road. The Nightmare Lord was surrounded by black mist burning like black flames. Every time the figure appeared, he would kill a guard entangled by the Nightmare Servant. However, the killing efficiency is still too slow. Faced with the crazy influx of fallen guards, its killing speed will not play any role. The Nightmare Lord was angry in his heart. This battle was its first show, and he unexpectedly ended up in this situation. There are enemies on all sides, and there is almost no way to retreat. Okay, that's okay. Suddenly, Gu Chen stopped retreating, stopped his body, and breathed a sigh of relief. What's good? Run! If you don't run, the priest in red will catch up. Seeing this, the four people in the dream showed doubts and were confused. Gu Chen turned his gaze to the Nightmare Lord. To be precise, it is the magic ball surrounding the Nightmare Master. Since the Nightmare Lord killed the guard, Gu Chen was staring at him. The number of layers of the Dead Whisper. Up to now, it is just 20th floor and has been capped. The Dead Whisper in the first level can get a 5% bonus of all attributes, while the 20th level is 100%, and the full attributes are increased by 1 times. Gu Chen nodded. The Nightmare Lord did not hesitate and directly activated the magic ball effect. A dark light burst out from the dead grammar ball, shining on the Nightmare Master. The next moment, the Nightmare Master had a huge black fog all over his body, his attributes soared, and his body size doubled. Die! The Nightmare Lord rose into the air and let out a roar. The faint grey energy spread around with Gu Chen as the center. Deep Dream. Under the effect of the dead grammar ball, the Nightmare Dominator doubled its full attributes, and his energy soared, and he once again built a deep dream. Around Gu Chen, several of the sinking guards who rushed up suddenly turned into debris like disintegrating building blocks. The effect of the dead grammar ball is activated, and the Nightmare Master has obtained 100% full attribute bonus, lasting 1 minute. Although it only takes 1 minute, it is enough for the Nightmare Lord. The guards trapped in the deep dream have no ability to resist. Whether it is the lowest level 5 guard or the highest level 10 guard, they are all crushed into pieces by the terrifying dream power. The only difference is that there are only a few seconds of the time to persist. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.6, experience plus 589. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.8, experience plus 852. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.9, experience plus 923. Kill the Desolate Guard LV.7, experience plus 694. A series of killing prompts appeared in front of Gu Chen. His experience bar was like a rocket rising. In just 10 seconds, it had soared by more than 2,000. It will soon be upgraded to level 9. Looking at the large number of deadly guards, Gu Chen felt secretly happy, but he also knew that the Nightmare Lord could only last for 1 minute. If all the attacks are wasted on these soldiers, the priest in red will be cured once the 1-minute deadline arrives. Kill the priest in red! Gu Chen shouted immediately. The black mist surging around the Nightmare Lord, and the Nightmare Servants turned into black shadows and instantly wrapped around the red-clothed priest. A black shadow is twice the damage, and 10 black shadows are 10 times the damage. This is the limit that this skill can reach at present. In the deep dream, the body of the priest in red began to twist and blur. After the Nightmare Dominator's full attributes doubled, Deep Dream burst out 10 times the continuous damage. The blood bars of the priest in red began to fall cliff-likely at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its body was constantly twisted, squeezed, blurred, like the previous sinking guards, shattered into red debris. Kill the red priest in Elite LV.15, experience plus 2731. Get the loot, sacrifice robe LV.10 rarity level. Get the spoils, sacrifice book LV.10 rarity level. Get the loot, sacrifice trousers LV.10 rarity. Level improvement. Level, LV.9, 122/6900. Strength, 207. Agility, 206. Physical Constitution, 208. Spirit, 209. Summoning Beasts, Vampire Majesty LV.9 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.9 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. Level 9, and then level 10, you can contract the third summoned beast. Gu Chen was not in a hurry to activate his talent. Just like at level 4, this Dark Bloodline is not used for the time being, and it is left to the third summoned beast as a backup choice. Then, he looked at the 3 equipment he had obtained. Sacrifice Robe, Priestly Book and Sacrificial Trousers, 3 rare equipment of level 10. This is already considered a medium to high quality, and it is a suit. If placed on the trading platform, it will definitely be more than 1 million. And it's the kind that you're killed instantly as soon as you hang up. Chapter 26 Sealed Blood. Sacrificial Robe. Quality, Rare. Limited Level, 10. Attributes, Physical Constitution plus 35, Physical Defense plus 10%, Magic Defense plus 20%. Effect, the sacrificial robe can provide a shield with all attributes *10. Sacrificial Set, Sacrifice Robe /sacrificial book /sacrificial trousers. Shield with all attributes *10. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. His full attribute is now 830, which means that the sacrificial robe can provide him with an 8300 shield. One piece of equipment can provide more than 8000 shields, which is a much higher health than the ordinary level 8 sinking guard. Even if you face the 15th level Red Priest Elite, you can resist 2 skills. Moreover, this equipment can also increase physical fitness by 35, 10% physical defense and 20% magic defense, which can be said to be quite good. The most important thing is that this piece of equipment is one of the sets. Although the priest in red is difficult to fight, I have to say that after the fight, it smells so good. Let's look at the other 2 pieces of equipment. Sacrificial Dharma Book. Quality, Rare. Limited Level, 10. Attributes, Spirit plus 30, Energy Recovery plus 25%, Spell Damage plus 30%. Effect, when all skills of the wearer or your unit are in a cool state, you can add energy to your unit once. Sacrificial Set, Sacrifice Robe /sacrificial book /sacrificial trousers. A magic book that increases spirit, damage, and energy can be said to be very outstanding. All the attacks of the Red Priests were cast through this book before, which obviously provided a considerable increase in damage. Sacrificial Trousers. Quality, Rare. Limited Level, 10. Attribute, Agility plus 15. Effect, Movement Speed plus 25%, immune to one-time slowdown effect. Sacrificial Set, Sacrifice Robe /sacrificial book /sacrificial trousers *. The effect of sacrificial trousers is average, mainly increasing the movement speed and one-time slowdown immunity, but if you encounter the entanglement effect of the Nightmare Servant, you are still powerless. Moreover, this slowdown immunity can only be used on oneself and cannot be used by one's own unit, which means it is insulated from the summoned beast. This gives another discount to the equipment effect. But there is nothing we can do about this. After all, strictly speaking, the sacrificial suit can only be regarded as a mage professional equipment, not a summoner profession. It is already very good to have the effect of sacrificial calligraphy to supplement your own unit. Immediately, Gu Chen then looked at the 3-piece suit effect. Sacrificial Set, Sacrifice Robe /sacrificial book /sacrificial trousers. Set attributes, Physique plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Agility plus 50. Set effect, perform a sacrifice ceremony on the target unit. The sacrificer will obtain a damage ratio of 10% of the sacrifice number in the next period of time. Cooldown time, 24h. This is a bit scary. In short, the more sacrifices are offered, the more damage will increase in the following. Gu Chen thought of the scene where the red-clothed priest's combat power surged after offering sacrifices to more than a dozen Blood Clan guards. No wonder it can kill all the descendants of the vampire in seconds. It turns out that the skill has obtained several times the damage bonus. If this is used by the vampire master, it will definitely cause unimaginable terrifying damage. After packing these 3 level 10 sets, 1 minute has arrived. Inside the sanctuary, the light grey boundary representing the deep dream is gradually shattering. Gu Chen also took advantage of this time and used the power of his dream to pass through countless sunken guards and came to a picture frame that was taller than a person. On the screen, dark red liquid flows slowly and irregularly, looking like an animation demonstration. Gu Chen reached out and took the painting off the wall, then looked at the item information. Sealed blood. Type, quest item. Note, the blood drawn from the witch's body was sealed in this mural by the priest in red using special techniques. After obtaining the task items, Gu Chen did not delay at all and immediately ran towards the passage leading to the altar. The Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master followed behind and repelled the pursuit of a large group of desolate guards. 3 figures walked deeper and deeper in the corridor, moving towards their final goal. Huh? The grey fog seems to have disappeared. Could it be that the red-clothed priest is the source of the grey fog? Just now, he was just concerned about getting rid of the groups of sunken guards behind him, and he didn't pay attention to this detail. Now that he had been walking in the corridor for a while, Gu Chen felt that he seemed a little different. After checking the status, it was true that the weak status had completely disappeared. Fortunately the grey mist curse is gone, otherwise this last level might be a bit lingering. After looking at the space of the portable space, there was only a tube of healing potion left, and the rest were all consumed in the battle with the priest in red. If there is still grey fog at the altar, then the next battle will be a tough battle. The light in the corridor was dim, and a level 10 black-robed deacon was painted along the way. The Nightmare Lord cooperated with the Blood Clan King to take action and killed all of them with neatness. When he arrived at the end of the corridor, Gu Chen was surrounded by not only the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Lord, but also 10 level 10 Blood Clan deacons. Then, Gu Chen released Lin Yuan and the other 4 from the dream. Because the grey fog had completely dissipated, they also regained their freedom. Now he is in the middle of the sanctuary and the altar, so he just happened to stop and take a break. Oh, I finally came out. I always feel uncomfortable in my dreams. Lin Yuan started stretching exercises by a wall. I know how terrifying hell is. Just like the many guards who fell into the sea just now, if I took me with me, I would definitely not be able to run out. Lin Qingqing sighed from the side. This time I can guarantee that Li Wenhui and the others will definitely not be able to pass the hell level dungeon. The red-clothed priests are simply a terrifying group, and ordinary professions will definitely die. Wu Ziyi said with lingering fear. Listening to the conversation between Lin Yuan and others, Gu Chen took the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Lord into the Summoning Beast space and let the 2 Summoning Beasts rest first. He also found a relatively flat stone slab and lay down leisurely. After looking at the time, it has been 3 hours since I passed the level, so it is time to stop and slow down. He was nothing, mainly because the Blood Clan King was in battle from beginning to end. Although he could restore his health through upgrades, his energy had been consumed a lot. There is also the Nightmare Lord who first casts all his skills, and then doubles his attributes to release all his skills again. After the 1 minute effect is over, its energy consumption is even more serious than that of the Vampire Lord. The energy mechanism is not like the health value and attribute value that can be intuitively reflected through data. So far, energy consumption can only be slowly recovered through appropriate rest. Gu Chen looked at the altar in the distance, and the final boss of the hell level dungeon was on the side of the altar. So far, no newcomer has passed the hell level dungeon. Before this, almost all the newcomers who entered the hell level dungeon went out alive. At this time, Gu Chen had completely refreshed the record of the Hell level copy. He is the only one who sees the end. Chapter 27, It's not a bet on who has persisted in the dungeon for a long time. Copy Portal. As Gu Chen and Li Wenhui entered the Hell level novices' dungeons one after another, there were already many onlookers in the square, more than the guard groups in the sanctuary. Although it is the time to sprint for the college assessment, it is very fun to wait for 2 or 3 hours to see who Gu Chen and Li Wenhui failed first. That's right, it's just 2 or 3 hours. Although the challengers who entered the Hell level dungeon in the past had the longest record of 6 hours and 43 minutes, which was the level of the Red Priest in the sanctuary. But those are all transfer students at level 9 or level 10, because the novices' dungeons are only open to transfer students at level 10. Those who dare to go to Hell level dungeons like Gu Chen and Li Wenhui, one level 5 and the other level 4, don't know what crazy they are. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, 2 or 3 hours is enough to determine the outcome. People are curious, and everyone wants to see who will take the lead in this bet worth millions. It's been 3 hours, and the 2 Hell level dungeons are actually running. It seems that the battle situation is very anxious. Because the novice copy is a man-made copy, in order to facilitate viewing the copy situation, if the challenger does not die, the copy will show the running status. Through this, we can judge whether the team entering it is still passing the level. I guess Gu Chen is about to be unable to hold on. Well, it's not easy for a civilian to carry 4 actors until now. Li Wenhui should have already reached the main hall. After all, he is the squad leader of the key squad, and the teams he leads are all top students. I think Gu Chen is already very strong. Who can survive in the Hell level dungeon until now? It's hard to say, maybe he just hides in a corner and delays time. Everyone was talking enthusiastically, and the entrance to the copy was calm and there was no movement. Half an hour later, it has been nearly 4 hours since Gu Chen and Li Wenhui entered the Hell level dungeon. The 2 dungeons are still in operation, which means that the battle is still going on. This made everyone in the square even more curious. It is obvious how difficult it is to be in the Hell level dungeon. Whether it is Gu Chen or Li Wenhui, being able to persist in it for so long can be said to have broken everyone's expectations. At this moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared at the entrance of the copy, and then a figure was teleported out. It's out. Hi, why are there only one? Seeing this, everyone's face suddenly showed a complex look. No matter which team it is, 5 people enter or 1 person comes out, it means that the other team members are dead inside, and the battle for the dungeon must be extremely tragic. The light quickly disappeared, and a weak figure stumbled to the ground. Everyone looked at each other and guessed. Who came out? It must be Gu Chen. That's right, those 4 actors died, and he was the only one who came out alive. Oh, it's really harmful to others and yourself. No, that's Li Wenhui, why did he come out? Shocked. How is that possible? Li Wenhui was covered in blood and was covered in rare level equipment with mottled battle traces. He looked pale and embarrassed, looking like he had only half his life left. However, when Li Wenhui stood firm and looked at the crowd around him with surprise, a strong sense of pride surged in his heart. I broke into the main hall and killed more than 20,000 blood from the black-robed deacon of level 13. Who can be better than me? After more than 2 hours of hard work, he led the team successfully entered the main hall. However, the black-robed deacon was an elite monster at level 13 after all, and with more than 50 fallen guards refreshed at the same time, Li Wenhui's team was eventually killed and retreated step by step. Finally, he framed the newly recruited Thunder Mage as bait and used the entire team to delay the attack of the black-robed deacon. He himself took advantage of the chaos and finally escaped from the battle mode before teleporting himself out. Although the practice of abandoning teammates is a bit despicable and shameless, at least I survived. Only by living can I be qualified to be the most powerful professional. Li Wenhui comforted himself in his heart. The crowd around began to whisper, and an incredible expression appeared on everyone's face. Shouldn't Gu Chen be the first to come out? How could it be Li Wenhui? Li Wenhui held everyone's expressions in his eyes, and his head was slightly raised, like a triumphant general, treating all this as everyone's shock and worship of him. Immediately, he looked at the dogleg who had been waiting outside and asked, "What is the state of Gu Chen's copy? Is he already dead inside?" Dog Leopard's face was a little stiff. "Gu Chen, he is still passing the level." "What?" Li Wenhui's smile froze instantly, and the expression on his face seemed to have seen a ghost. "You say it again." Li Wenhui roared directly, "It has been nearly 4 hours, how could he still pass the level?" Li Wenhui was a little unacceptable for a moment. There were 2 rare professions in his team, which were many times stronger than Gu Chen's caste, and he almost wiped out the entire army. Gu Chen's team entered earlier than him, how could it be that he was still passing the level? Maybe Gu Chen and the others are slow to kill monsters, Dogleg said in a low voice. Li Wenhui was slightly stunned and his face calmed down a little. It makes sense. He had already hit the black-robed deacon in the main hall, and Gu Chen and the others might still be raising the fallen guards in the square. Gu Chen and him are not at the same level at all. Well, anyway, betting is about betting on clearance ratings, not about betting on who can hold on for a long time. Don Tigatub, put my tent here. I'm going to wait for Gu Chen to come out and see with my own eyes how he loses. When people around him heard Li Wenhui's words, they nodded in agreement. Yes, this is a bet on clearance rating. Gu Chen may not necessarily have a high rating if he persists for a long time. I said it a long time ago, Gu Chen must be huddling in the dungeon to drag time. The civilian summoner brings 4 actors, maybe they don't even enter the temple gate now. Hey, don't say it, there's really this possibility. Li Wenhui lay in the tent and opened the clearance record of his team. Although the level was not successfully passed, the copy system will still give a rating, but the level is not high. Class? It seems a bit low. Li Wenhui frowned, but this is a hell-level dungeon. Ordinary transfer students will basically die in it. Not only did I come out alive, but I also got a clevel evaluation, which is already very awesome. Li Wenhui smiled on his face, as if he had seen the scene of winning a bet of 500,000. Gu Chen, what rating would you have? Level? Or a level? Haha, I guess you should die in it. Chapter 28 Deep in the Altar, The Fallen Witch. Temple Ruins. After coming out of the corridor of the sanctuary, Gu Chen lay on a stone slab and closed his eyes to rest. If the situation in the dungeon can be seen by the outside world, he will definitely think that it is delaying time. Although Lin Yuan and others were bored, they were not idle either. Taking advantage of Gu Chen's ability to restore his energy to the summoned beast, the 4 of them were a little itchy and worked together to kill a single black-robed deacon. The process of killing monsters was quite smooth, but it took a long time and took more than 10 minutes. 4 people, an ordinary level 10 monster, more than 10 minutes, and Wu Ziyi even lost the lottery during this period. At this point, they deeply realized how terrifying Gu Chen's combat power was. After resting for more than an hour, the energy of the 2 summoned beasts had almost recovered. Gu Chen summoned the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master who were in a perfect state. Looking at the altar not far ahead, there is the end point that even the guide has never mentioned. Let's go. The Blood Clan King led 10 Blood Clan deacons to make the way forward. Gu Chen, Lin Yuan and 5 others walked in the middle, and finally the Nightmare Master. When they arrived near the altar, an invisible pressure came to their faces. Lin Yuan and others looked silent and stopped subconsciously. What's wrong? Gu Chen noticed the strangeness of Lin Yuan and others. It's nothing, I just suddenly feel so breathless. Lin Yuan's brow frowned slightly. Gu Chen looked at Lin Qingqing and others again, and found that the others were in a state of something wrong, and there was obvious fear and heaviness in his expression. This is spiritual pressure. Gu Chen's eyes looked at the altar, which emanated from there. The spiritual attributes of Lin Yuan and the four of them are around 60, and in the altar the final boss is definitely above 150, so as soon as you get closer, it is affected. Your attributes are too low, so you can retreat to the periphery first. Gu Chen said to them, and then continued to walk forward with the summoned beasts. As soon as I arrived at the altar, a heart-pounding terrifying pressure erupted from it, and then the sky suddenly darkened. Gu Chen subconsciously looked up. No, it was not that the sky became dark, but that a vast purple-black light soared into the sky and burst out from the altar, as if it was to swallow everything around. Then, a rich and decayed aura burst out, accompanied by the purple-black light. Wherever you pass, vitality fades, plants and trees wither, and everything exudes the breath of death. Gu Chen did not retreat, but walked straight forward. The situation in front of him was obvious. He had activated the boss in the altar. Why do you guys betray me? A cold voice sounded from my ears, a woman's voice, with a strong resentment and reluctance in her tone. The purple-black light emitting the breath of death continued to spread around, and at the same time, a translucent grey shield appeared on Gu Chen. Black Deacon's robe effect provides a magic shield for the user. The shield value is the user's spirit *10. Current shield value, 8300. Click. 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 The purple-black light fell on the shield, and a large black crack suddenly burst out. Crack. The shield shattered. The shield worth more than 8,000 was under the purple-black light, and he could only breathe for 2 breaths. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, and he immediately took a step back. A large piece of the void behind him suddenly appeared, bringing him into his dream, and he narrowly avoided the purple-black light. At the same time, figures in black robes walked out from behind the altar, and noisy sounds sounded from all around, making the sound shrill, making the scalp numb. Gu Chen's brow suddenly frowned. These black-robed deacons who walked out of the altar were all level 15. The black-robed deacon at level 15 has a health of more than 50,000. He can release grey mist curse and damage transfer, which is so powerful that it is outrageous. If only 2 or 3 appear, you can barely deal with it. But now it's a group. At least a dozen black-robed deacons came out from behind the altar, and the number continued to increase. It is almost impossible to kill boss deep in the altar under the siege of these black-robed deacons. The Nightmare Lord, control those black-robed deacons. The master of the Blood Clan, attack the altar. Gu Chen stared at the light and shadow deep in the altar. Only by killing the boss deep in the altar can he successfully pass the level. A large piece of black mist rose from the Nightmare Lord. Its current spiritual attribute is 142 and can summon 14 nightmare servants. In an instant, black shadows shot out like black lightning and fell on the black-robed deacons who had just walked out of the altar. At the same time, 10 Blood Clan priests set out the way and rushed to the edge of the altar with the Blood Clan Lord. Die! A black-robed deacon rushed forward and blocked the edge of the altar with his body. The Blood Clan King had a ferocious face and directly launched deadly shooting. A series of bullets roared out with silver lights, knocking the black-robed deacon backwards, and his blood strips also descended rapidly. A shuttle bullet directly knocked out 24,000 health, which was equivalent to half of the health of the black-robed priest. Looking at the half-empty blood strip, Gu Chen's face changed slightly. Doesn't this mean that the maximum health value of these black-robed priests is less than 50,000? He subconsciously looked around. The black-robed deacon appeared for so long, but the grey fog did not appear. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and then he realized that the priest in red was the source of grey fog. Now that the priest in red is dead, the grey fog curse will not appear again. Since there is no curse of the grey fog, it is easy to do. Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Blood Clan Lord, demolish the altar for me. The Blood Clan King launched the Scarlet Feast and instantly dealt with the black-robed deacon in front of him. Kill, cool down and reset. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blood Clan deacons next to them entered the altar and fought against the black-robed deacons around them. The figure of the Blood Clan King flashed and appeared ghostly in the depths of the altar, shooting wildly at the purple-black light and shadow. Bang! 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 The bullets were as dense as raindrops and poured out with a violent momentum. But it was swept to the ground by an invisible light and shadow. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and saw a thin figure of a woman soaring into the sky deep in the altar. Her skin was shriveled, her body was covered with wrinkles like worn parchment paper, and her skin was tightly attached to her bones, like a mummy. In her shriveled chest, an empty wound was shocking, with uneven edges of the wound, as if it was roughly cut open by some evil force. She raised her eyelids, an endless darkness surged from her eyes, and a decadent dark aura spread out from her body. Interracial, Fallen Witch Bow SS. Level, 1-5. Health : Attributes, Strength 185, Agility 180, Physical 215, Spirit 220. Skill I, Apoptosis. Skill 2, Damage Transfer. Skill 3, Grievance Impact. Skill 4, Life Sacrifice. Seeing the boss attribute panel, Gu Chen's face suddenly sank. 158,000 health. It's simply outrageous. Chapter 29 How to fight such a terrifying boss? Fallen Witch. It turns out that this is the final boss of the Hell level dungeon. Although it is level 15, it has a health of 158,000 and an average attribute of up to 200. The data alone is enough to discourage those genius professions. The dry corpse was bathed in the altar halo. It raised its slender arms, leaving only the fingers of the joints pointing far away in the direction where the Blood Clan King was. Wow! The purple-black rotten aura condensed into ferocious and distorted faces. They made shrill screams and rushed towards the Blood Clan King frantically. Grievance Impact, gathering the grievance impact on the target, giving it a chance to fall into a state of chaos. Chaos state, units in chaotic state will lose their behavioral control and launch an attack on surrounding targets regardless of their enemy. The sound of ghosts crying and wolf howling came, and the phantom of the resentful spirit penetrated the body of the Blood Clan King, bursting out with a strong spiritual impact. Boom! The body of the Blood Clan trembled, and under the mental oppression of the fallen witch as high as 220, he was directly beaten out of chaos. Its body swayed and began to launch an indiscriminate attack on the surroundings. Several close-knit deacons were immediately affected and were hit by a series of bullets. State of chaos. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, but he was not too panic. He immediately took out a potion from his portable space and used it directly. Dispersal agent, after use, dispel your abnormal state and obtain 5 seconds of abnormal state immunity. The unit price of this potion is 5,000 yuan. It was bought on the trading platform before Gu Chen left the dungeon. It was originally intended to deal with the Grey Fog Curse. However, after killing the elite monster, he obtained the healing potion, but he never took it out. Now it just happens to be available. The chaotic state was instantly dispelled, and the Blood Clan King's expression stagnated, and his eyes suddenly regained its glory. Then, a trace of inspiration of murderous intent burst out from the pair of narrow eyes. It is the Blood Clan King. How can its majesty be so blasphemed by being at the top of the Blood Clan pyramid? The Blood Clan King, who had recovered his mind, rushed forward and without saying a word, he pulled the trigger at the fallen witch on the altar and activated his skills directly. Deadly Shooting. Scarlet Feast. Skill connection and crazy output, but the fallen witch did not suffer any damage at all. Gu Chen frowned slightly. The average attribute of the fallen witch is above 200, and its damage-bearing ability can be said to be the strongest boss to date, but even so, it will not even be damaged by the 2 skills of the Vampire Maharaja. At this moment, Gu Chen suddenly discovered that a layer of invisible crystal white light was still blooming on the fallen witch. Damage transfer. Gu Chen's face changed and he immediately realized the problem. Back! He issued an order to the Blood Clan King at the first time, but he was still 1 step late. I saw a large purple-black light blooming from the altar, and a decayed aura swept across the surroundings like a windstorm. The Blood Clan King who was retreating was swept by a purple light, and was instantly smashed to the ground. A sound that made the scalp numb, the body of the Blood Clan King began to decay, and the flesh and blood on his body quickly rotted, falling to the ground piece by piece. Apoptosis, release the power of death to invade the target, causing high amount of continuous damage to it. With 1 breath, the Blood Clan King's blood volume dropped wildly, and he directly lost more than 5,000 health points. Half of its body has rotted and deteriorated, and black blood spilled all over its body. Without saying a word, Gu Chen immediately took out 2 bottles of life recovery potion and added more than 4,000 blood volume. However, this skill has continuous damage. As soon as the blood volume of 4,000 was increased, more than 3,000 were lost after 3 seconds. It is worthy of being a boss of the Hell level dungeon. The damage is simply explosive. It can not only transfer the damage you suffer, but also have such a terrifying damage skill. If that skill fell on me, he would probably be dead now. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Chen immediately retreated and distanced himself from the battlefield again. The fighting style of the summoner is to control the overall situation, and the battle is left to the summoned beast. If he dies, then it will be finished. I'm a damn. This boss is just a pervert. In the distance, Lin Yuan cursed directly when he saw the Blood Clan King's blood bar that had suddenly become empty. Can persistent damage still explode like this? Are you sure it's not bug? Lin Qingqing was speechless. If I go up, I will have to die 2 or 3 times in a second. No wonder there has never been a record of passing the Hell level dungeon. How can you pass the level with such a terrifying boss? Saran said with a frown. The question is, how to fight such a terrifying boss next? Wu Ziyi asked, the point of concern in his heart. After the words came, the 4 of them looked at each other and were silent. Along the way, Gu Chen's strength has been revealed, but in the face of this final boss, the gap between the 2 still appears. For a moment, Lin Yuan frowned, gritted his teeth, and his cheeks were bulging. He no longer cares whether he can successfully pass the Hell level dungeon. His eyes fell on Gu Chen, and a look of worry appeared on his face. I don't know if Gu Chen can hold on, but this time, he really encountered a tough guy. Gu Chen also felt the terror of the fallen witch. Although it was a bit tricky, he was still full of confidence. No big problem. Die. A creeping cold sound echoed in the air, and the fallen witch slowly walked down from above the altar, her body filled with a smell of decay, and the energy of death turned into purple-black smoke surrounding her. Her body was like a thin mummy, the hole in her chest was shocking, her wound was hideous and terrifying, but there was no trace of blood. Her whole body was grey and lifeless. It was as if her blood was gone. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Chen frowned slightly, and then thought of the task items he had obtained before. It is obvious that something unknown happened in this temple. The witch had blood drained from her body and her heart was cut off by someone, while her body was buried in this altar. Draw blood and dig your heart. Is this something the temple can do? Gu Chen was not sure, after all, he didn't know the whole picture. But this witch must have suffered unimaginable pain during her lifetime. The fallen witch who walked down the altar had a hollow eyes. Her dark eyes looked around, her eyes swept across Gu Chen and the Blood Clan King in the distance, and then looked at the Nightmare Lord who was fighting against a group of black-robed deacons. Immediately afterwards, a strong resentment burst out on her face. You all deserve to die. The cold sound shook in the air, like thousands of dead souls roaring. Chapter 30. It's not Gu Chenqiang, but summoning beast. The aura of death emanated from the fallen witch's side. Her feet slowly left the ground and flew forward. Her target was the Nightmare Lord. The Nightmare Lord casts Nightmare Haunted, resisting more than a dozen black-robed deacons with his own strength, resulting in more black-robed deacons unable to come forward to support. In its view, it must first get rid of the Nightmare Lord in order to gather more power. Don't let it pass! Gu Chen shouted, and he immediately saw the intention of the fallen witch and immediately ordered the Blood Clan deacons. The Blood Clan deacon rushed over and tried to stop him. However, the fallen witch was unmoved and waved his skills lightly and activated them directly. A piece of energy full of death breath sprinkled down. The Blood Clan deacons were hit by the skills, their blood bars were instantly cleared, and the flesh on their bodies melted quickly like ice and snow, and in a blink of an eye it became a pile of black skeletons. Skill, Apoptosis. The Blood Clan King lost more than 4,000 Blood Clan Kings in one breath, and now he has killed 5 Blood Clan deacons in seconds. The fallen witch was like stepping on an ant to death, not caring about the deacon of the Blood Clan, and continued to fly towards the direction of the Nightmare Lord. However, at this moment, 5 black shadows appeared around her like ghosts. The fallen witch's figure paused slightly, but he only paused for a moment, and did not take these 5 Blood Clan deacons seriously. She can kill these Blood Clan deacons at will, which has been proven just now. However, just as she tried to continue casting her skills. Boom! Without waiting for her to react, the 5 Blood Clan deacons started self-destruction by its side at the same time. The blue dread explosion surrounded the fallen witch and swallowed her in an instant. Although the fallen witch can transfer damage to the monsters around you, the skills also have cooldown time. Therefore, the self-destruction of the 5 Blood Clan deacons directly exploded its 5,000 health points. The aftermath of the explosion was not over yet, and black shadows flew over at a rapid speed, and in a blink of an eye it wrapped around the fallen witch. In an instant, Nightmare Entanglement has been superimposed on the 10th level. The Nightmare Lord takes a quick and neat move, building a deep dream with the fallen witch as the center, and the enemy units in it will suffer continuous damage. Coupled with the entanglement of 10 Nightmare Servants, the damage suffered by the fallen witch surged tenfold, and the blood bar began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood collapse. Reduce your health by more than 10,000 yuan per second. This scene immediately made Lin Yuan's excitement appeared in his eyes. This damage, haha! Who dares to say that the civilian summoner is weak in the future? This is no longer powerful, but pervert. I don't understand. How could he, a student who changed his job, have such terrifying damage exploded? Several people looked at the falling blood strips of the fallen witch, and their eyes were both surprised and happy. However, Wu Ziyi's face was not at all relaxed. Don't forget that the fallen witch's attribute panel has the skill of sacrifice of life on the property panel, and she has not used it yet. Sacrifice for a life. How terrible it became after the priest in red was launched before, everyone was still vivid in their minds. If the fallen witch also sacrificed once, it would be unimaginable. For a moment, everyone fell into silence, with a look of worry on their faces. Deep dreams. The fallen witch trapped in it let out a shrill scream, and the strong power of death erupted from her body, resisting the erosion of the dream. Moreover, as the fallen witch burst out with increasingly strong power of death, a turbulence in the deep dream actually seemed to collapse. After all, the fallen witch is a level 15 boss, and the Nightmare Lord has just level 9. Under the huge level gap, it is already very rare that deep dream can trap it and cause huge continuous damage. The power of death of the fallen witch is getting stronger and stronger, and it is about to collapse the deep dream and completely escape. Gu Chen immediately spoke, "Dead speech serve." The Nightmare Lord understands and immediately activates the magic ball effect. After coming out of the corridor of the sanctuary, the effect of whispering the dead has accumulated 8 floors. Just now, while the Blood Clan King entered the altar, the Nightmare Lord killed many black-robed deacons. Until now, the number of layers of whispers of the dead has long reached 20. The effect of the dead grammar ball is activated, and the Nightmare Master has obtained 100% full attribute bonus, lasting 1 minute. The Nightmare Lord rose into the air, and his entire attributes suddenly doubled. The black mist on its body ran wildly, like burning black flames flying freely. Roar! It made a thunderous roar, and powerful force burst out from its ghostly body, and it was as irresistible as the mountain torrent was pouring. In an instant, the power of death was suppressed, and the fallen witch was trapped in a deep dream, unable to make any noise. The attributes doubled, the damage effect of the skill also skyrocketed, and the blood volume of the fallen witch began to drop wildly, losing more than 20,000 health points almost every second. Whoosh! The black shadow flashed, and the Blood Clan King appeared in the deep dream. It is here to replenish the damage. Deadly Shooting. Scarlet Feast. 2 skills were released one after another, and then, the general attack bullet poured mercilessly on the fallen witch like a torrent of steel. In an instant, the blood volume of the fallen witch instantly plummeted by more than 70,000. It's awesome! Lin Yuan's cheeks were so excited that his cheeks turned red. Unexpectedly, the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Lord cooperated, and a set of skills actually destroyed more than 70,000 of their health. If this was spread, it would be horrifying. In less than 10 seconds, the fallen witch only had more than 30,000 health left. Abnormal, what a pervert! How could Gu Chen be so perverted? I want to know now, which profession among my level can withstand such terrifying damage? The dead grammar ball is just a rare level equipment, how could it bring such a terrifying increase? Wu Ziyi observed the battle situation on the field and said in a deep voice, the dead grammar ball is only one aspect, the key point is that Gu Chen's summoned beast is too powerful. For example, when your attribute is 1, using the dead syntax ball can only bring you an attribute bonus of 1. But when your attribute is 100, the death syntax ball can bring you 100 attribute bonus. To put it bluntly, the stronger the user, the higher the combat power will be. If the death grammar ball was worn by Gu Chen, it would definitely not cause such terrifying damage. Wu Ziyi's eyes fell on the figures of the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. So, it's not Summoner Qiang, nor Gu Chen Qiang, but his summoning beast Qiang. Lin Yuan agreed at first, but he was unhappy when he heard this. For the summoner, doesn't the strength of the summoned beast mean the strength of the summoner? Wu Ziyi turned his head and his face suddenly darkened. No, that witch, she started offering sacrifices. Chapter 31 Don't stop me, I can kill you. Wu Ziyi's words changed everyone's faces. Then, a fierce and violent aura of death gushed out from the fallen witch. Several black-robed deacons who were close to each other suddenly let out a dull roar. Then, their bodies seemed to be burned by invisible flames, and in a blink of an eye it turned into dazzling light and entered the body of the fallen witch. Once the sacrifice began, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The bodies of dozens of black-robed deacons around them melted at the same time, and in a blink of an eye, they turned into rays of light. The body of the fallen witch is like a magnetic field, placing those sacrificed black robes the deacon kept inhaling into her body, and her body quickly recovered. Her shriveled skin and flesh seemed to be nourished by life, and it became fuller to the naked eye. At the same time, her blood volume no longer collapsed and began to rise rapidly, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. The recovery speed is incredibly fast. This is still in the deep dream. If there is no continuous damage from the skill, I am afraid she will recover more. Ah! After the fallen witch let out a sharp death sound, endless power of death emanated from her body, condensed into countless skeleton resentment spirits, crazily hitting the dream barrier. Boom! The deep dream began to tremble violently, and there was a sensation of disorder. The body of the Nightmare Lord trembled, and the black mist surrounding it was scattered, as if it had been subjected to some kind of strong impact. Its heart was filled with anger, and just as it was about to fight back, a sense of weakness suddenly rose from its body and became stronger and stronger. Time is up. The effect of the dead grammar ball is only 1 minute. All attributes of the Nightmare Lord suddenly fell, his power began to lose, and in a blink of an eye, his body returned to normal size. Immediately afterwards, with a crisp sound, the deep dream imprisoning the fallen witch instantly shattered like a bubble. The fallen witch is out of trouble. In the state of sacrifice, there was a surging breath of death surrounded her, and she was crazily absorbing the sacrifice light from the black-robed deacon, and her blood recovery speed suddenly surged. Over the altar, there were black clouds rolling and storms raging. The fallen witch waved her hand, and the heart-pounding breath of death swept around her. The power of death condenses into countless deformed tentacles, spreading wildly outwards, slapping. The figure of the Nightmare Lord flashed, and came to Gu Chen, pulled him into a dream, and avoided the overwhelming black fog tentacles. Seeing this, the Blood Clan King retreated quickly, but was slower and slapped on his body by a huge black fog tentacle. Boom! Its body flew backwards like a cannonball, and its flesh and blood seemed to be corroded, and its bones were revealed in an instant. 8,000. Just by being slapped by the black fog tentacles, the Blood Clan King's health lost more than 8,000. The blood bars were empty by about 60% at once. If this happens again, you will definitely die so much that you can't die again. Seeing this scene, the 4 people on the outermost side showed despair on their faces. Seeing that the boss was already in ruins, I didn't expect that the perverted skill of sacrifice would burst out again. Not only did the health value soar, but the combat power was terrifyingly powerful. Any black fog tentacle can have more than 8,000 damage points. How can I fight this? Even the Blood Clan King was beaten to the residual blood by 1 blow, and the Nightmare Lord also lost the bonus of the dead grammar ball. How could the final boss in the sacrifice state be so terrifying? Who can beat this? At this moment, Wu Ziyi's heart began to shake. He was glad that he had not entered the battle state and could quit at any time. However, he did not immediately activate the teleportation reel. After all, the situation is not yet at the last step. Don't say that. In fact, Gu Chen is just fighting boss from beginning to end. It is rare for him to survive as a summoner. Although Lin Qingqing said this, a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Hell level. This is a hell level novice's dungeon. So far, no one has successfully passed the level. It seems that the boss has been defeated to be broken, but it can't be beaten. Lin Qingqing sighed, and a bitter look on her face. Saran didn't say anything, but a little loss appeared clearly in his expression. In order to join the team, she and Lin Qingqing borrowed 200,000 yuan from outside. I originally thought that I could successfully get into a higher education institution by getting the first prize in SS level evaluation, but now it seems that it has become a bubble. The fallen witch entered the state of sacrifice, with her blood volume soaring and her combat power soaring, and she has reached its peak. The Blood Clan King was beaten into a residual blood by 1 blow and did not dare to get closer. The Nightmare Lord has maintained a deep dream that has been doubling his entire attributes for too long, and his energy has almost been exhausted. As for the descendants of the Blood Clan, they have long died. At this point, Gu Chen's defeat was decided and there was no possibility of a turnaround. It's just the last time I shivered. No, I'm going to help Lao Gu. Lin Yuan shouted and rushed out with his long sword. Come back! Are you going to die? Wu Ziyi grabbed Lin Yuan. Don't stop me, I can kill you! Lin Yuan yelled. What to kill? Can you kill the black-robed deacon or the fallen witch? You can only go up and give away the heads. Before, outside the altar, the four of them worked together to kill a black-robed deacon. Now Lin Yuan wants to fight back alone? Kill a chicken. I don't care. My brother is there. Lin Yuan shouted. It was because he was there that he won us a chance. Wu Ziyi's face was unprecedentedly solemn. Gu Chen is in a combat state, as long as he can't get rid of boss attacks and you cannot use teleport reels. But these actors did not enter the battle from beginning to end, and they could all use the teleportation scroll to leave. If you rush up, you will enter a combat state and cannot use the teleportation reel to leave. Lin Yuan, do you want to die? I don't want to. Lin Yuan turned around, but I didn't have a fucking teleportation scroll. Lin Yuan smiled, the joke in his eyes turned into a sense of determination, and he raised his sword and rushed forward, as if he could really fight back. Like he said, his brother was there. Crazy. Grass. Wu Ziyi looked crazy and gritted his teeth and shouted, "You will die! You will die!" However, the next moment, he found that Lin Qingqing was holding a sword in his hand, and an unconcealed fighting spirit burst out in his eyes. Wu Ziyi frowned slightly, "You are going to die too." Lin Qingqing grabbed a black iron shield in his hand, "Sent to death? What if he can really kill him? It's going to die. You really won't retreat?" Lin Qingqing tilted her head and showed a smile, "Actually, I didn't teleport the scroll." After saying that, she picked up the sword and shield and rushed forward without hesitation. Wu Ziyi's eyes suddenly became complicated, and he even thought he had hallucinations. Only these people still want to kill the final boss of the hell-level dungeon? I don't even kidding like this. Sighing, he looked at Saran next to him, "Can you go? I have 2 teleportation scrolls, and I can lend you one." The light and shadow flashed in Saran's hand, "A coincidence, I also have 2 teleportation scrolls." 2 scrolls were exposed, one of which was hers and the other was Lin Qingqing. Wu Ziyi was stunned and subconsciously glanced at Lin Qingqing's back. "No, what's the purpose? If there is a teleportation scroll, do you have to go up and die?" Saran didn't say anything anymore, and put the teleportation scroll into the portable space, then took out an assassin's short blade. At the same time, her figure gradually faded and she entered a state of hiding. A breeze blew past him, and Saran chased Lin Qingqing's back. Wu Ziyi was completely crazy. Madman! These people are crazy people. They all went up to die. A psychopath. "Cao, Cao. You have to die, right? I want to live. Only by living can you become the most powerful pro." Wu Ziyi shouted in the direction of everyone leaving, desperately venting his grievance. "Living." He shouted out the last 2 words, as if he had used all his strength in his body and sat on the ground. He took out the teleportation reel and activated it. Leave the copy without hesitation. Chapter 32, Counterattack, and Trump Card. Don't be afraid of Lao Gu, I'm here, believe me, I can kill you. Lin Yuan held the sword in both hands, ran and shouted, slashing towards the black tentacles condensed by the power of death. "Lin Yuan! Stop!" Gu Chen's face tightened, and he rushed forward with a quick glance, lifted Lin Yuan up like a chicken, stopping the clumsy attack. "Good guy. Counterattack? Are you here to give away the head?" Just Lin Yuan's blood volume was slightly wiped by the black tentacle and died on the spot. Gu Chen put Lin Yuan down, and at this moment Lin Qingqing and Saran behind him also rushed over. "What are you here for?" Gu Chen asked angrily. "Help you," Lin Yuan said immediately. "Help me? Aren't you able to beat me?" Lin Qingqing spoke. "Who? You? What's wrong with me? You can't beat it. Gu Chen suddenly laughed angry. Who said I can't beat it? Saran showed his clear and ignorant eyes again. Didn't you withdraw both of the summoned beasts? I'm hiding skills. Gu Chen was speechless. Boss is in a sacrifice state, and his skills have been strengthened. I can't leave the summoned beast there to take damage, right? Gu Chen looked at the three people in front of him, and then he realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the number of people. By the way, where is Wu Ziyi? Gu Chen asked. After the words came, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Saran looked at each other. Well, Wu Ziyi, what do you mean? Actually, we can't blame us all. Team information. Player Wu Ziyi fighter has withdrawn from the team. At this time, everyone received Wu Ziyi's exit message, and Lin Yuan told him what had just happened. Forget it, just retreat, this is his own choice. Gu Chen didn't care, but turned to look at Lin Qingqing and Saran. Why do you stay? Lin Qingqing thought for a while. You are acting too calm, not like you are in a desperate situation. I feel like you still have a trump card. Oh? How do you feel? Lin Qingqing's eyes turned around and finally pointed at the Blood Clan King who was already in vain. It's it. In the past, after the Blood Clan King was injured, you would add blood to him as soon as possible, but just now, the Blood Clan King was beaten to the residual blood, and you haven't cared about him until now. Although I can't figure out what this is, it's a bit abnormal and doesn't look like your style of doing. A look of praise appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. Congratulations, you've answered correctly. Lin Qingqing observed very keenly, and Gu Chen intended to put the Blood Clan King in a state of residual blood. After all, it is a legendary summoned beast. If it is performed like the epic summoned beast of Nightmare Lord, it would be too bad. After advancement, the Blood Clan King obtained a legendary talent Mad Blood. Mad Blood, when the health of the Blood Clan King is less than 30%, it can stimulate the anger bonus, and the full attributes are doubled for 1 minute. How to understand how to double the full attributes? Blessed are those who are not good at math. Simply put, it is 1 plus 2 times the total attribute, that is, the total attribute *3. This is Gu Chen's last trump card. The reason why the Fallen Witch is so powerful is nothing more than 3 points: high attributes, thick blood, and sacrifice state. The current average attribute of the Vampire Magister is close to 180. If you multiply its full attributes by 3, the increase in combat power will soar to a terrifying level. Even if the Fallen Witch is in a state of sacrifice, he can crush him strongly. Swish! A sour sound rang out, and the Nightmare Lord was suddenly hit by a black fog tentacle. Although it is an energy body and has a high level of damage avoidance to physical attacks, this tentacle is formed by black fog containing the power of death and belongs to elemental damage. As soon as the black mist tentacle touched the Nightmare Lord, dozens of the same tentacles split out to wrap them layer by layer. The Nightmare Lord was eroded by the power of death, and his health was lost in an instant, and 2/3 of his health was lost. At this moment, the Blood Clan King received Gu Chen's instructions and rushed towards the Fallen Witch at the altar without hesitation. Wow! The breath of death surged like a tide, and the figure of the Blood Clan King turned into a dark red blood light, rushing straight into it without dodging or avoiding. Roar! The moment he came into contact with the breath of death, the Blood Clan King's blood volume dropped below 30%. Then, the talent was activated, and bright blood light burst out from its body surface, and an unprecedented terrifying force surged out from the depths of its bloodline, filling every corner of the body. The blood light quickly restrained itself. The next moment, a human figure with a ferocious face and a blazing blood flame burning all over his body appeared beside the Nightmare Lord. The black fog tentacles rushed over quickly, but as soon as they touched the Blood Clan King, they were burned by the blood flames on his body and instantly dissipated invisible. This is not the blood flame that restrains death, but the absolute crushing of force. The Nightmare Lord got a breath, his body flashed and disappeared into his dream. The Blood Clan King turned into a blood shadow and rushed straight towards the fallen witch at the altar. The fallen witch's face showed a look of fear. Even though she was already in a state of sacrifice, the Blood Clan King at this moment made her feel a strong threat of death. Apoptosis. Surprise of the grievance. Perhaps it was the sacrifice bonus. The fallen witch's skills seemed to have no cooling time. One skill after another was wrapped in a strong power of death, and rushed towards the Blood Clan King without mercy. The Blood Clan King did not dodge or avoid, rushed forward and resisted the damage. Blood exchange. It is still as tough and domineering as ever, and this is its fighting style. One skill after another falls on the Blood Clan King, and it can indeed cause damage. However, in the state of mad blood, its defense, physique, and life recovery speed have all increased leaps and bounds. It cannot be done without injuries, but all injuries can be recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bloodline has fallen and rises, and it has risen and fallen, and has always remained at around 30%. At the same time, the Blood Clan King raised his arms, and the two muzzles of black and silver had already locked the fallen witch in front of him. Bang! 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 Bullets covered with blood flames were shot out, densely filled with rain, almost forming substances, and like an angry dragon, roaring like a roar that shook the sky and broke out, exploding on the fallen witch. Ah! The fallen witch screamed, and his health dropped sharply, and he would be knocked out of 30,000 to 40,000 health points in 1 second. Around the altar, the black tentacles formed by the breath of death were faintly collapsed. At this moment, Lin Yuan and others were deeply shocked. Although the fierce and domineering attack of the vampire majesty hit the fallen witch, it seemed to hit their hearts, causing the three of them to fall into silence. What's going on? The less blood of the Blood Clan King, the more fierce it becomes? Once he took action to save the Nightmare Lord, he then took action to directly crush the fallen witch in the sacrificial state. I can't understand this battle. The three of them looked at each other and looked at each other. I can't understand, I really can't understand. However, this did not prevent them from showing a gloating smile on their faces. Because some people will regret it. Chapter 33 Temple History, Trigger Mission Props. In an instant, the altar was covered with dense fire power, and the damage from the blood flame bullets continued to burn the body of the fallen witch. Her body was covered in holes, and her blood volume was like a collapse, and she was about to be completely cleared. Whoosh! She grabbed her in the void, and several black-robed deacons around her were caught by her, lined up into fleshy shields to try to resist the damage. However, it is useless at all. The blood flame bullet is powerful and can explode a black-robed deacon with one shot. The black flesh and blood fell on the altar and could not cause any turmoil. The result of the double level lord's full attributes is unilateral suppression, and while resisting the skills displayed by the fallen witch, he outputs wildly. As the blood volume dropped to the killing line, the Blood Clan King pressed down with his two guns, and two scarlet blood flames continued to rotate along its body, and an unprecedented violent force burst out. Scarlet Feast. The blood flame spiral was like a storm of destruction, carrying the terrifying power of destruction, and rushed straight to the fallen witch. The fallen witch has been locked by the vampire majesty, and facing this strongest blow, there is no way to avoid it. Boom! Her body kept struggling in the blood flame storm, and her body surface exploded with fine cracks, and her figure became thinner and longer. The health of 158,000 has been cleared, but she did not die completely, but showed a hideous face and struggled wildly in the blood flame storm. You all deserve to die. You betrayed me. Ah! The fallen witch roared in anger, but at this time, she suddenly realized that she had lost control of her body. Gu Chen pressed the Blood Clan King, and the battle was completely over from the moment the boss's health was 0. Next, the reappearance of history. The blood flame storm has completely subsided, and lights and shadows are everywhere on the altar. Immediately afterwards, a large number of familiar figures appeared, including nearly 100 guards, deacons in black robes, and priests in red. The abyss has invaded and pollution is spreading everywhere. Many people have been killed by the grey fog. Who can save us? I don't want to die. Where is God? Where is our God? Prince in red, is it true that you said drinking blood can break the fog? Huh? Are you questioning the will of God? Only by drinking the saint's blood can we resist the grey fog, and only by sacrifice to the saint's heart can we save the temple. What are you waiting for? The saint is kind-hearted and will definitely sacrifice herself to save the temple. Stop talking nonsense, all the guards come with me, and you must find the saint. The priest in red stood at the highest place, looking down at everyone, with no emotion on his face. The faces of several black-robed deacons had been distorted, and through the crazy eyes, it was not difficult to see that they had lost their minds. The history of the temple continues to reappear in the light and shadow. In the main hall, a group of deacons in black robes took the saint to the priest in red. High priest, the abyss is getting worse and worse on you, you must be treated with purification. No, saint, you don't understand. The red-clothed priest showed his side face like a dry bone, which scared the saint. This is not pollution, but the power of the gods. The aliens in the abyss are not invaders. They are here to help us pursue the footsteps of God. Ah! How could it be? High priest, you have been polluted by the abyss, come with me. The priest in red grabbed the saint's hair, his face turned vicious and his eyes flashed with evil light. I said, this is not pollution, the abyss is the guidance of the gods, and it is a miracle. High priest, the abyss is eroding your reason. Don't be dominated by evil. The priest in red stared at the saint with a distorted face, his eyes full of evil light. Saint of the temple, he, I want you to help me practice. No, high priest. You have been polluted. Come on, come on. The saint immediately asked the group of black-robed deacons for help, but only numbness and madness remained in those people's eyes. As the picture turned, a female corpse appeared on the altar without any trace. The female corpse was pale all over her body, and there was no blood in her eyes. Her chest was violently torn apart by the eyes, but there was no trace of blood in the ferocious wound. The priest in red stood next to the female corpse, with a look of sinisterness and madness in his eyes. Behind him, nearly 100 black-robed priests and guards bowed and knelt with pious eyes. The priest in red looked up at the tall statue of the god, muttering words and making a prayer. The group of people behind him gradually raised their heads and pretended to be crazy. They did not realize how ridiculous this approach was, but instead showed ecstasy. The sacrificial ceremony ended, and the priest in red held up a glass bottle full of blood. The clergyman kneeling on the ground looked frenzied and regarded the blood as a holy medicine, with a strong look full of desire. However, at this moment, a sudden shocking sound broke out and the temple began to shake violently. The abyss erupted, and aliens invaded the temple on a large scale. The surging black mist appeared from all directions, turning into a touch of death, constantly destroying the temple's architectural complex. Outside the gate of the temple, a black and red storm was raging in the sky, like the end of the world, and a vast army of alien races rushed towards them. The picture gradually dimmed and a terrible storm was coming. You have successfully passed the novice copy, Temple Ruins Hell level. The dungeon will end within 5 minutes, and you can also exit the dungeon directly. It's over? That's it. Lin Yuan showed an expression of eating a fly. So what copy is this? The story of a group of perverts killing a woman. Lin Qingqing frowned. Although I have passed the level, why do I feel very frustrated? Saran was very dissatisfied with the ending. Gu Chen was also a little speechless about the ending. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the 2 mission items he had obtained before. He took out the 2 glass bottles from his portable space, one sealing the heart and the other sealing the blood. Tip: Trigger task props. Sealed heart. Choose one, return the heart to the fallen witch. The saint will be resurrected briefly and sacrifice herself to end the invasion of the abyss. Sealed blood. Choose 2, fill blood into the altar, the pollution of the temple will be purified, and the clergy will gain the power to fight against the abyss. If you don't make a choice, history will be reproduced, the abyss will invade the temple, and everything will be destroyed. Please make your choice. That's it. This time, it was Gu Chen's turn to show his expression like eating a fly. If the heart is returned, the saint will be resurrected briefly, but loses its strength and can only end the invasion of the abyss by sacrificed itself. If blood is poured into the altar, the saint's blood will purify the pollution of the temple and allow everyone in the temple to gain the power to resist the abyss. No matter how you choose the 2 choices, the invasion of the abyss will be stopped and the people in the temple will survive. So, from beginning to end, only one woman died in this copy? And an innocent woman. Damn, this ending is a bit unsatisfactory. Chapter 34 After you die, don't care about the flood. Do you want to choose? Lin Yuan suddenly asked from the side. Should we fight back the abyss or let history reappear? Anyway, the dungeon is over, so it's better to quit directly and let those crazy charlatans face the destruction directly. Lin Qingqing and Saran frowned slightly and looked at Gu Chen. After all, the choice lies with Gu Chen. Feeling the gaze beside him, Gu Chen turned his head and asked, "What do you think?" "No choice," Lin Qingqing said directly. "Let the temple be destroyed by the aliens in the abyss." Saran nodded in agreement. Anyway, those clergy are a group of lunatics and perverts. Gu Chen thought about it and had already reached this point. It seems that it is not appropriate not to choose. So, you still have to make a choice. He walked up to the altar and walked towards the still-lived fallen witch, looking at the cracked body and the shocking wound, his expression was slightly stiff. After a moment of slowing down, Gu Chen said in a low and indifferent tone. "Give you a heart, you can be resurrected briefly and then sacrifice yourself to resist the abyss. Fusing blood into the altar, you will die completely, but it will bring the temple the power to resist the abyss. So, is it really that important to resist the abyss? They drain your blood and dig out your heart, and they only seek to survive. Who really cares about resisting the invasion of the abyss in the entire temple?" The body of the fallen witch trembled slightly, and the darkness in her pupils faded a little. "What do you want to say?" Gu Chen squatted down and showed a strange smile on his face. He returned the sealed heart to the witch, and then returned the sealed blood to the witch. This action made Lin Yuan and the other 2 on the side unable to understand. After doing all this, Gu Chen let out a long sigh. "Okay, what I want to say is actually very simple. After you die, don't worry about the flood. The heart can temporarily revive you, and the blood can restore your strength. Take it all. In the last time, you can choose to live for yourself. Before the invasion of the alien race in the abyss, you will have grudges and revenge, and make those who kill you pay the price, so that they will die in despair and pain like you. By the way, you can also let the abyss aliens outside be empty. When they attack in, the temple has been finished. You have avenged your revenge and even played with aliens before you die. How great is that? Is there any such operation?" Lin Yuan and the other 2 realized this and subconsciously nodded in agreement. They were very satisfied with this ending. It's already very hard to play dungeons, so don't be so frustrated in the final ending. Everyone likes cool articles, who wants to be angry with abuse? Gu Chen uncovered the seals on the 2 bottles and then stood up. His body and gait were leisurely walking under the altar. Although all this is not true, Gu Chen still wants to give the fallen witch a chance to take revenge with his own hands. What is the real ending of the dungeon? He doesn't care, and no one will care. Everyone wants to see the ending they hope for. And this is what Gu Chen wants to see now. After obtaining the heart and blood, the body of the fallen witch emitted a bright light, and then suddenly turned into countless light spots and flew into the light and shadow scene on the altar. In the picture, a group of clergy are horrified by the invasion of the abyss. Suddenly, the female corpse on the altar slowly floated in the air, and a fresh heart beat in her heart. With the vitality of blood, an unprecedented powerful force erupted from her body. The saint's eyes slowly opened, with tyranny and resentment in their eyes. She looked down at the people below, and her voice was filled with irrepressible murderous intent. Haha, there is not much time left. I hope that before the abyss alien race conquers the temple, I can kill you all. High Priest, aren't you a valiant believer? I'll send you to God now. As the dungeon officially came to an end, a series of information appeared in Gu Chen's sight. Kill the fallen witch Bo SSLV.15, experience plus 5317. Level improvement. Level, LV.10, 1234/. Strength, 217. Agility, 216. Physical Constitution, 218. Spirit, 219. Summoning Beasts, Vampire Majesty LV.10 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.10 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. Congratulations! You have passed the Temple Ruins Hell level and received a reward, Professional Experience plus 3000, Done Treasure Box *1 Hell level. The copy ends, exiting the current scene, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Copy square. Since Wu Ziyi came out, more and more people have gathered here. Because everyone knows that this dungeon bet is almost over. Everyone had a look of expectation on their face, just waiting to see the last moment of slapping in the face. Calling the time, Gu Chen is almost dying, right? I've said a long time ago that a civilian summoner will definitely die miserably when challenging a hell-level dungeon. This time, I not only lost my life, but also lost 500,000. I said, Wu Ziyi has been out for so long, why is Gu Chen not dead yet? The crowd was full of discussions around him. Li Wenhui had already put away his tent. After a period of rest, he had recovered almost. At this moment, he was standing at the entrance of the copy, his mouth kept rising, unable to hold back at all. Listening to everyone's criticism of Gu Chen, Li Wenhui didn't say a word. In fact, at this moment, he just needs to maintain a proud attitude. If he also belittles Gu Chen, he will be said to be unhappy. However, when he saw Wu Ziyi standing outside the dungeon for a while, he couldn't help but walk forward. Seeing the smile on Li Wenhui's face, Wu Ziyi raised his eyebrows. What are you doing? Although I am a deserter, you are not qualified to humiliate me. Li Wenhui waved his hand. No, 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 I don't have the time to make you happy. I just want to know where Gu Chen took you to. Wu Ziyi looked unhappy. Does it have anything to do with you? Li Wenhui sighed and said in a deep voice, forget it, then make the problem simpler. You have been out for so long, why is Gu Chen not dead yet? This sentence made Wu Ziyi's expression suddenly stiffen. After coming out, he was immersed in the psychological struggle between self-blame and self-excitation, and he didn't even care that time had passed so long. Now after Li Wenhui asked this, his heart suddenly stumbled. Could it be that Gu Chen has turned the tables? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That is a hell-level dungeon. When he hit that point, Gu Chen's trump card has been played all. How could he turn the tables? At this moment, a huge screen suddenly lit up above the entrance of the copy. Major good news, Temple Ruins Hell-level dungeons usher in their first pass. Perfection time, 5 hours, 27 minutes, 36 seconds. Perfect team information. Captain, Gu Chen Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Soldier, Saran Assassin. Rewards: Professional Experience plus 3000, Personal Achievement plus 1, First Pass Reward Box *1. This Customs Clearance Evaluation, SSS. Chapter 35, Ask Wu Zi's Psychological Shadow Area. In an instant, the dungeon square fell into dead silence, and the picture seemed to be still. This scene lasted for dozens of seconds before it was finally broken by a sound. Damn it! I'm not right. Has the hell level dungeon actually passed? This is the first pass. How did he do it? Who will hit me? Oh, are you really hitting me? Because the announcement was published at the moment when the boss died in the end, Gu Chen and others were still in the dungeon at this moment. Everyone's faces were full of doubt and shock, even incredible. Some people rubbed their eyes desperately, questioning whether they were confused or whether they were dreaming. But no one would doubt the authenticity of this announcement. The announcement is linked to the copy system and there will be no errors. In other words, Gu Chen, a civilian summoner, with 3 actors, successfully passed the Hell level novice's copy. It's all hallucinations, I can't scare me. A fat man in a jersey yelled irritably. That's a Hell level dungeon. How did he do it? Didn't it mean that civilians are dead end to elect summoners? Are they lied to me? Okay, who said before that if Gu Chen successfully passed the level, he would live broadcasting the upside down and diarrhea? Come on, show it. You can slow down the diarrhea in the handstand first. Who is better at math? Help me calculate Wu Zi's current psychological shadow area. No need to forget it, my intestines will definitely be blue when I regret it. Ha ha ha, pure and great injustice, I really live for a long time. He chose it himself, who can I blame? Puff. I have to finish the path I choose even if I walk on my knees. There was no concealment or scruplement, these people did it on purpose. Although Gu Chen's success is enviable, Wu Zi's failure is even more fun. Especially like this, when he sees a tall building in a collapse, it is most likely to be talked about by others. From the moment he escaped from the dungeon, the rewards of the Hell level dungeon passed by him. SS level rating. Reward for the first pass of the Hell level dungeon. Any of the two is a huge opportunity for ordinary students who have changed jobs. But he was ordinary, but he could miss 2 at once. It was hard to imagine how big his psychological shadow was at this moment. No doubt, Wu Zi really regrets it. At this moment, his eyes were dull and his face was filled with regret and self-blame. It took only about 15 minutes from the time he left the copy to the announcement, but for him, this 1 and 1 were like going straight into hell from heaven. The series of rewards and achievements in the announcement seemed so dazzling to him. 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes. The rewards and glory he should have floated like smoke in a blink of an eye. It's a sin. Bang. Wu Zi was furious and slapped himself suddenly, leaving with hatred in the joking eyes of everyone. And this crisp slap made Li Wenhui, who was in a daze, come to his senses suddenly. Gu Chen passed the Hell level dungeon, which seemed to him a fantasy. But he could not question it, and the customs clearance information was clearly written in the announcement. 5 hours, 27 minutes, 36 seconds. SS level rating. This achievement, not to mention Link Hung, is extremely explosive even if it is placed in the entire northern border. Civilian summoner, can he really be so strong? SSS rating, it's a total crushing victory. I realized it. In fact, we have been deceived all the time. The civilian transferred to a summoner is the strongest. Kill coins. Good scolding, this is obviously Gu Chen Qiang. So Gu Chen is the real master. In the dungeon square, Gu Chen's reputation has undergone earth-shaking changes. The more ruthless I was trampled before, the more I was praised now. Li Wenhui, who was worshipped by everyone before, became a passerby who no one cared about. Li Wenhui's face was full of bitterness. Although Wu Ziyi became a laughingstock among the crowd, he was just a shame. But he lost money. Real money, 500,000. Although he was born in the Li family in Lingheng, he was not the heir to the Li family. 500,000 is not pocket money for him, but for strengthening equipment after upgrading. A rare level night suit is worth millions. It is not a big name product that can be thrown away at a few levels, but an important ace for getting into higher education institutions. Now he has lost 500,000. If his father knew about this, he would probably have to peel it off. How great it would be if he hadn't had a bet with Gu Chen before. A strong feeling of regret spread in his heart, but it was too late. He proposed the trading platform for gambling and fighting by himself. Once the money enters the platform, gambling and fighting will take effect. Not to mention him, even the head of the Li family cannot regret it even when he comes. Gu Chen didn't even have to talk nonsense to him. He could transfer the money into his account by operating it on his mobile phone. Gu Chen, I'm going to be killed by you. Just when Li Wenhui was full of regret, Gu Chen and others finally became deputy. This is out. As soon as the copy was released, the first one to greet them were reporters holding long spears and short cannons. After all, it is now the job transfer season, and the major novices' dungeons are one of the most passionate strongholds for journalists. A genius professional emerges. Breaking the copy record is one of the most likely news to make young people excited. Student Gu Chen, I am a reporter from Professional Evening News. Can you tell you what you feel like when you first pass the Hell level copy? Student Gu Chen, this is Lingheng Satellite TV. Why did you choose to become a summoner? Gu Chen, your bet with Li Wenhui has won. What do you plan to deal with the bet of 500,000? Damn, did you become a reporter on the first day? You also ask this kind of question. More than a dozen reporters and thousands of students who changed their jobs surrounded Gu Chen, making him feel the most attention. What means every day. Book, Group 65,0/5*02*33.8. The onlookers in the square were even more envious. This was a rare costume, a rare opportunity to show off in front of people. Not to mention anything else, as long as you seize this wave of traffic, great wealth and great value will not be as simple as eating and drinking water for him. The wealth that is so great. The gear of fate turned on Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen didn't want to waste time with these reporters at all, so he pushed Lin Yuan over directly. It was the first time Lin Yuan has experienced such a scene, but he was not at all nervous. He cleared his throat and grabbed the microphone closest to him. Regardless of whether others liked to listen or not, he began to make his first communication speech. Taking this opportunity to show off and take advantage of Gu Chen's hot topics, he will be considered half a celebrity in the future. With fame, making money is not as easy as eating and drinking water. Gu Chen took this opportunity to escape. After the copy announcement was issued, the bet was over, and Li Wenhui's bet of 500,000 had also been added to his account. In the portable space, the Hell-level treasure chest and the first gift box are shining. Gu Chen was so excited. Open the box. Unboxing. Chapter 36, Fallen Magic Ball, Gargoyle. Up to level 10, the third summoned beast's person has been activated. However, Gu Chen was not in a hurry, so he opened the treasure box and the gift box first. The Hell-level treasure chest in the novice's dungeon must produce 5-star rare equipment. The first gift box of Hell level must produce rare level props, and it is highly likely that they are exclusive props for this profession. Gu Chen opened the treasure chest with excitement. You have opened the dungeon chest Hell level. Get weapon, Fallen Magic Ball. Quality, Rare. Limited level, Level 10. Restricted occupations, Legal occupations. Attributes, spirit plus 150, casting speed plus 50%, skill damage plus 50%. Effect: every time you use a skill to hit the target, a death tentacle will be generated next to the target for 2 seconds. Death tentacle inflicts 3000 real damage to the target and exerts a deceleration effect. This magic ball is good. It not only brings its own skill's damage, but also increases intelligence by 150. Gu Chen looked surprised and very satisfied. His spiritual attribute is 219, and the magic ball can actually increase by 150, almost double his spiritual attributes. Moreover, he had seen how terrifying the death tentacle of the fallen witch was. For summoners, the skill of summoning beasts is the skill of the summoner. The deadly shooting of the vampire master can shoot 6 bullets with skill effects at one time. When all bullets hit the target, 6 tentacles will be generated next to the target. The Nightmare Lord's Nightmare Entanglement can now summon 14 Nightmare Servants to entangle the target, so that 14 tentacles can be generated. In other words, Gu Chen only needs to let the 2 summoned beasts cast their skills once each to generate 20 death tentacles. One death tentacle can cause 3000 points of damage, and 20 tentacles are just damage. At the attack speed once per second, this damage value will be doubled. 120,000. It's simply terrifying. You know, even the final boss Fallen Witch in the Hell level dungeon has a maximum health value of only 158,000. Just a magic ball with skill can actually destroy 120,000 damage to the target. The Fallen Witch is in a state of remnant blood? Gu Chen feels that he is so strong now. The main reason is that this magic ball is very consistent with his situation. The rare 5-star magic ball can only be considered to be at the upper level, and the accompanying skills can also be considered to be in a fair manner. If placed in the hands of other mage professions, at most, the combat power will be improved by a small amount. After all, most professions can only master 3 or 4 skills at most. But when put in Gu Chen's hands, the damage exploded directly. It's so scary. Gu Chen wanted to take a breath. Putting the fallen magic ball into the equipment bar, Gu Chen couldn't wait to open the first gift box. You have opened the first gift box Hell level. Get props, attribute fruit. Quality, rare. Limited level, level 10. Effect, all attributes plus 100. Level 10 attribute fruit, all attributes plus 100. Not bad, very cool. The bonuses brought by attribute improvement are many aspects, such as health, energy consumption, skill cooling, etc. The higher the attributes of the summoner, the greater the damage of the summoned beast, which is also linked. So Gu Chen did not hesitate and directly digested this attribute fruit. The mouth is sweet, like a peach. Then, a thick energy wandered among his limbs and bones. You took attribute fruit, all attributes plus 100. Gu Chen felt a renewed life in his body, his whole body was filled with strength, and he could even punch Xing Chen with one punch. Of course, this is just an illusion caused by the sharp improvement of attributes in a short period of time. Then, he changed out of the black deacon robe, put on the priest suit he obtained when he killed the red-clothed priest, and opened the character panel. Name, Gu Chen. Profession, Summoner. Level, LV.10, 7234/. Strength, 317. Agility, 316. Physical Constitution, 318. Spirit, 469. Talent, Dark Original Blood God level. Skills, Full Link LV.5 Rare. Equipment, Fallen Magic Ball, Sacrifice Set. Summoning Beasts, Vampire Majesty LV.10 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.10 Epic. Good. With Gu Chen's current 4-dimensional attributes, he can almost be said to be invincible at the first level. Even if he encounters a second-level professional, he still has the power to fight. This gave him more confidence to enter the wilderness next. The novice copy has been cleared. If you enter other copy next, you will have to pay a considerable usage fee. Because except for the novice copy, other artificial copy requires payment. After all, the dungeon requires high concentration of energy crystals to maintain. If the dungeon is not paid, the dungeon will have been closed long ago. Gu Chen has a little savings now, but he does not intend to enter the dungeon. Go to the wilderness and enter the abyss, this is the fastest way to improve your level. The abyss, located above the wilderness, is a form of alien invasion of the world. The dungeon is built by imitating the abyss, and most of them are located in the city, which avoids professionals traveling through the wilderness in order to improve their level. Because aliens are entrenched in the wilderness, there are many crises, and if you are not careful, you may be killed by those fierce aliens. The danger is even more terrifying than the hell-level dungeon. Gu Chen had already made up his mind to enter the wilderness, but before that, he would confirm the third summoned beast. Opening the professional trading platform, Gu Chen found 5 level 10 summoning skill books. They are unicorns, earth demon turtles, tree spirits, gargoyles, and mountain eagles. The unicorn is a mage-type summoning beast, the earth demon turtle is a tank type, the tree spirit is a warrior type, the mountain eagle is an assassin type, and only the gargoyle is an auxiliary type. Moreover, gargoyles are not common gain-type assistants, they are debuff type. It cannot add shields, healing, damage, etc. to its own units, but it can add poisoning, cursing, weakness, etc. to enemy units. When it comes to weakness, the fear of being dominated by the fog curse is still vivid in my mind. A powerful debuff state can be directly conferred a god. The 2 summoned beasts now, the Blood Clan King can bear and fight, and the Nightmare Lord burst and harvest. If there is another debuff assistance, it will be even more perfect. It's you, a gargoyle. After careful consideration, Gu Chen spent 150,000 yuan to buy the gargoyle summoning book. Excellent, this price is considered a bargain. There are too few high-quality summoning books, and even fewer ones flow into the market, which are generally digested within the big guilds. Gu Chen is not a nobleman, and he has not joined the guild. He has double buffs, so it would be strange if he can buy high-quality summoning books. Fortunately, although he can't buy a high-quality summoning book, he still has a god-level talent and can use dark bloodlines to improve his summoning beast qualifications. Level 9 and Level 10 are both first-generation bloodlines, and the third summoned beast can be directly promoted to the epic star. Very good. Gu Chen's heart was full of expectations. Gargoyles fuse with dark bloodlines, which is very confusing. Chapter 37, The Dead Golem, Killing Li Renjia. There are few professional trading platforms that are delivered instantly. The seller of the gargoyle summoning skill book is not in Lingheng and needs to be transferred from another place. It is too late now. Next he bought some consumables that he might use when he left the city and waited for tomorrow to deliver them with the summoning book. Afterwards, Gu Chen clicked on the short video platform. I originally thought passing the hell level dungeon will cause a lot of sensation in Lingheng, and short videos will definitely forward information related to him crazily. However, I watched several videos in a row, but there was no information about him at all, and I couldn't even find out the first issue of the hell level dungeon. He was a little confused. Not only short video platforms, but also major media platforms seemed to be in a state of silence. What's going on? The network cable was pinched? Gu Chen was a little confused, but he didn't pay much attention. Anyway, I have also obtained the reward of passing the hell level, and the SSS level evaluation is also in his record, so the false reputation is insignificant. Next, just wait until the school implements the recommended number on him. The next day, as noon approached, Gu Chen received a courier from the professional platform. Take out the summoning book, and after confirming it, learn directly. You have successfully signed a contract with the gargoyle. Summoned beast, gargoyle. Qualification, excellent. Level, 10. Happiness, 6220. Attributes, 85, Agility 90, Physique 94, Spirit 95. Talent, Stone Statue Form excellent. Skill, Petrochemical LV.1 excellent. Next, Gu Chen incorporated all the 2 first-generation dark bloodlines into the gargoyle body. Dark bloodline full fusion of the first generation. Summoning Beast advanced. Gargoyle excellent rightward arrow golem of dead skeleton epic. Summoning beasts successfully upgrade to the star. Jayadiake deadly skeleton epic rightward arrow Jayadiake deadly skeleton epic. Level, LV.10. Health point. Attributes, Strength 145, Agility 140, Physical 157, Spirit 158. Talent, Irresistible epic. Skill I, Extremely Exhausted LV.10 epic. Skill 2, Black Death Blight LV.10 epic. Skill 3, Law End of Forbidden Area LV.10 epic. The gargoyle advanced to an epic golem of the dead body, initially with an epic talent and 2 epic skills. As for the third skill, it is obtained after upgrading. Unstoppable, when the dead golem is in a static state, the defense is improved, the recovery is improved, and the effect is immune to all negative effects. Extremely exhausted, apply a fatigue state to nearby targets, reducing its total attributes by 50%, increasing damage by 50%, and being immunized. Black Death bacteria, infects a target with a plague, reduces the healing effect it receives by 90%, and continues to lose health, and is immunized. The forbidden area of the Law End, the deadly skeleton golem is centered on itself, demarcating a forbidden area, and all target consumption in the forbidden area skyrocketed 10 times. Like Nightmare Lord, the target mentioned in the skill is not both the enemy and us, only the targeted enemy is considered the target. All of the debuff skills made Gu Chen feel excited. Especially the third skill Forbidden Area of the Law End can make the enemy's consumption soar 10 times, which is simply terrifyingly powerful. Just imagine, if you only cast one skill to the method, most of your mind will be consumed directly. Or the opponent's warrior came up and his legs became weak after a move. Some powerful skills are even unable to be cast under the influence of 10 times the consumption, so the opponent can only stand in place and stare blankly. This is amazing. After reading all the skills and talents again, Gu Chen closed the Summoning Beast panel with satisfaction, full of confidence in the next trip to the wilderness. At this moment, the phone ringtone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was the head teacher Zhang Songhua called. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Since it was called by Zhang Songhua, it should be related to the fact that he was admitted to the Beijing Academy. After all, he has already received an SS level evaluation in the Hell level dungeon. Lingheng No. 1 Middle School has only one recommended place, so it will definitely fall on him. However, as soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Songhua's cursing voice came from the receiver. Gu Chen, your recommended number has been held down, and it is done by those stupid pigs in the city hall who sit in the office. I'll ask you, what do you think next? This aggressive attitude made Gu Chen's expression stagnate, which made him laugh. What was cancelled was his recommended quota. How could it be like Zhang Songhua being the victim? Oh, by the way, if Gu Chen can be admitted to the Shanghai Academy of Sciences, Zhang Songhua, as the head teacher, will be greatly improved in terms of identity, status, and fame. From this perspective, the head teacher is really a victim. Gu Chen immediately asked, Teacher Zhang, don't be angry, why did the city hall block my recommended quota? Zhang Songhua cursed, they think the summoner does not have much growth potential and is not worthy of training. Bastards! They are all a group of self-righteous stupid pigs. They know nothing about the difficulty of the Hell level dungeon. Is there insufficient potential and not worth focusing on training? This reason sounds a bit far-fetched. Gu Chen then asked, since I rejected me, who will give me the recommended quota? Isn't it a buy? If the turn is empty, it's a bit nonsense. After all, the number of recommended places is also a kind of resource issued by the upper level. There is only one fixed every year, and it will be wasted without using it. The recommended quota has temporarily fallen into the hands of the Li family. Temporarily landed in the Li family? Do you want to send Li Wenhui? What does it mean for the time being? Posted every day. Li Wenhui is just a side branch, and this quota should be one for the Li family heirs. Heir to the Li family? Who? Li Renjia. Zhang Songhua took a deep breath from the other end of the phone and said slowly, he was sent to Gubei City since he was a child to receive the best resources in the northern border. The person who changed his job was a rare professional spirit master, and he was also a genius. But Gubei City is the center of the north after all, with geniuses gathering. With Li Renjia's strength, he couldn't squeeze into the list of recommendations, so the Li family wanted to get a recommended place in Lingheng. Gu Chen showed a little disdain in his eyes. It turned out that he was a stinky beggar. He was bullied in Gubei City and couldn't afford to eat, so he ran to a small place like Lingheng to beg for food. The key is that he is asking for it. Gu Chen remembered this name and then asked, Teacher Zhang, did you just say that the number of recommended places is temporarily placed in the Li family? Well, this is what I heard from the principal, don't spread it. If Li Renjia can get the SS level evaluation of the Hell level dungeon before the college assessment, this quota will be implemented on him. On the contrary, this quota is still very likely to be given to you. Or is it very likely? Gu Chen smiled disdainfully. He didn't like this possibility. It's obviously his, but it seems like you have to accept the gifts from others. So, Teacher Zhang, are you calling me to tell me that my recommended quota has been stuck? No, I want to tell you that Li Renjia will probably come to you to cooperate with you to give you some benefits and let you take him to pass the Hell level dungeon. I know, I will definitely not agree to this. No, you don't know, you are just a civilian. Why are you doing with the nobles? Have you just won the Li family? You have to promise him. Zhang Songhua sighed and said, I know you feel depressed, but the situation is better than others now. If Li Renjia goes to you, you can find him more benefits. You also know that the Li family is the largest family in Lingheng, a real big dog family. You must take this opportunity to slaughter Li Renjia. Kill Li Renjia? Well, I got it. Gu Chen nodded, keeping in mind the advice of his mentor in his heart. Just then, a sound came from the door. Immediately afterwards, the dormitory door opened from outside, which was opened by Li Wenhui. Cousin, this is Gu Chen's dormitory. Li Wenhui said, taking a step to the side. A handsome boy appeared at the door. The young man looked arrogant and felt a sense of superiority in his body that he despises everything. He crossed the threshold, looked at everything in the dormitory with a lofty attitude, and finally set his eyes on Gu Chen. I am Li Renjia, you should have heard my name. Chapter 38 You can't take it, and you have no life to take it. It doesn't matter if I haven't heard of it, I'm just here to talk to you about a cooperation. Li Renjia stretched out a finger and said proudly, take me through the Hell level dungeon and get the SSS level evaluation. I can give you an epic equipment. Gu Chen looked at the other party with great interest, and it was really scheming. Even if you pass the Hell level novices dungeon, you can only draw top level rare equipment from the treasure chest. Li Renjia made epic equipment at the first move, and this was a big deal. If Zhang Songhua hadn't told him the inside story in advance, he might have agreed. But now, if you want to exchange an epic equipment for the recommended quota for Beijing Academy of Sciences, the abacus beads have collapsed to Gu Chen's face. Seeing Gu Chen unmoved, Li Renjia looked at him with his eyes unchanged and stretched out another finger. 2 pieces. It is worthy of being the first family in Lingheng, and it is such a big dog family. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. Epic equipment basically starts at tens of millions, which is equivalent to spending more than 20 million in exchange for a place to go to Beijing school. More than 20 million, is it a lot? For ordinary people, it is money that they can't make in their lifetimes. However, compared with the school of Shanghai and Beijing, the right and wrong are judged immediately. Not to mention anything else, as long as you pass the academic copy a few times, the benefits you get will be far higher than this number. Gu Chen smiled coldly, let me take you to get an SS level evaluation and squeeze out my recommended quota. Is this what you are talking about for cooperation? An accident flashed in Li Renji's eyes. Did Gu Chen actually know? Humph, it's good if you know, then you don't have to hide it. Li Renji said in a deep voice, 2 pieces of epic equipment, this is my last chance to give you. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Gu Chaniaran said unafraidly, I will give you a chance, take out 2 pieces of epic equipment to apologize, and then go back to Gubei City. I can think you are a fart, let you go. Li Renji's eyes turned cold and shouted angrily, Gu Chen, do you think I will be afraid of you after passing the hell level dungeon? Ignorance. At your level at Gubei City, you don't even count garbage. Li Wenhui, teach me a lesson. Ah! Li Wenhui was stunned, me. His eyes dodged. Gu Chen was the great god who passed the hell level dungeon. Let him teach him a lesson? But when he faced the fierce look in Li Renji's eyes, he could only bite the bullet and swing his fist to hit Gu Chen's face. However, cannon fodder like him does not have any threat to Gu Chen at all, and even if he does not call the summoned beast, he can easily solve it. A bang! Gu Chen knocked him out just based on his own attributes. Li Wenhui screamed and fell to the ground with his lower abdomen in his arms, sweating coldly. Dare you still dare to fight back? Seeking death? Li Renji glared at his eyes, his face full of anger. In Gubei City, he was timid. But in Lingheng, he had to strike hard. Li Wenhui is his cousin. A civilian dared to knock the Li family out of his face. What is this asking for death? Gu Chen, I advise you to be more aware of your appearance. I will kneel down and admit my mistake immediately, and then take me to get an SS level evaluation. If I am happy, I can still spare your life. Otherwise, you will be against the Li family in Lingheng. Gu Chen looked disdainful, what is the Li family in Lingheng? A sense of anger appeared in Li Renji's eyes, Rareless, you are looking for death. Just finished speaking. Bang! Gu Chen slapped his backhand and stepped on his feet, and the soul of 43 directly stepped on Li Renji's white face. Li Renji was confused and suddenly became angry, his eyes full of humiliation. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Gu Chen's feet. Boy, do you dare to step on my face? The Li family in Lingheng will not let you go. Li Renji's murderous intent surged. A country bumpkin in Lingheng dared to humiliate him in this way. He wants Gu Chen to die, and he wants Gu Chen to die miserably. Gu Chen's feet increased the force and stepped on Li Renji's face and rubbed hard against the concrete floor. The white face suddenly became bloody and bloody. So what about the Li family in Lingheng? If you want to pinch him as a soft persimmon, you must be prepared to splash blood. Stop! Li Wenhui hurriedly stopped beside him, do you want to stay with the Li family in Lingheng? Gu Chen raised his eyes, and his eyes were cold, and his murderous intent was cold. A look made Li Wenhui's mind tremble, and a chill rushed towards the sky from behind. Gu Chen wants to kill someone with this look? How dare he? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Renji just wants your lead quota, do you actually want his life? Not so? Take out 2 pieces of epic equipment and I can make you die a little more happy. Gu Chen said coldly. That's right, he's going to kill someone today. Kill Li Jingli. The Li family relied on their power to seize his recommended quota. This is a foregone conclusion. Can you bear this matter? Just because Gu Chen has no power, he can be bullied by the nobles? Should you be treated as an ant that can be pinched to death at will? Today the Li family wants his quota, and he gives it. What about his life tomorrow? In the eyes of the Li family, Gu Chen is an ant that can be crushed to death at will. He wants your quota to look down on you. If you don't agree, you are ungrateful. If you dare to resist, you will have a way to die. Therefore, instead of being forced to death by the Li family like boiling frogs in warm water, it would be better to deal with Li Renjia first and slap Li family hard in the face. As for the recommended quota, with his strength, even if he does not allow the admission, it is a foregone conclusion to be admitted to the Beijing Academy. Boy, I don't believe you dare to kill me. If I die, you will definitely die ugly. The Li family in Lingheng will not let you go. Before he finished speaking, Gu Chen cut off Li Renjia's throat with one foot. Li Renjia's eyes widened, and the vitality in his eyes quickly faded away, and he died with his eyes open. Until he died, he couldn't believe that Gu Chen really dared to take action. Cousin. Li Wenhui looked at the scene in shock and watched Gu Chen kill his cousin, the heir of the Li family. Moreover, after killing Li Renjia, Gu Chen not only refused to stop, but actually locked his eyes on him. Li Wenhui suddenly felt shocked and regretted. He also thought that Li Renjia changed his job as a spiritual master and grew up in Gubei City, so he should be able to easily crush Gu Chen. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen was useless to summon the beast, so he killed it with a slight move. Gu Chen was not a bloodthirsty person and did not attack Li Wenhui. He shook the blood on the solace of his shoes and said disdainfully, "Go back and tell the head of the Li family that you can't take my things, and you have no life to take them." After saying that, the void in front of Gu Chen was shattered, and a big black fog suddenly stretched out, gently pulled it on him, and his figure disappeared instantly. Gu Chen was taken away by the Nightmare Lord, and only Li Wenhui and Li Renjia were left in the dormitory. Corpse. After about 10 seconds of touching, Li Wenhui finally recovered from his strong fear. Then, a shrill scream resounded throughout the dormitory building. A death happened. Li Renjia is dead. Come on. Chapter 39 Above the Wild. Shortly after Gu Chen left, Li Wenhui's crying alarmed the dormitory manager who was patrolling routinely in the dormitory building. When the dormitory manager came here, he saw the corpse on the ground immediately, and his face suddenly showed a look of horror. Who killed the person? Teacher Guan Guan immediately looked at Li Wenhui and asked. It's Gu Chen. Li Wenhui replied tremblingly. Gu Chen? When I heard this name, the first reaction of the dormitory manager was unbelievable. He is so familiar with this student. His parents died early and were helpless. Others go home during the holidays every year. Gu Chen couldn't afford to rent a house, so he had to sneak into the dormitory to live. At first, he drove Gu Chen out several times. Later, after learning about the situation, he turned a blind eye. Whoosh! At this moment, several middle-aged men in black appeared in the dormitory corridor. The man in the lead looked solemn and quickly walked to Li Renjia's body. After confirming the death, a strong murderous intent emanated from all over him. Who did it? Who did it? I will tear him to pieces. Seeing this scene, the face of the dormitory manager showed a look of fear. He knew this person, Wang Chongshan, the butler of the Li family, level 29, and a second-level peak assassin. It was heard that Wang Chongshan was famous in the early years, but later he was seriously injured in the abyss and his combat power was greatly reduced, so he found a job as a housekeeper in the Li family. But even so, no one dares to underestimate a second-level peak assassin in a small place like Lingheng. In the entire Lingheng No. 1 middle school, except for the principal, I am afraid that only the vice principal can suppress it. Unfortunately, both principals were not here today. The dormitory manager retreated aside, and the heir of the Li family died. He couldn't control such things. When Li Wenhui saw Wang Chongshan appear, he seemed to have seen a savior. He hurriedly walked forward and told him what had just happened. Gu Chen. Just a mere untouchable, how dare you kill the heir to the Li family? I want you to die without a place to bury. After saying that, Wang Chongshan took out a lantern from his carry-on space. Under the reflection of the light, a faint trace of energy appeared, which was exactly where Gu Chen left. Chasing me. A student who has just changed his job can't run much far. Catch him back, I want him to be buried with the young master. With a command, Wang Chongshan led several men in black to escape and chased after the instructions of the street light. On the other side. After leaving the school, Gu Chen stopped a car at a remote intersection and rushed directly outside the city. The cars here are all driven by energy crystals, and a special lane is marked on the road, and the speed is very fast. More than 10 minutes later, Gu Chen came to the city gate. According to the laws of the Shengxia Empire, professions who have not reached level 10 cannot leave the city alone. If you want to leave the city, you must have at least another professional at level 10 or above accompany you. The young guard guarding the city saw Gu Chen's slightly tender face from a distance and gloated, I am another student who intends to get out of the city. Humph, I'll finish if I'm not arresting you later. The city guard captain looked in the direction of Gu Chen, slapped the young guard on the back of the head, and cursed. What's wrong with the student? Even a student is already level 10. You haven't even passed the college entrance examination. It's been so long since you joined the army to level 9. Do you want to arrest him? Gu Chen wore a black deacon emblem, and the city guard captain was a second-level profession, so he could see his level at a glance. Level 10? Impossible. The novice's copy was only opened yesterday. Today, some students have been promoted to level 10? Is this still a human? When the other young guards heard this, they turned their heads and looked at Gu Chen, their eyes full of envy. It was the second day before, and it was upgraded to level 10, and this kind of achievement has been unique so far. If nothing unexpected happens, it is a foregone conclusion that this student will be admitted to Beijing Institute of Science and Technology. They can't even curry favor with such geniuses. They go up and stop others. Are they full? Gu Chen walked past the city gate, unobstructed. On the other hand, in the Li family manor, the head of the family Li Xiao also received news that his beloved son Li Renjia was killed in the dormitory building of Lingheng No. 1 Middle School. The living room was in a mess, and the servants outside knelt all over the ground, trembling. Li Xiao's face was as gloomy as water, and blue veins on his forehead swelled up. Gu Chen. An ant-like untouchable dares to kill my son. Mobilize everyone, dig 3 feet into the ground, and even if it overturns Lingheng, you will find him for me. I want to kill that boy with my own hands to sacrifice to my son's spirit in heaven. Li Xiao gritted his teeth, and the cold light in his eyes was free and he wanted to tear Gu Chen Sheng to death. However, Gu Chen had already left the city successfully at this moment. Passing through the light blue light curtain under the city gate, the originally sunny sky instantly became extremely gloomy. Gu Chen looked around, his eyes covered with black and grey. The fog has very low visibility, and it is blurred 5 meters away, and 10 meters is already the limit. He subconsciously looked back and saw that the whole city was shrouded under a layer of semi-spherical translucent light curtain, and endless black mist surrounded the city, isolated by the light curtain. Is this the wild? It feels worse than what is said in the textbook. Gu Chen reached out and grabbed the thin black fog in front of him, and the black and grey fog disappeared from his fingers. No one knows how this black and grey mist was formed. From the day there is history, the black mist has existed. Of course, the alien race of the abyss also exists. Always exist. When you arrive in the wilderness, you have to face the real abyss alien race, which is more dangerous. Not only should you always keep your mind high, but you should also beware of possible attacks in the black fog. Therefore, we must be very enthusiastic. Gu Chen took out a map and summoned the Lord of the Blood Clan to lead the way in front, heading towards the abyss, and soon disappeared into the black fog. Not long after, a low roar came from a distance. He looked in the voice, his eyes shining through the black fog, and he could vaguely see some professionals fighting against aliens. 1 kilometer away from the city gate, alien races began to appear in the wilderness. Gu Chen saw a foreign figure wandering 5 meters away in front of him, and then a series of information appeared in front of him. Corrupt poisonous male witch. Level 10. Health point. Attributes, Strength 93, Agility 98, Spirit 65, Physical 75. Skill, Bite. This is a large decayed level 10 alien race. The torn clothes are covered with mottled blood, and mosquitoes and disgusting odor are lingered all over their bodies. Judging from the attributes, the corrupt and poisonous male witch focuses on physical offense and defense, and her physique is not weak, and her health volume exceeds 10,000. The agility is the highest, even higher than the assassins of the same level. This means that once you are entangled by it, it will be an endless ending. Faced with such monsters, ordinary professionals would not easily start a war unless they were fully confident. But this concern does not exist for Gu Chen at all. The Blood Clan King activated his skills without saying a word, and a series of silver flaming bullets hit the rotten poisonous witch, instantly clearing his blood volume. Kill the corrupt poisonous witch. LV.10, experience plus 626. Chapter 40. The Golem of Death, Total Weakening. Killing the corrupt poisonous male witch is only 626 experience. This is too little. Gu Chen was stunned for a moment and almost thought he had read it wrong. After a closer look, it was normal monster. Oh, that's all right. I killed too many elite monsters in the hell level dungeon, and it was really a bit uncomfortable to change to ordinary monsters. With the improvement of the level, the experience required for upgrading is also increasing. Upgrading from level 10 to level 11 requires some experience, including the experience overflow when killing the fallen witch, as well as the experience obtained from the level reward and first pass reward. He still needs 7,266 experience to upgrade. In other words, he has to kill 12 more corrupt poisonous witches to upgrade. It seems acceptable for the time being, but what about the future? Could it be that one has to kill hundreds of alien races in the wilderness when one level is upgraded? After passing through the hell level dungeon, ordinary aliens could not catch his eye. Most of the wilderness are ordinary aliens, and the cost-effectiveness of killing is too low. It seems that you have to go to the Zhenyuan army stronghold as soon as possible. The Zhenyuan army, stationed in the wilderness, fought with alien races all year round, guarded the abyss, and was the most elite army of the Shengxia Empire. At the Zhenyuan army stronghold, you can collect and publish wilderness tasks. For professionals with strong combat power, you can even join the Zhenyuan army and enjoy special military subsidies. Gu Chen did not go to the Zhenyuan army stronghold for missions or military subsidies, but could check the basic information of several nearby abysses and choose the abyss that were more suitable for him. Take a look on the map and continue walking deep into the wilderness. Not long after, a slight sound of breaking through the black fog behind him suddenly came from the sound of breaking through the air. Gu Chen didn't notice it, and it was the first time that the Blood Clan King discovered it. Someone was chasing here and approaching at a very fast speed. Is it a member of the Li family? So fast? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. Almost as soon as this thought arose, a shadow appeared on the edge of the black fog not far away. Immediately after that shadow, 3 black shadows appeared, and a powerful aura was overwhelmingly pressing towards him. Second-level professions, 5 of them at a time. Gu Chen's face changed slightly, and a little solemn appeared in his eyes. Gu Chen, you dare to kill my young master of the Li family and surrender, otherwise I will let you die without a place to die. Wang Kongshan's voice came from the black fog. It was 10 meters away at the beginning, and it was approaching in a blink of an eye. Swish! 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 The speed of the second-level peak made Gu Chen not have time to react. He saw a black shadow flashing in front of him, and Wang Chongshan appeared in front of Gu Chen. Immediately afterwards, 4 bodies the middle-aged man in black also followed. Wang Chongshan is a level 29 assassin, and beside him are 3 level 23 warriors and a level 22 priest. Gu Chen's mouth twitched, and this lineup could be played in dungeons. Is he going to be beaten as a copy boss? Chasing all the way from Linghung to the wilderness, how much money do you get from the Li family in a month? Gu Chen, don't want to resist, even if you escape to the ends of the world, you will never be able to escape death. With us honestly, you may have a complete body, otherwise the Li family will definitely make you live worse than death. Stop talking nonsense. Just you 5 second-level professions may not be able to kill me. Gu Chen said coldly. The opponent's level is a great level higher than him, and there are props like street lamps, so you can't escape. Instead of running for the death, it is better to concentrate your efforts and fight to the death. Humph, arrogant and ignorant, I will destroy you first. Wang Chongshan shouted angrily. Whoosh! A series of hidden weapons emitting black light cut through the black fog and shot directly at Gu Chen's vital bodies. At this moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. The golem of the dead body. His burly body is full of majesty, like a giant guarding Gu Chen. Its body is made of quaint stones, with cold blue flames burning at the joints. The limbs are thick and clear, and the surface of the stone is engraved with mysterious runes and marks, which looks full of mysterious aura and is indestructible. Facing the series of hidden weapons, the demon golem of the dead remains as moving as a mountain, without any hesitation. Bang! 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 The hidden weapon hit the rough stone body of the dead skeleton golem, and a series of dazzling Mars burst out, and its health volume dropped by 30%. It hurts, but it can still bear it. After all, this is the skill of a level 29 assassin, and the dead skeleton golem is only level 10. When the dead skeleton golem is in a static state, it is rare to be able to resist this attack without dying. Next, the blood volume of the dead skeleton golem began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye, which was not inferior to the Blood Clan Master. It burst out with dazzling blue flames, and it roared angrily at the black shadows in front of it. The next second, 3 layers of black light burst out from it one after another. Extremely exhausted, apply a fatigue state to nearby targets, reducing its total attributes by 50%, increasing damage by 50%, and being immunized. Black Death bacteria infects a target with a plague, reduces the healing effect it receives by 90%, and continues to lose health, and is immunized. The forbidden area of the law end, the deadly skeleton golem is centered on itself, demarcating a forbidden area, and all target consumption in the forbidden area skyrocketed 10 times. Facing a group of second-level professions, Gu Chen immediately ordered that the dead skeleton golem skills be fully opened. When the debuff effect was applied to Wang Chongshan and others, the faces of several people were shocked. No, what skill is this? Just cut my full attributes in half. Ahem, why am I sick? My blood volume actually dropped so quickly. Don't panic, look at my great purification technique. Grass. These negative effects cannot be purified. Healing me, my health is now gone. It's already being treated, don't you feel it? Day. Only 10% of the treatment effect left. Wang Chongshan came with a few bodyguards in the Li family, but after the dead skeleton golem appeared, he instantly withered. Kill. Gu Chen stood behind the dead golem and uttered a word from his mouth. The next second, the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master were all out. 2 figures, one red and one black, instantly came to the 2 warriors. A warrior's face changed drastically, pushing the shield in his hand forward, making a blocking posture, and immediately putting a shield of courage on himself. This is the most commonly used defensive skill for warriors. As the level is higher, the more defense it is. If a level 6 warrior casts the Shield of Courage, its defense is probably equivalent to a level 60 epic equipment. Almost as soon as the Shield of Courage was formed, a series of silver photo bullets roared on the shield. Crackling! The Shield of Courage, which made the warrior proud, was completely blown up after only 1 second. The Blood Clan Lord's eyes were cold and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullets were like heavy rain, hitting the warrior wildly. The shield is broken. Armor shattered. The bloodline dropped rapidly. Chapter 41, One Knife 9999, it's a little short of. Under the skill effect of the Dead Skeleton Golem, all attributes of all targets are reduced by 50%, the damage taken is increased by 50%, the healing effect is reduced by 90%, and the health value continues to decrease. The worst thing is that their consumption has skyrocketed tenfold. Although the level 23 warrior is 13 levels higher than Gu Chen, after reducing all attributes by 50%, it is equivalent to a level 14 warrior. And, under the influence of 10 times the consumption, the energy of his school is only enough for him to cast a Shield of Courage. When he was about to cast his ultimate move, he was shocked to find that he was in a state. How is that possible? Bang! 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 In shock, the soldier's head was hit by a series of bullets and exploded directly. Thump! The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground, and he didn't understand why he couldn't release his skills until his death. At the same time, 10 nightmare servants entangled in another warrior, and the Nightmare Lord appeared behind him and quietly launched an attack. Disappointed instant kill. The single body burst out, with 10 times the damage. Before the warrior could react, he died directly on the spot. With one breath, 2 second-level warriors became cold corpses. The only remaining soldier looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, with an unprecedented fear on his face. A Shield of Courage was placed on himself, and he turned around and ran away. However, as soon as he ran 2 steps, a black shadow wrapped around him, trapping him in place. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Blood Clan King pulled the trigger one after another, spitting out his flames, and bullets poured densely behind the man like raindrops. The last warrior died. 3 soldiers died one after another. Even though Wang Chongshan was at the peak of the 2nd level, his face turned pale at this moment. However, he did not dare to escape, for fear that like the warrior just now, he would be killed by 2 summoned beasts when he turned around. In the current situation, only by fighting to the death can there be a glimmer of hope. Wang Chongshan showed a hint of determination on his face, and he brazenly activated his strongest skill. His figure disappeared instantly, and he launched a desperate kill towards Gu Chen at an unimaginable speed. As an assassin, he knows the weaknesses of all professions. When fighting with the summoner, you must first kill the summoner. Even if all attributes are reduced by 50%, he is equivalent to a level 17 assassin, while Gu Chen is only level 10. With his current attributes, as long as he uses the ultimate skill, he will definitely be able to kill Gu Chen on the spot. Although the head of the Li family ordered Gu Chen to be captured alive, he could no longer care about that much now. Die! Wang Chongshan shouted loudly and appeared in front of Gu Chen in an instant, launching a desperate kill. A short sword with a ferocious shape suddenly appeared, emitting a sharp blood-colored light. This is his ultimate skill. Even if his attributes are suppressed now, he can still cause nearly 10,000 damage in one blow. Generally, level 10 professions have a maximum health of 8 or 9,000, while Gu Chen is a magic profession, and his health will only be lower. The hideous short sword turned into a sharp blade that pierced everything and fell on Gu Chen without mercy. 9,999. An exaggerated damage value jumped out. An unprecedented excitement erupted on Wang Kongshan's face. 1 kill 9999. Damage explosion. A grim smile appeared on his face, as if he had seen Gu Chen being killed by him. However, the sacrificial robe was lit with a faint light on Gu Chen's body. The killing attack just now did not cause any damage to Gu Chen, but only hit the shield. Even the shield was not broken. Sacrificial robe. Attributes: Physical Constitution plus 35, Physical Defense plus 10%, Magic Defense plus 20%. Effect: Provide a shield with all attributes *10. What are Gu Chen's current full attributes? The 3-piece set of sacrifices adds a total of 80 attributes, collects the set effects and adds 150 attributes, and the attribute fruit adds a total of 400 attributes, and he has already reached level 10 to 870 full attributes. In other words, Gu Chen's current full attribute is 1500, and the shield value is. Although Udeo 9999 is powerful, it is still a little worse for Gu Chen. How is that possible? A strong look of horror appeared on Wang Kongshan's face. He is a level 29 assassin. Even if you have half of the full attributes suppressed, it is impossible for even a level 10 newcomer to be able to beat. Even his strongest attack did not even break the opponent's defense. This time, Wang Kongshan broke the big defense. You are just working for the Li family, how can you do your life? Gu Chen said with a little disdain in his tone. Wang Kongshan's eyelids twitched, and his first reaction was to activate his skills to escape. Ghost steps. Open. The next second, his face suddenly changed. Can't open it. Energies are bottoming out. At the same time, 10 black shadows appeared on his body instantly, wrapping him around. Wang Kongshan collapsed instantly. I can't beat it, and I can't escape it. He looked at the contemptuous smile on Gu Chen's face, and a strong sense of fear suddenly arose in his heart. At this moment, he realized it and felt extremely regretful. The one who died was from the Li family. He was just a stinky worker. How could he have a life to do? Gu Chen, please spare my life. I didn't mean to harm you, it was all the Li family who forced me. He looked in the direction of Gu Chen, knelt down and kowtowed, cried bitterly, and gave up resistance directly. Please let me go. As long as you spare my life, everything on me will belong to you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure was covered by the black mist transformed by the Nightmare Lord. Disappointed instant kill. In an instant, 10 times the damage exploded. Wang Kongshan's face was filled with a strong fear and unwillingness, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Kill you, everything you have is mine. Gu Chen's eyes were indifferent. After the battle, the Blood Clan King consumed 15,000 health successively and transformed all the 5 corpses on the ground into descendants of the Blood Clan. The 5 second-level Blood Clan descendants not only maintain their level and attributes during their lifetime, but also have Blood Clan instincts. Moreover, the self-explosion damage of the second-level Blood Clan is as high as 5,000 points, which is also an excellent help at critical moments. Next, Gu Chen ordered the descendants of the Blood Clan to pick up all the equipment that fell on the ground. Healing Scepter LV.20 excellent level. Captain's Robe LV.20 excellent level. Hurricane Heavy Sword LV.20 excellent. Hurricane Armor LV.20 excellent level. Fanged Blade LV.25 rarity level. Except for the short blade of the assassin profession, which is rare, the other equipment is excellent. It's understandable, after all, they are all a group of people working hard. How much money can they make? Rare equipment starts from 1 million, and they can only afford it. In addition, there are some props and materials. For more novels, 117,213, join, https://discord.gg/szxtcashhq Most of them are useless to Gu Chen, but at least they can be sold on the trading platform for some money, so Gu Chen put all these things into his own space. Finally, there was only a scroll with a blue halo in his hand. First level skill scroll. Quality, excellent. Effect, randomly obtain the first level skills of this profession, and it is possible to obtain the skills you have mastered. Chapter 42 The King, the Eldest Son. The first level skill scroll is sold for 100,000 yuan on the trading platform. Gu Chen had never considered a skill scroll before. After all, it was quite random, so it was easy to get low-quality skills and repetitive skills. Moreover, it is generally rare and hidden professions that lack advanced skill books, so skill scrolls are needed. Summoner is just an ordinary profession, and the cost-effectiveness is too low when using skill scrolls. But since there is a free one now, it doesn't need to be used for nothing. He casts his mental power, and as the scroll is activated, a brilliant light blooms in front of Gu Chen's eyes. Immediately afterwards, he felt a strange energy turning into a warm current and quickly pouring into his body. You have obtained new skills, displacement interchange excellent. Displacement interchange, the summoner can perform displacement interchange with the summoning unit, or allow two summoning units to perform displacement interchange. A displacement skill. The summoning unit is not only a summoning beast, but also a descendant of the blood clan. In this way, the operability of this skill is greatly improved. Next time you are attacked by an assassin in close combat, you can immediately transfer yourself to the descendants of the blood clan. Just imagine, when an assassin came to Gu Chen with all his might, the next second, he saw his figure turning into a descendant of a blood clan. Then, boom! Self-destruction. The assassin must have been stunned, his head buzzed. Gu Chen smiled and began to look forward to the next enemy who tried to assassinate him. Looking at the battle traces all over the ground, he ignored it and put the Nightmare Lord and the Dead Golem into the summoning beast space. Then he took the map and looked around, and continued to walk into the depths of the wilderness. The clues left by Wang Chongshan are disconnected here. Not long after, a team of guards from the Li family chased him here. There are footprints here, and they are going forward. It seems that they are running away deep in the wilderness. Deep in the wilderness? Is Gu Chen going to enter the abyss? What should we do? Keep chasing. Continue to chase? The depths of the wilderness have been invaded by the abyss. There are countless alien races inside, which are extremely dangerous. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a life-threatening death. Who would you like to go? After hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Ordinary guards earn only a few thousand yuan a month, so how can they use this little money to fight for their lives? Crazy? The head of the family gave a death order and asked us to capture Gu Chen back. What should we do now? Since that's the case, I'll send someone back to Lingheng to report to the head of the family, saying that Gu Chen has escaped into the depths of the wilderness, and Wang Chongshan is chasing him with all his might. We will stay on the periphery to help. Okay, then that's what you do. The group discussed for a while, chose 2 people to rush to Lingheng, while the others were guarding the wilderness and closely monitoring the movements around them. 20 minutes later, Lingheng, Ljia Manor. Li Xiao received the news that Gu Chen had escaped from Lingheng and had entered the depths of the wilderness. Waste. They're all a bunch of wasted. A level 10 professional who had just changed his job actually escaped from Lingheng under the pursuit of the Li family and escaped into the depths of the wilderness. What do you eat? Li Xiao was so angry that his anger surged, his expression full of irritability. The guards and servants in the audience were ashamed and bowed their heads deeply and dared not speak. A humble pariah dared to kill my son, which was a very deceptive. Every one of the Li family is dispatched for me. I don't care what method you use. I have to see people alive and see the corpse when I die. I must catch that kid back. Also, I'll post a reward for the whole country. No matter who it is, as long as I can bring Mi Hui Chen's head, I'll allow him to choose an epic 5-star suit at Duobao Tower. Li Xiao gritted his teeth, and almost word by word popped out of his mouth, his tone filled with strong hatred. At this moment, everyone realized that Gu Chen was definitely dead. Forget it, the Li family in Lingheng was dispatched to send out all their homes, but they even offered rewards for the entire territory. In this way, even if a mosquito flew into the depths of the wilderness, they would probably be caught. After all, it is an epic 5-star suit. Valued over 100 million. This move is probably not only Lingheng, but also the entire northern border will be in full swing. Sure enough, after this sky-high reward was issued, it took only a few minutes to cause a hot topic in the 7 cities in the northern border. Most professionals, even if they spend their entire lives laying down dungeons and going into the abyss, they can't get a set of epic 5-star suits. But now, as long as you capture a level 10 profession, you can get a treasure worth hundreds of millions. This kind of opportunity is simply unattainable. For a time, a large number of professionals went to the wilderness of Lingheng, trying to find Gu Chen's traces in the depths of the wilderness. At the same time, Gubei City thousands of miles away. Since Gu Chen cut off relations with the Gu family and left angrily, the Gu family's mansion has fallen into an unprecedented silence. The main thing is Gu Qingfeng. After that day's farce, Gu Qingfeng ignored Qin Yun's side room and was unwilling to talk to him. He locked himself in the study and drank all the servants, ignored military affairs, did not eat or drink, and refused to contact all the outside world. So far, it has been 2 days and 2 nights. Now he no longer has the extraordinary momentum of his past, and his whole body is filled with depressedness and loss. Recalling Gu Chen's reprimand for him that day, he felt a sense of loss. The dignified king of war in the northern frontier was deeply respected by the imperial subjects. The great hero in the eyes of the world actually had a severance of ties with his own son. This made him feel frustrated like he had never felt before. Gu Chen is the eldest son of the Gu family. Is this wrong? He is so strict that he just wants his son to undergo more training? King, king. The voice of the butler Gu He sounded outside the door. Didn't you say it? All the idle matters are removed. Don't bother me. Gu Qingfeng frowned, and a strong anger suddenly appeared on his face. Now he didn't want to pay attention to anything. No, master, I have something important to report, the eldest son-in-law. What's wrong with him? Before he could finish his words, Gu Qingfeng suddenly walked out of the door, trembling slightly in his tiger eyes. Could it be that Gu Chen has gone home? He knew he was wrong and wanted to come back and admit his mistake. Gu Qingfeng's face suddenly turned from gloomy to sunny. After all, he was his own son. If Gu Chen could admit his mistake on his own initiative, how could he care about his previous angry words? Although Gu Chen has a naughty personality and is not enterprising, he cannot even become a professional. But as long as the son is willing to come back, what's the harm that my father will raise him for the rest of his life? Seeing Gu Qingfeng so much, Gu He trembled in his heart and quickly spoke. Your Majesty, I just received the news from Lingheng that the eldest young master killed the heir of the Li family in Lingheng, then fled out of Lingheng, and entered the wilderness. His whereabouts are still unknown. Chapter 43, Give the Li family an explanation, will the Li family dare to accept it? Your Majesty, the Li family has also issued a reward for the entire territory. Whoever can bring the eldest young master's head back to Lingheng will promise an epic 5-star suit. The eldest young master must have been chased by the Li family. He will escape into the wilderness only if he is desperate. Go and have a look. If it is too late, I'm afraid. Gu He's voice was trembling with obvious tremors, and he didn't dare to continue talking. It was wilderness, extremely dangerous. Even if a professional enters, he will die for a lifetime. Gu Chen failed to change his position and could not even become a professional. He fled into the wilderness under the pursuit of the Li family. How could he survive? As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Gu Qingfeng's body, directly overturning Gu He. Gu Qingfeng's face instantly became extremely cold, and his eyes were full of unconcealed murderous intent. The whole territory offers a reward? Chasing my son? Bastard! Are the Li family in Lingheng tired of living? How dare you do such a traitor? Issuing a reward in the north to hunt down the son of the king of war in the north, which is like trampling the royal family on the ground. The murderous intent in Gu Qingfeng's eyes skyrocketed. Was that his son, who was chased by the Li family? Still forced into the wilderness? Even a first-level profession may not survive in the wilderness, let alone Gu Chen is just an ordinary person. This is outrageous. Gu Qingfeng was furious and wanted to confiscate the Li family in Lingheng to destroy the clan. Just when he was furious, a charming figure walked over from the hall. Seeing the visitor, a hint of displeasure flashed across Gu Qingfeng's face, but he still said, "The Li family in Lingheng is chasing Gu Chen? Do you know? I just received the news." Qin Yun looked calm and did not care about the other party's attitude. Gu Chen killed the heir of the Li family in Lingheng. I'm afraid that this matter will be given to the Li family in Lingheng. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's gaze suddenly became cold. Within the northern border, the Gu family is king. A mere Li family is an ant that can be crushed to death at any time in front of the royal family. With just one word, the Li family can be destroyed. A dignified king of war in the northern frontier, do you need to explain to the Li family? It's a joke. Even if he gives it to him, will the Li family dare to accept it? Gu Qingfeng looked at Qin Yun with a cold and intent in his eyes. Is it someone from the Li family who came to ask you for an explanation? No. Qin Yun shook her head and said, after all, Gu Chen is the eldest son of the Gu family. Once his murder spreads, it will damage the majesty of the royal family. This matter must be eliminated as soon as possible. The king, the one who died, was the heir of the Li family. If there is no explanation for this matter, I am afraid that the royal family's behavior will make the Li family feel disappointed. Gu Qingfeng's face turned completely cold. Okay. The majesty of the royal family is right? My son was chased by the Li family and his life and death are unknown. Are you talking about the majesty of the royal family here? Remember to me that the majesty of the royal family was born on the battlefield of the abyss, not from the apology. If the behavior of the royal family will make the Li family in Lingheng feel disappointed, then send the entire Li family into the abyss of the flame demon. I want to see if the lord of the flame demon can make the Li family feel warm. Gu Qingfeng glared at Qin Yun and scolded coldly, if you really care about the majesty of the royal family, don't be self-deprecating in the future. You can do this with the mother kneeling down on your son. Qin Yun's eyes were slightly red and she bowed repeatedly, Your Majesty, I just want to reunite the family, and I don't want to see Chen'er break off relations with the Gu family. Looking at the coldness in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, Qin Yun finally realized that she had done things too much after kneeling that day. As she thought of this, she hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I was confused before. Even if Chen'er killed the heir to the Li family, why should I explain to the Li family? Since Chen'er's whereabouts are not yet, it means he is safe for the time being. We will set off to Lingheng immediately and ask the Li family to apologize and let them hand over Chen'er. Gu Qingfeng's face relaxed a little, and he nodded, well, you still know the importance of it. Immediately, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu He on the side and said in a deep voice, Gather the guards of the royal palace and follow me to the Li family in Lingheng. If my son has a good life, I will destroy the entire Li family. Yes. Gu He looked excited, breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly retreated to summon his personal guards. It is thousands of miles away from Gubei City to Lingheng, and I hope I can catch up. Otherwise, not only the Li family, but the entire Lingheng might have a bloody storm. The next day, as soon as the sky was dawn, Linghung, a small border town, ushered in unprecedented excitement. A large number of professionals who came from afar appeared in the city, inquiring about information related to Gu Chen through various channels, and then teamed out of the city and went to the wilderness to search for Gu Chen's traces. A lot of professionals. This is the first time I have seen so many people on Linghung Street. It should be all for the Li family's reward. I dare say that Gu Chen is dead this time. Bonus? What's going on? Didn't these people be brought to Linghung Cultural Tourism? Are you a local? What a bear's thing about the Li family in Linghung is so popular, you don't even know. I just came out of the copy in the morning. Wait a minute, I'll watch a video and eat a melon. On the street leading to the city gate, outside the small restaurants on both sides of the road are filled with ordinary people who love to watch the fun, as well as a large number of professionals below the second level. The wilderness is too dangerous for this group. They can only sit in the city, watching the continuous flow of people coming out of the city, and relishing in the details of various incidents. Damn, the heir of the Li family was killed by a civilian. Whose commander is this? I heard that he was a transfer student from Linghung No. 1 Middle School, without any background, and his name was Gu Chen. As for why he wanted to kill Li Renjia, it's not clear. I remember Gu Chen passed the Hell level novice dungeon and got the SS level evaluation. He was the one who gave the admission quota to go to Beijing Academy. He has a bright future, so why did he offend the Li family? What? SS level evaluation? Have you drunk too much? So far, Lincheng's Hell level novice dungeon has not been passed yet. You have nothing to do and read the news more. I also liked the video that Gu Chen received an SS level review. I'll look for it, damn it. Is the video taken off the shelves? Impossible, I'll take a look. Hey, I really can't find it. Where is this happening? I suspect you are joining together to lie to me. Listen to the surrounding area. When some people talked, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Saran had a cloud of sorrow on their faces. I'm right. The fact that we got the SS level evaluation was suppressed. Except for the transfer students present that day, people in Linghung almost didn't know that the Hell level dungeon had been passed. Even the locals in Linghung don't know. It's even more impossible for the outside world to know. Those who have such skills are not only the city hall, but the Li family, and it is not even ruled out that the two will join forces. Lin Qingqing guessed. I heard that Li Renjia did not win the recommended quota in Gubei City. It seems that the Li family has set his sights on Gu Chen's recommended quota from the beginning, so it suppressed the news that we passed the Hell level dungeon. So many professionals have entered the wilderness to chase Gu Chen. If he is caught, he will definitely be dead. Let's go, let's look for it too. We must find Gu Chen before the Li family, otherwise the trouble will be great. Lin Yuan made a quick decision. Lin Yuan and the other two decided to set off and walk towards the city gate. There are more and more professionals entering the wilderness, and the danger is greatly reduced than before. At this moment, a hustle and bustle suddenly came from the city gate in the distance. Then, a huge ship-shaped shadow appeared in the sky, and a thunderous roar rushed into the sky. Soon, a giant warship appeared above Linghung. There were many black-armored warriors standing on the warship, and the Gu King flag was clamoring in the strong wind. At the same time, a loud voice resounded over Linghung. The King of War is here, and the idle people avoid it. Chapter 44 Brothers of the Son of the King of Northern War. The War King is here? Which War King? You came from the abyss? Which other War King can there be? Of course, Gu Qingfeng, the King of Northern War. What? Are you talking about the Imperial Pillar? That's the legendary big man. Why did he come? I don't know. Judging from this direction, it seems like I'm heading to the Li family. Floating battleship, Gu's name is the King's flag. Gu Qingfeng didn't even show up, and all the tens of thousands of people in Linghung below were in full bloom. Excited, excited! This is the king of the 7 cities in the northern border. He actually appeared in Linghung today, which made everyone present feel the supreme glory. Soon, the floating battleship stopped above the Li family. Under the king's flag, the warriors in black armor stood proudly like a javelin, and their bloody aura soared into the sky, almost making everyone dare not look directly at it. Gu Qingfeng walked out of the command room, stood in front of the guards, and looked at the Li family below. Beside him were Qin Yun and the butler Gu He. It's Gu Qingfeng. My God, it's the real king of war. What happened? Will such a big man actually come to Linghung? The floating warship was parked over the Li family. Is this coming for the Li family? You guys think, is there a possibility that Gu Chen is Gu Qingfeng's son? You think I came from the abyss? Gu Qingfeng only has one son, Gu Ci. Not only did he awaken his rare profession in advance, he was also admitted to the Beijing Academy. How could Gu Chen be his son? Forget it, it's not interesting to guess every day. Post it every day, group 65,0/5*02*33.8, go to the Li family to have a look. At this moment, Linghung could almost be said to be empty, and everyone was moving quickly towards the Li family. Outside the Li family manor, there are crowds of people, shoulder to shoulder. On the streets, on the trees, on the railings, on the eaves, on the roofs, those who can stand but cannot stand are all full of people. The floating warships covered the sky and the sun, attracting almost half of the people in Linghung. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Saran also came to the vicinity of Li's house. Looking at the king of Gu's name, who was flaunting in the wind, a bold idea suddenly popped up in Lin Yuan's heart. Gu Chen, Gu Qingfeng. Could it be that Gu Chen is Gu Qingfeng's son? Under the shadow, the floating battleship was like a ferocious iron beast, completely covering the Li family manor. At the same time, feeling the sudden strong oppression from the outside world, Li Xiao, distracted, walked out of the study and came to the courtyard. Looking up, I happened to see a majestic figure walking down the warship, stepping in the air, slowly falling towards the courtyard here. At this moment, Li Xiao's eyelids twitched, and he felt that his blood was about to flow backwards. A tremor that penetrated his soul made him weak all over and he lay on the ground with a plop. Fight, War King! Li Xiao is ignorant and does not know that the King of War will arrive in person. Please forgive me. Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back and asked coldly, Li Xiao, hand over my son. If you can't see my son today, I want your Li family to destroy it. After the words came, hundreds of black-armored warriors flew down quickly on the floating battleship, instantly surrounding the Li family manor. Gu Qingfeng's words were loud and clear, and it was obvious that Gu Chen was his son. On the outside, those who had previously guessed Gu Chen's identity suddenly burst into screams. Too explosive! I guessed it right. Gu Chen? He is actually from the northern royal family. Lin Qingqing turned his head and looked disgusted, looking at Lin Yuan with confidence. Don't look at me, I'm fooled by him. I thought he was too poor to afford to eat, but who would have thought that his father was the king of the northern war? Lin Yuan's expression on his face was very complicated. He was actually deceived by his best brother. We agreed to be a civilian together, but you are the son of the king of northern war? This feeling, so good. His brothers actually came from the most powerful family on this land. From this moment on, he will usher in a brand new identity. Lin Yuan, brother of the son of the king of war in the north. Not taking off directly? It's his turn to be rich and powerful. At the same time, a storm-like breath enveloped the entire Li family manor, as if everything here would be turned into ashes in the next second. Li Xiao was so scared that his mind was trembling. He lay on the ground and trembled all over, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding in this. I dare to guarantee it with my life. The young master is not in my Li family. Li Xiao couldn't figure it out even if he wanted to break his head. How could Gu Qingfeng launch such a big battle to ask him for someone? Gu Qingfeng's son, Gu Xi, isn't he in Beijing's school? How could I come to the Li family to ask for someone? Although the Li family is the first family in Lingheng, with his identity, even if he is rushing to make things happen, the other party may not give him a chance. That young man has Tongtian's identity and background. Even if he gives Li Xiao courage, he dares not be disrespectful to such a person at all. How dare he be enemies with him? Li Xiao, you are so brave. I warn you, if my son is injured at all, your Li family will be waiting for the family to be searched and exterminated. Qin Yun got off the warship, stood behind Gu Qingfeng, and scolded him sternly, as if he was so angry. Now that Gu Chen's life and death are uncertain, she dare not do anything to do at this critical moment. Gu Qingfeng stood aside, his face turned ashen, and his whole body was like a storm that would break out at any time. Gubei City is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Lingheng. After receiving the news last night, I ran all the way, and it was already bright when I arrived in Lingheng. In other words, his son had been in exile in the wilderness all night. It's wilderness there. Crisis is everywhere, and alien races are raging. If you accidentally enter the abyss, you are afraid. Gu Qingfeng's face was cold and hard, and the anger in his heart rose. His own son was bullied in a small city and was chased and killed, fled into the wilderness, and has been missing yet. The crowd around was talking, lamenting that the Li family had hit the nail on the head this time. Gu Chen killed your son, and you would chase him, and even offered a reward for the entire territory, which made everyone in the northern territory known. Now that I'm so angry, Gu Qingfeng is coming, your Li family must be dead. Li Xiao's body trembled greatly, and Qin Yun's words were so scared that her face turned pale. Qin Yun is Gu Qingfeng's wife, and her words also represent Gu Qingfeng's will to a certain extent. Li Xiao had no doubt that as long as Gu Qingfeng gave the order, the guards outside the King of War would really kill all his family without leaving any of them. At this moment, his heart was irritated, his liver and gallbladder were broken, and every muscle in his body was trembling violently due to fear. Afraid. He was very scared. But Gu Xi is really not in Li's manner. Gu Qingfeng and his wife came to find their son. The entire northern border knew that they had only one son, and that was Gu Xi. Gu Xi is not in the Li family. Really not here. This really killed him. Princess, please forgive me. The villain dares to swear to God. The young master is really not in the Li family. The villain has never seen Mr. Gu Xi before. Please give me a clerk. Please give me a clerk. Please give me a clerk. Damn it! When Gu Qingfeng heard this, he was furious. Gu Xi? Who said he came to find Gu Xi? After talking for a long time, Li Xiao didn't even realize who he was coming for. Chapter 45 Gu Chen's movements, the way he is in the abyss. Seeing that Li Xiao had not figured out the situation yet, Gu Qingfeng could no longer contain the anger in his heart, and raised it and kicked it out. Gu Chen is still being chased and fled in the wilderness, and he has no time to waste his time here. The Li family must stop the pursuit of Gu Chen immediately, otherwise if Gu Chen died in the wilderness, even if he wiped out the Li family, it would not be enough to vent his hatred. Li Xiao was kicked away, and his body flew back like a sandbag, smashing the main building of the manor into ruins. In the broken bricks and gravel, he felt a lot of pain all over his body and couldn't even lift up his strength. This is the strength of the King of Northern War. He guarded the Abyss battlefield for 18 years, and killed 10,000 races with one person to win over them and be crowned kings by fighting. Faced with such a strong man, even though Li Xiao is a 5th-level berserker, he has no ability to resist at all. Li Xiao, please tell me. Gu Chen is my son. If something happens to him in the wilderness, I will not only destroy your Li family, but also let all those involved in the pursuit of my son be buried." After the words full of murderous intent fell, everyone inside and outside the Li family manor were stunned. Damn it! Fortunately, I was not at the level of my level and did not accept the reward mission from the Li family. For the first time in life, I feel that it is a good thing to have a low level. It's so dangerous. I originally planned to go to the Li family to get the mission in the morning. Fortunately, I got up late today. It's over. I just received the reward, but I'm just trying to join in the fun. Why do you want me to be buried with me? The crowd was completely boiling, some people laughed happily, and others were ashen. Those professions who came for the reward were completely stunned. I thought Gu Chen was their opportunity, but I didn't expect it to be a death disaster. If something happens to Gu Chen, all the professionals involved in the pursuit will die. They were just greedy for the Li family's reward, but they didn't expect to lose their lives here. Li Xiao, you are a scam, you deserve your son to die. Damn it, if I survived the disaster this time, I must smash the Li family. Stop scolding, go out of the city to find someone quickly. If Gu Chen makes a mistake, we will all die. In the crowd, a large number of high-level professionals turned around and left, quickly rushing towards the outside of the city. No one would doubt Gu Qingfeng's words, and no one would dare to take the opportunity to escape. The person who spoke was the King of the North. As long as he gave his order, all those who chased Gu Chen would become wanted criminals. Finding Gu Chen is the only hope for all of them. At the same time, when Li Xiao heard the words Gu Chen, the expression on his face seemed to have seen a ghost. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could it be Gu Chen? He is just a peasant child. His parents died since childhood. How could it be Gu Qingfeng's son? Li Xiao had no expression on his face, so shocked that he couldn't say a word, and his mind was blank. The person he launched a reward for the whole territory to pursue was actually the son of the King of Northern War. How is this possible? It's simply ridiculous. If he had known that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son, let alone that Gu Chen had just killed his son, even if Gu Chen killed all the Li family, he would not dare to say a word. Li Xiao's face suddenly turned ashen. When he thought that Gu Qingfeng's son was chased by him, he felt unprecedented fear. He even dared not imagine what would happen to him. At this moment, a figure rushed from outside and squeezed into the Li family manor. Report to the head of the family, news came from the wilderness, Gu Chen was fleeing towards Linyuan Pass. Li Xiao's body trembled suddenly, an ray of light burst out in his eyes, and then it quickly dimmed. Gu Chen is still alive. But why did he escape to Linyuan Pass? There have been invaded by the abyss, and the polluted land is full of cruel aliens, which is extremely dangerous. If a small first-level profession, if he accidentally enters a polluted land and is surrounded by alien races, wouldn't Chun Chun seek death? Immediately notify all professions who have received the reward, and ask them to stop chasing and rush to Linyuan Pass at full speed. Tell them that you must find the people back before Gu Chen enters the polluted land. Li Xiao almost roared and roared these two sentences, like a ferocious beast being forced into a desperate situation. When everyone around him heard this news, they all seemed to see the end of the world coming. The Pass of the Abyss. The reason why it is polluted by the abyss is because it is located near the Bone Burial Dungeon. The Bone Burial Dungeon is the only first-level abyss in the wilderness of Lingheng. First-level abyss, first level, doesn't sound high. But it is an abyss. It's even more dangerous than the Hell-level dungeon. How could Gu Chen go into exile there? Even if he would not go into the abyss by mistake, there were aliens entrenched around the bone-burying dungeon. This is a life and death. Even some of the first-level professional teams who were ready would be wiped out, not to mention that Gu Chen was in exile there. It's over. Linyuan Pass is next to the first-level abyss. Even the warriors at level 20 dare not enter alone. Is this god going to destroy me? Don't be so nonsense, go out of the city quickly. If you go too early, you might be able to pull that master back. Li Xiao, your special mom is waiting for me. If I can come back alive this time, I will definitely overthrow your Li family. Bone Burial Dungeon. First level Abyss. It is scary enough to pick out one alone. Now you directly superimpose double buff. Too horrible to the explosion. Although he received the news that Gu Chen was still alive, in everyone's eyes, he is tantamount to death step by step. No, it's all connected in the wilderness. The closer it is to Linyuan Pass, the stronger the alien race is. How could he escape in that direction? Isn't this asking for trouble? Lin Yuan took out a map from his portable space, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. At this time, Lin Qingqing also looked over, and a look of confusion appeared in her eyes. Linyuan Pass is not suitable for escaping. He is obviously being chased, so why did he choose to go this direction? At this time, Saran pointed to Linyuan Pass on the map and then turned a little lower. God Gu Chen has a strong purpose in doing things. I feel that he is not running away or going to Linyuan Pass. A slender white the finger moved downwards and landed on 4 small characters. He is at level 10. Is there a possibility that he is going to brush the first level Abyss, the bone burying dungeon now? Saran's words made Lin Yuan and Lin Qingqing's eyes lit up. In the first level Abyss, only professionals below level 20 can enter. Hey, don't say it, don't say it. Everyone thought he was being hunted, and even I almost thought he was running into the wilderness at the end of his life. Now it seems that I didn't expect it. Old Gu is going to enter the Abyss. At level 10, you can enter the Abyss, you are worthy of being a great god. Lin Qingqing exclaimed. Let's go, hurry up, let's go to the teleportation array now. Lin Yuan woke up instantly and pulled Lin Qingqing and Saran to squeeze out of the crowd. A first level Abyss. It's a very sensible experience for them. Isn't you going to hug Gu Chen's thigh? Chapter 46, Gu Chen did all these? After squeezing out of the crowd, Lin Yuan and the other 2 did not go directly to the place where the teleportation array was, but went to borrow money first. Transmission also costs money. Especially, such teleportation arrays leading to the Abyss are expensive. So many people would rather spend money to lay a copy in the city than enter the Abyss. However, for Lin Yuan and the other 2, they were more willing to go to the bone burial dungeon. After all, the teleportation array can directly send them to the square at the entrance of the Abyss, avoiding fighting with alien races in the wilderness. As long as they arrive at the entrance of the Abyss first, they will definitely be able to squat Gu Chen. Following Gu Chen into the Abyss, the risks are approaching 0, while the returns are terrifyingly high. They have experienced this kind of thing once, how can they give up easily? Unlike Lin Yuan and the other 2, Gu Qingfeng's face turned pale at this moment. When he learned that Gu Chen was running towards Linyuan Pass, endless anger surged out from the bottom of his heart, almost making him lose his mind. Linyuan Pass was invaded by the Abyss 50 years ago, and now it has completely become a place of pollution. The bone-burying dungeon next to it is even more famous, with a high mortality rate all year round, and the difficulty of passing the level directly crushes 90% of the second-level Abyss of the Shengxia Empire. When he was at level 15, he didn't dare to enter the bone-buried dungeon, let alone Gu Chen. Li Xiao, die for me! In the midst of his rage, a holy sword appeared beside Gu Qingfeng, as dazzling as the red sun, slashing towards Li Xiao with the momentum of destroying the world. No! Li Xiao was penetrated by the light and shadow of the holy sword, and his health was instantly cleared, and the entire Li family manor turned into ruins under the power of this sword. Li Xiao's body fell heavily to the ground. Die! However, the next second, a blazing holy light emanated from his body. Resurrection Cross, resurrection on the spot after being killed and gain 30% of your health. The price is 10 million per person on the trader platform. As the head of the Li family in Lingheng, how could Li Xiao not have such life-saving props? Your life is fortunate. The villain knows his sins, so I ask the king to be kind to you. As soon as Li Xiao was resurrected, he rolled and crawled to his knees at Gu Qingfeng's feet and kowtowed frequently. At this moment, he had no time to pay attention to the injuries on his body. The fear of death made him tremble violently all over his body. He just died once, and now he is almost scared to death. The resurrection cross can only take effect once within 24 hours. If Gu Qingfeng uses another sword, he will definitely be completely burping. In despair, Li Xiao could only harden his teeth and said, "Don't calm down. Mr. Gu Chen is still alive now. Please give me a day. One day, my Li family will be in full swing, so that the young master will return safely." "You are the only one?" "Humph." The holy sword in Gu Qingfeng's hand turned into invisible, and he soared into the air and flew towards the floating battleship. "I personally guard the Li family and have not received the oral order from my king. No one is allowed to enter and exit. I have said that if my son makes a mistake, not only the Li family, but all those involved will die." At this moment, Gu Qingfeng was like a volcano that would erupt at any time. He spoke like a thunder blew up, which made the people present tremble and their faces turned pale. Seeing this, Gu He and Qin Yun quickly flew onto the floating battleship. The steel giant beast stirred up the clouds and moved forward quickly towards Linyuan Pass, and arrived at the horizon in a blink of an eye. Gu Qingfeng left on a warship, and soldiers wearing black armor guarded the Li family to prevent the people in the manor from taking the opportunity to escape. The oppression of death receded like a tide, and Li Xiao stood up tremblingly, his face full of despair. Looking back on everything before, his face became paler. At this moment, he no longer cared about the pain of losing his son. "If your son dies, you can have another one, but if you offend Gu Qingfeng, it will be a serious crime of raiding the family and extermination of the clan." Just for a place to go to Beijing, the Li family and Gu Qingfeng's son were chased into the depths of the wilderness. Li Xiao now regretted it so much that his intestines were blue. But if everything happened again, who would have thought that a peasant child who had been growing up in Lingheng for 18 years would be Gu Qingfeng's son? If it weren't for personal experience, even if someone held a knife on his neck, he wouldn't have believed that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son. "Honor, what should we do now?" "Go to the ancestral hall." "Huh? What's in the ancestral hall?" "It's even more serious than my Li family." "Go and give me more incense to the ancestors of the Li family. I hope that the ancestors will bless you and turn Gu Chen into good fortune in the wilderness and return safely." Li Xiao did not care about the injuries on his body and limped towards the direction of the ancestral hall. The king of Zhan was guarding outside the gate, and he couldn't escape. Now he could only hope that the ancestors and clans could bless the spiritual power of the heavens to bless the Li family. "Gu He, have you found out clearly? What is the reason between Chener and the Li family?" Gu Qingfeng stood on the floating battleship, feeling upset. In his impression, Gu Chen was not enterprising and had a bad character, and he always seemed to be unable to support the mud. But why did he be so radical this time that he actually killed Li Renjia and went into exile in the wilderness? Is this using extreme methods to force myself to compromise with him? Or, there is something else in it? The king has found out that the cause of all this is because the Li family wants to rob Mr. Gu Chen of the recommended quota. Recommended quota? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Gu Chen was not even a professional. What kind of quota does he have to give him? Could it be that the principal of a higher education institution learned that Gu Chen could not change his position and tried to please him through this method? Yes, although the young master failed to transfer his job in Gubei City, for some reason, he successfully transferred his job after returning to Lingheng. Huh? Is this kind of thing happening? A shock burst out from Gu Qingfeng's face. This kind of thing has happened before, but it is only a handful of them. I didn't expect it to happen to Gu Chen. What? Gu He, now is not a time to joke. Qin Yun's face changed instantly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, she had never heard of such things before. After the king, the princess, and the young master changed his job as a summoner, he entered the ruins of the temple with 4 teammates, and rose to level 10 within one day, and passed the hell level dungeon that no one passed for decades. Gu He told the information he collected, if you pass the hell level copy, you can get an SS level evaluation. According to Linchen's policy, students who get the SS level evaluation will receive a recommended place to go to Beijing Academy of Sciences. And that Li family heir, Li Renjia, was unable to obtain the quota for admission to Beijing Academy, and used his power to leave home to suppress the news that the young master passed the hell level dungeon and tried to seize the quota for admission to the young master. The cause of death is relatively simple. Li Renjia and Li Wenhui, a child from the Li family, went to Linkheng No. 1 Middle School, found the young master in the dormitory building, and threatened the young master to take them to pass the hell level dungeon. The young master was unwilling to agree, so he killed Li Renjia and then fled to the wilderness. Li Renjia is a level 13 spiritual thought master, a rare profession, but for some reason he was easily killed by the level 10 young master. After listening to the words of the butler Gu He, Gu Qingfeng's irritability had been replaced by strong shock. He successfully transferred his post, and was promoted to level 10 within one day, passed the hell level dungeon, received an SSS level evaluation, and obtained a recommended place from the Beijing Academy of Sciences. And he also killed a rare profession that was 3 levels higher than him. This achievement, let alone in Linkheng, can defeat most genius professionals even in Gubei City. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. All of these were done by Gu Chen? His son, Gu Chen? Chapter 47 Just Living, he has tried his best. After hearing Gu He's words, Gu Qingfeng looked down at the vast clouds under the battleship, and his shock could not calm down for a long time. His son is actually a peerless genius? A faintness appeared on his face, his eyes full of regret. If he had been more tolerant of his son at the beginning, Gu Chen would definitely not have fallen back to the exile wilderness now. Could it be that I have been wrong all the time? Seeing Gu Qingfeng's expression, Gu He sighed slightly from the side. Everyone knows that Gu Ci, the son of the king of Northern War, is a genius. Not only does he change his job early, he is also admitted to the Beijing Academy. But who knows how much resources Gu Qingfeng has invested in Gu Ci? There are only 2 types of people who can change to the Dragon War Knight. One is that they have the bloodline of the Dragon clan in their bodies, and the other is that they have received the blessing of the Dragon God. Gu Ci did not have any dragon blood in his body. In order to allow him to successfully change his job, the resources he consumed from childhood to adulthood were almost worth a year of military expenditure in the northern border. It is no exaggeration to say that if these resources are piled up on a pig, they can produce a final boss of millions of blood. And what about Gu Chen? Since childhood, the Gu family has only invested in him, and that month's living expenses for living in the Gu family. Compared with the 2, who is the real peerless genius? Sighing, Gu He continued, Your Majesty, haven't you always thought that the eldest young master was willing to fall and could not support the mud? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. What, is there something else in it? I'll adjust. It was found that the eldest young master grew up in a farmer's family. He lived a hard life and suffered from hunger and poverty. He was often bullied by some powerful children, but even so, his grades have always been very good. Until after high school, the farmer and his wife died one after another, the young master was helpless and even his basic life became a problem. So, the young master had to travel among vendors everywhere. In order to earn a few hundred yuan a month, he even had to skip school and go out to work. We all think that he was abandoning his studies and blamed him for not being enterprising and being willing to fall into depravity, but we were wrong. It's not that he doesn't want to be enterprising, but that he cannot be enterprising. You used to hate him for his self-destruction and abandon his studies. He is not stupid. He knows better than anyone else that as long as he studies hard now, even if he cannot change jobs and enters a higher education institution in the future, he can become a high-paying employee and live a better life. But he can't. As long as he goes to school for one day, he will lose one day's income and will be hungry for one day. A good life in a few years is too far away for him. If he doesn't skip school and make money, he may starve to death in a week. Speaking of this, a complex look appeared on Gu He's face, which was both sad and ridiculous. Gu Qingfeng's son, the eldest son of the royal family in the north, was almost starved to death. It is hard to imagine how much suffering he has suffered in the past 18 years. Silence. Gu Qingfeng's expression was stiff, and he fell into an indescribable silence. He didn't understand before, how could Gu Chen kill Li Renjia with such a cowardly personality? But now, he understands. What will happen if a peasant child is targeted by the largest family in Lingheng? Suppressed and controlled, and never again will make a comeback. The news of the hell-level dungeon has been completely blocked and the number of places to be allowed is snatched. This is the best example. Faced with this kind of oppression, no matter how talented he is, he cannot escape the control of the Li family. In this way, there are only two ways to go before him. Either bend over to be a slave and be willing to be a lackey of the Li family from then on. Or you can break up and fight the Li family to the death. Obviously, Gu Chen chose the latter. He is not using this extreme way to force anyone. He just wants to survive and try to seize the only gift left to him by fate. For him, just living, he had tried his best. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath and his heart trembled suddenly, as if he was stabbed by thousands of steel needles. He couldn't believe that in the past 18 years, Gu Chen had been in a humble way in the cracks every minute and every second. He thought that suffering would be a kind of temper for Gu Chen, but he was wrong. Suffer is suffering, which is not worth pursuing, and it will not make Gu Chen better. No wonder Gu Chen chose to cut off relations with the Gu family. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng realized his mistake. His heart was filled with grief and anger, and a burst of anger suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. What a Li family in Lingheng! Even my son, Gu Qingfeng, dares to bully you. I want to destroy your Li family. Gu Qingfeng turned around and looked at the misty sea of clouds under the battleship, looking towards Lingheng, with a biting murderous intent emitting in his eyes. Gu He, notify the prince's personal guards to cut off the Li family for me, and leave no one behind. Yes. Gu He received the order and notified the personal guards without saying a word. At the moment the message was delivered, hundreds of royal guards guarding outside the Li family in Lingheng showed their sharp swords and rushed towards the Li family manor. Soon, all the Li family members in the manor died tragically, only a small part of the Li family members, most of which had entered the depths of the wilderness. But it doesn't matter. Those who went to chase Gu Chen had been included in the killing list long ago and had no way to escape. This is the northern border, and even if Gu Qingfeng wants to kill, he will never escape. Deep in the wilderness. As Lin Yuan and others guessed, although Gu Chen was heading towards Lin Yuan Pass, his destination was the bone burial dungeon south of Lin Yuan Pass. Brother Chen, look, keep moving forward in this direction, and it's Lin Yuan Pass. It was invaded by the Abyss 50 years ago, and now it has become an alien territory. Last year, 5 teams went in to do tasks one after another, basically all 4th-level strongmen, and in the end only 3 people came out alive. In the black fog, a young man with noble clothes and extraordinary temperament walked beside Gu Chen. The young man's name is Su Xia, and Gu Chen met at the Zhenyuan army stronghold. Unlike other professions in the wilderness, Su Xia did not come to the wilderness to kill aliens. He appeared at the Zhenyuan army stronghold to find a rare material. This material can only be produced in the second-level Abyss Bone Dungeon, and is the core material for creating level 10 epic equipment. When Gu Chen learned that Su Xia wanted to create epic equipment, he knew that he had met another big dog. The two chatted for a few minutes, and Su Xia said that if Gu Chen got the material, he would be willing to bid 800,000 yuan to buy it. Su Xia faces the compass in his hand, looked at it for a while, then pointed to an area in the black fog on one side. "Brother Chen, there is the direction of the bone burial dungeon. If you walk, it will take at least more than 3 hours to get there," Su Xia said, snapping her fingers. The next second, the black fog in front of me surged, and a smooth-shaped dark blue sports car appeared on the ground next to me. "But if you take my floating coupe, it will only take half an hour at most." Floating coupe. Looking at the luxurious coupe in front of him, which looked like a deep blue beast, Gu Chen twitched slightly. How did such a big car come out? Cars are neither equipment nor props, and the portable space cannot be contained at all. "By the way, what profession are you?" "Space mage." Su Xia smiled. "I failed to change my job and I am just an ordinary person. Get in the car, and the bone burial dungeon will arrive soon." With his eyes slightly moved, Gu Chen noticed a faint light on Su Xia's fingers. It was a dark silver ring, a space ring. Chapter 48. This is more difficult than killing me. The bone burial dungeon is located deep in the wilderness and is one of the most difficult abysses among the first-level abyss, but this does not prevent the abyss square from being full of professionals coming to challenge. Whether it is a copy or an abyss, risk and profit are proportional. The higher the difficulty and the higher the mortality rate, the more rewards you will receive after passing the level. Another point is that when fully prepared, the abyss is obviously more cost-effective than the dungeon. After all, the copy is charged at this price, and the usage fee can be regarded as a sky-high price. Take the first-level Hell-level dungeon in Linghung as an example. The charging standard for each person is 3 million per time. This price is not too high. On the one hand, the operation and maintenance of the copy requires considerable funds. On the other hand, the forces controlling the copy also need to make profits. The same is true for novices' dungeons, but the laws of the Shengxia Empire stipulate that students who have a 10-day free period for novices' dungeons can also be regarded as the Empire's special care for the student group. At this moment, there are a large number of professionals standing in the Abyss Square. Like the Dun Square, most of them recruit team members. At this moment, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Suran had already arrived at the entrance of the abyss. There was no communication in the wilderness, and even they didn't know where Gu Chen was now, but they were still smart and just stayed at the entrance of the abyss. In this way, anyone who enters the abyss will pass by the noses of the three of them. Looking at the signs raised high in the crowd, Lin Yuan, who was dozing off, suddenly seemed to think of something. "By the way, we only have 3 people now. Even if we wait until Lao Gu, there will be only 4 people. Do we have to recruit another person?" The more people you form a team, the more experience bonus you will get. If you have 1 less person, it is equivalent to having 1 less experience. Yes, let's recruit people before the great god comes. After all, it's not easy to find actors in the first-level abyss. Lin Qingqing said. "It's not easy to find? I remember that there are quite a lot of actors in novice copies. Why are actors in the first-level abyss difficult to find?" The novice's dungeon is relatively simple, and the students who change jobs don't have much combat power. They all hope to get promoted to a higher level before the college assessment, so there will naturally be more actors. But the first-level abyss is different. Several strong professionals are grouped together to pass the level, which is much more profitable than leading actors. Moreover, second-level professionals are all snatching experience in the abyss, and few are willing to be actors. So that's it. You guys are here staring at the entrance of the abyss, I'll ask. Lin Yuan nodded in a vague way, looked at a group of professionals looking for teammates, and then walked to a level 12 swordsman. Everyone is a swordsman, so it may be easier to chat. Brother, our team still lacks a teammate, let's find out. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the swordsman turned his head and subconsciously glanced at Lin Yuan's level, and a look of contempt flashed through his eyes. Level 6, less than 1 level, dare to come to the first level abyss? Isn't this seeking death? The swordsman was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Yuan and said without hesitation, are you an actor? Your level is too low, so I ask your captain to come and talk to me. After hearing this, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Oh my god, I'll give you a face, right? A level 12 swordsman gives you a sense of superiority? If Lin Yuan hadn't been able to beat the opponent, he would have drawn his sword now. Hello, I'm the captain, are there any trouble for me? A familiar voice suddenly came from behind, and Lin Yuan quickly turned around, and a strong sense of joy burst out in his eyes. At the same time, the swordsman's eyes fell on Gu Chen. He was slightly stunned, and then he showed unconcealed contempt. Level 10? Summoner? You guys are looking for happiness with me, right? Gu Chen didn't care at all. Is there any problem? I advise you not to go to the abyss, die quickly. The swordsman waved his hand with an impatient expression, okay, go there, this place is not something you high school students can stay in. A waste of time. After saying that, the swordsman walked aside, as if he was afraid of being Gu Chen. Entangle. Old Gu, I finally waited for you. Lin Yuan looked surprised. Gu Chen's heart was also full of surprises. Communication could be restored where there was a teleportation array. He originally wanted to send a message to inform Lin Yuan and the others to come to the abyss. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived at the abyss square, I saw Lin Yuan's figure, which saved a lot of effort. Old Gu, you really did a big favor at this time. If Lord Zhan Wang had not come to Lingheng, I wouldn't have known that you would have. No need to mention him, I have cut off my ties with the Gu family. He walked in the wilderness for almost a day and a night, and met many professionals during this period, and learned from those people what happened in Lingheng. He even pointed the way to several professionals who came to chase him. After all, the wilderness was filled with black fog, and his vision was very poor, and he was surrounded by the Blood Clan King and a group of Blood Clan descendants. That scene doesn't look like an exiled wilderness no matter how you look. Of course, this is just an individual situation. After coming out of the Zhenyuan army stronghold, he was discovered by someone with a lot of heart. However, it is precisely because of this that Lin Yuan and others guessed Gu Chen's intention and came to the abyss square in advance to wait. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly shuddered, and a strong shock burst out in his eyes. Old Gu, you, the Northern Royal Family, severe relations. Lin Yuan's brain was blank, and his tongue seemed to be knotted, as if he had lost his prophecy function. That's a royal family. Do you know what a royal family is? Others want to go up and flatter when they lick their faces, but you are so good, you actually cut off the relationship? Looking at Gu Chen's serious look, Lin Yuan's face showed an expression that was even more ugly than crying, and his back teeth were almost broken. That's the Northern Royal Family. I almost became the brother of the royal family. It's so rich. Damn it. This is even more uncomfortable than killing me. Gu Chen. By the way, is there a shortage of one person in the team? I happened to bring a friend here. Gu Chen interrupted Lin Yuan's howling and pointed to Su Xia beside him. Lin Yuan's expression instantly returned to normal and looked at Su Xia. This look almost made Lin Yuan lose expression management again. This Su Xia is not a professional. No, buddy, you are not a professional, so you dare to come to the first level abyss. Su Xia said without caring, why, are there such high conditions for being an actor in your team? You still have to be a professional. Lin Yuan was stunned by the words and could not refute for a moment. Yes, actors do nothing in the team. What's the difference between being a professional? Besides, Su Xia is not a professional and will not separate experience, but his existence can bring experience bonus to the 5-person team. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's mouth was almost grinning at the bottom of his ears. Please be sure to join our team. Chapter 49, Stud is a kind of wisdom. Su Xia entered the team. Before this, no professional team would have brought an ordinary person who failed to transfer into the abyss, which, in the eyes of others, was an act that was simply incomprehensible. However, for Gu Chen, there is no difference between bringing an ordinary person and bringing a professional. Anyway, he is the only one who really works. The others just need to shout 666 from the side. Moreover, Su Xia is not useless. He is from Wancheng, and the bone-burying dungeon happens to be on the border of Wancheng. In other words, if we talk about the familiarity with the abyss, Su Xia is the one who knows the most among the people. However, when he knew that Gu Chen was about to enter the nightmare abyss, he was shocked. Ah! Nightmare level! Su Xia couldn't keep up with the reaction for a moment. Brother Chen, are you sure you don't start from the normal level first? Or the difficulty level is okay? Gu Chen was stunned, and then he realized that he had just said that he had entered the bone burial dungeon abyss, and did not say that it was an ordinary level or a nightmare level. Well, we are indeed going to enter the nightmare abyss. If you think it's more dangerous, you can quit the team now. Of course, I can return the money to you. If the materials are printed later, you can also ask me to buy it. At worst, I just need to find someone. There are so many people in Abyss Square, so there is no way that even an actor can't be found. Su Xia looked entangled, not knowing whether he should continue. The Nightmare Abyss is more difficult than the Hell level dungeon. There is no chance that you can escape immediately by using the teleportation reel. More often than not, it is too late to realize the danger. Many professionals were killed by the Abyss aliens without even using the teleportation scroll. The difficulty of passing the level is far higher than that of the dungeon. It can be said that the copy is a sealed scene, while the Abyss is extremely real. Su Xia looked confused. Why do you have to choose the nightmare level? This is the Abyss. Gu Chen said helplessly, because only by passing the nightmare level can you unlock the Hell level. Unlike the novice dungeon, the first level Abyss is more ad to open. You can directly choose the nightmare level, and you don't need to unlock it from the difficulty level. Su Xia's expression suddenly solidified, and his brain seemed to be down. What does this tone and expression mean every day? If it weren't for the nightmare level restrictions, would you have just entered the Hell level? Are you sure? Can you really pass? Packed. So confident? I might quit midway. The last person who quit midway may have regretted it. Su Xia's face showed a look of entanglement. It is unheard of for an ordinary person who failed to change his job and entered the nightmare abyss, and it can even be said to be seeking death. At first he just wanted materials, but Gu Chen said he could give him a chance to form a team to enter the abyss, which was a big deal for him. For a person who cannot become a professional, the abyss has unimaginable attraction. But the nightmare abyss is also extremely deadly. Actually, I just want a material. Su Xia's face was unstable, and she didn't want to miss this opportunity in the end. Okay, I'll follow. Lin Yuan stepped forward and patted his shoulder with a smile. Congratulations, stumbles on the way, stumbles on the wisdom. Since you're sure, then prepare. Gu Chen no longer delayed it. He walked to the entrance of the abyss, opened the interface, and chose the nightmare level. Warning, the current choice is a nightmare and the challenger will face a near-real abyss, which is extremely difficult and has a very high mortality rate. Should I choose? Yes. The current average team level is too low, it is recommended to regroup. No. Entering the bone-burying crypt nightmare level abyss, please wait. The entrance to the abyss is similar to the entrance to the dungeon, and bloody light is blooming from the vortex of space. Immediately afterwards, Gu Chen and the 4 people behind him disappeared from the spot. At the same time, all professions in the north received a message from the profession platform as soon as possible. Notification: Gu Chen, the winner of Linghung SS level evaluation, has led a team of professionals to enter the Bone Burial Crypt Nightmare level. A simple push made the entire northern border explode. What's the thing? Linghung SS level evaluation. Gu Chen, the name is so familiar. Isn't this person the summoner pursued by the Li family? The son of the king of Northern War? Crazy? Gu Chen is just a level 10 summoner. How dare he go to the first level abyss? Is this asking for death? Even if he is the son of the king of Northern War, it is impossible for him to pass the nightmare abyss at level 10. No, don't you see the point? Gu Chen took Lincheng's SS level evaluation? Linghung people said that this is not the case. Gu Chen has indeed passed the hell level dungeon of the temple ruins. His SS level evaluation is real, I have seen it with my own eyes. I've traveled through time? Does Gu Chen have passed the hell level dungeon? Is the SSS level evaluation true? What are you asking? If you want to ask Linghung District Hall. Hurry up, let's ask the City Lord hotline. My Dalian City finally released an SS level evaluation winner. Why don't they report it? Since I've said that, I suddenly want to ask, since Gu Chen has received the SS level evaluation, why do you have to fight against Li Jiao? Near the City Hall, the city main office. Su Lai is under great pressure now. As the highest consul in Linghung, he has never fallen into despair like he is today since he entered politics. That's right, it's despair. At the beginning, he was ecstatic when he learned that a SS level evaluation winner appeared in Lincheng's transfer student. An SS level evaluation not only represents the recommended quota for the Beijing Academy, but also means that he can gain more resources from the north, which is a recognition of his political achievements. Just when he was about to report this matter to Gubei City, he received a request from the Li family. Li Xiao just made a small request, that is, to request the City Hall to submit the application process for the recommended quota several days later. As for other things, the Li family will do it. Of course, Su Lai wanted to know what the Li family was going to do, but even as the city lord, he did not want to offend the Li family easily. After all, it was the largest family in Linghung. From his perspective, as long as Linghung can add a recommended place to Beijing Academy Institution, who got this SS level evaluation, it is not harmful to whoever got it. It is very common to delay the workflow for a few days, but it is not an illegal operation. It is indeed a trivial matter. So Su Lai agreed happily. The next day, Li Renjia was killed. Although Su Lai was shocked, he could still sit still. However, today, Gu Qingfeng came, and Su Lai couldn't sit still. Next, Gu Chen's identity was revealed and he turned out to be Gu Qingfeng's son. At that moment, Su Lai was completely panicked. He, a small city lord of Linghung, actually got stuck in the royal family's name of the recommended gift. For it? Even if he kills him, he will not be able to withstand this sin. Just now, he received another news that the Li family was destroyed. At that moment, Su Lai's eyes turned dark and he seemed to have seen his ending. He was extremely anxious and almost collapsed, but he suddenly realized that since the Li family was all dead, it meant that only he knew about those things. In this way, as long as the recommended quota is implemented on Gu Chen as soon as possible, he can land smoothly. As soon as he thought of this, Su Lai immediately grabbed the phone on his desk. Secretary Li, follow the emergency procedures and immediately implement the recommended quota on Gu Chen, and report on the Hell-level Novices Dungeons copy being cleared. Quick! Move quickly! Be sure to be fast! Su Lai shouted 3 words fast one after another, and had never been so ruthless. However, he didn't even finish his speech, and a dazzling message popped up on the monitor in front of him. Notification: Gu Chen, the winner of Linghung SS's level evaluation, has led a team of professionals to enter the Bone Burial Crypt Nightmare level. Looking at the message in front of him, Su Lai's eyelids twitched, and the expression on his face completely solidified. It's over. Everything is over. As soon as this news came out, he could not hide the delay in the delivery process. Chapter 50 First Level Abyss, Bone Burying Dungeon. You have entered the first level Abyss Bone Burying Dungeon Nightmare level, please be careful and pass the level with caution. Accompanied by a slight sense of weightlessness, Gu Chen and others appeared in a humid and dim cave. The air was filled with a fermented sour and rotten smell, which filled the nasal cavity for a long time. This smell is so sour. Lin Yuan cursed and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose, and his stomach was already in a state of uproar. Gu Chen frowned slightly, Lin Qingqing and Saran retching in surprise. The 2 women covered their mouths and noses as soon as possible, and an unbearable expression appeared on their faces. This pungent smell is not a threat, but it will definitely affect combat ability. Among everyone, Su Xia could not see anything unusual, because he had already put on a metal mask on his face at some point. Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Xia immediately took out 4 masks of the same style from the space ring. Come on, wear it all. This is the N99 breathing mask I designed, which can purify the air in the dungeon, as well as the functions of call, night vision, and automatic capture. Breathing mask, type N99. Lin Yuan quickly took one and put it on his face. The sour smell in his nose was quickly filtered, replaced by refreshing air. In an instant, the whole world became better. Gu Chen, Lin Qingqing, and Saran also quickly put on masks and then breathed a sigh of relief. I remember the latest mask on the market is the N98 model produced by Yongsheng Group. What is the origin of your N99 model? Lin Qingqing asked. The N99 type is an upgraded product of the N98 type. It is planned to start pre-sale at the new product launch of Yongsheng Group in 3 months. Su Xia's voice sounded from the mask. What, is this the latest breathing mask? Not available to the public yet? How did you get it? Yongsheng Group is the most cutting-edge technology group in the country. With the advanced weapons developed within the group, it has large orders from Zhenyuan Army and even surpasses several military-industrial groups. The Su family is the actual controller behind the Yongsheng Group. It is rumored that the Su family has a core figure. His outstanding R&D capabilities have brought huge technological advantages and commercial value to the Yongsheng Group, making it a cooperative group designated by Janai Yuan Jun. Wait, your surname is Su? Lin Qingqing's tone was full of surprise. Are you the Su family genius? It developed an extraordinary weapon to kill the alien race of the Abyss, allowing the Yongsheng Group to successfully win the Zhenyuan Army's order. The genius dare not be a genius, but Janai Yuanjun is indeed quite satisfied with my design. Su Xia said with a smile. This time, the eyes of the others looking at Su Xia quietly changed. It turned out to be him. I heard that the security level of the Su family came according to the treatment of the head of the family. How could such a core figure follow Gu Chen to the Abyss? Collect materials? What material is so precious? Do you still have to let the core figures of the Su family come here in person? Although Gu Chen was curious, he didn't care too much. Everyone has their own secrets. Everyone just formed a team to swim the Abyss. After solving the unbearable sour and rotten smell, he immediately summoned the Blood Clan King. From the wilderness to the Bone Burial Dungeon, the Blood Clan Lord also gained a lot. He saw it let out a gloomy low growl, and dense bloody figures suddenly appeared in the dungeon. There are a total of 50 descendants of the Blood Clan, which is the limit that can be transformed at present. The Blood Clan King has already level 11, and the transformed Blood Clan descendants cannot exceed their own level 10. Among these Blood Clan descendants, the highest level is level 21, and the lowest level is level 15. Seeing the sudden appearance of a group of descendants of the Blood Clan, Lin Yuan and others were really shocked and almost thought they had been ambushed by the alien race. "Don't be afraid, it's my skill." Gu Chen called back the 4 people who were preparing to retreat. "What?" Su Xia looked in disbelief. "Summoner, how could there be so many summoned beasts? There is only one summoning beast, and the others are summoning units for summoning beasts." Gu Chen explained, and then ordered the descendants of the Blood Clan to open the way in front. Soon, a low roar came from the darkness, and a humanoid creature with a lizard-like appearance walked out of the darkness. The broken and ugly head was covered with blood, and a pair of scarlet eyes flashed with cruelty. The limbs were thick and short, and the proportions were severely dysregulated. The body was full of carrion, and even white bones were exposed in some places. "Is this an orc? Never seen such a short orc." Almost without Gu Chen's order, the Blood Clan King had already activated his skills, and the bullets illuminated the dark dungeon like lightning, hitting the orc with crackling sound. The orcs are known for their strength and physique and move rapidly, but the skills of the Blood Clan King are as fast as lightning, so they do not leave it with a chance to hide. In an instant, the orc's blood strip was cleared and fell to the ground with a wailing sound. Kill the Beast Corpse Chimera LV.13, experience plus 1560. The level 13 alien race was taken away by the Blood Clan Master with one skill. This scene made Su Xia's face show a strong shock. In the Nightmare Abyss, all alien races have been strengthened, and they are not comparable to those ordinary alien races in the wilderness. Although it is only level 13, it was killed instantly by the summoned beast with one skill, which is simply unbelievable. After all, the level 13 Beast Corpse Chimera has nearly 40,000 health. One skill directly cleared nearly 40,000 health? It's simply outrageous. At this moment, Su Xia suddenly realized that with Gu Chen's strength, he might be able to pass the nightmare level dungeon. After the animal corpse Chimera died, 6 death tentacles condensed from black mist appeared next to the corpse. This is the accompanying skill of the Fallen Magic Ball. Every time you use the skill to hit the target, a death attack will occur. Deadly shooting can shoot 6 bullets with skill effects, so 6 death tentacles appear. However, the duration of the death tentacle is only 2 seconds, which is just one breath, and the death tentacle turns into black mist and dissipates. Beast Corpse Chimera? This name is really difficult to pronounce. Lin Yuan looked at the ugly alien corpse on the ground and complained. It's actually a failed test. Su Xia said, the bone-burying dungeon was once the execution place for dwarves to commit cruel punishments. Countless dwarves died here. Later, a voodoo shaman came here and fused the dwarf's corpse with orcs to make this chimera of half corpse and half beasts. As he said that, Su Xia distributed 4 antidote potions to everyone. The attack of the beast corpse chimera carries rot poison damage. If you are unfortunately hit, you must use the antidote potion as soon as possible, otherwise you will enter a poisoned state and continue to lose blood. Gu Chen took a tube of healing potion, and the green liquid rippled like jade. Antitoxic agent, it can quickly dispel the poisoning state on the body after use. On the trading platform, the antidote potion is 3,000 yuan per tube, which is not cheap. Thank you. Gu Chen put the antidote potion into his carry-on space and ordered the Blood Clan to continue to open the way. He said as he walked. I bought some strategies at the Zhenyuan army stronghold. The final boss of the Nightmare Abyss is inconsistent, very secretive, and difficult to find. But there is a guide that if you want to trigger the final boss, you must kill all the alien races in these 3 levels without leaving anyone. Any alien race cannot trigger the final boss's condition if it is not killed. So, if you want to get a record-breaking reward after passing the level, you can only fight for monster speed. Chapter 51. Go to the main prison first and kill the Beast Corps leader. Although the Nightmare Abyss is very dangerous and has a high mortality rate, the first record has appeared decades ago. Therefore, if Gu Chen wants to get a high reward after passing the level, he can only win the record reward. But this is an abyss. Is the record so easy to break? The highest score for the Nightmare Abyss is 6 hours and 47 minutes. The record holder is named Liang Yi, who is the current Lord of Wancheng. This is the record set by Liang Yi and his team at level 19. It is approaching the limit for ordinary professionals, and it is impossible to be faster. But for Gu Chen, he will definitely not stop there. Walking in the dungeon, several animal corpses would pop up from time to time in some dark corners. This is not dangerous for Gu Chen and others. After all, a large number of descendants of the Blood Clan are exploring the way forward. Bang! With one shot, he hit the head of the Beast Corpse and caused more than 8,000 damage. The Beast Corpse is also an undead creature. After all, it is made up of the corpse of orcs and dwarfs. It has strong resistance to both physical damage and magical damage. When fighting a level 13 alien race in the wilderness, the Blood Clan King can cause about 12,000 damage with one bullet. However, there were only more than 8,000 left on the Beast Corpse. I have to say that this defense is still considerable. Fortunately, the damage of the Clan King is high enough and there is a kill reset. As long as it is not an elite alien, it will basically be killed instantly by the Blood Clan King. Gu Chen also summoned the Nightmare Lord and was responsible for killing with the Blood Clan King. The descendants of the Blood Clan are responsible for searching and traveling through every area in the dungeon, without missing any animal corpse chimera hidden in the dark. Although the basic attack of the Nightmare Lord is not as good as that of the Blood Clan King, with the assistance of the Nightmare Servant, it can burst out 10 times the damage, and instantly kill the level 13 Beast Corpse chimera. Bang! The Blood Clan King pulled the trigger, and a series of bullets roared over, directly knocking the animal corpse chimera into a sieve. At the same time, the Nightmare Lord flashed and completed a kill instantly. Kill the Beast Corpse chimera LV.13, experience plus 1560. Kill the Beast Corpse chimera LV.13, experience plus 1573. The growth rate of experience has accelerated significantly. Compared with the alien races with only 500 or 600 experiences in the wilderness, the experience gained from killing alien races in the abyss is 3 times that of the wilderness. Moreover, due to the existence of the descendants of the vampire, the speed of the propulsion has been greatly improved, whether it is search or killing. As the descendants of the vampire continued to advance into the dungeon, soon, Gu Chen and others came to a wasteland full of bones. As I walked along the way, the dry bones under my feet kept creaking. This is the first level main prison? So fast? Wouldn't it be almost time for the clan leader's beast corpse? Su Xia looked around and soon recognized the place. There are 3 floors in the bone-burying dungeon. The first floor main prison is the first difficult place. There is a high-level elite beast corpse here. The body is the former dwarf chief, with a strong combat power and difficult to deal with. Su Xia immediately said, if you want to deal with the leader of the beast corpse, you must first kill all the beast corpse chimera on the periphery, otherwise you will be easily besieged by the beast corpse chimera. No, even if there are 50 descendants of the Blood Clan who are clearing the way, we won't enter the main prison so quickly. What's going on? Are you lost? Su Xia's eyes showed a look of confusion. He looked at the people around him and found that Gu Chen's face was calm and he did not show any abnormality because he entered the main prison early. Generally speaking, in the abyss, you will try to kill ordinary aliens first, leaving some elite aliens at the end, so that the difficulty of killing will be much lower. Therefore, the professions who had entered the bone burial dungeon before would first clean up the animal corpse chimera on the periphery, and wait until all the ordinary animal corpses on the periphery were cleaned up, then enter the main prison to kill the animal corpse leader. In this way, the first thing is to reduce the difficulty of killing. Because the lowest level of the entire dungeon is the beast corpse chimera, and the killing process can also be upgraded by experience. After the upgrade, killing the beast corpse leader in the main prison will reduce the difficulty much. Secondly, when all the ordinary alien races on the periphery are killed, the combat power of the beast corpse clan leader will be greatly reduced. Because the leader of the beast corpse has a skill to gather monsters. As long as he is in a combat state, he can gather monsters infinitely and continuously gather the beast corpses on the periphery to the main prison. Once the profession is surrounded by the animal corpse chimera in the entire dungeon, there is only one dead end left. Therefore, ordinary professionals dare not enter the main prison first. Gu Chen said at this time, the bone-burying dungeon is quite special. All the alien races in the Threstory dungeon must be killed to trigger the final boss's appearance conditions. That is to say, if any alien race is missing, we have to spend a lot of time on finding monsters. Unless all the beast corpses are killed, we will never see the final boss. So I thought of another way, which is to come to the main prison first, and use the monster gathering skill of the beast corpse chief to summon all the ordinary beast corpses on the first floor of the dungeon, so that all the beast corpses can be killed as soon as possible. What? Su Xia's face changed drastically. You have to kill the leader of the beast corpse first? In this way, all the beast corpses on the periphery will come in. How can you fight at that time? Don't panic, fight whatever you want. Gu Chen waved his hand, and the tall figure of the dead golem appeared in the main prison, and the black light spread out from under its feet, exerting extremely tired on all the beast corpses present. Immediately afterwards, the Nightmare Lord flew forward and built a deep dream in the main prison, including all the beast corpses present. Ah! As soon as the deep dream unfolded, a harsh scream sounded in the main prison, and the dream energy caused continuous high damage to all the beast corpses in the main prison. The health of the beast corpses dropped wildly, and they would lose 10,000 blood volume almost every second. Seeing such an exaggerated damage effect, Su Xia's eyelids hopped suddenly, and a strong sense of unreality filled his mind. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Saran on the side nodded with satisfaction when they saw Su Xia's expressions. Yes, it's just this state, 3 points of doubt, 3 points of shock, 3 points of unbelievable, and 1 point of doubt about life. Lin Yuan remembered the first time he saw Gu Chen fighting, and he also showed such an expression. Although the range explosion damage is not instant kill, a large number of people can die in 2 or 3 breaths, which is completely a game of mowing. Although the animal corpse chimera in the main prison is also ordinary clans, but they are all at level 16, and their health has tripled. It is unrealistic to be killed instantly by deep dreams. Moreover, in this main prison, the heavyweight beast corpse leader has not come out yet. At this moment, a dull and heavy sound came from the darkness, and then the dungeon began to vibrate regularly. A powerful and violent aura suddenly erupted and approached here. A corpse covered in black hair, short and strong, with a body covered with rotten flesh and skins walked out of the darkness. Its body was covered with large stitched scars, like a spliced corpse. Su Xia's face suddenly changed. Here comes out, it's the leader of the beast corpse. Chapter 52, Is it scary to gather monsters? It's actually a moth to the fire. Alien, Beast Corpse Clan Chief and Elite. Level, LV.17. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 190, Agility 177, Physical 192, Spirit 170. Skill I, Beast Blood Boiling. Skill 2, Corpse Poison. Skill 3, Summoning the Beast Corpse. Level 17 Elite Interracial. Gu Chen's eyes changed slightly, and a bit of solemn expression appeared on his face. This beast corpse leader is almost as good as the final boss Fallen Witch in the ruins of the temple. However, this is just the first level of the bone burial dungeon. Where did the human scum come from? He dared to break into the forbidden area and seek death. The beast corpse leader's face was ferocious and tyrannical. It roared angrily, and a boiling blood suddenly burst out from its body. The powerful aura instantly swept across the entire main prison, and it instantly countered the deep dream. When this was used, many ordinary beast corpses on the periphery seemed to hear the order and rushed towards Gu Chen and others frantically. Su Xia looked at this scene and her face turned pale, and she even wanted to take out the teleportation scroll. Judging from the current situation, Gu Chen seems to be unable to fight against so many beast corpses. At this moment, Gu Chen's thoughts moved, and 3 layers of black light suddenly burst out from the dead demon golem. 2 black lights fell on the head of the beast corpse, namely extremely exhausted and black death bacteria. All attributes are reduced by 50%, and damage taken is increased by 50%. The healing effect is reduced by 90%, and health points are continuously lost. The 3rd black light turned into a dim shadow, centered on the golem itself, instantly covering the entire main prison. Forbidden area of the law end. Within the skill range, the consumption of all targets skyrocketed 10 times. The 3 skills are released together and are weakened completely. The power of the beast corpse leader was instantly cut in half, and the deep dream once again emitted terrifying dream energy, and began to decompose the beast corpses in the main prison. Even if the blood of the beast corpse leader is high, he will become a dead corpse after being completely weakened. Kill the beast corpse Chimera LV.15, experience plus 1957. Kill the beast corpse Chimera LV.15, experience plus 1960. Kill the beast corpse Chimera LV.15, experience plus 1952. With a quick harvest, the experience value increased rapidly, like a rocket. The beast corpse Chimera died in pieces. Not long after, Gu Chen's level was raised to level 12. Level improvement. Level, LV.12, 3234/. Strength, 337. Agility, 336. Physical Constitution, 338. Spirit, 359. Summoned Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.12 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.12 Epic, Dead Golem LV.12 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. No one shared his experience, and the upgrade speed took off directly. When the 5 people entered the abyss, the difficulty of the abyss increased, and accordingly, the experience also increased, and almost 90% of the experience fell on Gu Chen's head. This is why he insists on bringing the actors into the abyss. This kind of killing speed is simply unimaginable to other professions. Just a wave of beast corpses rushed in from the outside, and they directly increased to 1 level. Ah! A shrill scream interrupted Gu Chen's thoughts. More and more beast corpse chimera were broken into pieces by the dream energy. The beast corpse leader burst into anger, and dark red blood gushed out from his body, filling the deep dream, trying to break through this dream. However, with the dead skeleton golem, all resistance is destined to be futile. No matter how you impact the deep dream, the leader of the beast corpse, whose full attributes have been weakened, cannot escape the imprisonment of the deep dream. Dream energy continues to deconstruct its body, and the amount of blood that continues to damage is falling more and more. Seeing that his health continued to fall and he could not break through the deep dream, the leader of the beast corpse tribe let out a shrill roar and began to summon all the beast corpse to come to the main prison for assistance. And this is exactly what Gu Chen is looking forward to seeing. The roar of the beast corpse leader echoed in the dark dungeon. Noisy shouts from the darkness it sounded, and densely packed animal corpse chimera emerged from all directions, rushing towards the main prison frantically. As soon as these ordinary beast corpses stepped into the main prison, they were covered by a layer of black light, and their full attributes were directly reduced by half, and the injury effect was increased by half. Next, there was no suspense at all. The large number of ordinary beast corpses were torn to pieces by the dream energy, turning into valuable experience and entering Gu Chen's experience bar. The beast corpse died in large numbers, and they had no reason at all, and they didn't even have instinctive fear. Almost crazy, he rushed into the main prison desperately, and was torn to pieces by the deep dream after walking a few steps. Is this the ability to gather monsters that makes professionals afraid? In front of Gu Chen, it was just a moth to the fire. Seeing this scene, the leader of the beast corpse roared angrily and rushed towards the direction where Gu Chen was. Even if all attributes are weakened, the speed is extremely fast. However, the Blood Clan King was always alert and kept by Gu Chen's side. Even though he had a shield worth more than 10,000, he did not forget to let the summoned beast protect him. The Blood Clan King raised his guns and pulled the trigger at the head of the Beast Corpse clan leader who was rushing up. Bang! 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 A series of bullets hit the head of the Beast Corpse tribe, but only lost more than 30,000 blood. If this were replaced by a corpse chimera with 40,000 blood volume, it would be able to explode directly. He is worthy of being an elite alien. Even if all attributes are reduced by half, he can only lose 30,000 health by one skill against the Blood Clan. However, it's not over yet, the Fallen Magic Ball skill takes effect. Next to the Beast Corpse tribe chief, 6 death tentacles grew rapidly and slapped the Beast Corpse tribe chief mercilessly, causing the momentum to slow down instantly. Crack! Crack! The death tentacle can only exist for 2 seconds, attacking once every second. Each death tentacle can cause 3,000 points of damage to the target, and 6 are 18,000. In 2 seconds, 36,000. With the damage from the skill just now, the leader of the Beast Corpse lost nearly 70,000 health points in just one breath. Lin Yuan and others were frightened to see it, nearly 70,000, and the damage was too terrifying. The leader of the Beast Corpse has only a total of more than 120,000 health points. The master of the Blood Clan beat him to the residual blood as soon as he made a move. However, although the blood bars were already empty, the leader of the Beast Corpse did not stop. It was like a ferocious beast, ignoring any attacks and rushed towards Gu Chen frantically. After all, it is an elite alien race. Although the skills of the vampire mage Eister burst out with super high damage, it cannot stop its impact at all. Old Gu. Seeing the leader of the Beast Corpse rushing towards Gu Chen, Lin Yuan and others shouted nervously. In their opinion, this is the first time Gu Chen faced a foreign race. As we all know, the biggest disadvantage of a summoner is that he lacks combat ability, and all his strength is concentrated on the summoned beast, and his health and defense are very fragile. Once you are approached by a foreign race, it is the time when the summoner dies. However, the next second, black shadows suddenly appeared and wrapped around the head of the Beast Corpse clan leader. The crazy rush suddenly stopped, and before he could get close to Gu Chen 3 meters, he was trapped in place by the entanglement effect of the Nightmare Servant. At the same time, the entanglement of 10 Nightmare Servants caused the continuous damage suffered by the Beast Corpse clan chief to suddenly increase by 10 times. Boom! Blood collapse. The Beast Corpse clan leader was trapped in place, and the remaining blood collapsed at an incredible speed. The blood volume was cleared in a blink of an eye. Chapter 53 The Second Legendary Summoning Beast. In the main prison, the leader of the Beast Corpse was broken into dark red debris. All the Beast Corpses were killed in the deep dream, leaving only a piece of powder. Kill the Beast Corpse clan chief, Elite LV.16, experience plus 5725. Get the loot, Dwarf King Ring LV.16 rare. Get the loot, Mithril Armor LV.16 rare. Get the loot, the Enhanced Fossil *10 rare. Level Improvement. Level, LV.13, 1369/. Strength, 347. Agility, 346. Physical Constitution, 348. Spirit, 379. Summoned Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.13 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.13 Epic, Dead Golem LV.13 Epic. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. In the wilderness, it rose to level 11, after killing the first wave of alien races in the bone-burying dungeon. It has been upgraded to level 12, and now it has cleared a whole layer of dungeons and directly upgraded to level 13. The abyss is indeed high risk accompanied by high returns. Stay here first. Gu Chen turned around and said something to Lin Yuan and others, and did not go further. Going further forward is the second floor. Every time you go deeper into the bone burial dungeon, the difficulty will be greatly improved. After all, it is now a nightmare abyss, and Gu Chen plans to strengthen the summoned beast first. Start talent. You have obtained Dark Blood King Blood. King's Bloodline. A hint of ecstasy burst out in Gu Chen's eyes and finally appeared. After the first two upgrades, he got the blood of the descendants, so he has not fused the summoned beasts. Now he has obtained the blood of the king, which means that he will get a legendary summoned beast again. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to advance the dead skeleton golem to the legendary level. There is no reason, the effect of overall weakening is really delicious. If you advance to the legendary level, it is hard to imagine how powerful suppressing the dead skeleton golem will bring to the other party. As for the bloodlines of the two descendants, they are given the Nightmare Lord, which can also give them 2 bloodline awakenings. Bloodline awakening success. Bloodline awakening success. Nightmare Lord Epic. Level, LV.13. Health point. Attributes, Strength 179, Agility 186, Physical 185, Spirit 190. Skill Disappointment Instant Kill is enhanced. Disappointed Instant Kill, use dreams to approach the target unit and launch an attack. After each killing the target, the damage to the next skill will increase by 1%. Note, if the summoned beast dies, the damage bonus will be cleared. Skill Deep Dream enhanced. Deep Dream, build a deep dream in an area, causing high continuous damage to the targets trapped in it. For every target death, all targets in the deep dream will be dizzy for 1 second. Although the amount of 21,000 is not as high as that of some elites and boss, it is already extremely rare. Because elites and boss have a health bonus, there are few people who can match their health. After awakening, in addition to the increase in health and 4-dimensional attributes, the skills Disappointment Instant Killing and Deep Dream are also enhanced. After using Disappointment Instant Kill to kill the target, the damage of the skill will increase by 1% in the next time. As long as you do not die, the damage bonus can be stacked all the time. What a pity, if the Deep Dream is strengthened, and each target is killed, the skill damage will increase by 1%, then the Nightmare Lord will gain a terrifying improvement. After all, Deep Dream is a range-based damage skill, and a large number of people can die in a short period of time. Unlike Disappointment Instant Kill, you have to name one by one. In comparison, the strengthening range of Deep Dream is relatively small. Every time a target dies in the dream, it will cause dizziness to other targets for 1 second. Although it only takes 1 second, if used properly, it will definitely cause all units trapped in dreams to lose their ability to resist. It's not bad, at least it can prevent powerful aliens from breaking through dreams to a large extent. Next, Gu Chen gave the king's blood and blood to the dead skeleton golem. Advanced success. Jayadiak Deadly Skeleton Epic Right Wardero Jayadiak Deadly Skeleton Legend. Level, LV.13. Health point. Attributes, Strength 231, Agility 226, Physical 243, Spirit 244. The qualification of summoned beasts is upgraded from Epic to Legend, obtain attribute feeding, and the summoner has all attributes plus 100. Summoned beasts gain talents and comprehensively strengthened skills. Unstoppable Legend, when the dead skeleton golem is in a static state, the defense is increased by 1% per second, and the recovery is increased by 1% per second. The target within 10 meters of the dead skeleton golem will be subject to a negative effect of 100%. Extremely exhausted LV.20 legend, applying a fatigue state to nearby targets, reducing its total attributes by 50%, increasing damage by 100%, and being immunized. Black Death Bacteria LV.20 legend, let a target infect plague, reducing the therapeutic effect it receives by 90%. The plague is contagious. The more targets it transmits, the more health points it continues to lose, and is immunized. The Forbidden Area of the Law End of the World LV.20 legend, the dead skeleton golem is centered on itself and defines a forbidden area. The damage of the targets in the forbidden area increases by 10 times, and all consumption increases by 10 times. Legendary talent, and full-level skills at the full legendary level. The excitement on Gu Chen's face was beyond words. First of all, the talent is improved. When the dead skeleton golem is in a static state, the defense and recovery are increased by 1% per second. This means that the movement ability of the dead skeleton golem must be abandoned in order to increase the state to the strongest. However, the dead skeleton golem cannot not move with the team, nor can it attract all alien races to the place where the dead skeleton golem is located. If it were before, Gu Chen would not be able to maximize the use of this talent. But don't forget that after Gu Chen killed Wang Chongshan and his group, he learned the skills of displacement interchange from the primary skill scroll. Not only can he exchange displacements with the summoning unit, but he can also exchange displacements between the summoning units. In this way, the dead skeleton golem can stay in a certain superposition state first. When entering the battle, you only need to exchange it with the descendants of the blood clan in the battle. Moreover, the negative effects of the target within 10 meters of the dead skeleton golem will be increased by 100%, so the advantages of displacement interchange will be even more obvious. Displacement swap is just an excellent skill, but it is a battle that can be played with legendary summoned beasts. Terribly powerful. As for the other three skills, they have achieved different degrees of improvement. Extremely exhausted damage gains a 50% bonus. Black Death Bacteria has gained contagiousness and does not need to be cast one by one. The more targets of infection, the higher the continuous damage. Forbidden Area of the Law End has the largest change, which was consumed 10 times before, but now it has 10 times more damage. In this way, as long as the target is within the skill range, there is basically no way to survive. It's done. Looking at the three summoned beasts around him, Gu Chen was full of energy. Okay, continue to head to the second floor of the dungeon. In order to get the record-breaking reward, we need to speed up the progress next. After Gu Chen said that, he ordered the descendants of the blood clan to clear the way forward, while Lin Yuan and others nodded and quickly followed. In order to break the record, we can only pass it quickly. Chapter 54 Give up the Dwarf King Ring. How to get to the second floor of the bone-burying dungeon? Lin Yuan asked. There is a maze behind the main prison, and the entrance to the second floor of the dungeon is at the end of the maze. Su Xia said. In other words, you have to pass the maze to enter the second floor of the dungeon? There is also a puzzle game, it's really a headache. Lin Yuan grabbed the back of his head. Well, the 5 routes to pass the maze have been listed on the guide, and every time I enter the abyss, the mazes I encounter are different, so I have to try them one by one. Although Su Xia had never entered the abyss, as a native of Wancheng, he was very familiar with the bone-burying dungeon. After all, it was the abyss at the doorstep of his home. It's a waste of time. Gu Chen shook his head. I want to use another method. What method? I saw it in a guide that there is a stone statue at the entrance of the maze. We wear the Dwarf King Ring on the finger of the stone statue, and we can directly reach the second floor of the dungeon. Indeed, the stone statue that has obtained the Dwarf King Ring will be temporarily resurrected, but only by defeating the stone statue will the entrance to the second level of the dungeon will appear. Su Xia said hurriedly. After killing the Beast Corpse clan chief, 2 rare level equipment were unearthed. One was the Dwarf King Ring, which was very considerable in terms of attributes and effects. The other is Mithril Armor, a professional equipment for warriors. Gu Chen plans to directly hang on the professional platform after going out. Dwarf King Ring. Quality, Rare. Level, LV.16. Attributes, Strength plus 30, Agility plus 30, Physical plus 30, Spirit plus 30. Effect, increased damage to dwarf units by 100%. The aliens in the bone-burying dungeon are basically made of dwarf corpses and orcs. In other words, as long as you wear the Dwarf King Ring, you will have 1x attack power on all the aliens next. All attributes plus 30, damage increased, 1 times. This help can be said to be unprecedentedly powerful, so almost 99% of professionals would rather try the maze over and over than hand over this ring. But for Gu Chen, since he wants to get a record-breaking reward, he must not be concerned about such trivial matters. It's just a Dwarf King Ring, and the full attributes of 30 are optional for him. As for the damage caused to the dwarfs by 1 times, it is not unsuccessful. After all, the dead skeleton golem has been advanced to a legendary summoning beast, and the help it brings is definitely not comparable to that of a Dwarf King Ring. Every time the bone-buried dungeon goes deeper, the difficulty will be greatly increased. The Dwarf King Ring has a 1x damage bonus, which is a very important weapon to pass the level in the later stage. Su Xia persuaded from the side. Besides, the level 20 stone statue awakened by the Dwarf King Ring is extremely powerful and the damage is even more terrifying. A paladin with a blood volume of 60,000 was killed by it in 1 skill. No one could withstand such terrifying damage. Gu Chen didn't say much, and expressed his thoughts with practical actions. He walked straight to a stone wall behind the main prison. A square hole was opened on the stone wall, which was the entrance to the maze. Next to it was a stone statue of a dwarf king wearing armor and a crown, with a huge stone hammer serrating around her waist. Gu Chen didn't think much about it, and directly put the Dwarf King Ring on the stone statue's finger. A ray of light flashed on the stone statue, and his limbs began to move, as if they were alive. Immediately afterwards, the Dwarf King Shi statue shouted loudly and walked up with a giant hammer in his hand. "Challenger, are you going to duel with me?" The Dwarf Wang Shishi statue stared at Gu Chen with his big eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Xia's face suddenly showed a look of fear. Alien, Dwarf King Stone Statue. Level, LV.20. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 310, Agility 177, Physical 192, Spirit 170. Skill, Warhammer Impact. Level 20 Ordinary Alien, with a health of 85,000. Take it. Gu Chen didn't say anything, and with a thought, 2 black lights burst out from the dead skeleton golem, and instantly fell on the Dwarf King stone statue. The stone statue is not a living body, and the Black Death and bacteria is directly ineffective. But under the effect of extremely exhausted, the Dwarf King stone statue's full attributes were suddenly reduced by halving, and the damage it suffered increased by 100%. The Dwarf King stone statue felt its negative state, and anger burst out from its rough face, and the huge stone hammer in its hand burst into golden light. Warhammer Shock. The huge golden stone hammer smashed violently at Gu Chen. Looking at the attack that fell rapidly in front of him, Gu Chen had no intention of dodging every day. Book, Group 65,0/5-02*33.8. Su Xia, who was watching the battle on the side, looked shocked and exclaimed quickly. At this moment, Gu Chen's figure disappeared instantly, and instead the Nightmare Lord appeared in front of the stone statue of the Dwarf King. Boom! The golden warhammer fell, and the black mist on the Nightmare Lord surging. Since it was an energy body, physical attacks caused pitifully little damage to it. Immediately afterwards, the black fog spread, and 10 black shadows instantly wrapped around the Dwarf King's body. The rich black fog enveloped the Dwarf King's stone statue in a blink of an eye. Disappointed instant kill. The Nightmare Lord casts skills directly, stacks 10 times the damage, and then stacks the 1x damage bonus of extremely exhausted, and the Dwarf King stone statue immediately suffered 20 times the skill damage. Boom! A heavy wail echoed in the dungeon. There was no damage on the surface of the Dwarf King statue, but the 85,000 health was instantly cleared. The next second, the light on the surface of the stone statue retreated and he stood back to his previous position. Dull victory. Battle against the Dwarf King stone statue LV.20, experience plus 3687. The stone statue turned around, and the stone hammer in his hand suddenly burst out with a golden light, and it hit a wall next to it. The wall was broken, revealing a huge hole, and inside were deep stone steps leading downwards. The dwarf statue put away the hammer and turned back to its original position. The Dwarf King ring in his hand disappeared. Looking at the stone steps leading to the second floor of the dungeon, Gu Chen smiled, but Su Xia, who was beside him, had not yet recovered. Due to the Dwarf King stone statue, is that it's over? The legendary Dwarf King statue that killed 60,000 health paladin with one hammer was killed instantly by killing Nightmare? Su Xia felt like a dream at this moment, but when he thought of Gu Chen and everyone rushed into the main prison, the 3 summoned beasts were killed randomly, and the Beast Corps leader was killed in the craze of Beast Corps. I didn't expect that the summoner was so powerful. No wonder he was so confident that he challenged the Nightmare Abyss from the beginning. Su Xia looked at Gu Chen with a complicated expression. Although he was not a professional, he really felt Gu Chen's strength. This strength completely subverted his perception of previous professionals. Shocked? That's wherever you go. Lin Yuan walked up and patted Su Xia on the shoulder. Let's go to the second floor of the dungeon, the real battle is still behind. A large number of descendants of the Blood Clan flocked into the cave, stepped into the stone steps, and advanced towards the darkness below. Gu Chen looked at the time. It was exactly an hour from entering the abyss to now. At this progress, the record-breaking reward is absolutely stable. With a wave of his hand, 3 summoned beasts followed behind him, and Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and others to the second floor of the dungeon. Chapter 55 What to do if you can't rush. The second floor of the dungeon is more dangerous than the first floor of the dungeon. The aliens here are no longer the failed experimental subjects like the Beast Corps Chimera, but an evolution with rationality and stronger power. After walking a distance on the second floor of the dungeon, a team of beast corpses in armor discovered Gu Chen and others. The headed beast corpse held 2 giant axes and formed an attack formation with the beast corpse behind them, blocking them in place. Human, get out of our crypt, you are not welcome here. While speaking, the attribute information of these beast corpses appeared. Alien, Beast Corpse Warrior. Level, LV.17. Health point. Attributes, Strength 180, Agility 173, Physical 192, Spirit 175. Skill, Battle Formation Charge. The ordinary alien at level 17 is the leader of the beast corps that connects to the first level of the dungeon. The 20th level Dwarf King stone statue just now is not a regular copy plot, it can only be regarded as a selection node. Looking at the dozen or so beast corpses in front of him, Su Xia's face turned pale. Brother Chen, it's better to retreat strategically first. I'm familiar with these beast corpses and warriors. The more numerous these beast corpses, the greater the damage the battle formation charge will be. If the fight really starts, this team of beast corpse warriors can burst out with combat power several times that of their own. Gu Chen nodded, but had no intention of retreating every day. Book, Group 65,5/02*33.8, The Golem of the Dead Skeleton roared, and 2 negative states were trapped on the team of beast corpse warriors. The beast corpse warrior in the lead raised his battle axe high and let out a low roar, "How dare you attack us, human, you are seeking death." Before he finished speaking, a series of bright silver bullets suddenly appeared in the dungeon, accurately hitting the head of the beast corpse warrior. Bang! The head was blown to pieces, and a headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Kill the beast corpse warrior LV.17, experience plus 2299. At the same time, 6 death tentacles like black fog emerged and attacked the other beast corpse warriors. The battle situation was about to break out, but the remaining beast corpse soldiers did not show any confusion. Instead, they quickly formed a formation and rushed towards Gu Chen. He is worthy of being a warrior, well trained, and does not rely on instinct to kill like the animal corpse chimera. But, not enough. The Nightmare Master was full of black energy, and more than 10 black shadows shot out quickly, instantly entangling the body of the beast corpse warriors. Charge in the battle formation. The more beast corpse warriors there are, the higher the damage. So the question is, if you can't rush up, will the damage be high? More than a dozen beast corpse warriors were entangled in place and continued to lose blood under the plague state. The Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master would not miss this good opportunity and rushed directly into the team of beast corpse warriors, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Bullets roared, black fog filled, and one after another, the beast corpse warriors fell to the ground. Kill the beast corpse warrior LV.17, experience plus 2236. Kill the beast corpse warrior LV.17, experience plus 2250. Kill the beast corpse warrior LV.17, experience plus 2247. In just 3 or 5 minutes, more than a dozen beast corpse soldiers fell to the ground in a row. Level improvement. Level, LV.14, 2267/. Strength, 457. Agility, 456. Physical constitution, 458. Spirit, 649. Summoned beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.14 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.14 Epic, Dead Golem LV.14 Legend. Because the previous legend of the Dead Skeleton Golem advanced from Epic, Gu Chen obtained 100 full attributes. Therefore, his average attribute has reached more than 500 now, and even if he is in the 3rd level, he can crush most professionals. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. As usual, the level 14 Dark Bloodline is left as an alternative to the level 15 Summoned Beast. On the other side, Su Xia's pupils were trembling with shock. I thought the beast corpse warriors on the 2nd floor of the dungeon would become a considerable wave of resistance, but I didn't expect that a pair of summoned beasts on Gu Chen would become a bunch of local chickens and tiles. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Saran were excited to see it. Although they were not fucked, they really felt the fun of fucking by hugging Gu Chen's thighs. Up to level 14, the health of the Vampire Magister's Master Sword, and he could transform 80 vampire descendants. Immediately, it activated its skills, consumed 24,000 health, and converted all the corpses on the ground into descendants of the 17th level of the Blood Clan. Because Gu Chen wants to make records, and the combat power of the descendants of the vampire is not particularly outstanding, they have never been allowed to join the battle, but just act as a way to explore the way. However, don't underestimate them because of this. Except for the only few who are above level 20, the rest are above level 10. The self-explosion damage of the descendants of the vampire above level 20 is 5,000, and the self-explosion damage of the level 10 is 3,000. Therefore, if these 80 descendants of the vampire self-destruct at the same time, they can explode 250,000 damage in an instant. This is Gu Chen's idea, to give the final boss a big one. Next, the descendants of the Blood Clan continued to open the way, and Gu Chen led everyone forward. The terrain on the 2nd floor of the dungeon is more complex than the 1st floor, with many crisscrossing and many passages. Even if Gu Chen wanted to find the main prison on the second floor, he almost got lost in it. Fortunately, there is Su Xia. It's not that Su Xia is so familiar with the route. He is also a road deaf on the second floor of the dungeon. But the good thing is that he has a black technology, something similar to a scanner, which he also developed. After scanning the map, scan the environment you are in and you can generate a holographic map. The current location can be displayed on the holographic map, and the optimal path can be generated, effectively avoiding getting lost in complex terrain. Prepare to set off. The whole journey is 10 kilometers, which takes about 45 minutes. Black technology has begun to navigate. This time is generated at the average speed of a level 14 profession. There may be errors, but the difference will not be too large. But no matter what, 10 kilometers is still a bit far, so you need to speed up the road next. Or why should I let a summoning unit carry you on his back? Gu Chen looked at Su Xia and asked. With navigation, we will start rushing to the road. Su Xia is just an ordinary person who has not changed his job and cannot keep up with everyone's speed. No, I can keep up. While speaking, Su Xia took out a set of mechanical devices from the space ring and put them on her body skillfully. The overall color of this set of devices is dark gray, paired with some silver-white lines, and the shape is tough and smooth, which fits the contour of the human body. The shoulders, chest, and legs are covered with armor, equipped with power units, support structures at the waist and hips, and heat dissipation fins and antennas on the back. This scene made Lin Yuan look as his eyes were straight. Damn it! Lao Su, are you wearing mechas? No, this is the armor, numbered Mark 1. Click. 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 Su Xia began to warm up, moving his joints and limbs, and a series of mechanical rotation sounds were made on the armor. As he took a step, he was like an agile cheetah, and he rushed out 8 or 9 meters away with one breath. In order to reduce weight, I deliberately did not load a weapon system and walked much faster. Let's go, you should be able to reach the second floor main prison in 45 minutes. Chapter 56 The Queen of the Beast Corpse. The descendants of the 80 blood clans formed a front arrow formation and opened the way, and Gu Chen and others followed behind and started the emergency marching mode. Along the way, many beast corpse warriors arranged in attack formations and rushed towards everyone. Gu Chen didn't want to waste time here, so the method to deal with these beast corpse warriors is also very simple. After the beast corpse warriors charged forward, the Nightmare Lord summoned the Nightmare Servants and wrapped all the beast corpse warriors in the front row around the same place. As a result, the beast corpse warriors behind them fell one after another. When they assembled into formations to pursue, they could no longer see the traces of Gu Chen and others. From the entrance of the second floor dungeon to the main prison, even the shortest distance is 10 kilometers. If there were no Su Xia's black technology navigation, it might be possible to wander around this complex dungeon for a few days. It is precisely because of the complexity of the dungeon that many professionals have to go a lot of detours here even with strategies and maps. The final condition for boss is that all ordinary aliens need to die, so the dungeon records of the Bone Burial Dungeon are always difficult to break. 45 minutes later, Gu Chen and others came outside the second floor main prison. After dealing with the team of soldiers attracted, everyone walked into the main prison. On the surface, there is no difference between the main prison and other places in the dungeon, but the internal space is wider and accompanied by a strong cold air. It should be here. Su Xia looked around and said, the second-level main prison is also an elite alien. The voodoo shaman sewed the corpse of the orc and the dwarf queen, and successfully created the beast corpse queen who was both powerful and rational. Just as Su Xia was talking, a gust of black wind blew around him, and a low roar sounded around him, and a rough figure walked out from the depths of the main prison. The queen of the beast corpse appeared, covered with dirty beast hair and colorful scales, and her body was exaggerated and almost invisible. This shape is even more ugly than the Beast Corpse clan leader, just like a monster made of several orcs and dwarves. Alien, Queen of the Beast Corpse Elite. Level, LV.18. Health point. Attributes, Strength 210, Agility 197, Physical 212, Spirit 190. Skill I, Furious Killing. Skill 2, Acid and Highly Toxic. Skill 3, Beast Corpse Madness. Skill 4, Summoning the Beast Corpse. The 18th level elite alien race has a health volume of more than 150,000, which is even more terrifying than the dwarf leader. This Beast Corpse Queen seems a little fierce. Gu Chen immediately asked the summoned beast to attack. The figure of the Blood Clan King flashed, and he rushed forward with 2 guns in his hand, and a series of bullets poured out like a heavy rain. Bang! 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 The body of the Beast Corpse Queen exploded with blood holes the size of a fist. Ah! The Queen of the Beast Corpse was hurt and let out a sharp and harsh scream. Then, a large area of purple-black smoke was spewed out of its mouth, which was highly toxic and had a range of damage. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, Saran and Su Xia were all shrouded in this poisonous fog, and their health volume dropped rapidly. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and others followed Gu Chen to pass a hell-level dungeon. Not only did they improve their attributes, but they also opened up good equipment from the dungeon treasure chest and the first gift box. This greatly improves their defense and blocks some of the damage. But Su Xia was not so lucky. Just as the black fog floated towards him, he was left with only a trace of blood. The reason why he did not die was because he used an invincible scroll at the first time. Su Xia, who was only a trace of blood, looked pale and immediately took out the life recovery potion to recover his blood. He couldn't help but be glad that he had just reacted in time, otherwise he would have died now. Su Xia must have more than one life. As the core figure of the Eternal Life group, he must have props like the Resurrection Cross. However, even if there are resurrection props, they are not unlimited to use. There will be cooling restrictions. After using them once, they will definitely not be able to use them for a second time in a short period of time. Now that the Bone Burial Dungeon Abyss has not been completed, if a resurrection prop is wasted here, how can I pass the later stage? You retreat first. Gu Chen immediately said to everyone. Almost the moment the words fell, the sound of mechanical rotation sounded on the Mark I armor. The next second, Su Xia ran away without any nostalgia. Only then did he realize that places like the Abyss were really not something that ordinary people could enter. Before, seeing Gu Chen killing all directions in the first dungeon, and even the 20th level Dwarf King statue was killed instantly with one blow, he subconsciously relaxed his vigilance. So much so that Gu Chen easily killed all the first wave of Beast Corpse warriors on the second floor of the dungeon, which made him look down on these alien races. However, now he suddenly realized that he was an ordinary person. Any alien race in this abyss could kill him. What qualifications does he have to underestimate the enemy? Perhaps Su Xia, who became a tragic person, was too conspicuous. A wave of black air burst out from the Queen of the Beast Corpse, and her body was shot directly towards Su Xia like a cannonball. Raging Rush. Su Xia was frightened by this scene. This is the skill of the Beast Corpse Queen. If the Queen of the Beast Corpse wiped it, she would definitely have lost her life. He quickly took out the teleportation scroll and almost wiped the rushing Queen of the Beast Corpse and teleported out, a slight difference. Whoosh! Su Xia's figure appeared behind Gu Chen. At this moment, his legs were weak and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Just a little bit away, he was killed by the Beast Corpse Queen again. After passing by death twice in succession, Su Xia was honest and shivering between Lin Yuan and others. At the same time, outside the main prison, a large number of Beast Corpse warriors came over with great momentum. Human, how dare you kill my tribe members and seek death? Gu Chen didn't talk at all and activated his skills directly. Displacement interchange. The next second, a figure of a descendant of a blood clan who was closest to the queen of the beast corpse flashed and suddenly turned into a tall and majestic golem of the dead body. Due to level restrictions, the summoned beast cannot leave Gu Chen's range of 3 kilometers, so the golem of dead skeleton has been still somewhere in the dungeon 3 kilometers away for 10 minutes. In other words, the defense and recovery of the dead skeleton golem has been superimposed 6 times. Buzz! The rich black light burst out from the tall golem, and the bodies of the alien races, including the queen of the beast corpse, trembled, and were instantly exerted by extremely exhausted and black death blast. Kill all, no one is left. Gu Chen spoke lightly. For ordinary professionals, the beast corpse queen in front of them and the beast corpse warriors rushed over were simply irresistible. If they could leave a whole body in such a battle, it would be considered a blessing in life. However, in Gu Chen's eyes, these alien races are like native chickens and tiles. All attributes are reduced by half, the damage taken is increased by 1 times, and life continues to decline in the plague state. What else is scary about such a foreign race? Even the elite aliens can still kill them. The Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master immediately joined the battlefield. Bullets roared, black fog filled the air, and the beast corpse warriors were harvested like leeks. A cold look flashed in the ferocious eyes of the beast corpse queen. It did not lead a group of beast corpse warriors to charge, but looked at the tall and mighty golem of the dead skeleton beside her. It turns out to be a debuff summoning beast, so I'll kill you first. With a low shout, the queen of the beast corpse directly activated her skills and rushed towards the dead skeleton golem. Chapter 57, Beast Corpse Warrior, Strong Control Skill. The Beast Corpse Queen is an elite alien at level 18. After it casts Rampage Crush, it thought it would directly kill the dead skeleton golem at level 14. However, the skill fell on the dead skeleton golem, which only caused it to lose more than 800 health points. The queen of the beast corpse's expression stagnated. Looking at the pitiful little hurt, she felt a little confused for the first time in her tyrannical eyes. After the dead skeleton golem reaches level 14, the health point is the point. The damage of more than 800 is almost negligible. Even, just in this dazed moment, the health value that had just been knocked back was recovered under the nose of the beast corpse queen. The queen of the beast corpse was stunned and didn't know how to fight. Looking at the towering golem of the dead body like a mountain in front of him, it had never felt so despair. The second level of the dungeon had gathered dozens of beast corpse warriors, almost forming a siege, but the queen of the beast corpse had a numb scalp. The Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master had already entered the group of beast corpse warriors, and even the descendants of the Blood Clan who had not made much noise also joined the battle. The scene was also very clear, almost one-sided massacre. The Blood Clan King shot wildly in the middle, while the Nightmare Lord killed on the periphery. One of the 2 summoned beasts was legendary and the other was epic, which was not something that these ordinary aliens could deal with. Although the attributes of most descendants of the vampire are comparable to those of level 17 alien races, they also have vampire instincts, speed, power, and recovery ability that exceed that of the same level. Therefore, the main prison at this moment is like a large slaughterhouse. When the Beast Corpse Queen saw this scene, she was immediately angry, and shouted loudly, and a circle of purpler blood burst out from her feet. Blood lights shot out rapidly and landed on the surrounding beast corpses. The beast corpses roared one after another, and their eyes showed bloodthirsty, and even their body size increased. This is the skill of the Beast Corpse Queen. The Beast Corpse is crazy, which can allow all the Beast Corpse warriors to enter the crazy state and get a 30% damage bonus. Su Xia reminded Gu Chen that he was standing in Lin Qingqing after that sturdy body, he didn't even dare to show his head. The 30% damage bonus is already very rare for ordinary professionals, and it can even play a role in turning the situation around in some battles. But strengthening a group of weak chickens by 30%, it will still be a group of weak chickens, and there will be no change at all. At best, it just slowed down their death rate a little. After fighting for about 3 minutes, under the storm-like attack of the summoned beasts, more than 40 beast corpses had died on the ground in a row. The Blood Clan King turned around and killed the Queen of the Beast Corpse, who was still fighting the dead demon golem. The Queen of the Beast Corpse is the most rational existence on the second level of the dungeon, but its performance is a bit hard to describe. It is irrational to say it is irrational. From the moment the war begins, it knows that it will kill the golem of the skeleton first. It is said that it is rational, it scrapes the golem of the dead body throughout the whole process, ignoring the frontal battlefield at all. A little sensible, but not much. This is Gu Chen's evaluation of the Queen of the Beast Corpse. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill wail, the Queen of the Beast Corpse was covered in black blood and died under the 2 guns of the Blood Clan King. Kill the Queen of the Beast Corpse Elite LV.18, experience plus 7268. Get the loot, Mirror Ring LV.18 rarity. Get the loot, the Amulet of Fate LV.18 rarity level. Get the loot, Strengthened Fossil *10. Get the loot, Life Recovery Potion *5. Level Improvement. Level, LV.15, 2212/. Strength, 467. Agility, 466. Physical Constitution, 468. Spirit, 669. Summoned Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.15 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.15 Epic, Dead Golem LV.15 Legend. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. Upgraded again. Level 11 enters the first level Abyss, and 1 person enjoys the experience of 5 people. The upgrade speed is simply too good. Gu Chen took a look at the experience bar. The experience required for the next upgrade has soared to more than 160,000, and the next upgrade speed should slow down. The Queen of the Beast Corpse exploded 2 pieces of equipment, 1 ring and 1 talisman. Mirror Ring. Quality, Rare. Level, LV.18. Career Limit, Summoner. Attributes, Agility plus 50, Spirit plus 100. Effect, generate a mirror of 2 summoned beasts. The mirror has all the talents and skills of the body, and has 80% of all attributes, and the damage is increased by 50%. It turns out to be a summoner-exclusive equipment. The damage taken by the mirror increases by 50%, which means that the mirror will not exist for too long, but this is only for ordinary summoned beasts. For the Blood Clan King, the recovery ability is not ordinary. After all, it is a legendary summoned beast. Even if the mirror can only have 80% of the full attributes of the body, it is enough to offset this disadvantage. In this way, it is equivalent to 2 more powerful help. So, Gu Chen equipped the mirror ring on the Blood Clan King. Then he looked at the second piece of equipment. Talk of Destiny. Quality, Rare. Level, LV.18. Occupational restrictions, none. Attributes, Physical Constitution plus 60. Effect, binding a friendly unit, if the health value is less than 30%, the damage suffered shall be borne by the friendly unit. This is a life-saving tool. Gu Chen didn't think much about it, but directly wore the Amulet of Fate on his body, and at the same time bound the Blood Clan King. The Blood Clan King himself has a relatively high blood volume growth. After the first bloodline awakening, his talent is enhanced. He can get 10 life limits for each unit killing. With the addition of the 2, his health volume grew terrifyingly fast. Even compared with the legendary golem of the dead skeleton, it was more than 30,000 more blood. After a simple rest, the descendants of the Blood Clan continued to open the way, and everyone found the entrance to the 3rd floor of the dungeon in the secret room behind the main prison on the 2nd floor. Compared with the 1st and 2nd floors of the dungeon, the 3rd floor seems less complicated. After walking down the stone steps, a spacious passage extends into the darkness. Halfway through the journey, a low roar came from the depths of the darkness. Immediately afterwards, 15 stout figures walked out with heavy steps. The leaders were 3 beast corpses holding giant hammers, all covered with stitched wounds of animal skin and human skin, and their eyes were as bloodthirsty as wild beasts. Alien, Beast Corpse Warrior. Level, LV.19. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 198, Agility 183, Physical 192, Spirit 185. Skill I, Bone-Breaking Strike. Skill 2, Trampling with Heavy Hammer. 19A level of Beast Corpse Warrior is a more advanced experimental body than a Beast Corpse Warrior. According to the strategy, its 2 skills are Single Burst and Single Control. The Beast Corpse Warriors have strong combat power, usually 5 teams, which means that a team of Beast Corpse Warriors can release at least 5 control skills. This is simply a disaster for ordinary professional teams. If you don't pay attention, you will be forced to death. As soon as Gu Chen stepped into the 3rd floor of the dungeon, he encountered 3 teams of Beast Corpse Warriors. This luck is simply awful. Why did Team 3 come all at once? Su Xia's face turned pale for a moment. Team 3, 15 Beast Corpse Warriors representing 15 control skills. It means you will be forced to be controlled for 15 seconds in the Nightmare Abyss. Su Xia suddenly shivered, and even though he thought about it, he felt a chill on his back. Chapter 58. The situation turns sharply, 4 elite aliens. Of course, Gu Chen also knew that the Beast Corpse Warrior had powerful control skills, so he did not let the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master rush forward first. Descendants of the Vampire, besieging the Beast Corpse. With the order, the 80 descendants of the Blood Clan did not hesitate at all and launched an attack around the 3 teams of Beast Corpses. The charge of the descendants of the Vampire is actually to go up and cheat on skills. Don't you have strong control? Hard control for 15 seconds? Come on, there are 80 descendants of the Blood Clan. You can control whatever you want and control it at will. The scene was a mess, very anxious. The level 19 Beast Corpse Warrior is not weak at all, but it is not easy to kill the descendants of the Vampire. In the end, it was the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Lord who joined forces to completely suppress the chaos. Kill the Beast Corpse Warrior LV.19, experience plus 3080. Kill the Beast Corpse Warrior LV.19, experience plus 3060. Kill the Beast Corpse Warrior LV.19, experience plus 3090. Just as these beast corpses were about to be killed or injured, a loud bang was heard, and 2 low figures covered with hideous scars came from the darkness. It is a dwarf, one holding a black heavy hammer in his hand and the other holding a black giant axe in his hand. If you ignore the centipede-like sutures on the dwarf's body, this is the most human-like dwarf that Gu Chen has ever seen since entering the Bone Burial Dungeon. However, the next second, Gu Chen's eyelids suddenly jumped. I saw these 2 dwarves who were gradually walking out of the darkness actually had orc heads with green faces and fangs. An animal head and human body. Alien, Beast Corpse Commander and Elite. Level, LV.20. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 368, Agility 293, Physical 372, Spirit 295. Skill I, Bone-Breaking Strike. Skill 3, Summoning the Beast Corpse. Elite aliens, commanding the Beast Corpse, and there are 2 as soon as they appear. With its appearance, dense Beast Corpse warriors surged out from all directions, rushing towards Gu Chen's direction. At the same time, the ground trembled slightly, and dull sounds came from the darkness. Behind the Beast Corpse, 2 deformed giants with huge bodies and muscles slowly walked out. Their skin is dark green and covered with blue veins, looking like twisted roots winding on the surface. A fierce light appeared in the turbid eyes, a huge mouth full of uneven sharp teeth, and yellow mucus flowing from the corners of the mouth, emitting a pungent stench. Alien, Ancient Corpse Abnormal Elite. Level, LV.20. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 378, Agility 223, Physical 392, Spirit 205. Skill I, Appendix Grab. Skill 2, Disease Poison Mist. Skill 3, Crazy. There are 2 more elite aliens. Gu Chen frowned slightly. With the 2 dwarf commanders with the beast-headed human bodies, 4 elite aliens have appeared on the scene. Fortunately, the blood volume of the beast corpse commander is relatively low. Apart from the monster gathering skill, there is only one single attack skill. Compared with the 2 beast corpse aberrations that appeared later, the beast corpse commander is relatively weak. Facing the 4 elite alien races, Gu Chen did not hesitate at all and immediately activated the distance exchange skill, and replaced the deadly skeleton golem that was stacked at the entrance of the 3rd floor. As the black light swept away on the battlefield, many alien races, including the commander of the beast corpse and the aberrant beast corpse, were imposed on debuffs. Descendants of the Blood Clan, go and kill the beast corpse and fight soldiers. The Blood Clan Lord launches a mirror image to kill the elite aliens with the nightmare. Gu Chen immediately issued an order. He has never taken over the previous battle because the strength of the summoned beast can completely crush the alien race. But now, it has reached the last stage of the Bone Burial Dungeon, and it is obviously starting to get more difficult. The descendants of the vampire, following Gu Chen's instructions, stared at the beast corpse warriors who were rushing towards the outside of the battlefield, and rushed forward without hesitation to launch an attack. A blood light lit up on the ring of the Blood Clan Majesty, and 2 mirror figures appeared instantly on both sides of it. It cannot be said that it is similar, it is exactly the same. Swish! The figure of the Nightmare Lord flashed and appeared behind a deformed body of an animal corpse. The Nightmare Servant turned into black shadows, instantly entangled on the huge body. Roar! The beast corpse aberration roared, and a large amount of green mist radiated all over his body. Disease Toxic Fog. It is similar to the skill of the dead golem Black Death Blight, both of which can cause continuous blood loss of virus damage. However, the virus emitted by this green mist is useless to the Nightmare Lord, because the Nightmare Lord is a conscious energy body, not a creature. A virus cannot harm it at all. It's just like the Dwarf King stone statue that can be immune to the damage of Black Death bacteria, which is the same. The green fog spreads, and the black fog spreads with it. The Nightmare Lord is a magic sting-type summoning beast. When 10 Nightmare Servants entangle, it immediately activates its skills. Feeling the arrival of a strong crisis, the beast corpse aberrant roared and immediately hid to the side, trying to get rid of the attack of the black fog. However, at this moment it discovered that its body was wrapped in black shadows and could not escape at all. Disappointed instant kill. Launch. In an instant, the rich black mist invaded the beast corpse distortion, and burst out with powerful damage under the blessing of the debuff effect, instantly clearing its blood volume. Kill the abnormal abortion of the beast corpse elite LV.20, experience plus 9312. Get the loot, seriously injured gloves rare level LV.20. Get loot, teleport real rarity level. Get the loot, life recovery potion *3. At the same time, witnessing the death of the same kind, another beast corpse aberration suddenly let out a roar and suddenly his whole body was shocked. Brazy! It was on all sides, with thick animal hair emerging from its body, and sharp nails growing from its hands and feet, like a ferocious beast that had lost its mind, entering a violent state. At this moment, the deafening gunfire exploded. The Blood Clan King appeared in front of the crazy beast corpse distorted body like a ghost. Bullets poured down like a torrent of steel, and blood holes exploded one after another on the huge body. The other 2 beast corpses were not easy either, and they were beaten repeatedly by the mirror image of the Blood Clan King. Although the mirror only has 80% of the full attributes of the original body, 80% of the legendary summoned beasts are still legendary. Just as the beast corpse power fell one by one, a series of dark green energy suddenly appeared in the darkness. The energy surged into the bodies of the 3 elite aliens, and they were completely restored to their loss in an instant. At the same time, a rich poisonous mist swept through the darkness and spread outwards, directly killing the 2 mirror images to the point where the blood volume was lost. Immediately afterwards, another purple energy flew out of the darkness and instantly landed on the deformed corpse of the beast corpse on the ground. Roar! The beast corpse distorted body suddenly opened its turbid eyes, and its flesh and blood were eroded by the sudden poisonous fog. Its huge body was covered with rotten flesh and bones, which looked no different from a zombie. The next second, the huge body, like a zombie, stood up directly. Living. Gu Chen's eyes hopped and he looked at the beast corpse that looked like a zombie. Alien, beast corpse mutant elite. Level 20. Health point. Property : Skill : Another elite alien. The beast corpse mutant, except for the name and level, is all question marks. What exactly is this? Chapter 59. All attributes are question marks, so terrifying. Resurrection from the dead, the aberrant body of the beast corpse became a mutant body of the beast corpse. Level 20 elite aliens cannot see their health, 4-dimensional attributes, and skills. There are about 3 possibilities for not seeing the attributes: one is blocked, the other is that the opponent's level is too high, and the third is that there is no value. The mutant of the beast corpse is obviously the third situation. After all, it is just a resurrected corpse, so it naturally has no health and attributes. From another perspective, it is also an invincible state. Damn it! What's the difference between this and invincible? Lin Yuan's eyelids twitched, and when he looked at the figure that looked like a zombie, he felt his scalp numb. How to fight this? There is no value. Even if Gu Chen's summoned beast's damage explodes, it can't be beaten, right? Lin Qingqing and Saran's faces were slightly pale. Every dead elite alien will be transformed into an aberrant corpse by a voodoo shaman. It can exist for 1 minute. They cannot be killed, but they will die directly after the time comes. Su Xia hurriedly shouted from the side. After resurrection, the mutant beast corpse like a zombie emitted a violent roar and launched a crazy attack on the Nightmare Lord. A sudden appendage grew under its ribs and suddenly grabbed the Nightmare Lord. If this was an ordinary summoned beast, once it was caught, it would be entangled by the beast corpse mutant immediately. But the Nightmare Lord has no entity at all, and his sharp appendage easily penetrates the nightmare. The black fog on the master's body pulled suddenly, but it was empty. The beast corpse mutant seemed not to realize this, or in other words, it was resurrected from the dead, and it was irrational at all, and it still attacked the Nightmare Lord regardless of some. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle has reached a white-hot stage, and the 3 elite aliens have become residual blood. The 3 blood clan kings burst out from the bodies of the 2 blood clans at the same time, and violent energy surged out, rushing towards the 3 elite aliens who had been crippled like an angry dragon. Scarlet Feast. Bang! 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 With 3 loud bangs, 3 elite aliens were hit by the skills, and their health suddenly dropped by a huge margin. Immediately afterwards, the second damage judgment of Scarlet Feast took effect, based on 30% of the maximum health of the Vampire Majesty, and an additional damage of more than 20,000 was added. In an instant, all 3 elite aliens died. Almost the moment the 3 corpses fell, 3 purple energy flew out of the darkness and fell on the 3 corpses. Immediately afterwards, as before, the 3 elite aliens instantly became like zombies and stood up from the ground. Beast Corpse Mutant. Level 20. There is no health, no 4-dimensional attributes, and no skill information. Swish. A mutant beast corpse stretched out its appendage and stabbed towards the closest blood clan king, which was incredibly fast. After all, the Blood Clan King is legendary, with super strong consciousness and reaction. His body flashed and he almost avoided the attack of the appendage. However, the other mirror reaction was a little slower and was instantly hit by the appendage of the beast corpse mutant. The Blood Clan King is flesh and blood, and its mirror image is also flesh and blood body. Therefore, this appendage puncture caused real damage, and a blood hole was pierced in the mirror's body instantly. Immediately afterwards, the appendage suddenly pulled the mirror image to the mutant of the beast corpse. A deep purple poisonous mist erupted from its body, directly corroding the mirror image into a thick white bone. Click! A bunch of skeletons shattered on the ground, and the mirror image didn't even have time to resist and died instantly. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen's eyelids suddenly twitched. This hurt? Just kidding. Even if the mirror image is slightly weaker, it has 80% of the full attributes of the Blood Clan Majesty, but it was instantly transformed into a dry bone by the beast corpse. The four-dimensional attributes are all question marks, which is so terrifying. Mirror death. The mutant of the beast corpse did not kill another mirror or the Blood Clan King, nor did he kill the Nightmare Lord, but rushed directly towards the dead demon golem at an extremely fast speed. No, such a terrifying attribute, even the golem who has been stacked with 10 times defense cannot withstand it. The dead golem can be superimposed on defense and recovery, with the upper limit being 10 times. But even so, Gu Chen did not dare to let the dead golem take risks easily. If the summoned beast dies, it is equivalent to losing a trump card in his hand. His face changed slightly, and he quickly activated his skills. Displacement interchange. In an instant, the golem of the dead bones exchanged positions with the descendants of the Blood Clan on the outermost side. The descendant of the Blood Clan who was replaced almost appeared. He was knocked into a blood mist by the mutant beast corpse. Damn it! That's a 21-level Blood Clan descendant, who was actually killed by hitting and killing. Lin Yuan said in disbelief. This is just a nightmare level. If it is a hell level, how terrifying would it be? Lin Qingqing's voice was still a little trembling. It must be dragged. The beast corpse mutants can only exist for 1 minute, and they can be ended as long as they are dragged for enough time. Su Xia frowned. 1 minute? It sounds short, but at the speed of the beast corpse mutant, it is enough to kill us several times. Suran's eyes trembled slightly. After shattering a descendant of the Blood Clan, the mutant beast corpse did not stop and continued to rush towards the direction where the dead skeleton golem is located. The descendants of the Blood Clan and the beast corpse warriors on the way were hit by it, and they all turned into a bunch of blood mist and sprinkled all over the ground. If you are irrational, attack without discrimination, you will even kill your own people when you become cruel. At the same time, another mirror could not withstand the attack of the mutant beast corpse and was beaten into pieces. Gu Chen didn't dare to be careless at all. Faced with these 4 elite aliens with question marks, he immediately summoned the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Lord. Immediately afterwards, he activated the displacement skill and exchanged the descendants of a Blood Clan around him with the dead golem, making him appear next to him. Afterwards, all the descendants of the Blood Clan on the battlefield quickly shrank to this side, and the stars surrounded Gu Chen and the 3 summoned beasts like the moon. Huh? All the summoning units are gathered around you? What is he going to do? A clear look of doubt appeared on Su Xia's face. Lao Gu, you're confused. Didn't this let all the beast corpses make you dumplings? Lin Yuan yelled anxiously. Don't be here. Lin Qingqing pushed Lin Yuan. Yes, the great god will definitely not be what we think of when we do things. Simple. Suran nodded in agreement. At this moment, the summoning units that were originally scattered around the battlefield gathered to Gu Chen, looking like they were trapped in a siege. This change also caused all the beast corpse warriors to turn their spearheads and rush into it. The 4 elite aliens did not hesitate, turned around and rushed wildly in the roar, pointing directly at Gu Chen and the 3 summoned beasts. At the same time, Gu Chen snapped his fingers lightly. Clatter. Accompanied by a slight sound, the nightmare ruler was filled with black fog, and a deep dream was built with the current position as the center. In an instant, the 4 beast corpse mutants that rushed over, together with dozens of beast corpse warriors around them, all fell into a deep dream. The energy of the dream world is like an invisible mud, causing their speed to plummet and their blood volume to plummet. Chapter 60 Sacrifice Suit, 5 times the damage rate. The continuous damage caused by deep dreams has caused the blood volume of all beast corpses to continue to decrease. The beast corpse warriors were in a stagnant movement, as if they were trapped in a quagmire, and were impacted by the energy in the dream. Only the 4 mutant beasts were surrounded by purple-black energy, escaped from the interference of the dream and rushed towards the direction where Gu Chen and the summoned beast were. Can't suppress it? Gu Chen frowned slightly. This was the first time he had encountered a foreigner who would not be disturbed by deep dreams. The beast corpse mutant can only exist for 1 minute. Although it is very short, it seems extremely long in the battle of life and death. Fortunately, after the last bloodline awakening, the deep dream has been strengthened again. Not only has the damage increased, but also has more control ability. These beast corpse warriors first reduced all attributes by half, but now they were attacked by the dream energy, and their health dropped rapidly. In just 2 breaths, they had already died in pieces. The mutant body of the beast corpse warrior was rushing towards Gu Chen, and the summoned beast suddenly stagnated, and they all stood there in a daze. Every time a target dies in the deep dream, it will cause 1 second dizziness to all targets. Gu Chen and a group of blood clans are also in a deep dream, but they are not the target of the Nightmare Lord, so they will not be affected by the stun effect. Next, under the influence of the stun effect, the 4 beast corpse mutants were like screen card frames, moving and stopping, and their movements were as slow as turtles. In this way, the mutant beast corpse was temporarily controlled. There were also beast corpse warriors and beast corpse warriors from all directions rushing towards them, rushing into the deep dream like moths flying into the fire. I guess it would be at least 80 or 90. Each death target will cause 1 second of the entire body to be dizzy. According to this trend, the 4 beast corpses can be controlled until they die. At the same time, a large black fog suddenly spread out from the deep dream, and dense death tentacles appeared out of thin air, slapped at all the beast corpses and warriors. This is the effect of the fallen magic ball. Each time you hit the target with your skill, a death tentacle will be generated next to the target. The death tentacle can only exist for 2 seconds, causing 6,000 damage, but the number of beast corpses cannot be resisted. It causes 6,000 damage to 1 animal corpse, and 480,000 damage to 80 animal corpses. It caused 480,000 damage in 2 seconds, which was extremely explosive. Without the threat of the mutant beast corpse, Gu Chen no longer restrained the Blood Clan King and the only remaining mirror image. Go, kill them all. Whether it is the beast corpse warrior or the beast corpse warrior, they all become living targets under the weakening of the debuff effect, which is a rare and good opportunity. The 2 led a group of descendants of the Blood Clan to kill the beast corpse warriors. Under the influence of negative effects and deep dream, the scene has turned into a one-sided massacre. Kill the beast corpse warrior LV.17, experience plus 2199. Kill the beast corpse warrior LV.17, experience plus 2250. Kill the beast corpse warrior LV.19, experience plus 3080. Kill the beast corpse warrior LV.17, experience plus 2120. In addition to the dead golem, the Blood Clan Majesty and the Nightmare Lord have turned on the harvest mode, slaughtering all the aliens present in crazily. A bright red light burst out from the priest suit on Gu Chen. Activation of the effect of the sacrificial set. Set effect: perform a sacrifice ceremony on the target unit. The sacrificer will obtain a damage ratio of 10% of the sacrifice number in the next period of time. Gu Chen did not hesitate to give the effect of the set to the vampire king. As for the sacrificed person, he was naturally the descendant of the vampire present. He sacrificed 50 of the descendants of 80 blood clans in one breath. 50 dazzling lights quickly poured into the body of the blood clan master. The latter's body suddenly swelled, and scarlet blood flames burst out from his body, burning around him. The damage is increased by 5 times. The blood clan king kicked his feet, turned into a blue dread after image and rushed out of the deep dream, launching a storm-like attack towards the beast corpses rushing towards the periphery. Scarlet blood flames spewed out from the 2 guns, and bright blood-like bullets kept firing out one after another, each shot hitting the head of the beast corpse without any bias. Bang! 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 As soon as the ferocious beast corpses approached, they were beaten. The head shot was turned into a headless corpse and fell to the ground. General attack. There are no skills to use at all, they are all normal attacks. In the sacrifice state, the damage soars by 5 times, and the output explodes directly. No animal corpse cannot be solved by 1 shot. If so, then 2 shots. The corpses that flocked to the sky fell down one by one like mud. Hiss! Lin Yuan and others who were watching the battle couldn't help but sucked in the air and made great contributions to global warming. Although I have become accustomed to Gu Chen's summoned beasts that will burst out with super damage, I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. A level 17 beast corpse warrior is already very perverted when he shoots one. The level 19 beast corpse warrior actually shot one by one? What's going on? The Abyss aliens collectively gave their heads? Gaga, killing randomly. It's so good. It's so good. Lin Yuan trembled all over with excitement. Gu Chen is responsible for the random killing, so he is responsible for the wow. Among the 4, Su Xia was the one who was most disobedient. After all, he had the most thorough understanding of the bone burial dungeon. At this time, he was shocked to the point where he saw the terrifying lethality of the vampire lord. The world view collapsed. A level 15 summoned beast can kill the beast corpse warriors and beast corpse warriors in the nightmare abyss with just a normal attack. If he told this, he would definitely be treated as a madman and imprisoned in a mental hospital. But this is the fact. The beast corpses present died one by one, and Gu Chen was in charge of the whole audience, and his experience was steadily rising. Soon, it arrived in 1 minute. In the deep dream, 4 mutants of the beast corpse fell to the ground one after another, completely losing signs of life. Experience and spoils were taken as early as when killing the aberrant body of beast corpse. The 4 elite aliens directly contributed 36,000 experience and 6 pieces of equipment, and were so happy. The overall situation has been decided, and there are no beast corpses rushing towards you around. When the last beast corpse present was killed, a shrill scream suddenly sounded in the dark. Lin Yuan, Su Xia and others immediately covered their ears, while Gu Chen showed excitement on his face. This call finally triggered the final boss appearance condition. A whistling wind suddenly sounded in the crypt, like the howling of a resentful spirit kept echoing in his ears. Lin Yuan and the other 30 descendants of the blood clan trembled, and they were instantly fixed by a powerful force. This is a mental attack. Gu Chen also felt dizzy, but he was not immobilized because his total attributes had exceeded 1000, and he was the most energetic among the 4-dimensional attributes. Finally appeared. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at a strange figure vaguely visible in the depths of the darkness. First level Abyss, the final boss of the bone-burying dungeon nightmare level Voodoo Shaman. Chapter 61. Don't get me wrong, I just want to kill you. The Voodoo Shaman appears. More than 4 hours have passed since entering the abyss and Gu Chen's face showed relief. The record-breaking reward must be stable. Next, you only need to kill the Voodoo Shaman to successfully pass the nightmare abyss. The cold wind in the dungeon seemed to be a little weaker, and the shrill cry of resentful spirits also dissipated. Accompanied by footsteps, a figure in a dark fur coat walked out of the darkness. It was decorated with decor carved from dead bones and a gas mask on its head, so it could not see its true appearance. In its hand, there is a hideous staff, with a crystal stone embedded at the top of the staff, and there are strange lights and shadows. Interracial, Voodoo Shaman Bo SS. Level, LV.20. Health point. Attributes, Strength 330, Agility 310, Physical 290, Spirit 360. Skill I, Pure Light Curtain. Skill 2, Death Thunderstorm. Skill 3, Corrosion and Poison. The voodoo shaman walked up, and the dark window reflected the beast corpses all over the ground. The mask turned to Gu Chen and others, and a low and hoarse laughter sounded from the mask. Ha! The invisible laughter reveals the meaning of coldness and evil. Voodoo shaman is like a fanatical science pioneer, passionate about incredible biological experiments, such as suturing dwarf corpses with orcs, or transforming orc corpses into distortions. In short, his purpose was to transform dead bodies into monsters. In his opinion, this monster is a force beyond death. Gu Chen disagreed with this. Don't get me wrong, I just want to kill you. The level 20 boss is the most powerful alien he has faced so far. If other level 15 professional teams come, they will definitely die as much as they come. It is definitely not a joke that the mortality rate of the bone-burying dungeon can rank among the second-level abyss. However, compared with the vampire master who has 5 times the damage, it is completely different. Kill me? Humph, human, do you know what you are talking about? The voodoo shaman snorted coldly, and his body suddenly shook. His fur coat was torn, revealing his burly body that was all blue and black inside, full of explosion. His body was covered with dense stitching scars, and he looked like a corpse full of holes. Swish! Suddenly, a pair of huge bone wings stretched out from behind, like a deadly sickle, covered with rugged bulges and sharp bone spurs, as if they could tear everything apart. Roar! The dead skeleton golem growled, and a rich black light burst out from its body, like 2 black meteors flying towards the voodoo shaman. Extremely exhausted. Black death bacteria. Whether it is an elite or a boss, as long as you get these 2 states, you will have to lose at least half your life first. The voodoo shaman raised his hand directly, and the crystal on the staff burst out with dazzling light, forming a layer of light curtain blocking it, trying to block these 2 skills. Pure Light Curtain. This is a protective skill that can effectively offset skill damage. But unfortunately, all the skills of the dead skeleton golem are immunized. 2 black lights pierced through the light curtain like meteors and instantly fell on the voodoo shaman. The next second, the debuff effect takes effect. The voodoo shaman's aura stagnated, and his entire attributes were suddenly reduced by half. His damage effect was doubled, and he began to lose blood in a plague state. Sensing the change that had happened to him, the voodoo shaman was furious. He let out an roar, and several black lightning flashes gathered around him. Death Thunderstorm. The Blood Clan King immediately took action, and rushed forward without dodging or avoiding. The black lightning burst out with amazing power, accompanied by the roar of the Blood Clan King. If it were put before, this skill could completely kill a level 15 alien race. However, now, the blood volume of the Blood Clan King has only dropped by 1/4. The voodoo shaman beat him slightly, as if he didn't expect his damage to be so low. But it didn't care much. After all, it's in poor condition now, and it's understandable that no damage was caused by a skill. Then, a strong black light burst out from its body, and raised its hand and pointed at the Blood Clan King. A large area of purple-black poisonous mist covered the sky and attacked the Blood Clan King. Corrosion and toxic. Like the previous beast corpse aberrations, it is highly toxic. But the poisonous mist cast by the voodoo shaman is more than 10 times stronger than the beast corpse aberrations, almost condensed as much as the substance, like a poisonous storm coming towards it. As soon as the Blood Clan prince touched the poisonous fog, his blood volume dropped wildly. He immediately flew backwards, aiming at the voodoo shaman with both guns and pulling the trigger directly. Deadly shooting. The silver photo bullet wrapped around the blood flames, instantly breaking through the poisonous fog, shattering the light curtain, and hitting the voodoo shaman. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, 6 death tentacles quickly arise around it. The voodoo shaman's body trembled and was beaten backwards. His own blood volume dropped sharply, and he fell rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is that possible? In the mask's eyes, the voodoo shaman's eyes suddenly glared, as if he had experienced the end of the world. A level 15 summoned beast, with one skill, actually destroyed its 150,000 health. How could there be such a terrifying injury? You know, it is a boss. Not only does it have a bonus for health, but it has both an increase in attack and defense. How could it become so weak? The dead golem is simply a powerful weapon to kill monsters. Gu Chen was so heartbroken that he saw this damage. Although the damage of the vampire Maharaja has increased by 5 times, it is not enough to deal such a high amount of damage when facing the voodoo shaman alone. After all, it is a level 20 abyss boss, and the defense bonus is not a small fight. The reason why it can deal such explosive damage is that the position where the voodoo shaman stands is just less than 10 meters away from the dead golem. Unstoppable, when the dead skeleton golem is in a static state, the defense is increased by 1% per second, and the recovery is increased by 1% per second. The target within 10 meters of the dead skeleton golem will be subject to a negative effect of 100%. In other words, due to the position issue, the voodoo shaman suffered 200% damage just now. Just 2 times the damage is just a small fight for an abyss boss. But don't forget that the Blood Clan King is still in sacrifice at this moment, and his damage rate has increased by 5 times. In this way, after the ordinary skill just now fell on the voodoo shaman, it directly exploded 10 times the damage. 10 times. Fortunately, the voodoo shaman is an abyss boss and has a high defense bonus. If it were other level 20 aliens, they would have died more than a dozen times. Why? You are only level 15, how could you get such terrifying damage? The voodoo shaman roared in pain, his body was severely damaged by bullets, and even the bone wings behind him were broken, and the balance of victory had been tilted. The Blood Clan King is not talking about it, so what about the abyss boss sample? If one skill cannot be killed, then 2. Scarlet Feast. The surging blood flame swept out in a spiral shape, like a world-destroying storm, carrying the terrifying power of destruction, and headed straight for the voodoo shaman. This is the strongest attack of the Blood Clan King, and it is inevitable. Boom! The blood flame turned into a storm, killing the voodoo shaman with holes, and instantly knocking it to the residual blood. Immediately afterwards, additional damage judgment takes effect. A scarlet and dazzling light burst out suddenly on the voodoo shaman's body, and the huge damage suddenly burst out, and the damage overflowed. The voodoo shaman screamed in pain and struggled wildly in the blood flame storm. And its blood bars have been completely cleared. Chapter 62. Quick, I'm going to see Chenner now. Linghung, City Hall. In the city lord's office, Su Lai stood next to his desk tremblingly. Ever since he saw the message that Gu Chen entered the abyss, he knew that Gu Qingfeng would definitely come to him. But he didn't expect that the other party would come so quickly. Generally speaking, when a professional enters a dungeon or enters the abyss, the professional trading platform will not pay too much attention to it, and will not push the news of Gu Chen entering the abyss to all professionals like this time. But why have so many professionals received the news that Gu Chen entered the bone burial dungeon? Don't ask, it's him who spent money. The professional trading platform has a discount package. You can push a message to the professionals in Quanbei. Messages are limited to 30 words, not counted as punctuation, and can only be pushed once. In fact, this package is not discounted at all, but Gu Chen still bought it for the purpose of slapping the Li family in the face. But he didn't expect that the Li family in Lingheng had been completely wiped out by Gu Qingfeng's words. Your Majesty, the villain really didn't expect that Mr. Gu Chen would accidentally enter the first level abyss. The villain is guilty and deserves death. Su La's voice trembled slightly, and a layer of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Su La is just the lord of a small border town, while Gu Qingfeng is the king of the northern border. Even the other party can decide his career and life and death with just one word. Such a huge gap made him feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation. No one knows why Gu Chen entered the bone burial dungeon. After all, he is just a level 10 pro. In the eyes of the outside world, one reason can only be found, that is, venting anger to show your ambition by dying. And why did he show his ambition by death? Just because he was chased by the Li family? No, it won't happen at all. Being chased and then showing your ambitions by death? The only function that can be played is to avoid detours from enemies. Therefore, this statement is simply untenable. Next, after sorting out the situation, a rioter found a key point, which also made the public understand why Gu Chen killed the heir of the Li family in Lingheng. That is, Gu Chen passed the temple ruins hell level and received an SSS level rating. This major news was actually suppressed by the Li family. Even the city lord's mansion did not issue an announcement that the hell level dungeon was passed. What's even more annoying is that so far, there are still many locals in Lingheng who don't know that the temple ruins have passed the hell level. You should know that if you place it in another city and a transfer student gets an SS level evaluation in the novices dungeon, the city hall will definitely issue a citywide announcement within 10 minutes of the dungeon announcement. Immediately afterwards, the urban area where the transfer student is located will issue an announcement. Subsequently, the school where the transfer student is located will also issue an announcement. Next, several important officials represented by the city lord will go to the dungeon square to take a photo with the genius and implement the matter of introducing the recommended quota in public. After all, it's a matter of showing your face, and under normal circumstances no one will hide it. But Lin Chen's handling of this matter was too abnormal. It makes people have to suspect that there is a pie transaction behind this. Soon, someone revealed the inside story. This person was no one else, but was the witness on the scene who witnessed Gu Chen killing the Li family heir Li Wenhui. In order to allow Li Renjia to get the recommended quota from the Beijing Academy, Li Xiao immediately communicated with the city hall and postponed the process of the recommended quota for a few days. And these few days are the operating space of the Li family. As long as Gu Chen takes Li Renjia to get an SS level evaluation, the number of recommended places can be legitimately placed on Li Renjia. In the face of Li Renjia's coercion and temptation, Gu Chen did not surrender, but directly killed Li Renjia. This spirit of daring to resist power is worth learning from by our young people. I've told you all that I know. Can you spare my life? I don't want to die. In order not to be killed by the King of War's personal guards, Li Wenhui explained everything he knew, without a single word of falsehood. For this reason, the butler Gu He was very merciful and left him a complete body. Gu Qingfeng searched in the wilderness for a morning, and only after returning to the city did he learn that Gu Chen had entered the abyss. Gu Qingfeng, who had nowhere to vent his anger, came to Lingheng Hall and appeared in the office of the city lord with a gloomy face. Gu Qingfeng looked at Su Lai, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Lingheng, you're doing well. A short sentence, in Su Lai's ears, made him sweat in his back. Although he is the lord of Lingheng, after all, Gu Qingfeng has the final say in everything in Lingheng. Because this man is the king of war in the north, the 7 cities in the north, and the only king. It's also his master. However, something happened to the master's son on his land. Not only was he forced into the wilderness by the Li family, but more importantly, he also got the recommended quota. Now that people have entered the abyss, why does a profession who has just reached level 10 have to enter the first level abyss bone burial dungeon? You don't have to think about it and know that the pursuer was forced into it. There is no way out. Thinking of this, Su Las' heart trembled violently, and his legs weakened and knelt directly on the ground. Your Majesty, the villain here vows to kill all the professions who pursue the young master. Please spare the villain's life. Gu Qingfeng was about to speak when a burst of rapid footsteps suddenly came from the door of the office. Your Majesty, your good news. Mr. Gu Chen has passed the nightmare abyss, and he has come out of the bone-burying dungeon alive. The voice of the butler Gu He came from outside the door. Qin Yun was also with him, but Qin Yun's face looked a little unnatural. What? Take this seriously. Gu Qingfeng quickly turned around, his face full of incredible expression. Chener, did he really come out of the bone burial dungeon? Your Majesty, how dare I joke with you at this time? Take a look. Gu He didn't say much, but turned on the TV in the city main office and saw a big message appearing on the screen. Gu Chen, a professional SS-level professional in Lingheng, led the professional team to successfully pass the first level abyss bone-burying dungeon nightmare level. Successfully passed the level, nightmare level bone-burying dungeon. Okay. I am worthy of being my son of Gu Qingfeng. The gloom on Gu Qingfeng's face was swept away, and a strong look of joy burst out in his eyes. Not only was Gu Chen not dead, he even passed the nightmare abyss. Even if he was placed in Gubei City, he would be a big hit. To put it bluntly, over the past decade, he has invested hundreds of billions of resources in his second son Gu Ci, but even so, Gu Ci did not dare to enter the first level abyss at level 10. Not to mention that he successfully passed the first level abyss like Gu Chen and escaped unscrupulously. Thinking of this, an unconcealed look of excitement appeared on Gu Qingfeng's face. Hurry up, raise the floating battleship and head to the bone burial dungeon. I will go to see Chener now. Chapter 63 There is nothing wrong with suppressed education. When Gu Qingfeng heard that Gu Chen had passed the nightmare level bone burial dungeon, he felt anxious inside. In his life, he has never wanted to see his son immediately like now. After returning from the wilderness, he went to Gu Chen's school and learned about Gu Chen's daily life with his class teacher Zhang Songhua. Only then did he realize that his son had suffered a lot of grievances. Especially after understanding the reason why Gu Chen killed Li Renjia, Gu Qingfeng felt extremely regretful. If he could understand his son's situation earlier, it would not have led to Gu Chen being forced into the wilderness at the end of his life. The Li family in Lingheng is even more likely to bully his son. He only needs to disclose Gu Chen's identity and look at the entire northern border, who dares to touch his Gu Qingfeng's son. But he didn't. It was his inaction that led to Gu Chen going through so many hardships since he was a child. Now Gu Chen not only survived, but also successfully passed the nightmare-level bone-buried dungeon, which is simply a miracle. Gu Qingfeng couldn't wait to see Gu Chen now. He had made up his mind to double the compensation for everything Gu Chen had missed over the years. However, at this moment, Qin Yun suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty, don't worry, you can't go through now." Gu Qingfeng turned his head to look at Qin Yun, and his face suddenly turned cold. "What? Don't you want me to find Chener back?" "No, Master, I don't mean that every day." Post it. Book, Group 65,0/5*02*33.8. Chener has just come out of the abyss and is about to return to Lingheng. We will go out of the city to find him at this time, but we are afraid that we will be lost. And I don't know if he's angry now. If we come to Chener and he doesn't want to see us, that wouldn't it be a joke? Your Majesty, think about it, Chen'er would rather be chased by the Li family in Linghung and escape into the wilderness than to disclose his identity. In my opinion, he still has some complaints in his heart. Gu Qingfeng's face changed slightly. The reason why his son was chased by the Li family in Linghung was mainly because he did not announce Gu Chen's identity to the public, and this lies with him. But if he took a step back, he did not make it public. Wouldn't Gu Chen report to himself? If Gu Chen told the public about his life experience, even if the Li family did not believe it, they would never dare to act rashly. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Qingfeng's face slightly sank. "Madam, what do you think you should do?" Qin Yun said maliciously, "Your Majesty, Chen'er can successfully pass the bone burial dungeon, which is a great thing. In my opinion, we will hold a celebration banquet for him in Linghung, first to welcome him, and secondly to treat it as an apology." Gu Qingfeng agreed with the first half of the sentence, but the second half of the sentence made him angry. Apology. Gu Qingfeng's face suddenly became gloomy. In this world, where is the father who admits his mistake to his son? If this matter is spread, how can the people in the world think of me, Gu Qingfeng? I treated Chen'er badly, so I will naturally make up for him twice as much. As for the apology, I don't want to listen to this matter again in the future. Gu Qingfeng is the king of war in the northern frontier. He is the king and is powerful all over the world. How could he bow his head easily? He knows his mistake and can correct it, but he will never admit it. Qin Yun looked embarrassed. "Then what do you think of? Chen'er was forced away by you. If you don't express your opinion, how could he be willing to come back?" When the butler Gu He heard Qin Yun's words, he rolled his eyes silently next to him. "Your kneeling that day forced people to leave. Now the evil one complained first? It's against Tiangang, right?" Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Although he was eager to see Gu Chen in his heart, he calmed down after learning that Gu Chen had no worries about his life. In order to find Gu Chen, he had not closed his eyes for a day and a night. But through Qin Yun's words, he suddenly realized one thing, that is, Gu Chen had no intention of going home. Is this kid still holding a grudge against him? Recalling all the complaints Gu Chen had at the Gu family hall that day, Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt a little angry. His son would rather be chased, rather be exiled to the wilderness, rather risk his life to enter the abyss than come to him, the father? Is this going to break completely with him? Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but feel annoyed. Even though he had been a little strict with Gu Chen over the years, that was for Gu Chen's good. As the saying goes, 100 times of tempering make steel. Although Gu Chen has suffered for 18 years, looking at his current achievements, which peer can do as he does? In the entire Shangxia Empire, which level 10 professional can pass the nightmare abyss without relying on the resources of guilds and families? Throughout history, only Gu Chen. And this just proves that his educational philosophy is correct. His suppressive education is not wrong. If it weren't for the suffering that allowed Gu Chen to transform, I'm afraid that Gu Chen would have been sleeping with everyone now. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng suddenly felt a little angry. It was his education that gave Gu Chen the current height, but Gu Chen not only did not have a gratitude, but he was still holding a grudge against him. This kid has been hiding outside since he was a child, and he is so rude that he is so rude. If he doesn't suppress him while he is young, he might have to make trouble in the future. Qin Yun smiled faintly and said, "I think you are too strict with Chen'er. Suppress and suppress. Cier is also your son. Why didn't you suppress Cier?" Qin Yun's words were on the surface to help Gu Chen excuse him, but when Gu Ci mentioned it, Gu Qingfeng's determination was strengthened. The second son Gu Ci was by his side since childhood, with both good character and academic performance, gentle, respectful and frugal. He was sure that if the same thing was with Gu Ci, he would never have to break up with him like Gu Chen. "I have been raising Cier. I have always been filial to my parents and have never caused any trouble. How can I suppress it? Speaking of this, Gu Qingfeng snorted coldly, it's Chen'er, I have neglected to teach him his nature over the years. Although I have achieved some achievements now, if I don't correct the wrong in time, I will definitely cause trouble in the future. After discussing with Qin Yun for a few words, Gu Qingfeng had already made up his mind. Gu Chen is the eldest son of the northern royal family. This kind of personality must be severely suppressed, otherwise how can he take charge of the northern kingdom in the future? On the side, the butler Gu He listened to the conversation between the two, and the more he listened, the more he felt a chill. No wonder Gu Chen would rather enter the abyss than return to the Gu family. This kind of suppressive education is suffocating to think about it. Go home? Go back and continue to accept criticism and suppression? Any normal person would probably not choose such a life. Gu Qingfeng pondered for a moment and shouted in a low voice, Su Lai. Su Lai's body trembled and he quickly bowed, Master, the villain is here. What's going on with Gu Chen's lead quota? Please forgive me for your sins. The villain immediately issued an announcement for the whole city and put the recommended number on Mr. Gu Chen as quickly as possible. No need, Gu Chen is my son, and you don't need to occupy your quota in Lingheng. Go and tell Gu Chen that if he still wants to go to Beijing Academy of Sciences, let him go to Gubei City to see me. Yes, the villain will definitely bring the king's words to Mr. Gu Chen. Gu Qingfeng stopped talking, shook his sleeves and turned around and left. Chapter 64, Wanchange is going to settle the talent Gu Chen. First level abyss, bone-burying dungeon. The moment the voodoo shaman's health was cleared, a series of messages jumped out in front of Gu Chen's eyes. Kill voodoo shaman Bo SSLV.20, experience plus. Get the loot, bone-burying robe LV.20 rarity level. Get the loot, eternal source crystal rarity level. Level improvement. Level, LV.16, 3789/. Strength, 477. Agility, 476. Physical constitution, 478. Spirit, 539. Summoned beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.16 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.16 Epic, Dead Golem LV.16 Legend. Talent, you can currently obtain a dark bloodline. Congratulations! You have passed the Bone Burial Dungeon Hell level and received rewards, Professional Experience plus 5000, Abyss Treasure Box *1 Rarity level. Exiting the Abyss, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the same time, there were crowds of people in the Abyss Square, and there were professionals looking for team formation everywhere. Yang Lin found a relatively spacious place outside the square, sitting on the ground, wiping the long sword in his hand. He had just come out of the ordinary abyss with his teammates. Although he didn't gain much this trip, he finally got some experience. According to this progress, as long as he passes the ordinary level abyss again, he can reach level 13. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the two weird guys in the morning. A level 6 swordsman and a level 10 summoner, even this lineup dares to team up to go to the abyss? It's just a matter of seeking death. Yang Lin looked around the square and didn't see the two figures in the morning. From this point of view, the two of them must have died in the abyss. After all, the bone-burying dungeon is one of the most difficult ones in the first level abyss. It is definitely a dead end for professionals below level 10 to enter. It's hard to persuade the damn god to speak kindly. He had already persuaded the two of them at the beginning, but if the other party didn't listen, he had no choice. At this moment, an announcement suddenly appeared on the big screen in Abyss Square. Congratulations to the professional team for successfully refreshing the Bone Burial Dungeon Nightmare level passing record. Perfection time, 4 hours, 32 minutes, 31 seconds. Perfect team information. Captain, Gu Chen Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Soldier, Saran Assassin, Su Xia no Occupation. Rewards, Professional Experience Plus, Personal Achievement Plus 1, Record-Breaking Gift Box *1 Rarity Level. This Customs Clearance Evaluation, SSS. Yang Lin looked at the announcement on the big screen and couldn't help but rub his eyes. What's going on? Bone Burial Dungeon 4 hours and 32 minutes? This is more than 2 hours faster than the record set by the Lord of Wancheng City Liang Yi at level 19. Who is this captain named Gu Chen? He is so powerful? Yang Lin subconsciously looked at the screen that recorded the history of the Abyss, and saw that Liang Yi, the original record holder of the Nightmare Abyss, had become Gu Chen. Huh? Why does this name look familiar? Is the captain a summoner? One of the team members also has a swordsman. Impossible. Yang Lin's eyelids twitched and he subconsciously exclaimed. The profession next to him was startled and rolled his eyes impatiently. Stop howling, the announcement of the Abyss will not go wrong. If you can't do it, it doesn't mean others can't do it. Yes, it's been a few years since there has been no movement, and the dungeon of the Bone Burial Dungeon should be broken. I checked it and found that the team was full of transfer students. When entering the Abyss, the captain was only level 10. This lineup could even break the record, which was unheard of. It turned out to be them. I saw that team in the morning, and it was very eye-catching. After all, no one in the staff was above level 10. I remember that their team member also has an ordinary person, who should be the non-professional person in the announcement. I was still laughing at them privately in the morning, and I didn't expect the slap to come so quickly in the face. Young people are getting stronger and stronger nowadays. If I had known that, I should have gone to Gu Chen to be familiar with me. The professionals next to him were chatting enthusiastically, but Yang Lin looked ridiculous. How is it possible? A summoner and a swordsman, the average level of the team does not exceed level 10. Isn't these the two people I met in the morning? With their level and lineup, can it still break the historical record of the Nightmare Abyss? Yang Lin felt that his worldview had collapsed. The people next to him regretted not getting familiar with Gu Chen, but he completely missed the great opportunity to be led by Gu Chen. There was once an opportunity to take off on the spot before him, but he did not cherish it. He did not regret it until he lost it. The most painful thing in the world is this. It's a sin. Yang Lin covered his face, so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He gets up early and goes to bed late every day and stands on the Abyss Square, just to find a few powerful teammates. But when a great god sends him a team invitation when he asked, he refused directly. Not only did he refuse, he also advised others not to go to the Abyss and die quickly. What's this? God gave him a meal, but he smashed his job. 2 words deserve it. On the other side. Wancheng City Hall. After the nightmare record of the Bone Burial Dungeon was broken, Wancheng, the closest to the Abyss, received the news immediately and held an emergency meeting. The city lord Liang Yi looked at the pages of information in his hand, and an unconcealed look of excitement appeared on his face. Gu Chen passed the ruins of the temple and received an SS level evaluation. Now it has broken the record I made in the Bone Burial Dungeon back then. Is this kind of genius actually suppressed by Su Lai and the Li family in Lingheng? The Li family has been destroyed. So far, the number of recommended places has not been implemented on Gu Chen. What is Su Lai's plan? Hehe, no matter what his plan is, Wancheng will decide this talent Gu Chen. Liang Yi slapped the table, looking like he was determined to win. Isn't the recommended quota in Wancheng just a vacant one? I'll decide Gu Chen. I think about it, one is the admission quota, the second is the Hell level Dungeon Pass, and the third is the Nightmare level Abyss Pass. Secretary Li, don't need to apply upwards, just allocate it from the City Lord's mansion. Within 3 minutes, you can get a 3-point reward to come to my office. In addition, arrange the teleportation array. Within 5 minutes, I will arrive at the Abyss Square in the Bone Burial Dungeon. This. Secretary Li was a little confused for a moment. City Lord, is this a bit inappropriate? It has spread across Linghung. Gu Chen is the son of the King of War in the north. So what? Gu Chen would rather go into exile in the wilderness than report Gu Qingfeng's name, which means he has no sense of belonging to the Gu family. Just do what I say. Then, if Gu Qingfeng takes responsibility, how can we Wancheng deal with it? Accountability? Gu Qingfeng is the King of War in the north, and my Wancheng belongs to Dongzhou. Can he ask? Besides, there are royal families in Dongzhou. I'm not afraid, you're afraid of a ball. Stop talking nonsense, go and prepare. If the main business is delayed, I will transfer you to guard the abyss. Chapter 65. No matter how much Su Lai gives, he definitely doesn't give me much. Among professionals, the competition is level, equipment, props, quotas, etc. Among major cities, what competes is ranking, resources, talents, etc. Although Linghung and Wancheng are adjacent, one is included in the northern border and the other is affiliated to the east continent. There is still a wilderness between the two cities, and there is basically no conflict of interest. But this time it's different. The bone-burying dungeon is one of the most difficult ones in the first-level abyss. It happens to be located near Wancheng, and is known as the abyss at the doorstep of the people of Wancheng. However, because this abyss is too difficult, a large number of Wancheng professionals cannot pass the level and even die in it. Over time, most Wancheng professionals will subconsciously avoid this abyss, which invisibly caused a large loss of Wancheng professionals. The loss of professionals and the serious shortage of talent transmission has led to Wancheng's ranking in Dongzhou falling year by year, and thus missing a large amount of resources. This year marks the third year that Liang Yi took over as the Lord of Wancheng City. Just like in previous years, there are still no good seedlings in Wancheng. This made him feel very headache. He had a premonition that if Wancheng continued like this, not only would this city have to be completed, but his career would have to be completed. Especially after he heard the news that a transfer student who received an SS level evaluation appeared in Linghung next door, he felt even more depressed. Why is it always not the turn of good seedlings in Wancheng? However, soon, he discovered that things were not as bad as he thought. Who would have thought that Linghung not only did not pay attention to this SS level transfer student, but instead joined forces with the Li family to suppress it? What should I do if a peasant child whose parents died prematurely was suppressed by the city lord and the aristocratic family? There is no choice but to admit defeat. After clarifying the incident, Liang Yi believed that this was an opportunity. After all, I am a transfer student who has received an SS level evaluation. You don't want it, okay, Wancheng wants it. However, next, Gu Qingfeng appeared in Linghung and announced Gu Chen's life experience, which made Liang Yi sigh secretly. Even if Gu Qingfeng's son is not from Linghung, he is still from Gubei City. It's not his turn. He had already wanted to give up, but when he learned that Gu Chen was forced into the wilderness by the Li family, a little hope arose in his heart. Will Gu Qingfeng's son be forced into the wilderness by a small Li family? Impossible. The only explanation is that Gu Chen does not recognize the identity of the Gu family, so he did not report Gu Qingfeng's name from beginning to end. In this way, things will be much easier. Since Gu Chen was suppressed in Linghung and did not recognize the Gu family's identity, the people of Wancheng welcome you. Immediately afterwards, the news that Gu Chen passed the nightmare-level bone burial dungeon was announced. This made Liang Yi, who was still struggling, make a decision directly determination. He wants to steal people. After all, Gu Chen was a transfer student who received an SS level evaluation and broke the pass record of the first level Abyss Bone Burial Dungeon. Such a genius may not be able to come out for decades. It's a pity to let him go into exile in the wilderness like this. Just the talent and combat power shown by Gu Chen is worthy of being treated as the city lord. City lord, the 3 rewards are ready. Secretary Li Feng's voice and knocking on the door came into Liang Yi's ears. In addition, I found out that Gu Chen had just reached level 16. Generally, at level 15, the summoner can add new summoning slots. He just came out of the abyss and should not have time to contract a new summoning beast. So, I applied for a level 15 summoning skill book in Wanchange Treasure House, which is one of the only rare level summoning books in Wanchange. Only rare? There is no way. There are no summoners in our small places like Wanchange. If you want epic summon books, you can only buy them from some central cities. Not only is the price high, but you can't even have time. Liang Yi stood up from the seat and nodded, well, then that's the case first. At worst, I'll compensate him later. Li Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead. City lord, what if Gu Chen doesn't want to come to Wanchange? Liang Yi glanced at him, we are going to grab people. Grab people? Do you understand? It's his business that he doesn't want to do that, it's his business, it's my business. And, since Gu Chen can kill Li Renjia, it means that he is not a person who swallows his anger. Will he continue to stay in Lingheng? What if Su Lai apologizes to him and takes out more resources as compensation? This possibility is not ruled out. If Su Lai gave it enough, maybe Gu Chen could really bear it. But now with our Wanchange intervention, Gu Chen would never choose to reconcile with Lingheng. Because, no matter how much Su Lai will give, he must not give as much as I do. Liang Yi stood up from his desk and walked towards the teleportation hall with great strides. Li Feng held 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes in his hand and immediately followed. The treasure chest and gift box can be completely put into the portable space, but he does not. Isn't it a big deal for people to blame? At this moment, the Abyss Square was crowded with people. The historical record of the Nightmare Abyss has been broken, and this kind of scene is very rare. Professionals who can witness this scene with their own eyes are also honored. As a sensation of dizziness ended, Gu Chen and others were teleported to the Abyss Square. The crowd around suddenly started to make a fuss. Look, Gu Chen is out. That's Gu Chen? I heard that he was a student who changed his job, and I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Save it, even if you don't have it, it's not your turn. Do you think you are older or your level is low? I can break the historical record of Nightmarish Abyss at a young age. I am so envious of the chicken. Gu Chen is a man from Lingheng. He broke the historical record. Did no one come to Lingheng Hall? What are you here? Gu Chen's recommended quota has not been released yet. People from Lingheng District Hall still have the face to come. Look, isn't that the person from the town hall? I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. After all, he is a genius who refreshes the Nightmare Abyss. It seems that the city hall is also anxious. The teleportation array in Abyss Square was lit up with a dazzling light, and several men in suits walked out of the teleportation array. The leader was wearing a dark grey jacket, with a tall figure, and under his thick eyebrows were sharp eyes, scanning the surroundings. Damn it, isn't that Liang Yi? The Lord of Wanchange. Don't joke, Gu Chen is from Lingheng, how could Liang Yi be damn? It's really Liang Yi. Liang Yi is now at level 50, the highest level professional in Wanchange. What is he doing here? What else can you do? Look at the entourage behind him, both treasure chests and gift boxes, of course they are snatching people. Snatch people? Gu Chen is the son of the king of Northern War. He is the prince in Gubei City. How could he go to Wanchange? You don't know anything about this. Now it's spreading outside. Gu Chen has long cut off relations with the king of war in the north. I said, he was chased by the Li family for so long, and would rather escape into the wilderness and into the abyss than report the name of the king of Northern War. It turns out that there is a big melon here. Look at it, I guess Gu Chen will soon become a native of Wancheng. At that time, all the professionals in Wancheng will benefit from it. Huh? There's something else? It's his business for Gu Chen to join Wancheng. What does it have to do with us? Chapter 66 Sincerely invite you to join Wancheng. With the strength Gu Chen has shown now, no matter which city he joins, the professionals in that city will benefit from it. This is certainly unquestionable. Why did the Shengxia Empire train professionals? Because whenever the Abyss achievement is achieved, the invasion of the Abyss power into this world can be curbed. Although Abyss achievements are not as easy as personal achievements, once you get the Abyss achievements after you pass the level, the difficulty of the Abyss will decrease, and the reward for passing the level will also increase accordingly. The difficulty of passing the Bone Burial Dungeon is high because few professionals have achieved the Abyss. If you want to achieve the Abyss, you must enter the Hell level Abyss. Although Gu Chen does not meet the conditions for the time being, no one will question his potential. After all, in the eyes of the world, he is an absolute genius. For such a genius, it is only a matter of time before and after. Until this moment, someone finally figured out why the person who came to Abyss Square was the Lord of Wancheng. Because for Wancheng now, a genius like Gu Chen is very needed to help them achieve the Abyss. Although the bone-burying dungeon is a first-level Abyss, it is too difficult, which has led to a large number of new professionals having to give up this Abyss. If you can't beat the Abyss at your doorstep, you can only go to the big city, which is inevitable. As a result, a large number of professions from Wancheng were lost subtly. The loss of fresh blood is doomed to the city begin to decline, and once it begins to decline, it falls into a vicious cycle. At this time, some professionals from Lingheng suddenly realized a fatal problem. No, absolutely not. If Gu Chen is taken away by Liang Yi, he will be from Wancheng in the future. Even if he achieves the Abyss next, we will not get any benefits. How can this be done? Lingheng finally produced a genius profession, and it must not be stolen by Wancheng. No, don't you know what your Lincheng's attitude towards Gu Chen? How long have you been getting the SS level evaluation? Are you going to get the recommended quota? Hey, it's not right. How could you Lingheng people run to the Bone Burial Dungeon? This is the Abyss of Wancheng. Okay, if Gu Chen can drive Wancheng to rise, I will rent my balcony for 1,000 yuan a month in the future. Everyone has their own thoughts. Some Lingheng people who chased after Gu Chen's hot topics were immediately unable to sit still. At the beginning, they didn't care much about this matter. At most, they just came here to eat melons and saw what the legendary royal princes were different from ordinary people. After all, Gu Chen is not on the same level as them at all, and there will be no connection in the future. But now it's different. Judging from the talent Gu Chen has shown so far, it is only a matter of time before he can achieve the Abyss. It is almost foreseeable that in the near future, the difficulty of passing the Bone Burial Dungeon will definitely drop, and the reward will be even more abundant. In this way, the professionals in Wancheng will no longer have to leave their hometowns for the sake of upgrading. After Gu Chen passed through the Abyss, all the professions in Wancheng could also get a share of the pie. It can be said that Gu Chen is the thigh of all professionals in Wancheng. Damn! Damn! What's going on in Lingheng? People from the city hall are still not here. The professionals in Lingheng were anxious because they saw that Liang Yi was walking in the direction where Gu Chen was. Damn it, Liang Yi is so shameless. Who is in Lingheng District Hall? Shake people quickly. Wait, I'll call the city lord now. Damn it, brother, can you do it? Do you even have the phone number of the Lord of Lingheng? Isn't there a city lord hotline? Oh, then you can play. Even if I can get through, I will lose. At this moment, Gu Chen had just finished sorting out the harvest of this abyss and saw several imposing middle-aged men appear in front of him. Liang Yi stood in front of Gu Chen, without any nonsense, and said straight to the point. "Hello, Gu Chen, I am Liang Yi, the Lord of Wancheng City. On behalf of the people of Wancheng, I sincerely invite you to join Wancheng." "Okay, I'll join." Gu Chen agreed immediately, straightforward. There is no reason. The identity of the Lord of Wancheng City is aside, and Liang Yi obviously came with sincerity. The four people behind him were holding 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes, no matter what it was inside, and after so long, no one had ever given him such generous conditions. Hearing Gu Chen agreeing in one go, Liang Yi's face showed unconcealed excitement. Li Feng, who was standing behind him, had a twitch on his cheeks. In just 4 words, he directly racked his brains to get rid of the 3 sets of words he thought of. Don't play by the rules at all, right? Behind Li Feng, 3 negotiating experts looked at each other and raised their mouths with great tacit understanding. Get it done, get off work. Never done such an easy job in my life. At this moment of joy, another middle-aged man wearing a dark grey jacket came up with several people. No, the people from Lingheng Hall are here now. The daylily is cold. The leader is Su Lai, the city lord. I have met him and have been on the news some time ago. Why are all 5 people coming empty-handed? Do you really don't care about Gu Chen in this attitude? Putting aside the identity of the royal prince, he is also a genius who passes the nightmare abyss. My God! Fortunately, I am from Wancheng. I am sure that Lingheng will definitely be destroyed by this city lord named Su Lai. Young Master Gu Chen. Su saw Gu Chen's figure and trotted all the way to the near future. Young Master, on behalf of Lingheng, I congratulate you on your successful completion of the first level Abyss Bone Burial Dungeon. Now that the Li family has been destroyed, please come back to Lingheng with me. The people of the whole city are waiting to celebrate for you. As for the matter of introducing the recommended quota, Lingheng Hall did something wrong. Don't worry, the villain has prepared a set of resources that are no less than the hell level reward, just treat it as compensation for you. Su Lai spoke very quickly and said all the remarks prepared by the secretary for him, but he did not mention the implementation of the recommended quota. Hearing this, Liang Yi next to him immediately smiled. Zhongcheng Lord Su, Gu Chen is the SS level evaluation winner. He passed the hell level dungeon of the temple ruins and refreshed the nightmare abyss of the bone burying dungeon. Is this your compensation? What about sending the beggar? Su Lai snorted coldly, ignored Liang Yi, and continued to say to Gu Chen, Young Master, are you from the north? Should you go back to Lingheng first? What did you say just now? Gu Chen interrupted Su Lai directly. Su Lai was stunned, thought for a while, and said, I said we will go back to Lingheng first. No, the previous sentence. You are from the north. Who told you that I am from the north? You are the son of the northern royal family. Lord Su must have recognized the wrong person. My name is not in the royal family genealogy, so please go back. Su Lai was stunned and was silent because of this sentence. After a moment of rest, he spoke, Young Master, the king has already arranged it. As long as you return to Gubei City, you will definitely implement the recommended quota for you. Chapter 67 Don't even give me a fairness. Su Lai came with Gu Qingfeng's message. He thought it was just a matter of running around, but he didn't expect Gu Chen to have no intention of returning to the north every day. Book, Group 65,0/502*33.8. In desperation, he could only send Gu Qingfeng's meaning every day. Book, Group 65,0/502*33.8 reposted it. Before Gu Chen could speak, Liang Yi next to him said first, what does it mean to post every day? Do you want to threaten Gu Chen with the title of King of Northern War? Su Lai looked uncomfortable. No. What do you say about the recommended quota? The king said that as long as the young master returns to Gubei City, the number of recommended places will be immediately implemented. Isn't this a threat? Gu Chen looked at this scene and said nothing. He knew very well that Liang Yi was intensifying the conflict. Su Lai also knew this and ignored Liang Yi directly and said to Gu Chen, "Young master, if you followed Liang Yi to Dongzhou, how can you face the people of the north in the future?" Gu Chen smiled, "It's not impossible not to let me go to Dongzhou, but you have to promise me 2 conditions." A little joy appeared in Su Lai's eyes. "Please speak, the villain must do his best." Liang Yi next to him suddenly changed his face when he heard this. "No, I just agreed, why did I change my mind all of a sudden? First, how did you collude with the Li family and how did you try to seize my recommended quota? Make the whole process public and apologize to me." A disgrace suddenly appeared on Su Lai's face. If this was announced, his career would stop there. "Young master, it's okay to disclose the whole process, but I really didn't collude with the Li family." "Okay, then I'll ask you, did I get the SS level evaluation?" "Yes." "Then why didn't the city hall issue a direct quota in time?" Su Lai fell into silence. "If you don't talk, then there's nothing to talk about. It seems that I don't need to say the second condition." Su Lai frowned and had nothing to say for a moment. Is this too much condition to announce the inside story of colluding with the Li family and trying to grab Gu Chen's lead quota? For Gu Chen, the victim, it is not an exaggeration. But Su Lai is the city lord after all. How could he do such a self-destructive thing? "Don't speak, right? That's fine. I've given you the opportunity anyway. If you don't agree, I can't do anything." Gu Chen looked at the professions around him and shrugged, "Everyone has seen it. I just want justice, but he doesn't even agree to such a trivial thing. I don't even give me a fair share. I'll ask, will he give me my quota and my resources? I definitely won't. So, it's not that I want to leave Lingheng, it's that Lingheng is forcing me to leave." Su Lai's cheeks twitched, and he had nothing to say. The talk broke. In fact, this matter does not require negotiation at all, because as long as Su Lai is alive, he will not announce the collusion with the Li family. He is the lord of Lingheng City and a 5th-level professional. Gu Qingfeng doesn't pursue him anymore. Of course, he will not do anything to destroy his foundation. Even if Gu Chen is Gu Qingfeng's son, it will not make him have a future. Releasing your own black information with the future. After all, he came here on order, just to bring a word to Gu Chen. Gu Chen was willing to go back, so he naturally completed the task. If Gu Chen didn't go back, as Gu Qingfeng's subordinate, could he still tie Gu Chen to Gubei City? Impossible. Now that the Li family in Lingheng has been destroyed, there is no evidence that he has stuck Gu Chen's admission quota. It was even because he blocked this quota that Gu Qingfeng was given a handle to grasp Gu Chen. But no one expected that Liang Yi's arrival directly brought the best choice. Is he not allowed to give him a recommended quota? Sorry, I'm sending it every day. Dongzhou has sent it and has brought a lot of resources to compensate. Of course, Gu Chen knew which one to choose, which one should be chosen, so he agreed to Liang Yi at once. Su Lai nodded and spoke in a very regretful tone, "I have brought the king's message. Since the young master is unwilling to return to Gubei City, I can only say that. As for the recommended quota, it is not that I, Lingheng, don't want to give it to you, but that the king has already made arrangements for this. If the young master wants to get the recommended place, please go to Gubei City as soon as possible and don't let the king wait for a long time." After saying that, Su Lai bowed and turned around and left. Liang Yi looked at Su Lai's back as he left, looked at Gu Chen with a weird expression and said, "He blocked your admission quota. Did you let him go like that? Doesn't it fit your style?" Gu Chen smiled faintly. Su Lai was in awe of the king of war in the north, not me. Even if I asked him to kowtow and admit his mistake, he would not feel regretful at all. So, to deal with such a person, you have to hit his pain point with one blow. Let him float for a while. When he is criticized and abused by all the people in Linghung, he will regret not letting me go today. Of course, Gu Chen did not intend to let him go easily as a man. Since the other party has taken action against him, he naturally has to pay the price for it. After all, he is very revengeful. Returning to Linghung through the teleportation array, Su Lai immediately walked into the office and said to the secretary behind him. Okay, I've brought the message there. Since the young master is unwilling to go back, I'll report it to the king according to the actual situation. Next, in the name of the city hall, all copies of Linghung will be exempted by 20% for a month. After all, our young master is just a genius professional. How much damage can his departure cause to Linghung? Now I'll reduce dungeon fees to professionals in the city. As long as this matter is hyped up, everyone will no longer focus on Gu Chen's matter. As for the future, I will no longer be in the north in 2 years. Even if he is a royal prince, what can he do to me? Yeah, I got it. The secretary wrote a few keywords in the notebook in his hand and turned around and went out to arrange them. In the final analysis, Su Lai was afraid of Gu Qingfeng, the king of the Northern War. As for Gu Chen, although he maintained politeness and respect, he did not take it seriously at all. Genius? What is genius? None of the people who can serve as the city lord in the Shangxia Empire are mediocre people, basically all amazing geniuses. A mere genius who has not yet grown up has no weight in Su Lai's eyes. In his opinion, if Gu Chen wants to challenge him, he must at least become a 5th-level professional first. But unfortunately, Gu Chen changed his position as a summoner profession. No matter how strong he was in the early stage, he could not change the fact that he was unable to succeed. The professional system has developed for hundreds of years, but the profession of summoner has never been born. It is said that the nobles are invincible after changing to the summoner. That's right, but that's only limited to the 2nd to 4th levels, and it's still a huge amount of resources. With a summoning slot open for every 5th level, no summoner can afford the training resources required for level 5. This is why Su Lai despises Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen is not an ordinary summoner. In a few days, Su Lai will definitely regret this contempt. Chapter 68 10,000 Experiences. After the negotiations with Liang Yi, Gu Chen took over all the resources brought by Liang Yi. A guide agreement for going to Beijing Academy, a level 15 rare quality summoning skill book, a rare level dungeon treasure chest, and a rare level abyss treasure chest. Liang Yi made a statement on the spot. If Gu Chen can pass the Hell level abyss next, he will be allowed to choose any legendary equipment from the treasure house of Wanchenge. But there is another small condition, which is that you must pass the Hell level bone buried dungeon. Gu Chen also agreed happily. He had just unlocked the Hell level difficulty of the bone burying dungeon and would definitely not enter other abyss next time. If it is replaced by another 1st level abyss, it will not be worth the loss. For Liang Yi's after a condition, Lin Yuan and others next to him showed unconcealed envy. Choose a legendary equipment from the Wanchenge treasure house. Even the city lord's son does not have such authority. This shows how much Liang Yi attaches importance to Gu Chen. After everything was agreed, Liang Yi and Gu Chen and others arrived at Wanchenge through the teleportation array. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Suran were followed. They all planned to continue to follow Gu Chen into the Hell level abyss, and of course they would not go back to Linghung at this joint point. Of course, there is also Su Xia, who is the number 1 big family in Wanchenge. In order to express his gratitude to Gu Chen, Su Xia specially invited Gu Chen and others to Sujia Manor and held a celebration banquet. The material Su Xia needed before was the eternal source crystal that fell after killing the voodoo shaman. The two of them paid the money and delivered the goods in the same order according to the agreed price. The price of the material is 800,000, and the price of the abyss is 1 million, which is a total of 1.8 million. Su Xia wanted to come to Gu Chen's account, and without saying a word, he called 5 million. Gu Chen, who received the transfer information, thought he had read it wrong. What's the situation? Isn't it 1 million and 8 million? Do you transfer me 5 million? Su Xia said seriously, the extra one is considered a deposit, and I will be the only one of them when I enter the hell level abyss next time. If I produce an epic eternal source crystal, I will be given priority. No problem. Gu Chen agreed immediately. After drinking and eating, Gu Chen received transfers from Lin Qingqing and Saran, totaling 2 million. The actor enters the first level Nightmare Abyss, with a market price of around 1 million. Lin Qingqing took the opportunity to ask, God, you probably won't change teammates when you enter the hell level abyss, right? Give us an hour, Saran and I will borrow money now. Gu Chen thought for a while, no problem, 3 million abyss in a hell level abyss shouldn't be expensive, right? Not expensive, but not cheap either. Lin Qingqing nodded quickly, said goodbye to everyone, and then pulled Saran out to borrow money. From having nothing before knowing Gu Chen to being heavily in debt now, Lin Qingqing and Saran never thought that one day they would owe them millions of dollars. But they were very happy. A powerful master like Gu Chen can follow the next abyss by just paying money at the market price. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In order to quickly upgrade, many female professions may have given to advanced professions. This kind of thing has long been common. Compared with those female professionals, Lin Qingqing and the others are already very lucky. At least at this stage, the initiative is in their hands. As long as they want to continue to follow Gu Chen will continue to take them. That's it. Give you 2 hours, it should be enough to borrow money. At 4 p.m., we gathered at the entrance of the teleportation hall in Wanchange. Good. After the two girls left, Gu Chen gave Lin Yuan the ID card. The Wanchange District Department also needs to handle some procedures for him, and usually he needs to go there himself. However, with Liang Yi giving the green light, Lin Yuan successfully got an errand job. Next, Su Xia arranged a quiet room for Gu Chen in the manor, and Gu Chen began to count the harvest. Received 2 rewards from the abyss. One is a pass-level reward, including professional experience, and a rare-level abyss treasure chest. The other is a record-breaking reward, the same professional experience, a personal achievement, and a rare record-breaking gift box. The experience of 2 professionals is 100,000. Although it is ridiculously high, it is understandable. After all, Gu Chen is working alone in the Nightmare Abyss from beginning to end. As for Lin Yuan and the others, the 2 rewards have 15,000 experience, which is far lower than Gu Chen. However, the total experience of 30,000 has also increased them to level 11. It can be said that Lin Yuan and the others have completely crushed 90% of the students who have changed their jobs. After all, today is the 3rd day after the transfer ceremony, and most people have not even reached level 10 yet. To be more intuitive, if Li Wenhui was still alive, he would probably have only been upgraded to level 11 today. Just imagine that Lin Yuan and the others are just civilians, but they can reach the same level as Li Wenhui, who was born in the first family in Lingheng. This is enough to prove how rapid their level improvement has been. It is not difficult to imagine that even if they can't keep up with Gu Chen's footsteps after the 2nd level, they can still have a bright future. Next, Gu Chen first received 100,000 professional experience. Experience Plus. Experience Plus. Level Improvement. Level, LV.17, 4123/. Strength, 487. Agility, 486. Physical Constitution, 488. Spirit, 559. Summoned Beasts, Blood Clan Majesty LV.17 Legend, Nightmare Lord LV.17 Epic, Dead Golem LV.17 Legend. Talent, you can currently obtain a Dark Bloodline. It's upgraded again. Gu Chen subconsciously sighed. Just one abyss made his level soar to level 6. Level 11 enters the first level Abyss Bone Burying Dungeon, bringing 4 actors, one of whom does not eat experience. It is equivalent to a single person who beats the 5-person Abyss and breaks historical records. In less than 5 hours, I was promoted from level 11 to level 17. If I were heard by a crisp profession, I would probably be scared to death. He is still 3 levels away from becoming a second-level profession. As long as he successfully passes the Nightmare level Bone Burial Dungeon, he can at least upgrade to level 19. In other words, before level 20, he can choose another level 1 abyss to brush his experience. The wilderness around Wanchenge is only the first level abyss, the Bone Burial Dungeon. Gu Chen does not intend to brush it again, it is meaningless to send it every day. Book, Group 65,0/5/02*33.8. I heard that there should be a good first-level copy in Wanchenge, and maybe Liang Yi can arrange it at that time. Next, Gu Chen placed everything on the table in front of him. A rare-level dungeon treasure chest, 2 rare-level abyss treasure chests, a rare-level record-breaking gift box, and a summoning skill book. Which one should I open first? Chapter 69 Unboxing, Warrior-type Summoning Beast. You have opened the rare-level dungeon treasure chest. Get Shadow Dagger LV.20 rarity level. Get the Transfer Scroll *1. Get the Fortified Fossil *15. Get Large Life Recovery Potion *10. A rare grade piece of equipment, a teleportation reel, and some materials and consumables. Shadow Dagger is the equipment of an assassin-type professional. It can increase strength and agility, and also has an invisible skill. The first attack after the invisible state is released will definitely trigger a critical strike. It's simply a weapon of assassination. Although the equipment is good, it is not suitable for him. So Gu Chen took out his mobile phone and looked it out on the professional trading platform. Among the rare equipment, the 20-level Shadow Dagger is priced at about 3 million. This number made him feel excited. Although you can't use it yourself, you can sell it for a good price. Gu Chen put the equipment into his portable space and labeled it as a sale. Gu Chen thought of Saran, and it seemed that he was also an assassin. He didn't know if she wanted this Shadow Dagger. If she wanted it, she could sell it to her at the market price. Although Saran and Lin Qingqing have been borrowing money, they will also get treasure chests and gift boxes after passing the level. And since Gu Chen passes the level with high difficulty level, the equipment he drives is not bad. So for them, just sell 1 or 2 pieces of equipment and they can pay back the huge amount of money they owe soon. Next, Gu Chen's eyes fell on the second treasure chest. You have opened the rare level Abyss treasure chest. Get Media Cloak LV.20 rarity level. Get the Fortified Fossil *15. Get Mental Recovery Potion *5. Get Large Life Recovery Potion *10. Media Cloak, don't be equipment for other professions. Gu Chen said, picking up his cloak and looking at the equipment attributes. Media Cloak. Quality, Rare. Level, LV.20. Career Limit, Summoner. Attributes, Physical Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50. Effect, choose a skill of a summoned beast as a medium, and both summoned beasts can use this skill. Exclusive equipment for summoner profession. This is a good thing. With this cloak, it is equivalent to having 1 more skill, and it can switch back and forth between the skills of several summoned beasts, and his combat power will be greatly improved. Gu Chen put the media cloak into his portable space and opened the third treasure chest. You have opened the rare level Abyss treasure chest. Get Echo Necklace LV.20 Epic. Get the Fortified Fossil *15. Get Purification Scroll *1. Get Mental Recovery Potion *10. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and this time he actually opened an epic equipment. The probability of opening epic equipment from a rare treasure chest is 1%. Gu Chen didn't expect that his luck would be so explosive. Echo Necklace. Quality, Epic. Level, LV.20. Occupational restrictions, none. Attributes, Spirit plus 300, Speed plus 300, Cooling reduction plus 45%, Recovery speed plus 45%. Echo Set, Echo Necklace √ Echo Ring / Echo Talisman. Set effect, after each killing the target, immediately recover 10% of your energy. After getting this piece of equipment, Gu Chen almost straightened his eyes. This is actually one of the sets. The effect of the set is to immediately recover 10% of your energy after killing. If this is worn by the Nightmare Lord, wouldn't it be possible to extend the duration of the deep dream infinitely? Powerful. It's simply too powerful. According to the Echo Necklace in terms of attributes, if the suit is formed, it will greatly improve several major attributes such as health, damage, defense, and recovery. It's worthy of being an epic suit. What a pity! There are 2 other pieces of equipment missing, and you have to wait until level 20 to use it. Looking at the eye-catching suit effect, Gu Chen felt depressed. Now it is still 3 levels away from level 20. From level 17 to level 20, there are 400,000 or 500,000 experiences. At least 2 more difficult first-level Abyss can be passed. Gu Chen had no choice but to put the Echo Necklace into his carry-on space, and then looked at the only record-breaking gift box left. Generally speaking, gift boxes will open up equipment or props corresponding to professionals. Gu Chen rubbed his hands and opened the gift box. You have opened the rare record-breaking gift box. Get Skill Book LV.17 Rarity Level. Skill Book? A strange light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and he quickly picked it up and checked it. Skill Book, Spike Tortoise Summoning. Level, 17. Qualification, Rare. Effect, sign a contract with the Spike Turtle. Since it is opened from a gift box, it matches the professionals who open the gift box in terms of level and type. Although the Spike Turtle is good at defense, it is not a tank-type summoning beast, but a warrior type. I didn't expect that I would actually open a rare-level summoning skill book. Gu Chen was a little surprised because the summoning skill book that Liang Yi gave him was also rare. Immediately, he took the summoning book in his hand. Skill Book, Nether Cat Summoning. Level, 15. Qualification, Rare. Effect, sign a contract with the Nether Cat. The Nether Cat is known for its speed and explosion, and is an assassin-type summoning beast. Gu Chen took a look and suddenly lost interest in this summoning book. After all, the Nightmare Lord is an assassin-type summoning beast, which can not only burst out in a single body, but also has powerful group attack skills. If the 4th summoning beast contracts the Nether Cat, it will have a greater impact on combat power. Therefore, Gu Chen put the Nether Cat summoning book into his portable space and planned to hang it on the professional trading platform to see if it can be sold. If it is a rare weapon, the price is definitely around 3 million. But if it is a rare summoning book, it would be thankful that it can be sold for 1 million. After all, this level of summoned beast is only an entry-level level for summoners, and the price will be very low and it is difficult to take action. Otherwise, Zhang Songhua would not have given him the bloodthirsty bat summoning book at the beginning. All resources have been sorted out. The Media Cloak and Echo Necklace are good equipment, but there are level restrictions and can only be used at level 20. The only thing you can use now is the summoning skill book. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a little glad. Fortunately, he opened a suitable summoning book from the gift box, otherwise he would still have to worry about the choice of summoning beasts. I almost didn't have any summoned beasts to use. It seems that I will still have to go to big cities in the future. Whether it is Linkhung or Wanchenge, it can only be regarded as a third-tier city in the Shangxia Empire. For the profession of summoner, there are very few resources available. Liang Yi also explained to him before that there are only 3 skill books at level 15 in Wanchenge Treasure House, and this Nether Cat summoning book is the most growing among the 3 rare levels. Liang Yi also said that if you are not satisfied with this book, you can help you find it in other cities, and your attitude is so good that it is impossible to say, I can achieve this level, I am already many times better than Su Lai in Linkhung. Among Gu Chen's summoned beasts, the Blood Clan King has a long-range output and explosion, the Nightmare Lord has an instant burst and continuous output, and the Dead Skeleton Golem is debuffed, which is just missing a warrior-type summoned beast. Just so happens that the Spike Turtle is a warrior type. Chapter 70 Killing Machine, Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle. From level 14 to level 17, Gu Chen's God-level talent has never been activated, and now is the best time. He picked up the summoning skill book and learned it directly. You have successfully signed a contract with the Spike Tortoise. Summoned Beast, Spike Tortoise. Qualification, Rare. Level, 17. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 235, Agility 200, Physical 230, Spirit 195. Talent, Spike Heavy Armor LV.20 Rare. Skill, Sprinting LV.20 Rare. A dull roar came out of the summoning space, and a big turtle with a sharp thorn on the back appeared out of thin air. Gu Chen did not take a closer look at the attributes of the summoned beasts, after all, he would give Dark Bloodline an advanced level next. He activated his talent and obtained 4 Dark Bloodlines in succession. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline First Generation. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendants. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline First Generation. You have obtained the Dark Bloodline First Generation. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Gu Chen feels it as the level increases, the frequency of the descendants' bloodlines appearing is getting lower and lower. Before level 10, it will appear almost every 2 levels, and this time it will only appear once after level 4. But it was a bit of a pity that Wang Shui's blood did not appear. Next, Gu Chen gave the first bloodline to the Spike Turtle, then used the descendant bloodline to awaken bloodline, and then used another first bloodline to upgrade the star. Dark Bloodline Full Fusion of the First Generation. Summoning Beast Advanced. Spiked Rare Tortoise Rare Rightward Arrow Dark Dragon Hunting Tortoise Epic. Summoning Beast Bloodline awakens successfully. Summoning Beasts successfully upgrade to the star. Dark Dragon Hunting Epic Rightward Arrow Dark Dragon Hunting Epic. Level, LV.17. Health Point. Attributes, Strength 380, Agility 350, Physical 360, Spirit 320. Talent, The Sorrow of War Epic, Backfire Thorn Armor Epic. Skill I, Broken Impact LV.20 Epic. Skill 2, The Scream of the Wrath LV.20 Epic. Skill 3, Dragon Blood Boils LV.20 Epic. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the originally dark brown turtle was reborn and its size soared, looking like a tall hill. Its turtle shell is hard and rough, with a circle of serrated teeth on the edge, sharp as a knife, and its surface is covered with irregular thorns, like a thick thorn armor, shining with a metallic luster under the light. Its eyes were like 2 dazzling sapphires, with sharp fangs growing on the upper and lower jaws, and its body was covered with hard horny scales, shining with cold light like a dagger. The sharp claws are like hooks made of steel, extremely sharp, and their thick limbs are like huge stone pillars. There are bone spurs at the joints protruding outwards. From beginning to end, they are like a strange beast born for killing. Compared with the previous spike turtle, the dark dragon hunting turtle has a stronger momentum, and it exudes a bloodthirsty and violent ferocious murderous intent. The battle sorrow, every time the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle receives a 10% damage bonus, and the bonus effect continues until exiting the combat state. Back off Spike Armor, when you receive melee damage, return 50% of the damage to the opponent in the form of real damage. The physical fitness can be increased by 1% for every 20 points. Broken Impact, starting from the ejection, charge forward, causing a lot of damage to the target on the path and slowing down, causing knockoff effect to the target at the end of the path. Angry, Taunt, shamanize targets in a certain area, force the target to attack himself, and every time he is attacked, he will get a 1% attack speed bonus. Dragon Blood Boiling, when the health is less than 30%, the defense is increased by 300%, and the life recovery speed is increased by 300%. 76,000 health, anti-arm, damage bonus, ridicule. With output, defense, mockery, and control, he is completely a hexagonal warrior. Can carry or fight. Born Killing Machine. It's simply invincible. This positioning is the position that Gu Chen has always lacked. Only when the Dark Dragon Hunting Turtle is restrained hidden can the Blood Clan King and the Nightmare Master deal higher damage. This time, the Summoned Beast lineup has already taken a basic prototype. The afternoon passed quickly, and the news that Gu Chen joined Wanchenge also became a hot topic between Linkhung and Wanchenge. Even more than these two cities, and several nearby cities have attracted a lot of attention. At 4 p.m., another hot news came from Wanchenge. Latest news. Gu Chen has led the professional team to enter the Bone Burial Dungeon Hell level. For a time, major media platforms rushed to report, which triggered unprecedented popularity and pushed Gu Chen's movements to the hot list in one fell swoop. Gu Chen is confused. He just passed the Nightmare Abyss in the morning and entered the Hell level Abyss in the afternoon. Who do he think he is? That's it. I really think the Abyss was opened by his family. I think he's completely floating. If I were Gu Chen, at least I would have to leave a day to rest, otherwise I would have no status to pass the level. Disappointed. So disappointed. I thought that City Lord Liang Yi had brought hope to our Wanchenge, but now it seems that he was just a happy moment. I'm still counting on Gu Chen to get the Abyss achievements in the Bone Burial Dungeon. That's it? Is he here to give away his head, right? I said you are a bit too much. Gu Chen is a genius invited by City Lord Liang Yi. You are the useless people who can't even get through the ordinary Abyss. I am also very embarrassed to post a book every day, Group 65,0/5*02*33.8 to guide the country. The news that Gu Chen entered the Hell level Abyss began to spread rapidly on short video platforms, especially Wanchenge and Linkhung, which had almost exploded. For Linkhung, most professionals do not want to see Gu Chen continue to pass the Hell level Abyss. After all, from their perspective, Gu Chen betrayed Linkhung. And standing on Wanchenge, some are jealous, some are watching fun, and some are hopeful that Gu Chen will become famous through the battle of the Hell level Abyss. Basically, all the hot topics in the two cities have begun to revolve around Gu Chen unfolded. However, these topics did not end for long. Just after 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Chen's announcement of passing the Hell level was released in the Abyss Square of the Bone Burying Dungeon. Congratulations to the professional team for successfully refreshing the Bone Burial Dungeon Hell level passing record. Perfection time, 4 hours, 02 minutes, 56 seconds. Perfect team information. Captain, Gu Chen Summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan Swordsman, Lin Qingqing Soldier, Saran Assassin, Su Xia No Occupation. This Customs Clearance Evaluation, SSS. For a time, countless topics emerged from major media platforms, expressing strong shock and doubts about Gu Chen passing the Hell level Abyss. Immediately afterwards, professionals began to discuss it enthusiastically. This time, Gu Chen broke the historical record of the Hell level Bone Burial Dungeon. Does that mean that from now on, the record of this abyss will stop here? If this is true, then Gu Chen only broke the record of hell-level abyss and did not meet the expectations of Liang Yi and the people of Wanchenge. After all, countless people in Wanchenge hope that Gu Chen can achieve the abyss achievements of the bone-burying dungeon to reduce the difficulty of the abyss. If he tried his best but still failed to achieve the abyss, wouldn't it be in vain to send so many resources Liang Yi gave away? Soon, just as the public was discussing it in full swing, a video account quietly sent a message. 4 hours and 02 minutes are not the limiting level of the bone-burying dungeon hell level. If it weren't for the purpose of obtaining the abyss achievements, we should be able to pass the level half an hour ahead of time. The authentication column of this video number has only one simple line of words. First level abyss achievement Gu Chen.